Who is he? When did the legitimate son of the Black Tiger General of Bachan State suffer such a great loss? Since Wang Du followed his followers all the time, there was only one person left. If this thing was passed back to Wang Du, what kind of terrible storm would it cause? Shui Hong's whole body is terrifying. There is a shadow of robbing cloud between his eyebrows. He has been accumulating strength and laying a good foundation. In fact, he has been able to cross the robbing cloud for a long time. Now, under the wrath, robbing cloud seems to be coming into being. Qin Sheng looked at the thunderous Shujiang, pulled up a joking arc from the corner of his mouth, with an indifferent smile. On that day, at Luyun College, Shui Hong and his team cleared the venue and were very arrogant. When did they think about other people's feelings? Today, Qin Sheng finally let Shui Hong experience this feeling. Qin Sheng doesn't care about the destruction of the second-level magic array. It's just a magic array distributed by several thousand yuan crystals. What a big thing. Qin Sheng moved the jade talisman in his hand. The valley, which had been restored to normal, suddenly turned to the ground again. First, the ground became faster and the temperature plummeted. Everyone felt in the ice and snow. This extreme cold, even Shui navigation in the sky, feels cold and piercing, and it's hard to work all over. Wang Qian opens her mouth and wants to say something, but when a cold wind blows, she turns into an ice sculpture of a beauty. The light of her eyes quickly fades down, and she is frozen to death. Next, a heat wave surged up from the bottom of the earth and spewed out a hot flame. The temperature was so high that even the warriors in the sky would burn to ashes if they touched one of them. The flame spewed out, drowning Wang Qian, who had been frozen into an ice sculpture. The hot flame burned him to ashes. I thought that the second-level array was destroyed. The next thing is very simple. It's easy to find Qin Sheng's annoying mouse. However, it didn't occur to everyone that there were multiple arrays in this valley. If Shui Hong didn't pay attention to the second-level array just now, the array has set off a storm in his heart. To inspire such a terrible power, that power even when he was on his way, was scared and shivering. That is to say, it is likely to be a level 4 array or even a level 5 array. Shui Hong began to feel fear. Who did he provoke? Can even arrange advanced array. Shui Hong quickly approaches 12. Only when he approaches 12 can he feel safe. At this time a fire dragon rolled out of the mat under the ground, just like a python out of a hole. Its speed reached the extreme, and it rolled Shujiang. 12, help me. Shui Hong is crazy and roars to the sky. There is no indifference and aloofness on his handsome face. Instead, there is ferocious fear. The hot flame is burning him. Shui Hong is wearing a 4-grain rune armor, which is crystal clear and glowing. The rune is full of people, protecting his body. 12 frantically rushed to the savior, and the firewood cutter in his hand suddenly chopped, turning into a 40-meter horror knife light, cutting off the fire dragon, and the horror knife gash shattered the hot flame. Bang! Shui Hong fell down and ate shit. Although he had 4 lines of rune armor, he was still burned very badly. His long soft hair was burned bare and his whole body was burnt black, as if he was going to die. All of a sudden an ice dragon spewed out again, twining the 12 dead. The core of the ice fire Liangyi array, the talisman bone, is bright, and a fire dragon flies out of the ground again. A group of ice, like a pair of dragons out to sea, dead trapped 12. At this time, Shui Hong finally recovered his consciousness, took out the mirror from his arms, shouted at ghosts, and screamed. Disfigured. Originally handsome god Langs, he was burned like this, his heart was angry and frightened. It was angry that his handsome face was so destroyed. Surprisingly, the array was too terrible. He felt that even the large array in the deep palace might not be much stronger than the array here. Qin Sheng lurks over, silently and colorlessly near Shui Hong, holding a brick dug out of the ground. Eyes flash a cold, Qin Sheng mercilessly toward Shuiyue is a brick. Bang! Qin Sheng's body is comparable to that of half a step across the sky. Coupled with the surprise attack, Shui Hong fell on the hard ice. The power of terror makes the hard and incomparable ice split like a spider's web. At the speed that the naked eye can see, Shui's back brain spoon makes a bag as big as a fist, which looks very scary. Shui Hong felt the stars all over the sky, and the back of his head was in a tearing pain. His head seemed to explode. He turned around in a daze and saw a mysterious man with a metal mask. Not dizzy? Qin Sheng looks confused. It is worthy of being a genius in the later stage of Tongshenjing. It has laid a solid foundation. Qin Sheng didn't even faint at such a slap. The brick in Qin Sheng's hand is not an ordinary brick, but a kind of natural rune stone. It is very hard, harder than the black iron of the black iron rune soldiers. Nevertheless, Shui Hong did not faint, which surprised Qin Sheng. Shui Hong's eyes are full of fire. This mysterious man with a metal mask is today's founder. He has killed all his followers. Now, what else can he take as a picture of himself? Shui Hong's eyes suddenly contracted. When he saw that the weapon in Qin Sheng's hand was a brick, he almost fainted on the spot. It's too boring to kill thousands of people. How could you use such low-level and inferior weapons as bricks? If Qin Sheng stealthily attacked himself with 4 or even 5 pattern runes, he would recognize it, but now he is actually attacked by a brick, which is a shame. Bang! Shui Hong's response was another brick, another piece of shit, and the hard ice burst again. Shui Hong shook his head. Bang! Qin Sheng gave him another brick. Bang bang bang. Qin Sheng has been playing more than a dozen bricks. Shui Hong finally completely fainted, limbs up to the sky, mouth foaming. It's a genius in the late stage of Tongshenjing. If you don't faint, I won't have the strength to fight. Qin Sheng couldn't help but exclaim that his eyes were cheap with 2 points of admiration. What kind of praise is this? If someone else is here, he will absolutely despise Qin Sheng. 12 are trapped by the ice and fire dragons, and the firewood chopper is beyond reach. He stretches out his 5 fingers, which are like the eruption of a volcano. The Yuan force comes out of his body and condenses into 5 huge Yuan fingers on the sky. These 5 Yuan fingers, like a lofty 5-finger mountain, are full of the invisible rune light, sharp and holy. Qin Sheng looked up at the 5-finger mountain above the sky. His face was solemn, with a terrible look, and he felt a sense of inexplicable powerlessness. It's just Yuanzishan. It's too scary, with the power of thunder. Is this just the real strength of the powerful man who has survived a heavy storm? Qin Sheng's face was awe-inspiring. When he was facing the master of Tongmingjing, he had this inexplicable sense of powerlessness. Qin Sheng, like a spicy chicken, throws away Zhujiang, who is in a coma. The 5 Yuanzishan mountains on the sky just suspended for a moment, then they were pressed down with the power that Qin Sheng could not believe. In 9 days and 10 places, the Emperor of 10,000 robbers once heard of an ancient legend. At that time, 9 days and 10 places began to open. A stone monkey burst out from the Waguashan mountain. The lawless stone monkey caused a lot of big things. Finally, it was transformed into a mountain by a supreme Buddha, 5 fingers, suppressed for 500 years, and escaped in a hurry. Now Qin Sheng has the feeling of being suppressed. If the mountain is to be crushed, I will cut it. Qin Sheng snorted coldly. His eyes were full of fierce fighting spirit. His feelings of powerlessness and fear disappeared without trace. Instead, he wanted to try. Isn't it the first storm and thunder? Qin Sheng didn't go through it. Qin Sheng displays the magic formula of Python Dragon's purple electricity. A pair of thin purple electricity wings, like cicada wings, appear behind it. After a few shocks, Qin Sheng rushes to the Wuzishan mountain, which is rolled down by the boom. He stretched out his hand, and a small grass came out, full of vitality. With a horrible sword, he cut the strongest sword towards one of his fingers. Wow! The sword light rose from the sky. The sword grass in Qin Sheng's hand grew like a wild grass. It killed one of its fingers with the horror of killing sword. Poop. When the sword light is less than half an inch, it is like falling into the mire, unable to move. As soon as Qin Sheng was awestruck, the other 4 Daoyuan mountains rolled down. The power of terror made Qin Sheng fly backward. His viscera rolled up, his throat was sweet, and he almost spit out blood. The strength gap is too large, and the sword and grass alone can't shake a warrior who has survived the first storm and thunder. Poof! The fire dragon also rushed to the sky to suppress the 5 fingers, but the woodchopper's blade was bright, but 12 didn't have any blade meaning. To explain the blade meaning, this kind of dead man was completely blown out by using the elixir and the corpse mountain skeleton sea. There was no talent at all. No matter it's sword or sword, it's not a commodity. Not everyone can understand it. Destroying the sky and destroying the earth, the 40-meter-long sword came to fight. It was terrible. Qin Sheng didn't dare to hit it hard, but could only avoid its sharp edge. Qin Sheng killed and threw 2 blue copper balls. In 12 shocked eyes. The bronze lion appears suddenly, covered with numerous runes, and emits very terrifying power. It can become the size of a hill. The bronze talisman imitated the lion dragon. In 9 days and 10 places, there is a kind of wild animal called lion dragon, which can devour everything. It's just a model. Compared with the wild lion dragon, it can't even reach 1/10 of its 10,000, whether it's the reproduction degree of runes or the forged metal. Qin Sheng manipulated the jade talisman, and the ice dragon and fire dragon appeared again, twining around 12, plus 2 bronze talismans who were bloody suppressed. There was no suspense. Poop, 12's head is crushed by a claw of bronze rune. Boom. The ice dragon and fire dragon slowly dissipated, and the horror of the sword disappeared with the death of 12. Wow. Qin Sheng sprang out of the darkness, glanced coldly at the 12 eyes that his head had burst like a watermelon, and still had some disbelief on his face. That's a super strong man who has survived the storm and thunder. Even in several big cities nearby, such a strong man can call the wind and call the rain. Even in a small city like Dian City, it's an absolute master, not one of them. This feeling is too untrue. Qin Sheng has crossed 2 realms. He takes a deep breath. Across the 2 great realms, only the proud son of heaven from the imperial palace of Dian, or even the son of God and daughter of no one in 10,000, can make such an amazing feat. Qin Sheng did it in the unknown hillock of the magic dragon wasteland. If it was passed on, Qin Sheng would be rushed into the holy palace. Although Qin Sheng has long refined the inheritance and memory of the 10,000 robbers, the 10,000 robbers in 9 days and 10 places have long been in the world. What peerless expert hasn't been killed? However, memory is memory, only through real experience can we really feel it. Although he killed the 12 dead men who had passed the first heavy storm and thunder disaster across 2 major boundaries, Qin Sheng was not too proud. He knew that this feat had not come easily. If it wasn't for a level 4 array in advance. If it wasn't for 2 bronze runes. Qin Sheng couldn't be so relaxed. Without even losing a hair, he cut 12. In fact, Qin Sheng realized that the gap between him and those who are strong in life-saving environment, even if the other side is only going through the first storm and thunder. The power gap is too big. Qin Sheng went to collect the firewood cutting knife, twisted the eyebrow of the sword, and shook his head. After all, 12 was just a dead man. Not only was the saber technique of cultivation only the black tide wave folding saber of the ground level, But also the weapon was only the broken 3-pattern rune saber, and the rune had peeled off a large part. After all, a dead man is just a dead man, whose status is even lower than that of a slave. After 10 breaths, Qin Sheng took back his eyes and looked back at Zhujiang, who was dead in the corner. Hey, wake up. Qin Sheng holds a rune brick and taps Shui Hong's head gently. Shui Hong in the coma moved a little, and there was no response. Bang! Hey, wake up again. Qin Sheng added a little more strength. Shui Hong convulsed a few times, but still didn't wake up. Bang! 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 Qin Sheng knocked hard a few more times. It was very powerful. Zui Heng's body was also very strong. His scalp was covered with a layer of blue luster. It was estimated that he had cultivated some secret code of bodybuilding. Shui Hong woke up at last, with his hair covered and bloodstained. He felt like a splitting headache and looked around in a daze. Who hit me on the head? Don't want to live? Shui Hong's furious roar. He is a good-looking young marquis, but he was beaten by others. His memory is a little short. Just like I was knocked out, right? Thinking of this, Shui Hong's embarrassed face showed a cold and murderous feeling and showed its original shape. Don't say in this bird-shit Big Yen city, even in Wangdu, when did he Shui Hong eat such a loss? It is tolerable, which cannot be tolerated. Knock smoky stick knock dizzy to also calculate, wake up also is to use plank brick to crack him? Bang! What responded to Shui Hong was another black pressed brick. Shui Hong is like a bereaved dog being kicked away, dragging a long trace. The power of terror makes his ass seem to be about to ignite. He bumps into the hillock heavily and embeds it fiercely. He can't move. Shui Hong's head is swollen with a big bag at the speed that the naked eye can see. He looks up at the sky, the stars all over the sky, very dazzling. He's going to break down. Why is Qin Sheng so careless? He's just saying a few tough words, so he'll be rewarded with a brick. What is this magic dragon wasteland? As expected, it's a place of barbarians. Even the martial artists from here are so rough. They are bricks. Qin Sheng walked slowly. Although wearing a metal mask, Shui Hong could still see the 2 joking eyes in Qin Sheng's eyes. It's really cool. You don't have a lot of cruel words. Don't you pay much attention to pomp, waste people when you move, and clean up when you move? A brick passed, Shui Hong finally honest a lot. What do you want to do? As expected, Shui Hong, the inescapable one, even dodged Qin Sheng's eyes and dared not look at him. Qin Sheng grinned and asked angrily, what do I want to do? Should I ask you that? In the underground black market, I've let you go once. I sneaked after me when I came out, thinking I didn't know? Tell me, with a dead man who has been through a disaster, do you want to eat black? Qin Sheng is sneering. As soon as Shui Hong heard this, his face suddenly appeared flustered. However, he soon calmed down and tried to squeeze out a smile. But now he is in a mess and has the same appearance as a pig's head. This smile is more ugly than crying. This adult, we just happen to be on the way. I have absolutely no malice to you. Shui Hong will never admit it. How dare he admit it? Especially when he saw the cold corpse of 12 whose head had been trampled, there was a cool in his mind, from the brain to the footboard. The back is also soaked with cold water. Shui Hong has never tried to be so embarrassed in his life. Hearing this, Qin Sheng knocks on the brick in his hand. Shui Hong's pupil shrinks. The brick still shines with the light of rune. What's wrong with this man's brain? Isn't it the genius of swordsmanship? Why do you crack people with bricks? Shui Hong's heart was roaring. He swore that as long as he could leave alive this time, no matter what means he spent, he would also cut off the sword of the changing state in front of him. No, he must beat Qin Sheng alive with bricks. Suddenly, Qin Sheng's eyes were sharp, just like Sword Qi. He was carrying rune bricks and waved them suddenly. Bang! Shui Hong got another brick. He was about to break down. He growled, "Asshole, I didn't talk. Why are you patting me? I know what's on your mind. Do you want to go back and find someone to revenge?" Qin Sheng took a deep look at Shui Hong and said coldly, "How do you?" At the critical moment, Shui Hong shut up. Shui Hong is afraid in his heart. Is this guy still human? The inborn monster ate the elixir, pretended to be human, and practiced in the human world, right? Without hundreds of years of practice, how can we have such rich experience and see through Zhujiang's inner thoughts when talking and laughing? In fact, where is Qin Sheng's inborn demon spirit? He just refined the inheritance and memory of the 10,000 robbers emperor. His eyes can see through everything. No one has seen it. Shui Hong's careful thinking is not difficult to find out. What do you want? Shui Hong recognized the defeat, and there was no idea to resist in his heart, just wanted to spend Yuan Jing to change back his life. Don't you want to know who I am? Qin Sheng suddenly asked, curiously, and then, in Shui Hong's astonished eyes, he lifted the metal mask to show his true face. Shui Hong looks at the real face under the metal mask, which is a little familiar, but the memory is not very deep, as if he had seen it somewhere. However, he is a master at the later stage of Tongshenjing. He can only go through the first storm and thunder. He has a very strong memory and remembers it in a flash. What, it's you? Shui Hong's ferocious and red face showed a touch of shock. At present, he is proficient in the array, and can arrange a 4-level array to ambush them, and he also understands the meaning of the sword. Is it Qin Sheng? In Shui Hong's eyes, Qin Sheng has never been regarded as a small scum of junior college. Although Qin Sheng's talent is very good, he can press Jin Yingquan and others on the ground across a large realm, when this level is incomparable with him. Coupled with the identity and background of Shui Hong, in his eyes, even if Qin Sheng struggled for a lifetime, he could not reach the height when he was born. This is the gap between the two. Even when the magic dragon wasteland recovers and the court tries to come, he doesn't want to waste a minute of time for Qin Sheng's little reptile, who can die at will. Shui Hong never dreamed that the little reptile he had never put in his eyes was this mysterious man. He killed the 12 dead men who had gone through the first heavy storm and thunder robbery, and he had a killing sword that even he would be jealous of. Shui Hong holds his injured thigh hard, and the sharp pain reminds him that this is not a dream or an illusion, which is a real fact. Standing in front of him, holding a bloody rune brick in his hand, was Qin Sheng, who he thought could be kneaded to death with his fingers. Qin Sheng grins, his face is all cheap, and says, "No surprise, no surprise?" Poof. Shui Hong's chest heaved up and down, and then, with a puff, he breathed blood alive and turned pale. "Your name is Qin Sheng, isn't it?" Shui Hong dried the blood on the corners of his mouth, looked up at Qin Sheng, and there was a cold pride and confidence in his brow again. He threatened, "I advise you to let me go, I can let go." Zhujiang's language is plain, but the tone of voice does not hide the threat. "You should know that I come from Wangdu. My father is a prince. He has gone through the 4 thunderstorms. If you are wise, you should let me go, kneel on the ground, kowtow 99 times, and then be my follower for 10 years. I promise to give you at least 1 title in Beichen in 10 years. You should know that although Beichen is only a relatively small subsidiary country, it's very difficult to get a title. If you are a loose cultivator of poor origin and don't follow me, you won't get a title in your life. 12 is strong enough. After a heavy storm and thunder, I can only be a dead man. It's my grace that you can be a follower." Shui Hong said a lot in one breath, with pride of his identity in his words, flying like a dragon and dancing like a phoenix. "Why don't you talk?" Shui Hong frowned, a little unhappy on his face. People are like this, a word cheap, 2 words, cheap. Originally, Qin Sheng was wearing a metal mask, and Shui Hong was respectful and resigned. When Qin Sheng untied the metal mask, Shui Hong began to be cheap. The dog could not change the habit of eating excrement, and began to want to rely on his family background, trying to get Qin Sheng to recognize him. If it's other students from Luoyang College who have changed their mind, they may be so easily frightened. However, Qin Sheng is now standing in front of Shui Hong. Although he was born far behind Shui Hong, Qin Sheng has the inheritance and memory of the Emperor of 10,000 robbers. How could he be so easily frightened? You say something. Hurry up. I have limited patience. Zui Heng's displeasure seemed to return to the state of that day in Luoyang College, and regarded Qin Sheng as the heir. Qin Sheng looks at Shui Hong as if he were an idiot, squints, and then holds the brick in his hand and beats it hard. Bang! This time, Qin Sheng was afraid of his face. Shui Hong's facial features were twisted. The power of terror and the hard and incomparable rune bricks erupted completely. He spit out more than 10 teeth and let the air leak when he spoke. Shui Hong is confused. He is shocked on the face. Is this from a small school crazy? I'm the son of the Marquis who has survived the 4 storms. Isn't it worth mentioning in front of Qin Sheng? What are you staring at? Qin Sheng raised his eyebrows and clapped another brick. Ah, asshole, you're dead. Now you don't even have to do with your followers. You can only do like 12. You'll be called 13 later. Be my dead man. Shui Hong is crazy and swears. Idiot. Qin Sheng sneers, palms spread out, a green and crystal grass is shaking, sending out a very fierce sword. Qin Sheng's hand is a sword. Pooh. In a flash, Shui Hong's eyes, which were set on the hillock, shrank sharply to avoid, but the sword spirit of fierce killing sword was so fast, just like the lightning, it pierced his body with a puff. Shui Hong's Yuanli Sea is also penetrated, and the hot Yuanli dissipates in the world, just like a frustrated ball. You have ruined my ocean of Yuanli. Shui Hong's eyes are full of hatred. Hearing this, Qin Sheng glanced up at Shui Hong, and his eyes flashed a frightening sword, which made him feel like he was in a sea of corpses, and the ice cold penetrated into the killing of spirits. With the passage of time, the sword grass planted by Qin Sheng has penetrated into his 4 limbs, even his eyes can carry the meaning of sword. A sword grass is worth a lot of money. Those who take it often can bring many benefits. Once the cultivation reaches the acme, don't mention the sword meaning in their eyes, they can shoot out sword chi, even a sword light when they open their mouth. Even in 9 days and 10 places, some of the clan's legitimate sons are extremely gifted. Their eyebrows can open their 3rd eyes. The sword light they shoot is shocking. One sword light can destroy the whole Tianyuan continent. That kind of sword cultivation is the most terrible existence. Qin Sheng is far from that realm. What can you do with me? Qin Sheng narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, did you want to give me up that day? No, I was wrong. That day, it should be, you want 12 to strangle me. Qin Sheng recalled the scene in Luoyang College that day. 12 just held out one finger, which was as lofty as the mountain, which made Qin Sheng's heart collapse. Now Shui Hong is in his hands. Is there any revenge? Moreover, Qin Sheng and Shui Hong have already become new enemies and old ones. Qin Sheng sold runes in the underground black market, but he got along with Shujiang. Moreover, they were aggressive and hostile. They were not so simple to Qin Sheng. It's all about greed. Then I want to eat black and get revenge. If Qin Sheng didn't have the memory of the array and arranged the next 4-level array in advance, Qin Sheng would not be much better than Shui Hong. Even worse than Shui. Therefore, Qin Sheng directly abandoned Zui Hang, without a trace of guilt in his heart, all of which was Zui Hang's own fault. If he did not bring a group of followers to eat black, Qin Sheng would not retaliate at all. Zui Hang's death has touched Qin Sheng's scale. How do you want to die? In an instant, Qin Sheng's whole body erupted with a shocking sword meaning, which was a sense of killing. At a glance, Qin Sheng seemed to be honed out of the purgatory, raising his hands and feet, full of killing. Who dare not? Cut is. Zui Hang is weak, shivering and looking at Qin Sheng in fear. There is no arrogance of little Marquis on his face. No, I don't want to die. Zui Hang broke down completely. He begged for mercy and said, Yunlan, I can give it to you. Don't kill me. It's just a woman. He has a lot to go on. There's no need to offend Qin Sheng and lose his life, because of Yunlan. Zui Hang thought Qin Sheng would be afraid of his identity, but now it seems that his high status doesn't work at all. Qin Sheng, a pig and tiger eater, may have come from some ancient villages and come to Dian City, a place where birds don't shit. Thinking of this, Zui Hang can fully understand the facts, and no longer be afraid of any face. It's important to have a small life. Smell words, Qin Sheng frowns, what's in this guy's mind? Although Yunlan's elder sister is better dressed than Snow, her temperament is out of the world. She is also the most beautiful girl in the whole Beichen country, no matter in appearance or figure. Even in the place where there are many stars in the sky, she is also a star-level student. To tell the truth, if Qin Sheng doesn't care about Yunlan, it's absolutely deceitful, but he dares to swear to heaven that he has absolutely no such dirty thought as Zui Hang. Bang! Thinking of this, Qin Sheng can't help but give Zui Hang a brick. Zui Hang coughs up blood, and his teeth are all about to fall out. He starts to cry and asks, what did I say wrong? Zui Hang's words are vague. Qin Sheng's hands are too cruel, and his words leak. He is very funny. What do you Beichen College do in Dianqing? All of a sudden, Qin Sheng's voice turned and he remembered that these people were so high that they didn't enjoy their lives, and came to suffer. Although the magic dragon wasteland has revived, many prohibitions will be lifted and a large number of sites will be spared, it seems that it has nothing to do with their group of people. Zui Hang's strength is not bad, but his followers are not good. What can a group of low-level martial artists in the spirit state do in the magic dragon wasteland? The more Qin Sheng thinks about it, the more suspense he has. Because no one knows that, although the magic dragon wasteland recovers, treasure hunt and risk coexist. It's also the existence of giving away the human head to think of the low-level warriors like King Yingquan. When Zui Hang heard this, he had some hesitation on his face, which was related to a secret. When he said it, he was shocked. Well? Qin Sheng raised the brick in his hand as soon as his sword eyebrow was set. Zui Hang was scared to break down on the spot. When he saw the brick, there was a shadow. He shouted, "Stop shooting. I said it all. Say it without saying it." Hearing this, Qin Sheng nodded with satisfaction. Zui Hang took a deep breath and said, "You should know that the wasteland is recovering?" Qin Sheng's face was cold, and he snapped, "Say the point. Now who doesn't know the recovery of Magic Dragon Wasteland? Isn't this bullshit? Isn't it a deliberate delay? Don't you know why the Dragon Wasteland is reviving?" Zui Hang said in a deep voice. As soon as Qin Sheng heard about it, everyone knew that the Magic Dragon Wasteland was going to recover. He didn't really think about why. Why is the Dragon Wasteland revived? Qin Sheng asked. He was also interested in the question. Zui Hang pretended to be mysterious and said, "You've heard about the War of Annihilation. In that war, it was said that a magic dragon fell down and fell asleep in this land. This is how the Magic Dragon Wasteland came, and the Magic Dragon Wasteland needs to be revived. It is said that the Magic Dragon Hall is revived. Magic Dragon Hall? Qin Sheng is very strange to this force. It's the first time to listen. Yes, the Magic Dragon Hall once dominated half of the Tianyuan continent. Shui Hong said, the Magic Dragon Hall is a magic hall. There are all kinds of cruel means. It's just drizzle to bug people. The vast territory of the Tianyuan continent, even the vast Dian dynasty, is only a remote corner of the Tianyuan continent. The whole Dian dynasty belongs to the 36 dynasties of wasteland, which belong to the whole wasteland. In this wasteland, the 36 dynasties belong to Yulong Mansion, among which there are many. There are 108 houses in the whole Tianyuan continent. That is to say, in the War of Annihilation, the Magic Dragon Hall even led the 54 mansion, hundreds of millions of emperors. Since such a evil palace is going to be born, you should go away with your butts up and down. How can you come here to take risks instead? Shui Hong shook his head and continued, where can I escape? The Yulong Mansion is so vast, and it has to escape from the 53 mansion, which is difficult for even the most powerful people in the Shenfu realm. According to my father's information, it's going to be windy in Tianyuan. The time is coming. It's better to come and have a chance than to die. Said Shui Hong. Moreover, I've heard that in this trial, even people from the holy courtyard will come here. If they perform well, they may be accepted as core disciples. With Shui Hong's current talent, he can only be an ordinary inner court disciple in the holy shrine of Kowloon. If he wants to be a core disciple, it is absolutely impossible. Once he became a core disciple, his position was far beyond that of the so-called inner courtyard disciple, and the resources and training he received were far beyond everyone's expectation. In addition, now the wind is about to rise and the storm is coming. It's the time to employ people. If you can become a core disciple, you will definitely get more resources than in previous years. Hearing this, Qin Sheng's face quickly regained its composure. He knew that the Magic Dragon Palace, which had been dormant for thousands of years, would take advantage of this wasteland recovery and make a comeback. The wind will rise, and the Magic Dragon Wasteland is destined to roll up a bloody storm that has never been seen before. Crisis and opportunity coexist. Qin Sheng's eyes are sharp, not showing half of the retreat, but some expectations. If it is in accordance with the order, Qin Sheng is admitted to one of the 9 dragon holy houses of Dian Emperor, and then he will be promoted from the ordinary disciples in the outer court to the disciples in the inner court, even the core disciples, and finally he will become the Son of God. Even though Qin Sheng has the inheritance and memory of the Emperor, and has many means to make a great achievement in one of the 9 dragon holy houses of the Dian Emperor, his practice is not a rocket, but it can soar to the sky. On the contrary, the cultivation needs to lay a solid foundation, otherwise it is to promote the growth of the young. The foundation is not solid, but the future achievements are limited. It's impossible to be the Son of God without enough amazement. Only when he became the Son of God can Qin Sheng be sure to save his father from the prison of Dian Emperor. Qin Sheng's eyes twinkled with firmness, like meteorite iron. This recovery of the wasteland, this hospital trial, is definitely his stepping stone. He must perform well and strive to become a core disciple. If he can become a core disciple, Qin Sheng's time to save his father will be greatly reduced. Shui Hong bowed his head and crawled. He was seriously injured. The 4-level array and the ice-fire Liangyi array were really terrible. Most of the runes on his body had been burned off, which could be regarded as completely discarded, and even had no value of recycling. Qin Sheng, your and my grudges are not dead grudges. They are not immortal. All of a sudden, Shui Hong raised his head and said with trepidation, I admit that this time I put it on the steel plate. My fault is first, and I am willing to make compensation. Shui Hong's posture is very low. After being abandoned, he has lost the peerless spirit of the little marquis just now. He just wants to live. As long as you keep your life, everything is easy to say. The sea of Yuanli is broken up and reunited. After hurting the foundation, his father has enough strength to go to the Dian dynasty to seek a nirvana pill, to rebirth nirvana, to reshape the body, and even the foundation will be stronger than before. Even if nirvana has no market, it is not too difficult for Zhuhehu, who has passed the 4 times of Tianlai robbery. However, the premise of all this is to leave alive. Qin Sheng looked up at Zhuiheng, his eyes were very deep, and said, "Is that right?" As soon as Zhuiheng listened to Qin Sheng's tone, it seemed that there was a play. Maybe he could pay Yuan Jing for his life. Of course, I would like to compensate some Yuan Jing. Well, is 10 million yuan enough? Zhuiheng's mouth is 10 million yuan. Even a strong person who can get through a disaster can hardly directly take out 10 million yuan jing. Zhuiheng is really rich. He thinks his life is very important. The price is 10 million yuan jing. That's 1,000 yuan stone. But Qin Sheng didn't make a sound. Froth a frown in his heart, and secretly said, "Is this Wudlao still rare? If you are too few, I can produce 30 million yuan." Qin Sheng is still silent. 60 million yuan crystal. Zhuiheng clenched his teeth. Qin Sheng looks indifferent. 100 million yuan crystal is the limit. Don't be greedy. Zhuiheng roars loudly. Don't worry about your immediate interests. All the industries in the underground black market belong to my family. If you like, I can cooperate with you and share your share. Zhuiheng's voice is full of demagogues. Now the magic dragon wasteland recovers and can make a lot of money. You are so talented and can make a lot of money together? Qin Sheng sneers and shakes his head. He says coldly, "I want your life." As soon as the voice fell, the sword grass on Qin Sheng's palm was buzzing with dazzling sword light. The fierce, hurricane-like sword chi was spewing out of his palm and condensed into a huge war sword. He immediately cut it down. Zhuiheng's face was dull. He didn't expect that his promise had no attraction to Qin Sheng. 100 million yuan crystal. There are also opportunities for cooperation in the underground black market. This is just a Yuanjing mountain in front of Qin Sheng. He is not moved at all. He just wants to kill himself? Zhuiheng's face was full of unhappiness. Then when he saw that the sword light with the meaning of killing and destruction was like a galaxy, when his head fell, he knew that he would die today. Even if it's dead, I'll take you on the road. Zhuiheng's eyes are full of resentment. His right hand does not know when to hold an amethyst mine. He wants to detonate this amethyst mine and pull Qin Sheng to the back. Just at this time, under Qin Sheng's backbone, the Xingjie Yuan Mai, which was dormant in the deepest place, was activated instantly, and the same breath of terror broke out in an instant, enveloping the Zhui voyage that was going to pull Qin Sheng to the end. Air. Zhuiheng feels that his whole body is shrouded in a strange force, which makes it hard to move in an instant. He can't even move a finger. Yuanli wants the water drop to meet the icy cold current and condense into ice. He can't even mobilize a ray of Yuanli. Pooh. When the sword light came down, Zhuiheng's body erupted a lot of rune light. Only a little bit of resistance, it was divided into 2 parts by the horrible sword light. Zhuiheng, die. Zhuiheng's head rolled to the ground. He couldn't close his eyes when he died. The pupil that gradually lost its light was full of shock color. He didn't understand when he died. What is the holy place of Qin Sheng? Activate the Yuan Mai and imprison itself directly, so that it has no resistance. It seems to be the power of Yuan Mai, but Tianjie Yuan Mai has no such effect. What level of Yuan Mai is it? Before Zhuiheng could understand, his eyes lost their luster, and those who died could not die again. After 10 breaths, the fierce sword spirit around finally disappeared. Qin Sheng approached Shui Hong's body and picked up a purple crystal thunder. Zijingliai has not been activated. It is crystal clear and full of enchanting light. Only in the most prominent place, it interweaves 3 runes. It turned out to be a purple crystal thunder with 3 stripes. Qin Sheng was still frightened. 3-pattern amethyst thunder, that is, the strong connected with a disaster will be seriously injured. If Shui Hong just detonated this 3-pattern amethyst thunder, Qin Sheng will take off a layer of skin even if he is not dead. Fortunately, it didn't detonate. Qin Sheng said with a faint smile, and then put this purple crystal thunder with 3 stripes into the ring. With this 3-grain amethyst thunder, Qin Shengru is facing the strong in the life-saving environment, and has another card. Look, what's in this little lord's ring? Qin Sheng snatches Shui Hong's body from the ring. Refining. Qin Sheng drops his blood to recognize the lord, and then the power of the spirit quickly explores what treasures are in Shui Hong's receiving ring. His favorite time is to clean up the fruits of the war and explore the moment of receiving the precepts. This moment is exciting in parallel. Why are you so poor? Qin Sheng's spirit power swept through the Neji, and found that there were only 23 million yuan crystals in the Neji, several bottles of elixir under 3 grades, and then there was not a decent talisman, there was a 4-pattern talisman sword. However, the rune has been stripped in half. If you want to use it, you must overhaul it. Besides, there is no treasure. This little marquis is also a fake. Qin Sheng kicked Shui Hong's corpse angrily. Little marquis, how much wealth is it to survive the 4 storms and thunder to rob the legitimate son of the strong man? In fact, Qin Sheng overestimated Shui Hong. Although Shui Hong is a little marquis, he is still just a student of Beichin College. He has not yet made his debut. He certainly has far less yuan jing than a eunuch like in Ruhai. Moreover, Shui Hong has millions of yuan jing, which can rival those palace guards. For a student, he has become a huge fortune. It's just that Qin Sheng didn't think so much about it. When he thought about it, he saw a fiery dragon burning beside Shui Hong's body and put it on Shui Hong's body. After the fire, the body was burned to ashes. Shui Hong, the immortal little marquis, disappeared on the Tianyuan continent forever. Back to town. After a breath, Qin Sheng raised his hand, hiding 9 ancient flags all over the hill. Finally, the shiny rune was recovered. Level 4 array, Ice Fire Liangyi array was finally removed. There is a large and lofty palace here, just a couple of palaces, which is larger than the whole area of Dian City. There are a group of royal families living in Beichin, and even some powerful princes live in this large palace. In one of the palaces, there is a large schoolyard. At a glance, the vast crowd is all wearing dark red system armor and carrying the system's talisman. It's powerful and emits a fierce air. This is the famous Black Tiger Army of Beichin. There are a total of 1,000 people in the Black Tiger Army, all of them are elite. They can enter the Black Tiger Army with the lowest strength. Sometimes, because of the sacrifice, to supplement the Black Tiger Army, it is necessary for those who have melted the soul of war to join. A whole 1,000 people, followed by the martial arts of Tonghunjing. In Dian City, a person who can communicate with the soul has been able to become a deacon in a small family, which is looked up by the whole family. The Black Tiger Army in Wangdu just barely reached the threshold of entry. In the front line of the Black Tiger Army, this one stands in black armor with a huge black tiger head in the middle of his chest. This man, with lightning shining between his eyebrows and a big body, is carrying this black tomahawk. His whole body exudes a sense of terror, which can even compete with the thousands of black tigers in front of him. One person against 1,000 through the soul of the Black Tiger Army. You can imagine the strength of this big middle-aged people, how unfathomable. Newspaper. Suddenly, an old figure came flying in a hurry. Well, who asked you to fly in the schoolyard? The middle-aged burly warrior in tiger armor glanced at the old man who was flying in the sky. Boom! The old man seemed to feel like a thunderclap. A thunder fell on him, powerless fell on the hard ground. It's just a roar, a look in the eyes. The old man in the later stage of the cultivation of the heaven realm fell like an eagle, struck by lightning. The old man looked up at Shuaihu, the prince who had gone through the 4 storms. Even in the Bachin kingdom, the martial artists who pass the 4 robberies are the strongest group. Although the fall was not light, there was no dissatisfaction on the old man's face. He even crawled and rolled to this Shuaihu who had gone through the 4 heavy thunderstorms. Shuaihu has a strong face and powerful limbs. He looks down at the old man, coldly. The old man feels like he's falling into the ice cellar and his Yuanli is about to solidify. "Ho Marquis, the matter is not good." The old man said this, and then he felt that he had exhausted all his strength. The Marquis who has been through the 4 robberies is really terrible. His words and deeds make the old man under great pressure. He crawls on the cold ground, his chest is like being suppressed by a huge stone. He is a warrior in the later stage of Tongshenjing. This kind of strength can be a centurion even in the Black Tiger army. Hearing this, Shuaihu's eyes are more fierce, just like a big inborn demon, silver moon and white tiger. His eyes are frightening. He opens his mouth, his voice is like the roar of the big demon in the depth of the demon-dragon wasteland, and his ears are tingling. "No matter what, you can't break the rules of the schoolyard. You know that you have broken the rules of the army. You will go to the punishment department and get punished later." Shuaihu is very strict. This is the rule of his army. Pay attention to reward and punishment. As soon as the old man heard this, his face turned gray. When he flew in the air on the campus, he would not be punished lightly for violating the military rules. Even if he did not die, he would be half dead. "Marquis, the little Marquis' soul has exploded," the old man said as soon as he clenched his teeth. Shua Black Tiger step out, just like a tiger leaping long men, immediately came to the body of the old man, put out one hand, seized the old man's collar. A pair of tiger eyes will emit substantive light. "You said the soul crystal of the first flight exploded?" Shuaihu's resolute face showed an unbelievable color. The so-called soul crystal is to separate a ray of power from the soul crystal. If the soul crystal explodes, it will prove that the owner of the soul crystal has fallen. "Who can kill me?" Shuaihu is roaring, just like thunder and rage. The nearest old man is shocked by the terrible power, and his bones are broken. "How can I die young when I have 12 who have gone through a heavy thunderstorm by my side?" Shuaihu threw the dying old man aside. The old man was so angry that he said at a loss, "Marquis, I don't know. As soon as I see the soul crystal of the little Marquis exploding, I'll come and report it." The old man feels very wronged. "It's not that I killed your son. How can I vent my anger on me?" But in this way, the old man is absolutely afraid to say. Shuaihu is upright in his heart. If he touches his eyebrow at this time, he will definitely die. Shuaihu's eyes are changing, and his whole body is shining with lightning. It's terrible. "Where is the Black Tiger Guard?" Shuaihu roared to the sky. Not long after, 11 cold-faced warriors in the same armor appeared in front of him. These 11 are all powerful people in the sky. The Black Tiger Guards are ordered to go to the demon-dragon wasteland immediately. "Who dares to kill my son? I want to kill the whole family." Qin Sheng did not know that a terrible storm was coming on him. The initiator of that storm was Shui Hong's father, Shuaihu, who had survived the 4 thunderstorms. Shuaihu is going to Dian City with 11 Black Tiger Guards who have all passed through the storm. This storm will definitely bring a bloody storm to Dian City. However, even if Qin Sheng is allowed to choose again, he will not hesitate to make a great progress. How could Qin Sheng believe that Shui Hong would not retaliate after he left? It's better to kill Zhujiang first. As for Qin Sheng's actions, which will cause a series of terrorist storms, Qin Sheng doesn't care. The soldiers came to cover the water. Qin Sheng waited for the revenge of the prince. Boom. The purple electric wings, as thin as cicada's wings, vibrated wildly, and Fengqi electric wings appeared in the palace, beside the medicine field of the Qin family. This time back to the city, no more waves, very smooth. Shwa. Purple lightning flashed, Qin Sheng directly broke the array. This is a second-level magic array arranged before Qin Sheng. Once the martial artists who pass through the spirit territory break into it, they will be lost. If they don't break through the array in a day, they can't escape. As soon as Qin Sheng entered his training room, his sword eyebrows were frozen, and his eyes were beating with the fire. Well? Someone's been here? Qin Sheng felt cold in his heart and felt that someone had intruded into the second-level magic array. Although the trace was very light, Qin Sheng was so keen that he could easily find the trace. At this time, a cold breath enveloped itself. Qin Sheng looked back and found that a black figure had come down from his fuyu bed, stretched out and showed a very attractive curve. It was Xiao Bingning who broke in here. Xiao Bingning's cold face slightly coagulated, and Qin Sheng looked white. He asked in his tone, "Why don't you reply?" Obviously, it was President Yunlin who told Xiao Bingning Qin Sheng's message board. Qin Sheng is stunned. These days, his nerves are tense. The message board has been thrown into the ring. Where can I see the message of the message board? I went to the Magic Dragon Wasteland. I almost left my life there. I can't read the message of the bulletin board at any time. Qin Sheng didn't respond well. Xiao Bingning heard that there was a little more worry on her pretty face and said, "The recovery of the Magic Dragon Wasteland is a mixed and deep water. What are you going to do for the fun?" It's worthy of saying that the great family who controlled Hufu by Dian Emperor knows a lot about the recovery of the Magic Dragon Wasteland. I found the ruins of the imperial dynasty. As soon as Qin Sheng's voice fell, it was like a stone breaking the sky. He has a good relationship with Xiao Bingning. Besides, Xiao Bingning depends on him to release the seal and expel the three-eyed ice toad in his body. It's nothing to tell her. Dali Dynasty, did you find the ruins of the previous dynasty? Xiao Bingning's eyes are full of amazement. The power of the former dynasty is much more powerful than that of today's Dian dynasty. If it wasn't for the War of Annihilation 10,000 years ago, it would not have broken apart. I see the breath on you is fierce again, and it also has some sword breath. Xiao Bingning looks at Qin Sheng like a pair of phoenix eyes, and says quietly. Hearing this, Qin Sheng shook his head, and in his mind flashed the horrible mountain-guarding beast, Black Jiaolong, on the ruins of Dali Dynasty. That terrible blood plate big mouth, a pass through the triple storm and thunder of an Ruhai abandoned, from the past 3 robberies, fall to the sky. I didn't even break into the gate of the imperial ruins, so I almost died. Qin Sheng said with a wry smile. Xiao Bingning's icy face even showed a smile and said, "Before you die, first exchange your promise. Now that you have reached the state of soul communication, can you help me remove the seal in the Dantian?" Xiao Bingning asked. In the past 20 years, Xiao Bingning's seal inside her body has brought her endless suffering, although after Qin Sheng strengthened the seal, life has been very stable. However, who knows that there is a big 5-level demon in his body, and he is also a toad, and his scalp is numb. I wish I had already pulled out this disgusting ice toad with 3 eyes. Lift up your clothes first, and I'll see about the seals. Qin Sheng's eyes wandered on Xiao Bingning's body and fell on her smooth abdomen. Xiao Bingning listens and stares at Qin Sheng. She knows the process she has to go through. However, there are still 2 strokes of blush on her face. Her heart is beating like a lost deer. Xiao Bingning returns to Fuyu's bed again. She lifts up her black upper dress, revealing her flat abdomen, which is crystal clear and red and white. Qin Sheng took a breath of cool air, and then, under Xiaobingning's warning, checked the seal honestly. The seal is still secure for the time being. After a while, Qin Sheng took back his eyes and said honestly, my soul realm is still an earth soul. It's not realistic to remove the seal without any risk at all. You'd better wait. As long as my soul state is upgraded to heaven soul, I promise I won't hurt your origin. Qin Sheng said lightly. Smell speech, Summer Bingning a Zheng, she some hesitated. I don't think it will take me a long time to improve my soul power to heavenly soul. Qin Sheng said with a faint smile, in this period of time, you can make use of the icy force emitted by the ice toad with 3 eyes, refine your body, and even survive a thunderstorm. Xiaobingning thought for a moment and finally agreed with Qin Sheng's suggestion. Young patriarch, are you back? At this time, there was a lot of noise outside the palace, shouted an old man. The second-level magic array does not affect the sound transmission. Come in. Qin Sheng is holding the jade talisman. The fog of the magic array is scattered. When an old man came in, his old face changed dramatically. Yuanli was vigorous, his face was ruddy, and there were some signs of breakthrough. This clan old man has stayed in Tonghun State for many years, but he didn't expect that after staying in this medicine field for a period of time, he broke the ice. Air. When the clan elder saw Xiaobingning, his face was a little delicate. However, the young clan leader was extremely talented, and there was a beautiful girl in the palace. What's the matter? Qin Sheng asked directly. The old clan official said, young clan leader, the first batch of spiritual medicine has matured. I don't know if it is directly sent to Lingyun Hall as usual. Lingyantang, the biggest druggist in Dian City, has opened branches in many cities, which is very powerful, far above the Zhao family. Lingyantang can be said to have monopolized the market of Lingkai and Danyao in Diancheng. Almost all families will sell Lingyantang the holy materials from the medicine field. When Qin Sheng hesitates, because simply selling spiritual materials can't maximize the profits of the drug field, and it's still under monopoly. Lingyantang will certainly suppress the price at a stage. Go and have a look. The level of the medicine field has been improved so much, and the quality of the holy material should also be improved a lot. Qin Sheng asked with a smile. The old man nodded, with a smile on his face, just like a chicken cutting rice, and said, although we only cultivate a holy material, but the yield is very high, and the quality is much higher than the previous holy material. If Lingyun Hall receives the spirit materials of our family, refine the spirit liquid, and even a pill, the rate of pill formation will be improved a lot. He was in charge of the management of the medicine field 10 years ago. Although he had no talent for alchemy, he was only an 8-star alchemist, but his vision was still trustworthy. Since Qin Sheng killed the black locust last time, his medicine field has been upgraded from the 2nd level to the 3rd level. The medicine field belonging to Zhao family has been upgraded from the 3rd level to the 4th level. How can the quality of the first-class Lingkai cultivated in the 3rd or even 4th-class medicine field be not high? And the cultivation time has also been reduced several times. The clan old man turns his hand and takes out some spiritual materials from the receiving ring. The spirit material is like straw, only the size of the arm, emitting golden light, glittering, and covered with crystal like gold particles. This is a kind of spirit material, Huang Yanjing. It is the main medicine spirit material used to refine a kind of pill, Xingji pill. Qin Sheng's eyes fell on Huang Yan's essence, and he felt his full yuan power, which he was very satisfied with. Okay, take them all. If the price is right, we can cooperate for a long time. Qin Sheng nodded and made up his mind. If the price is right, Qin Sheng doesn't mind long-term cooperation with Lingyun Tang. After all, if he used it to refine pills, it would take energy, and it's just a holy material. As long as there are 3 or even 4 kinds of holy materials, it is worth Qin Sheng's energy to refine them. The most important thing is that Qin Sheng's eyes did not stay in this small border city, and he would soon leave Dian City for the more vast Dian dynasty. Okay, young patriarch, I'm going to prepare now. The old man nodded respectfully. Soon, the old and the young of several families are ready to leave for Lingyun Hall. Qin Sheng is swarmed in the middle like the stars and the moon. Xiao Bingning steps out of the lotus steps and rolls up a fragrant wind. He even follows Qin Sheng. You're going too? Qin Sheng asked unexpectedly. Xiao Bingning, a unique talent with extraordinary temperament, is even interested in the other market? This is not quite in line with the noble and cool style of the grand family. Xiao Bingning looks up and stares at Qin Sheng. What's the problem, he says. With the sound of the delicate body sending out a very fierce wave of yuan force, Qin Sheng was shrouded in 6 moments. This summer Bingning has made progress again. It's like the situation is breaking. There are some clouds in the eyebrows that seem to be ready to move. It's a sign of impending robbery. Qin Sheng's speed to improve his strength is like that of a rocket, but Xiao Bingning's speed is no less than Qin Sheng's. How dare you? Qin Sheng shrugged, obviously feeling the frightful cold breath. Lingyantang, located in the core of Dian City, is next to Zhaojiao City. Not long ago, Qin Sheng and Xiao Bingning came to Lingyun Hall under the leadership of the elders. This place is not the first time Qin Sheng has been here. He has been here several times before. Speaking of Lingyun Hall, according to Qin Sheng's memory, that is, 10 years later, his father Qin Zhongtian was imprisoned before he suddenly emerged. Lingyun Hall has built a palace directly. It's very imposing. On the surface, there are 2 martial artists who pass through the soul. They have sharp eyes. Many passing martial artists dare not look at it. The clan elders have been here many times. They come to the shopkeeper to show their intention, and they will be received soon. Xiao Goddess, you can wait for me here. It's not good to go to make spiritual materials. Qin Sheng explained that he would leave with the clan elders. Xiao Bingning looks at Qin Sheng's disappearing figure, which makes many martial artists stunned to the point of suffocating their faces and stamping their feet. This fool. I'm hanging out here. Xiao Bingning is very shy and angry. Her face is very hot. She is the daughter of Tian's Hegio, from the big family of Dian Emperor. She was so hung here by Qin Sheng. What kind of storm would it be if it was passed back to Dian Emperor? Soon, Qin Sheng and the old 2 came to a trading room under the guidance of the reception. In the trading room, there is already a deacon waiting. The deacon of Lingyun Hall is dressed in a luxurious black robe, inlaid with gold wire, with a nostril facing the sky. He is very arrogant, and his eyes seem to grow on his forehead. He looks up at Qin Sheng and his 2 people and takes back his eyes. Seeing this, Qin Sheng's face sank slightly. The people of Lingyun Hall are really arrogant. They are just deacons who can communicate with the spirit state. Although their strength has reached the later stage of communicating with the spirit state, it's only a matter of time before they can reach the estimation of the spirit state. But there's no need to play like that, right? The age of the old is bigger than that of Qin Sheng. Moreover, Lingyantang really monopolized the market of Lingkai and the supply of Danyao. Therefore, no one dares to offend Lingyun Hall. Knowing that the price of the spiritual materials sold is not high, they can only suppress their anger and sell them. There is no other reason. No matter the Zhao family, the Qin family, or even the Han family, they all need pills very much. The most important way of cultivation is the pill. In addition to speeding up cultivation, pill can also change life against the sky. Like the last time Qin Sheng shared half of the looting cloud because of the storm and thunder of the old Ding Yunyu, it was already a dying gesture, because Xia Bingning through a nirvana pill, revived the dead and revived the nirvana. This is the terrible side of pills. It's not polite to say that elixir is the most important dependence of a warrior. There is no one. Ha ha, Lord Ling, I haven't seen you for a while. Your accomplishments are quite advanced. We really can't catch up with you. The clan elders are also old-fashioned. Originally, there was some awkward atmosphere, which was immediately broken in the hearty laughter of the clan elders. Handout does not hit smiling face person. That cold arrogant Ling deacon also is not good to continue to put on airs. Light ask, you are come to hand in spirit material? Take it out. Good. The clan old smile way, then some hand, take out hundreds of Huang Yan Jing. This is just a sample. Qin's field harvest is very good. In less than half a month, there have been thousands of Huang Yan Jing. The whole dark trading room is glittering and dazzling. Deacon Ling's face also flashed a flash of surprise, grabbing a plant of Huang Yan Jing, feeling its full fruit and super high quality. Is this still a piece of holy material? Even the second-class spirit material does not have this quality. Seeing that Deacon Ling's face changed, the clan elder was also very proud. He spent a lot of energy on this batch of spiritual materials. This Huang Yan Jing is not bad. Deacon Ling said coldly that there was no mood fluctuation in his words. Recently, the Lingkai of Dian City has received a good harvest in Chengdu. Although the quality of your Qin's Huang Yan boutique is good, the price should be adjusted and reduced. Deacon Ling's eyebrows flashed a light color, and said lightly. Hearing this, the old man's heart was heavy and his brow was heavy. The quality of smart materials has been improved, and even if the price does not rise, the price should be lowered? Is this a joke? Qin Sheng's eyebrows slightly coagulated, and his face was a little unhappy. Ling Yunhao was really the only one, and the price was lowered. Deacon Nailing also seemed to notice the displeasure on Qin Sheng's and the old people's faces. He said indifferently, you should also know that the magic dragon wasteland has revived. A large area of holy material like this has been found, and the effect of wild medicine is better than that of your special cultivation and refining of medicine. I think you know that very well. Deacon Ling stood up with his hands down. His brows were cold and arrogant. He didn't pay attention to Qin Sheng and his wife at all. When the clan elder heard this, his face turned ugly. He looked back at Qin Sheng. Although Qin Sheng is not the patriarch at present, in the eyes of the patriarch, his discourse power is even greater than that of Qin Tao, the patriarch today. Across the two realms, he killed Qin Yuan and managed the black locust, a pest that even Shen Danzong had a headache. Qin Sheng's grandfather couldn't do such a feat. How much do you want to reduce? Qin Sheng's voice sounded. After hearing this, Deacon Ling's eyes were a little shocked. After talking for so long, the speaker was not the old man in front of him, but Qin Sheng, a young man who seemed to have just grown up. He glanced at Qin Sheng indifferently, and felt a light wave of yuan power from Qin Sheng. At such a young age, he was in the same realm with him, and there was a strong color of jealousy in his eyes. Down 20%, Deacon Ling said coldly. So many? The clan old man is surprised. The Qin family's profit will be greatly reduced by 20% at a time. Apart from the cost, there will be at most 10% of yuan jing that can be earned. Deacon Ling sneered and said, this is a decision made by the senior management. Do you sell or not? We sell it. Qin Sheng's voice sounded again. When Yan said that the old people were in a hurry, and 20% of the prices were sold. Qin's family didn't have much profit at all. Qin Sheng didn't think so. Now that the wasteland is recovering, many spiritual materials will be sprayed out. The effect of medicine field is not as great as before. Deacon Ling was very proud. I heard that a genius had recently appeared in the Qin family. This is the so-called genius. Mao is impetuous. I'm sorry, just got a high-level subpoena, Huang Yanjing's price cut by 50%. Said Deacon Ling. Voice of place, Clan Old and Qin Sheng all stayed. Just said that it will be cut by 20%, and now it will be cut by 30%? This is a lost business. Qin Sheng stood up, his whole body was full of fierce breath, his mouth was slightly pulled up in a meaningful arc, and he said, the price of Lingyun Hall is more abnormal than that of the weather. Is it not to pay attention to our Qin family, or is it a big shop bully? With Qin Sheng's voice just falling, the atmosphere in the trading room suddenly solidified. Deacon Ling was a little surprised. Absolutely, Qin Sheng was quite a bully. He just pressed the price and even gave Ling Yantang such a big hat. If it was passed on, it would have a lot of influence on Ling Yantang's reputation. Thinking of this, Deacon Ling's face is a little gloomy, and the breath of the peak of Tonghun State bursts out without hesitation. He is worthy of being the deacon of Ling Yantang. His yuanli is stronger than those of the small families in Dian City. Young people, spiritual materials can be eaten at will, and words cannot be said at will. Deacon Ling's eyes were frightening and his face was full of sarcasm. You don't look down on yourself too much. It's all the decision of the senior level. It has nothing to do with your Qin family. Deacon Ling said nothing. He clearly wanted to pay for the difference, cut 30% of the profits at once, and occupy the moral commanding height. Hearing this, Qin Sheng shrugged, as if he didn't put it in his eyes, and said, it doesn't matter. Clan Old, take back Huang Yanjing, let's go. As soon as Deacon Ling heard that Qin Sheng was going to leave, his face suddenly changed a little. He said, young man, don't be impulsive. You don't sell these Huang Yanjing to Ling Yantang. Do you rot in your own medicine field? The old man is also very embarrassed. He has cultivated a lot of holy materials. Now he can barely recover the cost of selling them to Lingyun Hall. If he doesn't sell them directly, the offending Lingyun Hall may even kill the Qin family directly, and won't sell pills to the Qin family in the future. This attack on the Qin family is absolutely unprecedented. In particular, now the Magic Dragon Wasteland is reviving. Maybe, there will be a riot of beasts in the future. That's very expensive. Deacon Ling was defeated. This kind of bargaining and profiteering was not the first time for him to do it. He was very skilled. He knew the advantages of Lingyun Hall and the weakness of such a small family as the Qin family. Don't sell smart materials? Dare you? Go back and kill you. Deacon Ling is confident. Although the faces of the old people and Qin Sheng seem angry, they will be soft after all. In fact, Lingyun Hall has not reduced the price of holy materials at all, especially the high quality of Huang Yan's boutique products of Qin family, which can even compare with those of wild Huang Yan in the wasteland. Although the quality of wild Huangjianjing is higher and the success rate of its application in alchemy is higher, the Magic Dragon Wasteland is not the wasteland of that year, which is rare even for powerful beasts. Now, the danger of the Magic Dragon Wasteland has risen a lot, and there have been several large-scale animal tides. Although the wild Huang Yanjing is good, it's very dangerous to collect. If you are unlucky and encounter a small wave of animals, you will burp your fart. Young patriarch, let's sell, this time. Lingyun Hall is not easy to provoke. If we get annoyed and turn around to kill our Qin family, it's not worth it. The old man of the clan sent a message to Qin Sheng and analyzed the advantages and disadvantages for him. Qin Sheng's cold face became more and more intense. He squinted, looked at Deacon Ling deeply, and sneered, am I not selling it? You Lingyun Hall will kill our Qin family? As soon as the voice fell, the old man's face went wild. Bad. How can this be said in public? Just think about it in your heart. Speaking it out is equivalent to tearing your face and fighting with Ling Yantang. There is absolutely no good fruit to eat. Bang! The Deacon Ling slapped the table, and the breath of the peak of Tonghunjing burst out in an instant. He stared at Qin Sheng like a monster, and said, "You can buy it if you like, or you can't sell it, or you can't force it. Don't buckle the Ling Yunhal hat." Qin Sheng felt the so-called pressure of Deacon Ling's soul state peak. There was really no pressure on his shoulder. These days, Qin Sheng is facing some strong people who cross one or even two big realms. The weakest one is Qin Yuan in the early stage of Tong Tian. Qin Sheng was able to suppress even the 12 who survived the storm and thunder. How could he put Deacon Ling like a clown in the eye? "Okay, let's go." Qin Sheng's face was not a bit flustered. He was calm and calm. It seemed that he didn't take Deacon Ling as a clown in his eyes. After greeting, he let the old people leave. The clan old one listens, can only sigh, takes back Huang Yanjing, follows Qin Sheng to leave. It's easy to leave, no delivery. Deacon Ling's face was full of ridicule, and his brow was so gloomy that he could drip water. He didn't expect Qin Sheng to be so bloody and fearless of Ling Yunhal's killing. Qin family, right? After Qin Zhongtian disappeared, do you want to go dancing? Deacon Ling looked at Qin Sheng's disappearing figure, his eyes were changing, and his mind quickly came up with many ideas about how to kill Qin family. Just after leaving the trading room, the clan elder couldn't help sighing and said, "Little clan leader, it's not wise for us to have a bad relationship with Ling Yantang today. Maybe we should be banned." Hearing this, Qin Sheng stopped, looked back at the old man and said with a smile, "Old man, do you think I promised to reduce the price by 50%, Ling Yunhal will not kill us? It's just an excuse. Their goal is our medicine field. A 4-level medicine field. Even Ling Yunhal is full of excitement. Although there are many spiritual materials in the wild, who dares to collect them?" The old man was speechless. He walked in Dian City for so many years and was promoted by Qin. He could figure out the reason. The spiritual materials we cultivate are not sold to Ling Yantang. Are we really allowed to leave them in the medicine field? And what if Ling Yunhal kills our Qin family? The clan elders put forward a series of problems. Ling Yantang is such a huge thing. Dianqing is only one of their branches. Even the Zhao family dare not provoke. Therefore, it's really a very easy thing for Ling Yunhal to kill the Qin family. If Ling Yunhal doesn't accept it, we will make our own pills. Qin Sheng said with a smile. Self-alchemy? The clan is old and ignorant. It's very difficult to make alchemy, and the alchemists are not so easy to recruit. Even the lowest level alchemists have to pay a huge price to recruit. The Qin family once had an alchemist, but since Qin Zhongtian disappeared, the Qin family can no longer support an alchemist. Well, let's go, kill me? Qin Sheng's eyebrows were full of sneers. It's not certain who will kill him. If it wasn't for the big bully in Ling Yunhal, Qin Sheng really didn't want to spend energy to refine the pills. After all, what they produced was only some low-level spiritual materials below the 3rd grade. The pills they refined didn't have much effect on Qin Sheng's strength. Only the pills with 3 or more products, or even 4 or 5 products, had a great effect on Qin Sheng. Is the alchemy finally coming? Qin Sheng's face wants to try. In the trading hall of Ling Yunhal, Summer Bingning is like a black lotus with noble temperament. It is cold and noble, which makes people dare not approach. Soon there was a surge in the crowd. A passage was revealed. A young man in silver and bright armor, covered with reproductive runes, walked into the trading hall. He had a sword eyebrow and a look of self-confidence appeared between his eyebrows, just like a star in the sky, surrounded by a bunch of small stars. Ling Xiao is here. Ling Xiao's accomplishments have been improved a lot, and he has reached the state of Tong Tian. Tongshenjing. It seems that Ling Xiao has just reached Tongshenjing in his early 20s. We're in our early 40s, and we haven't even touched the threshold to connect with heaven. There is no comparison. Ling Xiao is the core disciple of Ling Yunhao. He has been cultivating many pills since he was a child. Ling Dong comes to enjoy the look of many martial artists. His whole body radiates a very fierce atmosphere, intentionally or unintentionally. Although it's only the early stage of Tongshenjing, its fierce atmosphere is even better than that of Qin Yuan's promotion to Tongshenjing for several years. This is the talent of the core disciples of Ling Yunhao, far superior to the scum of Qin Yuan. When Ling Dong stepped into the trading hall, he was attracted by a woman of extraordinary temperament. Who is this woman? Ling Donglai couldn't help but look at it more, and then came down to Xia Bingning in front of the public. Xia Bingning is so out of the world, especially her temperament. Even though Ling Donglai has met many excellent women in Lingyun College, she is different from the black skirt woman in front of her. I must have her. Ling Donglai is the core disciple of Lingyun Hall and the top 10 genius of Lingyun College. What woman hasn't won it? Think of here, Ling Dong comes double pupil, deep place, flashed two wipe rich possessive desire. Ling Dong came out with a smile that he thought was very attractive and said with a smile, "Hello, I'm Ling Dong, from Lingyun College. Get to know each other, enjoy your face, and get together in the inner hall?" As soon as the voice fell, many martial artists around couldn't help but cause a burst of exclamation, especially some women, who had no disguise to show a burst of jealousy on their faces. The inner hall of Lingyun Hall only receives martial artists from all over the world. Most martial artists can't enter the inner hall of Lingyun Hall once in a lifetime. Cut, isn't it just a bit of beauty? It's no skill to enter Lingyun Hall by face. Shu, no voice. It's not good to be heard by Ling Xiao. The women around are talking about it, with envy in their eyes. Ling Donglai, as a genius in the sky, how could he not hear the comments of the martial artists around him, especially their faces were full of envy, their bodies were straight and their faces showed a confident look. With his leather bag and his unfathomable family background, there is really no woman he can't reach. Ling Dong's face is more and more expectant. How can she take this black dress fairy into the inner hall later? The more he thinks about it, the more he looks forward to it, the more possessive he has in his eyes. No interest. The cold voice of Xia Bingning shocked all the people who were watching. I didn't hear it wrong, did the girl refuse Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao is not easy to provoke. The last time a woman from a small family rejected Ling Xiao, it seems that her fate is very miserable. Not interested? Ling Donglai's smile, which he thought was very charming, froze in an instant. The son of Ling's family, who had moved from Xinguang City to Lingyun Hall, had never been rejected by a woman. This was the first time that he was rejected by a woman. However, there was a flash of displeasure in Ling Dong's brow, but it was only a flash away. He could not get any women. When he met Xia Bingning, a black rose with thorns, his heart became more full of pleasure. It's hot enough. It's interesting. Ling Donglai said to himself, it's my favorite type. In many eyes, Ling Donglai strolls to Xia Bingning's body, and the smell of her clothes is more enchanting than snow. Buzzing. In front of the public, Ling Dong turns his hand and has a flower in his hand. The whole body of the flower is red, delicate and dripping, and the glittering and rich rune. As soon as it appears in the trading hall, it immediately permeates with a very strong fragrance of flowers. Oh, my God, it's De Yen Huolian. It's the national flower of De Yen dynasty. It can only be produced in the extremely distant De Yen dynasty. It's said that the fire lotus has great benefits for martial artists. As long as the fire lotus is planted in the bedroom, it can even have a certain chance to activate the power of blood vessels. Some sharp-eyed martial artists recognized the flowers in Ling Dong's hands and couldn't help exclaiming. It's worth a lot. Even if there is only one, it's worth hundreds of thousands of yuan crystals, at least. Haha, it's really from Lingyantang. Even if it's just a direct disciple of the branch, it's hundreds of thousands of yuan jing. No comparison, no comparison. Ling Donglai was able to hear the comments of those martial artists. He was a little proud of it. It's hard to buy one or even see it once. Even if a woman is hot enough, she will have no resistance to the beautiful flowers. Flowers with beauty, please accept them. Ling Dong comes to speak softly, but there is a strong possessiveness in the deep pupil. He is very confident, and feels that this time, Bingming will definitely be scared by her big pen, and her heart will jump like a lost fawn. Xiao Bingming's gorgeous face flashed a touch of disgust. She was a local aristocrat of the Great Fire Dynasty. Her father was a prince with a tiger amulet. How could she be easily confused by a national flower of the Great Fire Dynasty? Although the hot lotus is valuable, it is not worth mentioning in Xiao Bingning's eyes. The most important thing is that Xiao Bingning can catch some bad intentions from Lingdong's eyes. He thought he was hiding well. In fact, how could he hide her eyes? If it is the ordinary noble and charming daughter of Dian City, maybe it will be confused by the offensive of Lingdong. However, Summer Bingning will never be fooled easily. No interest. The cold voice of Xia Bingning rings again and spreads all over the trading hall of Lingyun Hall. Many of the martial artists around covered their mouths and their faces were unbelievable. Xia Bingning refused Lingdong to come again? Ling Donglai is the legitimate son of the Dianqing branch of Lingyun Hall, and he is also the top 10 son of heaven in Lingyun College. The most important thing is that this time, Lingyun College has great ambition and has a golden generation. Although Ling Donglai is only the 10th weakest person, it is also a terrorist existence in the early days of Tongshenjing. Lingyun College has been established for a few years. It only has 3 dragon ponds. However, Lingyun College is ambitious this time. They want to seize more than 3 Long Qi in one fell swoop based on the trial of this wasteland recovery. In this way, Lingyun College has 6 dragon pools, which is comparable to the 6 dragon college of Beichen College. Not interested? Lingdong's gentleman-like smile, which he thought was very temperamental, gradually solidified. He couldn't understand the pride of the black-skirt woman, and refused his invitation one after another. But he even took out the hot lotus. This kind of beautiful and expensive flowers can't attract the black-skirt woman in front of him? Ling Donglai's patience was exhausted, and his handsome face gradually cooled down. What he wanted was never lost. I don't think you are very old. You must be a student of this college test. Which college won't give you such face? Lingdong asked indifferently. Or despise my Lingyun College? Lingdong is really old-fashioned. If he doesn't agree with me, he will put on his hat. He also pulls out the tiger skin of Lingyun College and tries to scare some timid female students. Xiao Bingning, with a cold breath, is about to slap her face in the past. Then she sees Qin Sheng coming out of the trading room in the crowd. Hello, Qin Sheng, I was harassed by some flies. Don't you come here to show me? Xiao Bingming's clear and crisp voice sounded, without a trace of cold, or even a slightly coquettish tone. At this time, Xiao Bingming is like a melting iceberg, which makes all the onlookers, especially the male fighters, look straight. The former moment is as cold as an iceberg, and the next moment is like a flame. The combination of ice and fire, this earth-shaking change of temperament, even after the storm and thunder, can't bear the hard and matchless martial arts in the life-saving environment. It turns out that there are masters of famous flowers. Who is Qin Sheng? Which college is Tianjiao? Why haven't I heard of it? Shua. As soon as Xiao Bingning's voice came out, many martial artists around him followed Xiao Bingning's eyes to find Qin Sheng, the owner of the famous flower. Qin Sheng looks at Xiao Bingning's little woman's posture in astonishment. It's so hot. Why is it so abnormal? Qin Sheng would have died hundreds of times if his eyes could kill people. Soon, the astonishment on Qin Sheng's face disappeared without trace, and he recovered his composure. He glanced at all the people present, and finally fell his eyes on Ling Donglai, the target of the sword eyebrow star, who was wearing rune armor. He felt Ling Dong's horrible power fluctuation in the sky, and he even had a beautiful flower in his hand. Combined with Xiao Bingning's anger, he soon found out what happened. I'm the shield? Qin Sheng smiled bitterly in his heart. This man seems to come from a long way. Qin Sheng felt his nose. If Xiao Bingning didn't name her, he might not care. Hero saved the United States, win the shield? Qin Sheng is not going to do such a thankless thing. However, Xiao Bingning came to Lingyun Hall to trade a piece of holy material after all. If he left so directly, it seems that Xiao Bingning can't talk about it. In the hot eyes, Qin Sheng calmly walked to Ling Dong's body and said, "Let's go." Qin Sheng goes to Xiao Bingning's delicate body, and looks at Ling Dong calmly. His voice is not loud, but it contains an indisputable tone. Xiao Bingning squints and looks at Qin Sheng as a shield. At the bottom of her pupil, she is a little proud. She cannot help but say in her heart that she can finally make a hole. This is always a pig-eating tiger guy. In Xiao Bingning's impression, Qin Sheng really hasn't suffered a big loss. He can hang everyone every time. From Zhao Qingsong of Malong mining area to Tingyan, 3 brothers of the college. Ling Donglai and Qin Sheng look at each other. Their handsome faces are all cold. There is a quick sneer between their eyebrows. They sneer and say, "You are in my territory, please let me pass?" Ling Dong came to smile with a cruel smile. People familiar with him are very clear that this is Ling Dong's performance before his rage, and many students of Lingyun College who support him turn up a sneer. Qin Sheng is dead. The last time I dared to talk to Ling Xiao in such a tone, now the grass on the grave head should be as high as I am. It's not good to be a grandson. At least it's not too ugly to die. Now when you come out to be a flower guardian, you will surely die. The students of Lingyun University talked loudly without any scruple. They looked at Qin Sheng with pity, as if he were a dead man. Well, what does that have to do with me? Qin Sheng squinted, his eyes were as deep as stars, and his face was indifferent. Then he looked back at Xiao Bingning and muttered, "You are right, this fly is a little annoying." The worship of Xiao Bingning's face, the delicate and suffocating jade face, glittering and shining, nibbling on his teeth, his voice came out like the sound of nature, saying, "What are you going to do?" Qin Sheng shrugged and looked down at Ling Dong, who was almost spraying fire. He sneered, "It's just a fly. If you don't get out of the way, you can just slap it." Qin Sheng's voice is not loud and does not contain any yuan force, but it can spread throughout the trading hall. The atmosphere suddenly solidified, and all the onlookers stared at this warrior who was just emerging from the fluctuation of the yuan power of the soul state. Qin Sheng is very young. He seems to be a few years younger than Ling Donglai. He should be a very talented genius, but he is still a little lower than Ling Donglai. He dared to quarrel with the top 10 talents of Lingyun College. Moreover, Qin Sheng also described Ling Dong as a fly. Listening to his tone, he seemed to be able to slap Ling Dong to fly. "Which onion are you, Qin Sheng?" Compared with Ling Xiao, he was a little lower and even uttered wild words. "Who gave you courage? Is it Liang Jingru from Dian Dynasty who is proficient in voice soul?" The general atmosphere of stillness is very depressing. At last, Ling Dong smiled. He was furious and laughed. He said in a deep voice, "Well, since you look down on my Lingyun College, for the sake of the reputation of the college, I will ask for some advice." Qin Sheng sneered and said, "Are you Lings like this? Daoan looks natural, no matter what you do, you should first put on a big hat and occupy the moral commanding height. Just in the trading room, Deacon Ling was just like this. It was obvious that he wanted to pit Qin Sheng. It was disgusting that he said so well. The two fought with each other, and the smell of gunpowder became stronger and stronger. In the end, Ling Dong can't help it. Even though there are many warriors here to trade, he can't swallow this breath. The horrible Yuan force erupts from his body, covering his right hand, and draws it like lightning. Although Ling Donglai is domineering, he still has some strength. His foundation is very solid, far beyond the Qin family's people of the same age. The palm is covered with a layer of substantial Yuan force, just like a crystal palm. With the power of terror, it pinches and explodes the air and quickly falls on Qin Sheng's face like lightning. This slap, if it's an ordinary soul-connecting martial artist, don't say that his face is smashed, even his head is smashed like a watermelon. Ling Dong's words are really beautiful. The purpose of beautiful words is to prove the dignity of Lingyun College, to learn from others, to know that Qin Sheng is a lower level than him. Suddenly, he started so fiercely that he didn't intend to leave a living for Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng's pupils were enlarged as fast as lightning, and his eyes flashed two yellow spring fires. Although the distance between them was 18,000 miles, he could easily catch the slow as a snail. Pa! A clear and loud face-slapping sound sounded. Ling Dong came like a broken kite, flying backwards, and hit the wall of the trading hall heavily. Buzzing. The trading hall of Lingyun Hall covers a 3-level array. Under the impact, a large number of rune lights are aroused, rolling like waves. Finally, in the eyes of consternation, peace is restored. Poof. Ling Donglai spits out a big mouthful of blood and holds 2 broken teeth. He covers his swollen face and looks unbelievable. The whole trading hall was silent. Many martial artists, including those from Lingyun College, were dull in face and stiff in body. They could not say a word for half a day. What's the matter? Ling Xiao seems to have been slapped. How can it be? Ling Xiao is a higher level than that of Qin Sheng. Maybe is it a coincidence that he slapped Ling Xiao in the face of a mistake? After a few minutes, the students from Lingyun College just came back to their senses. They stared at Ling Dong, who was already red and swollen, and Qin Sheng, who was rubbing his palm, and they were shocked. I was slapped in the face by that guy? Ling Donglai's eyes were full of disbelief, but from his face came the burning pain, reminding him that it was a real thing, and that he was really slapped. He was slapped in the face by a lower-level warrior. I want you to die. Ling Dong comes out with a ferocious roar. He is one of the top 10 students of Lingyun College, and he has absolute confidence. After the college test, Lingyun College will make a surprise, win more than 3 long qi and become a 6 dragon student. It's said that because of the recovery of the magic dragon wasteland, there will even be a tutor from the Imperial Court of Dian to supervise the examination. He has also been preparing for this trial for a whole year, which is to make a surprise, let the teachers of the Holy Courtyard notice, and then add points, or even enter one of the 9 dragons' Holy Courtyard. Ling Donglai is waiting for this opportunity to soar to the sky, because he is very clear that if he can enter one of the Kowloon holy places to practice, his position in the family will soar, and even may become the first successor of the family. Ling Donglai heard that some of the teachers of the Holy Academy and their coming are just hidden. If he is beaten out by a lower-level junior student, his impression on the teachers of the Holy Academy is absolutely poor. Thinking of this, Ling Donglai's killing intention on his face is more and more strong. His eyes are as frightening as some powerful monsters, which makes people dare not look at him. Boom! The hot Yuan Li gathered again, and Ling Dong's whole body's blood also rose with it. The fluttering pulse even played on the huge trading hall. It was like a human-shaped monster walking on the earth. Surrounded by many onlookers, I felt the terrible fluctuation of yuan power from Lingdong, especially those who had not melted the soul of war, so I dodged and stayed away. The anger of those who are strong in the sky, even if it is only an after effect, will take off a layer of skin even if it affects them. Lingdong came to the ground with a heavy stamp, bang, and great power. The whole trading hall was shaken. The rune bloomed and turned into a terrifying monster and rushed to Qin Sheng. This time, Lingdong didn't leave his hand, and even offered the soul of war directly. His fighting spirit is a black clouded leopard, which is actually a three-striped fighting spirit. It is suspended above his head. Under the hot eyes, Ling Donglai's hand becomes a black claw, flashing black halo, and the breath is very strange. With the help of Sanwen War Spirit, Ling Donglai's speed soared several times in an instant, appearing in front of Qin Sheng like a ghost. Hit me in the face and die. Ling Donglai's palm turned into black clouded leopard's paw, which soared several times. With the power like thunder, before the palm mark came, there was a strong wind in the trading hall. The three-level array arranged in the trading hall was buzzing and alarming, and the rune was like a raging tide. Qin Sheng looked up at the huge black cloud and leopard paw mark in the sky that day. His eyes shot cold and cold. They all directly sacrificed the soul of war. Obviously, he didn't want to keep a living mouth. Is this still an ordinary duel? With the wind blowing, Qin Sheng's hair was flying wantonly. Under the eyes of many people who seemed to treat the dead, Qin Sheng showed his hand. This hand is covered with a layer of brilliance like secret silver. The rune is flashing. It seems to be very slow. It's an ordinary hand. Its power can't be compared with Lingdong's black cloud leopard paw print at all. In fact, Qin Sheng's speed is as fast as it can be. Under the focus of countless eyes, they collide with each other. Tiaoliang Clown, dare to fight with Ling Xiao even if he has a lower realm? Qin Sheng's hands are useless, and Ling Xiao is really angry. We seldom see Ling Xiaohui sacrifice the soul of war. The fat may shake the tree. Those students from Lingyun University shake their heads, and the color of pity in their eyes is more and more strong. In their eyes, the end of this scene has been doomed, and Qin Sheng will get a very sad ending. The black cloud leopard's paw mark, which was gathered by Lingdong's fierce Yuanli, only made Qin Sheng's prisoner dragon hand pause for a moment, and then was passed like tofu. Lingdong's pupils suddenly contracted, and he looked at Qin Sheng in amazement, because his hand was clamped by Qin Sheng. You. Ling Donglai was frightened and scared. He couldn't figure out how Qin Sheng's hand broke his black cloud leopard's paw mark so easily and seized his palm with one hand. Are you from Lingyun College? Qin Sheng holds Ling Donglai's hand in one hand and sneers, why are you so weak? Chasm. Then, when all the people didn't respond, Qin Sheng pinched it hard, Ling Donglai's face twisted instantly, and the bones of his hands were crushed. Ah! Lingdong's body shrank, and the sharp pain from the broken bones of his hands made him almost kneel in front of Qin Sheng. His strong willpower made him insist, half kneeling, not really kneeling down. Even so, Ling Donglai felt very depressed, which was a shame. He was Lingyun College's first 10 days and Lingyun College's legitimate son. He was defeated by a passerby of a lower realm, and almost knelt in front of the passerby. He felt that he had lost all his face today. Today's so-called duel will always be branded on his head and become a joke of his life. Everyone is petrified, especially those students from Lingyun University. They just looked at Qin Sheng with pity and thought that Qin Sheng's fate would be extremely miserable. However, in a twinkling of an eye, Ling Donglai, who was always high in front of them, wanted to kneel in front of Qin Sheng like a dead dog. What's the rhythm? The students of Lingyun College are all confused, and they feel very unreasonable. Qin Sheng looked down on Lingdong, and then threw it casually, just like throwing garbage. Lingdong hit the post of the trading hall heavily, and Fu Wind lit up. Lingdong to feel his waist as if to break, lying on the ground, gasping for breath, after a few breaths, to slow down. He looked up at Qin Sheng. His face was so gloomy that he could dribble out of the water. His eyebrows were full of resentment, but his heart was filled with helplessness. Qin Sheng's name sounds impressive, but Ling Donglai doesn't remember where he heard of his name. What is the sanctity of this man? Is it the Son of Heaven from the holy shrine of Kowloon? Ling Donglai has a feeling of kicking on the steel plate. Let's go. Qin Sheng takes back his eyes. He doesn't kill all the people. This is not the magic dragon wasteland. You can kill people and cross goods without worries. This is Lingyantang, which monopolizes the holy material of several nearby cities. If he didn't really touch Qin Sheng's scale, he would not die with Lingyun Hall. As for the deception of Lingyun Hall store, it's no big deal. When he comes back home, he will set up a Xinglong Hall to refine the cultivated spiritual materials into pills. With his strength, it's not very difficult to refine only one pill or even 2 pills. Xiaobingning's beautiful eyes are full of adoration. She feels that Qin Sheng's strength has been improved a lot. Some time ago, she had to activate the saint-level Yuan Mai that was dormant in the body to imprison the warrior who was a higher level than him. Now she even bombards the warrior who was in the sky with her bare hands. In fact, Xiaobingning didn't know that Qin Sheng's magical body had reached the 3rd level, and had experienced the first heavy wind and thunder attack. In addition, 100 drops of Qin Yunjiao's blood essence, as well as the stone tablet body full of killing sword in front of the ruins of the imperial dynasty. Its physical strength is very close to that of the warrior in the sky. That is to say, Qin Sheng's current state of physical cultivation is very close to the state of Tongtian. Once there is a chance to break through, let alone activate the Xingjie Yuan Mai, which lies deep in his spine. Even a ray of Yuanli doesn't need to be used to tear up the state of Tongtian. This is the dread of physical training, especially in close quarters. Lingdong came here for a while. I don't know that Qin Sheng's body was so strong, so he suffered such a big loss. In the trading hall, there was no sound. Qin Sheng glanced at Lingdong, who was huddled in the corner, indifferently, and took back his eyes. Many onlookers, get out of the way. Qin Sheng is leaving with Xiaobingning in an attractive black dress. Next to them are the old Qin family disciples. Especially the clan elders, even if they are used to the big scenes, their faces are still full of fear, and they don't feel very real at the same time. That's Lingyun Hall's legitimate son. Although he is not the first heir, as far as he knows, Lingdong Lai's position in the family should not be underestimated. He was thrown in the corner like a little dog, making a low roar like a bereaved dog, but he didn't dare to rush out again. Ling Donglai clenches his teeth. His handsome face is twisted. His eyes are like the fierce light of an angry beast. It's very frightening. He looked at Qin Sheng, who was going to leave, but he didn't dare to shout out. This guy called Qin Sheng really made him unable to see through the unknown figures. He was obviously a lower level than himself, and even easily pressed himself on the floor to rub. Lingdong came to the bottom of his heart and began to counsel. When he was a child, he lived in Xinguang City, where Lingyantang's clan was. Genius is more than Dian City. Let's just say that in Lingyun College, Lingdong is the ultimate genius and the top 10 exist. But in Xinguang City, it can only be regarded as elite students. There is still a long way to go before the top 10 exist. Xinguang College is a college with 5 dragon pools, just one less than Beichen College. In fact, there are 2 schools. Beichen College is a royal student, a strong old school. But Xinguang College is a rising star. As for Lingyun College, the qualification is lower than Xinguang College. However, in recent years, Lingyun Hall has developed too fast. This time, the ambition of the hospital test is very big. I want to add 3 dragon pools at a time. Ling Dong came to look at Qin Sheng's back. He felt that he was too strong to see through. In his body, he could see the unique talent of the little prince and the little marquis. Under many factors, Ling Donglai just opened his mouth and did not dare to annoy Qin Sheng again. The spirit of war was sacrificed, and he was still easily pressed on the ground to rub, which is humiliating enough. If Qin Sheng was forced to stay, the ghost would know what else to provoke. At least he doesn't want to kick the steel plate with his feet until he knows the background of Qin Sheng. Just at this time, Deacon Ling ran out. This so-called duel seems to be a long time, but in fact, the fight is only between lightning and flint, and does not take long. Deacon Ling looked at many onlookers, and even the array of the trading hall was shaken. We can imagine that the movement was not light. Who dares to make trouble in Lingyun Hall? Deacon Ling had a big drink, and his face was so gloomy that he could drip water. Young Master Donglai, you. Suddenly, Deacon Ling saw Ling Dong lying on the ground shivering, and suddenly he was startled. Who hit? Ling Donglai's face is swollen like a pig's head, and his right arm falls down feebly, which is more like a fracture. Ling Donglai is a genius in the sky. He is so high in Lingyun Hall that he was beaten on his own day? If the Lord blames this, Deacon Ling's position will be lost. Ling Dong came to see the arrival of Deacon Ling, called uncle, pointed to Qin Sheng's party who was leaving, and said, they fought. Deacon Ling follows Ling Donglai's fingers, and then sees Qin Sheng. Suddenly, he is stunned. He obviously feels that Qin Sheng is only the yuan power fluctuation of soul state. How could he hurt Ling Donglai so much? Deacon Ling's face was a little incredulous. His eyes were changing. Seeing Qin Sheng and his party were about to step out of the gate of Lingyun Hall. Young Master Donglai, are you sure? Deacon Ling asked again. Ling Donglai's face is hot. He was slapped and then let the family come to the fore. It seems to be humiliating. But if Qin Sheng is not left and the court is recovered, where will their faces go in Lingyun Hall? Getting a definite reply, Deacon Ling got cold on the spot. Ling Donglai is the successor of the future hall leader. Even though he is not the first in line, it is self-evident that if something happens to him on duty, he will be punished later. Stop for me. Deacon Ling burst out with a shout, which contained Yuan Li, and shocked everyone present. You are so brave that you dare to hurt our young Master Donglai in the trading hall of Lingyun Hall. Deacon Ling's face was cold. Just now, in the trading room, it was like bullying Qin Sheng's small family and making some pocket money. Unexpectedly, Qin Sheng left directly. Deacon Ling just thought about how to kill Qin family and revenge Qin Sheng. Unexpectedly, the chance of revenge came so fast. As soon as Deacon Ling turned his hand, there was a red jade talisman on his palm. The jade talisman was shining with strong rune light, which was the control jade talisman of a 3-level array. Click. When Deacon Ling pinched it hard, the red jade amulet burst on the spot, and the whole trading hall sounded a harsh alarm. Boom. A large number of runes are lit up, and the array like ripples condenses into a border instantly, blocking all exits. Qin Sheng's sword eyebrow congealed and looked back at the cold Deacon Ling and Ling Dong. They rubbed 2 temples. This 3-level array has been activated completely and can suppress the warriors in the sky. What do you mean by Lingyun Hall? Qin Sheng asked indifferently. Smell speech, Ling Deacon Alung, immediately sneer way, what do you mean? When I beat my young master, I just want to pat my ass and leave. There is no such a good thing. Qin Sheng, with a sneer on his face, pointed to the 3rd-level array above the sky, and said coldly, I advise you to untie the array, otherwise, I will destroy your array, just like killing a fly. In the inheritance and memory of the Emperor, in addition to all kinds of magical arts and alchemy information, the array is very rich. Only with the current strength of Qin Sheng, It is difficult to open some seals of the inheritance and memory and mobilize the left and right memories. However, it's not too difficult for Qin Sheng to break the small level 3 array. You know, Qin Sheng can do level 4 array, let alone level 3 array. Besides, the destruction is much easier than the arrangement. Ha ha ha, a boastful reptile. Deacon Ling was very angry and laughed. This 3-level array was arranged by the hall leader himself, which can easily suppress the martial artists in Tongshenjing. Qin Sheng is just Tonghunjing. Where's the courage to break the 3-level array? It's just a dreamer talking. The 3rd-level array was activated completely. Then, a group of bodyguards from all over the sky came out from the deep part of Lingyun Hall. They were wearing standard rune armor and weapons, and their breath was freezing. The law enforcement team is here. Ling Donglai's eyes were bright and he stood up abruptly. Law enforcement team, listen to the order and catch them. The law enforcement team consists of 5 people, all of whom are strong in Tongshenjing, and the first is a middle-aged man in the later stage of Tongshenjing. These 5 people radiate a terrifying wave of yuan power, just like the 5 towering mountains, which makes some weak people in the spirit state unable to breathe. Ling Yantang is worthy of being a clan branch moved from Xinguang City. Just a law enforcement team, there are 5 powerful people in the sky. You should know that even the Zhao family, who only covers the sky in Dian City, is only a martial artist with 3 boundaries. It can be imagined that in front of Lingyun Hall like a giant, the so-called Zhao family is just a joke. As for the Qin family, which has been weakened for many times, it is just like a clown jumping over a beam, which is not worth mentioning at all. Young Master Donglai? The captain of the law enforcement team, that is, the middle-aged man in the later stage of Tongshenjing, looked at Lingdong doubtfully. Lingdong came here to know him. Although he is not the first successor of his family, he is also a young generation with a certain position in the Lingjiao branch of Dianqing. However, it does not mean that the law enforcement team should obey Ling Donglai's order. Deacon Ling immediately looked at the law enforcement team and explained the process in 3 words. Of course, this so-called explanation must be to avoid the heavy and neglect the light. It's clear that Lingdong Gladio/Xiabingning is in front of it, none of which has been said. Young Master Donglai, what are you going to do with them? In the late days of Tongshenjing, the captain of the law enforcement team was a little angry. After all, he was also Ling's family. The younger generation of his family was slapped, and it seemed that he should have lost miserably. In the door was pressed on the ground friction, law enforcement captain as an elder, how can this tone of voice swallow down? The man was abandoned. He broke his limbs and threw them to the Malong mining area to be a miner. And the woman to live. Lingdong's words are very bitter. Looking at Qin Sheng in the distance, he is very proud. Aren't you the flower protector? I will crush the flowers in front of you. Lingdong's voice echoed in the huge trading hall, just like the verdict of Yan Luo. The Qin family was very frightened, especially in the face of the 5 Lingyantang law enforcement teams across the sky. They looked at Qin Sheng in fear and said, Young master, I'd like to lose some yuan jing. Endure the calm wind for a while, leave alive, return to the family, with the support of the patriarch, presumably they dare not mess. The clan elders were very persuasive and soon came up with a solution. When Qin Sheng heard this, he suddenly turned his eyes and paid Yuan Jing for her life. This trick has never been used only by him to others, how can it be used in his own body? Isn't it a 3-level array and 5 martial artists who can connect the sky? Qin Sheng has not been reduced to such a disgrace. He patted the trembling clan elders, with a touch of self-confidence on his face, and said, Back up, I'll deal with it. Qin Sheng squints and is very confident. He even killed 12 people who have been through a heavy storm. How could he be afraid of this group of martial artists? Although the other side has 5 real generalists, and the leader of the law enforcement team is in the later period of the generalist, It seems that he is going to cross the first storm and thunder disaster in the light of the extremely fierce Yuan force fluctuation. Even so, Qin Sheng didn't really pay attention to these people. Don't say that he can completely activate the saint-level Yuan Mai and imprison them. Then he can crush all the people in the field by cutting one head with one sword and throwing out a bronze rune. Qin Sheng rubbed his temple hard and looked up at Xiaobing's exquisite body. He couldn't help exclaiming, "It's really a disaster for the beauty of the Red Lady. It's not good to be a shield these days. Xiao goddess, these are martial artists in the sky. Aren't you going to show up?" Qin Sheng, even at this time, the atmosphere suppressed to the extreme, to joke. Summer Bingning smiled, just like the iceberg melted, so the iceberg goddess even made the gesture of a little girl. "If it's so easy to be a shield, what else do you have to do?" Xiao Bingning laughed mischievously, just like the flaming lotus in full bloom. Seeing Qin Sheng's male breath, he said, "Come on, this time, I'm doing well. Maybe I can be promoted from a shield to a flower protector." Everyone around the martial arts are ignorant, even the breath of the law enforcement team leader also gloomy down. This kid is really crazy. He even talks in front of the law enforcement team of Lingyun Hall. "Take them." Boom. Under the command of the captain of the law enforcement team, 2 of the members from all over the world rushed to them, and their horrible Yuan force fluctuated like a gale and a wave in all directions. "Wait a minute." Qin Sheng raised his hand and shouted. "Stop." Lingdong orders that the 2 law enforcement officers who are going to kill Qin Sheng stop in a moment and look back at Lingdong doubtfully. Lingdong Lai sneers and takes the pill. His face, which was red and swollen like a pig's head, is being repaired at a speed that can be seen by the naked eye. He pointed at Qin Sheng and sneered, "Now I know I'm afraid? Don't blame me for Lingdong's not giving you a chance. Now you're abandoning the Sea of Yuanli, and then you come here on your knees. I'm thinking of letting you die." There was a group of law enforcement teams around the center. Ling Donglai had this endless confidence. He wanted Qin Sheng to be humiliated in full view of the public, and then reaped his humble life. As for Xiaobingning, who is extremely hot, his eyes do not hide his strong possessiveness. He can't wait to press the pretentious watch under his body and turn over his humiliation. Of course, this kind of thing is urgent and must be carried out in secret. Otherwise, this kind of thing is exposed. It is not a glorious thing for Ling Donglai or Ling Yantang. "Hey, boy, why are you still in a daze? Young Master Donglai doesn't remember the villain, let you kneel. That's your blessing. I think you're from some junior colleges, too. You don't know what you're going to do. You should get down on your knees. Kneel late, be careful not to lose your life." At this time, those who were also from Lingyun College, all made a mockery, and their faces were full of schadenfreude. Just Qin Sheng's performance really scared them. He pushed Ling Dong to the ground and rubbed his face to pieces. At that time, they could not even fart. Now with the appearance of Ling Yantang's law enforcement team, they have jumped out again. Qin Sheng glanced at the group of minions, and their eyes were full of fierce sword. The inner courtyard students of Lingyun College, who were in the same realm as Qin Sheng, were immediately frightened and their legs trembled, because they seemed to be in a sword world of endless killing. They just had eye contact with Qin Sheng, and even their soul felt the stabbing pain in their eyes. The killing sword had swept over their spirits. Those inner students of Lingyun College were shocked and faltered, avoiding Qin Sheng's sharp sword eyes, and they dare not fart anymore. Soon, Qin Sheng took his eyes back. For Qin Sheng, the warriors of the same realm are like minions. Especially for him who planted a sword grass in his body, one sword light cuts through and directly kills a large area. Of course, Qin Sheng is not willing to use sword grass at any time, because in terms of Qin Sheng's current soul power, he can only support him to cut out 3 swords with all his strength. After 3 swords, Qin Sheng's soul power will be exhausted. Qin Sheng turned his eyes to Ling Donglai, who had 4 words of arrogance engraved on his forehead, and said calmly, "Are you sure you want to do something to me? Do it, that is, tear your face completely. Don't regret it then. You Ling Yunhao shouldn't regret selling the medicine?" Qin Sheng was calm, and his face didn't panic as Ling Dong expected. When Qin Sheng's words just fell, Deacon Ling smiled. "What kind of thing is a small Qin family?" Deacon Ling smiled, "let alone your Qin family. Even if the Zhao family comes to Ling Yunhao, they can only be grandchildren." Ling Donglai also smiled. How can this clown always live in a dream? He seems to have no idea of the situation at all. He is completely unconscious. He is either dying or on his way to death. What happened? Activate level 3 array? At this time, a figure rushed in from the door. He was dressed in a white robe, very neat, dense, and shiny. His long hair was at random on his shoulders, black and soft. Shua. Everyone's eyes are focused on the beautiful man in the white robe. He looks very beautiful. Except for the shadow between the eyebrows, he is the genius who is going to cross the storm and thunder. How old is that? Ready for the first storm? Even if you look at the whole Beichen kingdom, those little princes and princes are ashamed in front of him? Here comes the chief. The group of Lingyun College students who dodged Qin Sheng's sharp edge, when they saw the beautiful man in white robe, immediately burst into a dazzling light. The comer is actually the chief of Lingyun College, that is, Ling Dongfeng, the strongest genius of Lingyun College. In the trading hall, there was a riot. Ling Dongfeng was not common. He often closed down or went to the Magic Dragon Wasteland to experience. Ling Dongfeng is also a genius. It seems that his talent is better than that of Zhuang. However, he seems to be a little older. He is nearly 30 years old and older than Yunlan. Ling Dongfeng is also a legend. Before he was 20 years old, he was not surprising. A few days ago, he was even arranged to transfer from Xinguang College to Lingyun College. We can imagine his status. Then, it is said that a few years ago, this Lingdong Peak had a great chance in the depths of the Magic Dragon Wasteland, which has been recovering. Since then, Lingdong Peak has soared to the sky like a star, becoming the first successor of this branch. Qin Sheng's eyes also fell on Ling Dongfeng, the man in the Wamaibai robe. He felt the fluctuation of Yuan power and the faint warmth of the yellow spring fire in his eyes, which obviously reminded Qin Sheng. This Lingdong Peak is very unusual. Brother Feng, you are here. Ling Donglai's face was very embarrassed. He was ashamed, but he still said hello. Ling Dongfeng's sword eyebrows are starry. He doesn't see Ling Donglai's little brother very well, but when he sees the palm print on his face, a haze flashes across his handsome face. What's the matter? Who did it? Ling Dongfeng is furious. The cloud-robbing shadow between the eyebrows is strong. Boom. The sky was dark for a while, and there was a sound of thunder. Lingdong Peak is too strong. It's a good foundation. It's estimated that he has been suppressing cultivation, striving to survive the storm and thunder once or even twice. In the Dian dynasty, some geniuses, especially those who cross a large realm, like to suppress their accomplishments and refine their bodies. Once they arrive at the day when they cross the border, they will live through multiple storms and thunder. Once upon a time, some of the most favored sons of heaven in Dian, especially those saint sons and daughters from Kowloon Holy Palace, were able to survive the triple storm and thunder at one go. You should know that the great eunuch of Xingong in Beichen State, and Ruhai, has spent nearly 100 years of hard work, and has also passed the triple storm and thunder disaster. However, in the case of the sons and daughters of the Emperor of Dian, they can overcome the 3 disasters at one time, which is the gap between talents. In the eyes of the public, Ling Dongfeng is the arrogant son of nature. He has been suppressing his cultivation and striving to survive multiple storms and thunderstorms. What a great ambition. Smell speech. Ling Dong comes to point to Qin Sheng and Xiao Bingning, simply explain a few words, say things very clearly. Obviously, Ling Dong came here to avoid the heavy burden and neglect the light. He pushed the cause of the matter to Qin Sheng and threw dirty water on him. Ling Dongfeng glances at Qin Sheng and Xiao Bingning. Qin Sheng is an ordinary man, almost twice his age, but he is only a warrior who can communicate with the soul. There is nothing surprising about him. And when he saw the moment of Xiao Bingning, his eyes suddenly brightened and he said, "What a woman with temperament." Ling Dongfeng has been to the imperial court of Kowloon in Dian for examination. Because his talent at that time was not so good, he did not get into any of the holy courts of Kowloon. However, Ling Dongfeng has seen a lot of proud women in the holy palace of Kowloon, even the holy women have seen, and there is no noble temperament of the woman in front of him. However, Ling Dongfeng's concentration is very good, and there is no such possessive desire in his eyes. First, remove the array. Under the leadership of the patriarch, some tutors from the holy courtyard will come to visit. Ling Dongfeng Ling said, "As for you, which hand you hit, since the abolition of that hand, this matter will be taken as the past." Ling Dongfeng's words contain no doubt of hegemony. As soon as his voice came out, everyone was shocked, and the tutor from the holy courtyard was coming? That's the tutor of Kowloon Holy Academy. If they can take a fancy to him, he may be admitted in an unusual way. Wow. Level 3 array has been removed. Boy, lucky for you, don't let me catch you next time, otherwise, I want you to die. Ling Dong comes to complain and sends it to Qin Sheng. He is very clear that with the tutor of the Holy Academy coming to visit Lingyun Hall, it is impossible for Ling Dong to slowly clean up Qin Sheng and Xiao Bingning as he just did. Let the law enforcement team leave, and let the teachers of the holy courtyard see what kind of system it is. Ling Dong Fenghui is the first successor of the tribe. His right of speech is much stronger than Ling Dong Lai's. With one voice, those law enforcement teams will leave. Ling Dong Peak's voice is not very loud, and does not bring any cold, but let everyone cold to the bone. This is the coldness of the chief student of Lingyun College. In the speech room and in the later period of the sky, there is a threat of terror in the whole trading hall. Perhaps it is the fear of the yuan power fluctuations that emanate from Ling Dongfeng's body, and all the onlookers look around. Shua. Everyone's eyes are focused on Qin Sheng and his party, most of them gloating. They all waited. Qin Sheng abandoned his arm and left like a bereaved dog. But after a few minutes, Qin Sheng had a calm smile on his face. He looked at Ling Dongfeng as if he were an idiot. He didn't move. He didn't even move his fingers. Ling Dongfeng stood with his hands in his hands and looked at Qin Sheng, who was not moved. His face suddenly fell cold and he shouted, "What are you doing in a daze? I'm not just abandoning you with my hands." Boom. Ling Dongfeng's voice is like thunder, which makes everyone's ears tingle. Some weak martial artists even need to cover their ears, or they will be deafened. Like thunderous rage, even level 3 array is activated and runes bloom. However, Qin Sheng did not move. A pair of Taishan collapsed in front of him. His eyes narrowed into a branch line, pointing to Ling Dong, who still had a dazzling palm print on his face. His eyes were as deep as the stars in the sky. The people of Lingyun Hall are all of the same spirit. They say almost the same thing. Qin Sheng calmly chuckled, "If you want to start, just come straight, I'll wait. But you're not going to end much better than that, grandson." Qin Sheng's voice is like a meteorite, falling into a calm lake from Jichangshan, setting off a huge wave. Countless hot eyes fell into stagnation, especially those from Lingyun College. Ling Dongfeng is the chief of Lingyun College, the genius of Tongshanjing Peak. If he didn't want to accumulate strength and survive multiple storms, he would have been the most powerful person in Tongmingjing. Qin Sheng, as a man, dared to speak rudely, which is a death. Well? Ling Dongfeng's handsome face suddenly revealed a touch of shade, and the sky seemed to be dark. The whole trading hall was in a state of tension and depression. Ling Dongfeng. Originally, Ling Dongfeng was a very proud man. With his strength, although he could not cross a great realm to fight against the powerful, it was easy to protect his life. He can't face Qin Sheng, who only knows the soul. It's just that Ling Dongfeng didn't think Qin Sheng, an ant-like person, really wanted to do something about the fat may shake the tree. Ling Dongfeng's yuan force is concentrated. He wants to crush Qin Sheng to death. At this time, several extremely fierce yuan force waves came from a distance. Ling Dongfeng's face changed, and he looked up to see the door. Those yuan forces fluctuate like the born demon. Where they pass, the yuan forces around them seem to be boiling up. Here comes the master of the day-by-day house? Ling Dongfeng's pupils contracted suddenly. At this time, Qin Sheng also obviously noticed the momentum outside the door. His eyes flashed two yellow spring fires. He saw a man in a gray robe with a large number of clouds covering his face. He could not see the real man from afar. Ling Dongfeng murmured to himself, but all the martial artists in the scene, except for some followers and minions, are all martial artists who pass through the soul. How keen their hearing is. When they caught the word day-by-day holy courtyard, their faces were all in horror, their bodies were like being struck by thunder, and their ears were buzzing. Day-by-day holy palace is the 3 holy courts with 9 dragon pools in the territory of Dian Emperor. It has the same name as Lingxiao Holy Palace and Dian Holy Palace. That kind of tutor from the Holy Palace, let alone Dian City, is extremely rare even in Beiqin King. Now it even comes to Lingyun Hall? This is appalling. Shua. Everyone's eyes were focused on the group of people from the day-to-day sanctuary. The leader was a middle-aged man in black robes with a face of Chinese characters. He was so angry and powerful that he took lightning when he walked. He was a powerful man with a lifespan. And from the perspective of the twining lightning, this is definitely a super strong man who has survived multiple storms and thunderstorms. Is that Ling Yu, the master of Lingyun Hall? Among a group of martial arts onlookers, some of the older martial arts practitioners in Seoul State recognized the middle-aged man with black robe and Chinese character face. Ling Yu has already left Ling Yantang's affairs aside. He has been closed for a long time. How could he come out? However, when they think of the tutor who came here today, they are relieved. Only the distinguished guests from the day-by-day holy courtyard can startle Ling Yu, who has not been born in Lingyun Hall for many years, to go out to receive him, right? Beside Ling Yu, a middle-aged man, dressed in gray robes, swarmed close to the trading hall, like stars and the moon. Is that the teacher from the House of the Sun? Qin Sheng's pupils are tight. Although his eyes are covered with yellow fire, he still can't see the cultivation of the man in the gray robe. However, Qin Sheng can be sure that the cultivation of this tutor from the day-to-day holy temple is much higher than that of Naan. Maybe he has survived the terrible existence of the 8 or 9 storm and thunder robberies. Behind Ling Yu and the man in the gray robe, there are a group of students. There are men and women. Men are dignified, women are handsome, and their temperament is out of the world. It's worthy of being the proud son of heaven from Kowloon Holy Palace. Anyone can compare Lingdong to Lingdong. From the fluctuation of Yuanli and temperament alone, they are not one level. Soon, a group of people stepped into Lingyun Hall. Well? What's the matter? Ling Yu, a pair of tiger eyes, swept through the whole venue, and immediately found that this trading hall had been the after-effect of the battle. Moreover, he is acutely aware that the level 3 array arranged in the trading hall has been activated. Today, some dignitaries from the sun-chasing Holy Palace come. How could someone else go wild in Lingyun Hall? Hearing this, Ling Dongfeng took a deep breath and said all kinds of reasons roughly. Before Ling Dongfeng finished speaking, Ling Yu raised his hand, interrupted him, and said in a deep voice, "I'll give you 10 rests to deal with it, or I'll serve you at home." Yes. Ling Dongfeng's body quivers. He was born to this day, and has never been served by his family. His eyes change greatly, and he will suddenly show a touch of stinging when he looks at Qin Sheng. This reptile is really cumbersome, making me scolded by my ancestors. Ling Yu looked back at the middle-aged man in the grey robe whose face was covered by hijacking clouds, and whose face could not be seen clearly. He squeezed out a touch of flattery on his face and said, "Please wait a moment, Lord Yuan. There are some disputes in the hall, which will be solved soon." "Well," Yuan Wei said, "I can't hear the happiness and anger, but with the power of thunder." Ling Yu, who was standing by, was frightened. "It's worthy of being the tutor from the sun-chasing Holy Palace. The words are full of thunder power." Ling Yu's heart was frightened and galloped, and the waves had already started in her heart. Although Ling Yu has also been through multiple storms and thunderstorms, compared with the Yuan Huaza from the sun-chasing Holy Palace, it is just a difference. Although we are all in the same realm, there are 9 robberies in Tongmingjing, and the strength gap between them is very large. Ling Yu has been closed for a long time. He is nearly 200 years old this year. He has only survived the triple storm and thunder disaster. In his lifetime, when he has reached the goal of 9 disasters, he is afraid that he is an idiot talking in his dream. Yuan Huaza is much younger than him. He is suspected to have passed 9 robberies. It can be imagined how terrible the gap between them is. "Ha ha, Lord Yuan, please rest assured." Ling Yu's smile was flattering. The old man, who was nearly 200 years old, was really sad when he laughed. He introduced Ling Dongfeng, who was going to start. "That's the first successor of Dianqing branch of Lingyantang. His name is Ling Dongfeng. Although he is a little older, he is 29 years old, but he has a solid foundation since he was a child. He is saving up and is ready to go through multiple storms at one go." Talking and laughing, Ling Yu even introduced her family's genius. This is also the biggest reason why he invited a group of people to come here to visit. The purpose is to make the teachers of the day-to-day sanctuary see. Hearing this, Yuan Huaza's eyes were as sharp as lightning, and he saw through Lingdong Peak. He nodded and said, "When you are older, you will not receive any students after 30 years. However, the upper limit is not too high, but the lower limit is okay. If we train later, we will have a chance to achieve 9 robberies." Yuan Huaza's face is plain. He has seen too many geniuses. He has not never seen such a late genius as Ling Dongfeng. Most of them can only stay in Tongxinji. As for the chance that Ling Dongfeng will have to reach Tongjiuji in the future, it has been highly appraised. Ling Yu's face was very happy. He thought of fighting while the iron was hot. He asked, "I dare to ask you, Mr. Yuan, if you can try to pay more attention to the younger generation in the family this time. If you can enter the day-by-day Holy Academy, it's a glorious family. Attention can be paid, but whether it can be admitted depends on his creation." Yuan Huaza responded very simply. It's impossible for a senior school with 9 dragon pawns to be admitted easily. If it wasn't for this recovery of the magic dragon wasteland, Yuan Huaza would bring a group of students from other schools to come here for practice. It's impossible for him to come to such a remote place. As for the admission quota that Ling Yu said, even he Yuan Huaza didn't have. With his status, only recommend the quota, recommend to go back to the holy courtyard day by day, and need some assessment. Only after passing the assessment, can he formally become a student outside the holy courtyard day by day. Yes, of course. Ling Yu is also an old man. He knows that the quota of Xingyuan is not so easy to get. Dongfeng, you've heard that. Give a good performance and clean up the man at present. Ling Yu sends a message to Ling Dongfeng. I will not insult you. Ling Dongfeng's face was excited immediately, and his voice came back. Without superfluous words, raise one hand at will, and the horrible Yuan force will be released from its body, and then condensed into a fingerprint. The palm print, which is formed by the powerful Yuan force, stands in the air, crystal clear and full of the light of rune. When the palm print is in the air, the horrible breath it emits has gone beyond the realm of Tongxinjing. Half a step. In the presence of the tutor of sun-chasing Holy Academy, in order to make people have a bright future, Ling Dongfeng even exerts Tianjia martial arts and has achieved great success. Since you don't want to give up your arm, I won't be merciful. Ling Dongfeng glanced at Qin Sheng indifferently and said, remember, the person who killed you is Ling Dongfeng, so it's unnecessary to be a muddle-headed ghost. Ling Dongfeng's face was proud, and his voice fell down. He didn't even look back at the group of people in Xingyuan, especially Yuanhui's, who was covered by a cloud. However, no matter Yuan Huaza or a group of students from the day-by-day Holy Academy, they didn't seem to show any surprise, but they were all indifferent. Show off their skills in front of a group of Tianji arrogants. They come from the sun-chasing Holy Palace with 9 dragon pawns. What kind of genius have you never seen? Like Ling Dongfeng, those who are so old that they are only 1 year away from entering the courtyard will be rejected. Looking at the whole day-by-day holy courtyard, they can only make do with it, which is far from the point where they can marvel. At the very least, now you are only dealing with a lower level than you. Rolling is inevitable. There is nothing to show off. Ling Dongfeng takes back his eyes and presses his hand down. The palm print that erupts with the light of rune is just like Mount Tai pressing the top to Qin Sheng. Boom. The palm print with crystal rune light is so fast that it appears before Qin Sheng's eyes in a blink. Qin Sheng's eyes suddenly contracted, and he gave a half-step full blow to his life. Even he couldn't despise it. The Xingjie Yuan Mai, which was dormant in his body, was ready to move. The sword grass on his palm also drilled a small section, and the horrible murderous intention was gradually going to spray out. At this time a ghostly black shadow passed by Qin Sheng, accompanied by the intoxicating fragrance. Qin Sheng's pupils suddenly contracted, because the one in front of him was Xiao Bingning. Xiao Bingning looked up at Lingdong Peak with a pair of cold eyes, and then he flashed out his hands like lightning. His hands were crystal clear, his flesh and bones were icy, and his fingers were like those of a fetish of lanolin. At the moment of freezing in summer, the whole trading hall seemed to be in a snowy place, especially those martial artists who only have the soul state. Yuanli would be frozen and shivering. Bang! The thin palms, like those of sheepskin and jade, are colliding with each other under the gaze of countless astonished eyes. The palm print condensed by Yuanli of Lingdong Peak first cracked countless cracks, then burst into countless pieces with a bang. The violent Yuanli broke up rapidly, blowing a strong wind, rolling the mat in all directions. Countless low-level fighters around the temple are frantically evading. This is a duel between the powerful people in the half-step life environment. Even the after-effects of the battle, once stained, will suffer heavy damage. Pooh. There are still some soul state warriors who can't avoid touching the after-effect of the battle and coughing up blood. Above the sky, the group of students from the day-to-day Holy Academy looked at the black-skirt woman in front of Qin Sheng, their attractive figure, unique appearance, and the dust like the ice and snow goddess, who did not eat the fireworks between people, and their faces all showed some color. Especially those male students, looking at Xiao Bingning's eyes, are gradually hot up. Xiao Bingning looks very young, at most 20 years old, not far from them, but her appearance and temperament are very rare even in the day-to-day sanctuary. In particular, Xiao Bingning raised his hand and scattered Ling Dongfeng's all-out attack, whose strength can rival that of the powerful one. The palm print offered by Ling Dongfeng is illusory by a Tianjia martial arts school, while Xiao Bingning directly uses the palm print to fight against it. Which is higher, which is lower, which is higher? Even the real Yuanhui's is covered by a group of hijacking clouds. His eyes also shoot out two amazing looks. His tutor in the Holy Palace day by day can see that Xiao Bingning is absolutely not simple at a glance. Apart from his appearance and temperament, he can see who is higher and who is lower at a glance, just from his talent. This girl is very good. She has talent comparable to some saints. Yuan Huaza was shocked in his heart, but he was absolutely familiar with this summer Bingning, but he didn't remember where he had seen it. Yuan Huaza turned the waves in his heart. Just as he started, he wanted to take Xiao Bingning back to the sun-chasing Holy Palace. However, it's also Ling Yunhal's territory, after all. Xiao Bingning and his party have some grudges with Ling Yunhal. In Yuan Huaza's opinion, it's not the best time to end their apprenticeship. Ling Dongfeng. Ling Yu's face sank a little too, and sent a message to Ling Dongfeng. What happened? Ling Dongfeng's face was embarrassed and hot. He looked at Xiao Bingning deeply, but he found that he could not see the talented Xiao goddess for a while. Xiao Bingning has been hiding behind Qin Sheng, and has not sent out so strong yuan force fluctuation from him, which causes Ling Dongfeng to ignore her. Ling Dongfeng pointed at Qin Sheng and said, "What kind of man is standing behind a woman? When you are in my Ling Yun Hall, you can rely on women to help you? There are two choices for you. First, you can leave if you give up your arm. Second, you can leave if you win a fight with me." Ling Dongfeng is arrogant and domineering. There is no doubt in his words. Qin Sheng took Xiao Bingning. Now, in full view of the public, I am ridiculed by some self-righteous idiots. I have no face. Qin Sheng's voice was not loud, but it was clear to everyone. What, this goddess-like woman has a boyfriend? My God, a cabbage like an art piece is arched by a pig. Wait a minute, this pig seems to be just a soul state. The group of male students from the day-to-day shrine could not help but cry in their hearts. Although they didn't cry out, the look of pain on their faces was already on display. Interesting. Yuan Huaza couldn't help but look at Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng looks ordinary on the surface. It's just a low-level martial artist who can pass through the soul realm, but Xiao Bingning, who has a higher realm, can take it. This kind of thing can only happen if it happens in the Dian dynasty, the legitimate sons who have the blood of the princes and emperors. In the trading hall, countless hot eyes fell on Xiao Bingning. Xiao Bingning's gorgeous jade face blushed. He felt hot and full of shyness. He wanted to withdraw his jade hand, but Qin Sheng seized it. Let go. Xiao Bingning said viciously. No. Qin Sheng refused decisively. It's really icy, tut. Qin Sheng pulled up a joking arc at the corner of his mouth, but soon recovered his eyes. How can you let go? Xiao Bingning has no way. He can't sacrifice the soul of war directly. He is biting his teeth. Tut tut, after so long as a shield, does your client want to give some interest? Qin Sheng laughs and releases his hand when Xiao Bingning is about to explode. Ling Dongfeng looks at Qin Sheng and they're flirting, and suddenly a stream of violence gushes out, just when they are about to explode. Are you sure you want to do it? Qin Sheng looked up at Ling Dongfeng, who was violent on his face, and asked indifferently. He was not happy or angry in his words, and was calm enough to make people point. It's so noisy. Not only the ancestor of Ling Yunhal's leader is coming, but also the tutor of Xingyuan is present. If you change the ordinary martial arts of soul state, you will be scared to shiver and cry for your father and mother. How can you walk with Ling Dong peak in such a leisurely way? Hearing this, Ling Dongfeng snorted and sneered. It's very kind of you to be in front of Ling Yunhal and let yourself give up your arm. If you dare to make trouble in Wangdu, or even in dying, you will be beheaded directly. No, 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 it's your Ling Yunhal's tune. I played my girlfriend first. Qin Sheng said in a loud voice. Smell speech, Summer Bingning instantly pretty face a red, who is your girlfriend, don't want face. However, in full view of the public, Xia Bingning still clenched his teeth and did not deny it. She is also a tiger riding, blushing, who told her to let Qin Sheng be the shield from the beginning. As soon as Qin Sheng's voice fell, everyone was silent, especially the students from the day-by-day Holy Academy, who looked at Ling Dongfeng and others with contempt in their eyes. It turns out that it's Diao. Playing with someone's girlfriend, Qin Sheng Kai, makes trouble. You mean it? Can someone prove it for you? Ling Dongfeng asked with a gloomy quality, and his cold eyes swept over a group of martial artists. Those martial artists who gathered around to prove to Qin Sheng that they had offended Ling Yunhal, which is a huge thing. They can't bear to go. Qin Sheng shook his head and said, if you don't need other people's proof, you will admit it yourself. Boom. Just after the voice fell, Qin Sheng's back emerged a pair of purple electric wings, thin as cicada wings. After a few shocks, the purple electric arc scattered and appeared in front of Ling Donglai like a ghost. Prison dragon hand. Qin Sheng's palm was as fast as thunder. Ling Donglai's face changed wildly. He wanted to slap him to death and suddenly attack Qin Sheng. However, Qin Sheng's speed was too fast. In addition, it was a sudden surprise attack. Air. Qin Sheng's prison dragon hand, like an iron tongs, clamped down Ling Donglai's throat, as if he was carrying a chicken. After a few flashes of purple electric wings, he stood in the air, confronting Ling Dongfeng and others. You dare to move me under my eyes. To die. Ling Dongfeng is about to split his canthus, and the terrifying Yuan force is surging out. I'm Qin of Shendanzong. If you dare to do it, I promise you Ling Yunhal won't be able to bear it. Qin Sheng turned his hand and held up a token. This token is only as big as a palm. It is forged from unknown metal. It is carved with exquisite runes and infused with yuanli. Suddenly, the runes light up. In the middle of the token, a 9 character is crystal clear. All the people in the room were silent. They looked at Qin Sheng, who was standing in the air. Can you fly in the sky just by communicating with the spirit state? No, he seems to have practiced martial arts that can resist flying in the sky. Isn't this Wudlas? How can we learn the martial arts of air defense? Many martial artists are talking about it. Fart, are you Shendanzong King? Ling Dongfeng sneered. I also said I was the elder of Shendanzong. Take out a token like a man, a devil, and a dog, and you will prove that you are the guest Qing of Shendanzong? Think I'm a 3-year-old so easy to fool? Shendanzong, which is a big part of Dian dynasty, is the sage of alchemist. Even the royal family of Dian dynasty should be afraid of some existence. What kind of relationship can a huge monster have with a Wudlaus in Dian city? The most ridiculous thing about is that in front of Ling Dongfeng, the Wudlaus named Qin Sheng is just a low-level warrior who passes through the spiritual environment. A low-level martial artist, not to mention Qing, cannot even be a disciple of a foreign clan. He can only be a factotum disciple. Ling Dongfeng is really a late genius. He has made a thorough analysis in 3 words and 2 words. Some martial artists who were originally covered in circles have some schadenfreude on their faces. Originally Qin Sheng this Wudlaus and Ling Yunhal wild, even now, it is still so dead, with the god of Dan's guest Qin token rumor to deceive? Let go of me. Ling Dong comes to struggle desperately, but he is caught in the eyes of the public by the lower-level soul state warrior, just like twisting the little hen. But there is a tutor from the sun chasing holy temple over the sky. He was expecting to make a great impression in front of him. Now he is cold. After today's torment, even if he proves his innocence, he can only have a good wish to enter the Kowloon Holy Temple, which can never be realized. At least the gate of the Holy Temple is completely closed day by day. Pa. Qin Sheng slapped Ling Donglai's face, which was struggling. Pang Dun's handsome face, which had already been swollen, was red and swollen. The burning pain made him crazy. Be honest. Otherwise, I will kill you. Qin Sheng sneered, and his eyes flashed with a sharp sword. Ling Dong is confused. He feels like falling into an ice cellar. He can't move. He looks at Qin Sheng in fear and doesn't dare to move anymore, because he absolutely doesn't shoot at Qin Sheng. If he moves again, he may kill him. Must not look at Qin Sheng's woodlouse in the eyes of ordinary people. He has just taken away himself under the eyes of his grandfather. He can't bet on whether Qin Sheng will go crazy. Yuan Huazi glanced down at the token raised by Qin Sheng. There was no expression on his face, but when he realized that the token from Shendanzong was still hot, he remembered what Elder Qiu Qingyi had told him on the message board the other day. Hua Huazi stepped out one step, as if he had practiced the legendary practice of shrinking the earth into an inch, and appeared in front of Qin Sheng. Are you Qin Sheng? Yuan Huazi looked down at Qin Sheng and asked eagerly. At this time, the hijacking cloud covering Yuan Huazi's face disappeared completely, revealing a resolute face, and there was a faint red fire between his eyebrows. This is the real face of Yuan Huazi. Qin Sheng looks up at Yuan Huazi, his eyebrows slightly coagulate, and asks in doubt, Are you, senior? Yuan Huazi didn't say a word, but turned his hand and added a token to his palm. His token is also forged from unknown metal, which depicts exquisite runes with a 9-character engraved in the middle. Qin Sheng glanced at the token on his palm, his face changed, and he was surprised. Are you also the 9th-level guest of Shendanzong? Smell words, Yuan Huazi can't help nodding, eyes flashing, as if to see through Qin Sheng. I've heard that Elder Qiu received a 9-level guest Qing, the young king, for Shendan sect, some time ago. Yuan Huazi said with a loud smile, I didn't expect to see Qin Sheng's little friend today. He is really very human. It turns out that Qiu Qingyi has returned to the clan and told all their guests about Qin Sheng on the information board. And Qiu Qingyi also knew that Yu Wenhui's would bring a group of elite students from the outer courtyard to experience in the recovering Magic Dragon Wasteland. He specifically told him that if he saw Qin Sheng, he would take care of 1 or 2. Yuan Huazi sighs in his heart that he planned to walk around Lingyun Hall and go to Qin's house to say hello. He also wanted to see for himself. What's the holy place of Qin Sheng, who can become the 9th-level guest of Shendanzong just through soul state? The Qing of Shendanzong is very strict. Even the weakest level 9 Qing has to survive the first storm and thunder. But now Qin Sheng is only in the state of soul, which is lower than that of life. Master, aren't you the daily tutor of the sanctuary? Qin Sheng has some doubts on his face, how do you? Shendanzong is a huge thing that can be compared with Xingyuan, Dian Xingyuan and Lingxiao Xingyuan. Qin Sheng wondered why Yuan Huazi could be not only the 9th-level guest of Shendanzong, but also the tutor of Xingyuan. With a grin, Yuan Huazi explained, Shendanzong doesn't have much restrictions on Qing. The 9th level, Qing can't touch some core tasks, which can be considered as part-time jobs. Hearing this, Qin Sheng finally understood. He was worried before and became the guest of Shendanzong. Now it seems that he was worried for nothing. Lord Yuan, this is... Lingyu also fell from the sky, wondering. Yuan Huazi looks at Lingyu coldly, just like thunder and anger. The plundering cloud between the eyebrows is going to shoot out lightning, which is very horrible. Lingyu's face was wild and horrified. He only survived 3 times of storm and thunder, and the strength of Yuan Huazi, who had already passed 9 times of storm and thunder, was 108,000 li away. Yu Wenhui's just gave a cold snort, and Ling Yu felt as if he had been struck by thunder. His Yuanli was imprisoned for a moment, and his face was white. Qin Sheng's little friend is the 9th-level guest of the real god Danzong. Yu Wenhui's voice sounded like a hong zhong, which exploded in Ling Yu's ears. Ling Yunhal's big guts want to surround the 9th-level guest Qing of Danzong, the god of killing. Ling Yu is a strong man who has survived the triple storm and thunder, but when he heard about the 9th-level guest Qing of Shendanzong, he was scared to his feet. Tell me, how can you explain this to Ling Yunhal today? Yu Wenhui asked in a deep voice. The arc between his eyebrows was everywhere, with the smell of destruction. Ling Yu looks up at the enraged Yu Wenhuaza, his face is frightened, and he feels the horrible breath emanating from his whole body. On the spot, he shivers and is in a panic. This kind of fear goes deep into Ling Yu's soul, just like the thunder that destroys everything, and his brain is pale. How could this son be the guest of Shendan clan? Ling Yu's heart was filled with waves of fear. This is really incredible. In front of Ling Yu's eyes, Qin Sheng is just a low-level warrior who can communicate with the soul. At this time, Ling Dongfeng is also ignorant, his face is dull, and his eyes burst with unbelievable eyes. He's the god of Danzong, Qing? Ling Dongfeng's face is dusty, no matter how he doesn't want to believe it, but this matter is certified by Yu Wenhuaza, a tutor from Xingyuan every day. How can it be fake? Ling Yu stares at Ling Dongfeng and Ling Donglai, especially the latter. Ling Yu just wants to kill him. How dare he dare to cut down / play in front of the public? Is it from the girlfriend of the 9th-level guest Qing of Shendanzong? Qing of Shendanzong, even the lowest level 9, is a huge thing for Ling Yunhal. Ling Yu's eyes are changing, and a lot of things come to mind in a flash. Qin Sheng has never heard of this. He can become the 9th-level guest Qing of Shendan sect just by communicating the spirit. It's feasible to know that his alchemy talent is absolutely extraordinary. At worst, Qin Sheng may have a frightening backer in Shendanzong. Think of here, Ling Yu thinks, carefully extremely afraid, the look on the face is more dignified. This time I was killed by you two fools in Ling Yunhal. Ling Yu's furious voice, to Ling Dongfeng and his two people makes their faces paler and colorless. Qin Sheng, little friend. Ling Yu takes a deep breath, and then tries to squeeze out a smile that is worse than crying. Well? Yu Wenhuaza's face was cold. The clouds between his eyebrows rolled. There was a flash of terror. Ling Yu was dead on the spot. Are you a minion, too? The taunt of Yu Wenhuaza. Ling Yantang is a great power in Beichen country, but for Shendanzong of Dian Emperor, it is just like wild pheasant and immortal phoenix, with a difference of 18,000 li. Minions? When Ling Yu heard this, his face was very embarrassed. He was a strong man who survived the triple storm and thunder. He became a minion in the mouth of this tutor from the sun-chasing holy palace? This is to insult him, but Ling Yu just glanced up at Yu Wenhuaza and felt the cold and horrible atmosphere, and his chest was very depressed. This is the difference between the 3 and 9 robberies. Qin Lord Qin. Ling Yu was nearly 200 years old, and after a lot of wind and rain, she swallowed the so-called humiliation and said, the younger generation in the family have eyes that don't know Taishan, but also look to Lord Qin, there are a lot of adults. Qin Sheng threw Ling Dong on the ground at will. Ling Dong came to gasp for breath. His face was white as white paper, without any blood color. It was obviously broken by Qin Sheng's title of Emperor Danzong, Qing. Ling Tang Lord, what do you think should be done about today's affairs? Qin Sheng's eyes narrowed, his face was indifferent, and his detached temperament was definitely not imitated by ordinary martial artists. Moreover, Ling Yu, an old monster close to 200 years old, can't tell whether it's really detached and indifferent or deliberately imitated. At the thought of this place, Ling Yu knew that Qin Sheng was the real 9th-level guest Qing of Shendanzong. Ling Yu thought hard, after 10 rest, he said, "Today's business is all my Ling Yunhal's fault. I'm willing to compensate Lord Qin for 1 million yuan." These two young people face the wall for 1 year, to make an example. Ling Yu stood with his hands in his hands, his face awe-inspiring, and his brow full of righteousness. Others don't know and think that the old man is upright and impartial. Ling Yantang is a huge force in several nearby cities. It can make this force admit the mistake and compensate 1 million yuan of crystal. This kind of money is incredible. It can be said that Ling Yunhal has never compensated such a large number of yuan jing for so many years since its establishment. Ling Yu's voice spread all over the trading hall, and many martial artists gathered around the trading hall made amazing comments. 1 million yuan of crystal, even for the strong in Tongshanjing, is also a huge sum of money. Well, are you serious? Qin Sheng snorted coldly. His handsome face was full of ridicule. Are you sending beggars? I, Qin Sheng, will care about you for 1 million yuan. Ridiculous. All the people on the scene were watching Qin Sheng in silence. What's to send beggars? That's 1 million yuan crystal. You're going too far. At this time, Yuan Wei's is also a cold voice, accompanied by the atmosphere of destruction. Is Shen Danzong's guest status worth 1 million yuan? Ling Yu looks at Qin Sheng in amazement. Now Qin Sheng is supported by Yuan Huaza. He can't completely tear his face with Qin Sheng. I don't know what the adults want. Let's be frank. Ling Yu's heart is dripping blood. Today, he has planted the steel plate. Qin Sheng can't kick it anymore. I don't ask much. Qin Sheng grinned and said, "Meet my 3 requirements. Today's matter has been revealed." Please, sir. Ling Yu, with respect on her face, was already cursing in her heart. Special, isn't it just a tune/play for your girlfriend? 3 requests at once. I am Ling Yunhal. When did I have such a humiliation? First, pay me 10 million yuan. Qin Shengling said. Ling Yu's face changed greatly. He was shocked. What, do you want 10 million yuan of crystal? Well? No? Qin Sheng squinted and despised, or do you think my girlfriend doesn't deserve this 10 million yuan? Ling Yu takes a look at Xia Bingning and is deeply shocked by her beauty and temperament. In particular, he feels that Xia Bingning has a terrible power in her body. Once aroused, even she is afraid of it. And where is this woman from? Ling Yu is desperate. He knows that Xia Bingning is such a proud girl. Her background is absolutely not low. Value it's worth it, of course. Ling Yu dare not offend Xia Bingning. In case of being buttoned down with a nameless hat, he may have to spit blood again. Ling Yu turns his hand and throws Qin Sheng a nameless purple crystal card with a face value of just 10 million yuan. He has heartache on his face, but it's 10 million yuan crystal. Even for the strong people who have gone through multiple storms and thunderstorms, it's also a huge fortune. How can he not be heartache? Like the great eunuch in Ruhai, he also survived the triple storm and thunder, and his lifelong wealth was 50 or 60 million yuan jing. Amruhake has been in the deep palace of Bachin state for a long time. He holds the power tightly and has many means to collect money. Even so, there are only 50 or 60 million yuan of crystal. Now Qin Sheng is about to open his mouth and ask for 10 million yuan of crystal. How can Ling Yu not be upset? This is the first requirement, and the second and third requirements. Ling Yu's bad premonition is getting stronger and stronger. I don't know what are the other 2 adult requirements. Ling Yu asked uneasily. Qin Sheng nodded with satisfaction, and then the cold eyes locked on Deacon Ling, who was standing in the corner shivering. He's abandoned. Qin Sheng pointed to Deacon Ling coldly. Deacon Ling was so scared that his legs were soft. He knelt on the ground directly. He was covered with sweat. He looked up at Qin Sheng, who was cold and shining. His body was shaking. He didn't think of it in any way. The young master of Qin family, who had declined for a long time, was the 9th-level guest of Shendanzong. If he knew Qin Sheng had such a level of identity, he would dare to pit him anyway, and he also asked the law enforcement team to take the opportunity to retaliate. Ling Yu followed Qin Sheng's eyes and looked at Deacon Ling. There was some doubt on her face. "My lord, this man is just a small deacon in Lingyun Hall." "Why do you embarrass him?" she said. "Ling Yu, as the ancestor of Lingyun Hall, wants to abolish a deacon. It's just a matter of fingering, but she also has to serve the public. Otherwise, it will cold the hearts of other deacons." "Embarrass him? You can ask if I wronged him." Qin Sheng sneered. "This is Deacon Ling. Even if he is a big bully in the shop, he just took the opportunity to get even with himself. For such a villain, Qin Sheng is not soft." Bang! It turned out that Deacon Ling could not bear it, knelt down on his knees, kowtowed desperately and begged for mercy loudly. "My lord, I don't know Taishan. I didn't mean to pit your Qin family's talents." Deacon Ling's voice fell, and the whole trading hall was full of surprises. Ling Yu's eyes are cold, and his face hates iron, but not steel. For deacons, he always keeps his eyes open and his eyes closed. As long as he doesn't go too far, they don't care. After all, without oil and water, who is willing to work for Lingyun Hall? Bad reputation of Lingyun Hall, let's live up to it. Ling Yu's fingers pop out, burst out a ray of terrifying Yuanli, which turns into a flying sword. It's very fast and frightening. It's fleeting and doesn't enter the mind of Deacon Ling. Pooh. Deacon Ling's eyes are wide open, and he can't believe that he looks at the ancestor of the killer who is suffering from his own pain. His luster is lax, and he is killed by a single blow. The breath of death pervaded the whole trading hall. No one thought Ling Yu could kill decisively. He killed the deacon of Lingyun Hall. In fact, this is to show Qin Sheng. The subtext is that I am already very angry. Your third request is not too much. The second is that the deacon eats oil and water. He wanted to rectify for a long time. He also took this opportunity to make an example. However, Qin Sheng's indifference seemed that there was no fluctuation on his face when Deacon Ling was killed. "I don't know what your third request is?" Ling Yu's attitude is very low, and she has already met 2 requirements. As long as she completes the 3rd requirement, she can send away the guy who can't be provoked. Qin Sheng nodded with satisfaction and said, "The 3rd requirement is not high, and I'm reasonable." These 2 men, with one arm of their own, have done so. Qin Sheng points to Ling Dongfeng and Ling Donglai. Ling Dongfeng and Ling Donglai were scared at the beginning, but they were asked to give up their arms. What's more, it's self-defeating in front of the public. How can they survive in Dian City if it is spread out? Ling Yu's face was also gloomy, and he said coldly, "My lord, don't you think it's too much to deceive people? Deacon Ling is only a middle-aged person who can communicate with the soul. Lingyun Hall has a lot of people. It's just an ant to say a bad word. How can he be compared with Ling Donglai and Ling Dongfeng, the heirs of Lingyun Hall? In particular, Ling Dongfeng, the chief of Lingyantang, plays an important role in this court test, and he is also the first successor of Lingyantang. Let Lingyantang's first successor give up his arm? What's the difference between this and the face of Lingyun Hall of red fruit? It's just too deceiving." Ling Yu's anger is burning in her heart, and her eyes are full of fire. If it wasn't for Yuan Huaza to be present, it's estimated that Ling Yu's character killed Qin Sheng with a slap. Is it true to regard Qing of Shendanzong as the sword of Shangfeng? I will insult Lingyun Hall at will. Boom! Qin Sheng's outburst produced a sharp wave of Yuan force, which activated the 9 Yuan channels in his body. It was so powerful that it was like the dazzling sun that people couldn't open their eyes. Do you think it's too much to deceive? Qin Sheng's face quickly came out with some sarcasm, just like they too made me give up one arm. Let me take it for granted that I am only treating people in their own way, which is to deceive them too much. Ling Yu, do you mean that my hands are not as expensive as yours? Qin Sheng's anger also came up. There was the great tiger skin of Emperor.From. If he didn't talk about it, he would be sorry for himself. Elder Yuan. Qin Sheng suddenly turned his eyes to Yuanhui's, and said, if there is any difficulty for Kuqing of Shendanzong, can you mobilize other Kuqing to help? In case of any difficulty, the Shendanzong Kuqing can naturally ask for help just like the Shendanzong. Other Kuqing can't die without help, or they will be expelled by the Shendanzong. It's inevitable, said Yuanhuaza, you only need to send out a distress signal on the bulletin board, and Shendanzong will send the strong to come. That's good. Qin Sheng's face showed a sense of killing, and said, I feel that this old man is not kind to me. He has a sense of killing in his eyes. Please help to cut him off, so as to avoid future troubles. I owe you a favor, Qin Sheng. As soon as the voice came out, everyone stared at Qin Sheng strangely. Isn't it fierce? Let the tutor from the sun-chasing holy courtyard kill Ling Yu. Ling Yu is the ancestor of Ling Yunhao. He lived through the triple storm and thunder, saying that he would be killed if he did? Good. Yuanhuaza didn't have any consideration. He agreed very simply. Qin Sheng is a genius valued by Qiu Qingyi. Although his cultivation is still weak, he only has the ability to communicate the spirit state, but the elder of Shendanzong who can make the spirit state so valued is absolutely extraordinary. To be able to make such a proud man owe a debt of affection, in time, Yuanhuaza will definitely make a lot of money. As for Ling Yu in Ling Yunhao, something like ants can't get into Yuanhuaza's eyes at all. He said that he would cut it. Yuanhuaza, a pair of tiger eyes locked Ling Yu on the spot feel locked by a congenital big demon, a sense of coolness from the sky to the toes. No, don't cut me. Ling Yu is scared. He doesn't even have the impulse to resist in the face of the strong man who has 9 robbers. He took a look at Qin Sheng with resentment. When am I going to kill him? It's bullshit. It's a crime. You two trash, don't you just give up your arm? Ling Yu shouted at Ling Dongfeng, just like thunder. Ling Donglai and Ling Dongfeng look at each other. They never thought that things would come to this point. Under the threat of the ancestor, they clapped their arms. Click. Click. The sound of 2 broken bones burst. One arm of Ling Donglai and Ling Dongfeng fell feebly. The broken bone pierced the skin, blood seeped out, accompanied by severe pain. Ling Dongfeng and Ling Donglai hold their heads down, with endless humiliation and resentment under their eyes. It will be a stain for their whole life to let them lose their arms and humiliate them in full view. Qin Sheng sneers. These 2 guys just suffer from themselves. What they do is to bite their teeth and swallow them. Whether it's Deacon Ling or Ling Dongfeng or Ling Donglai, Qin Sheng has no pity. If it wasn't for Qin Sheng, he would have been humiliated 100 times and Xiaobingning would have been forcibly taken away. Only Qin Sheng had the token of the 9th level guest Qing of Shendanzong, and met Yuanhui's who came to visit Ling Yunhao. Otherwise, it's all unpredictable. Soon, Qin Sheng took back his eyes, and naturally led Xiaobingning to leave Ling Yunhao with his delicate hands like sheep fat and jade. Let's go. Qin Sheng looks back at Xiaobingning, who is red. Although she is not holding hands for the first time, Xiaobingning still feels electric shock and her body is stiff. The clan elder and a group of Qin's disciples left with Qin Sheng before their shocked faces disappeared. Let's go, too. Yuanhuaza waved his sleeves and left. It's impossible for Yuan Huaza to continue to visit Lingyun Hall. The rest of the people around, like a group of mobs, retreated and dared not stay. Lingyun Hall is a place where all the people eat shriveled food. There is no place to vent their resentment. If they continue to stay here, they will be unlucky in 9 out of 10. Lingyu looks at Qin Sheng and Yuanhui's, who are far away from him. His face suddenly darkens to the extreme. His eyes emit a frightening light, which is like a substance. He bites his teeth and transmits it to all Lingyun Hall people. He yells, "After an hour, I want to know all the information that is called Qin Sheng." Ha ha, thank you, Elder Yuan, for today's business. Xiaobingning has broken away from Qin Sheng. Yuan Huaza said with a light smile, "It's a small matter." What Lingyun Hall is, in the boundless Dian dynasty, just a relatively large sand in the endless desert. It's not worth mentioning. Little brother Qin Sheng, you can call me brother Yuan. You don't need to call me elder. Yuan Huaza talks and laughs. He even calls Qin Sheng brother. Has been following behind a group of geniuses from the day-to-day sanctuary, one after another, showing a look of consternation. They are very aware of the arrogance of their tutor. Although he is over 100 years old, he is still very young for the strong man who has passed the 9 calamities. Moreover, he has the talent of alchemy. He is the 9th level guest of Shendanzong. He is very proud in ordinary times. Such an arrogant tutor even calls him brother and brother to the low-level martial artist of Tonghunjing. Their martial arts accomplishments differ by 18,000 miles. The inner courtyard of the Qin family. Qin family hall has been repaired. Qin Sheng invited Yuan Huaza and his party to visit Qin's house. They were all shocked that Qin Zhongtian, the first person under the sun of the emperor, was Qin Sheng's father in the 3 holy courtyards of Dian. Originally, these arrogant people from the outer courtyard of the sun-chasing holy courtyard didn't pay much attention to Qin Sheng. Absolutely, he didn't know how to get the token of the 9th level guest Qing of the god Donzong. Although Qin Sheng just pulled the tiger skin, it's impossible for them to do so simply, and there is no bottom line. Let a person lose 10 million yuan crystal, that is 10 million yuan crystal, even they do not have so many yuan crystal. They also let their heirs give up their own arms, so arrogant and domineering behavior, but they really can't do it. Qin Sheng sweeps the arrogant sons from the sun-chasing holy palace. There are 10 of them, all of them are martial artists in the sky. They are not old, most of them are about his age. Is this the inside story of the 3 palaces? It's just the outer courtyard. It's the cultivation of the heaven. Qin Sheng didn't have any fluctuations on the surface, but in fact, he had set off a huge wave in his heart. Qin Sheng's talent is also the best in Dian City, but this group of talents from the day-by-day holy courtyard are even more evil than him. Of course, Qin Sheng's talent in physical training is definitely higher than all of them combined. I'm not prepared for your coming here today. Qin Sheng looked at this group of day-by-day saints whose accomplishments were much higher than his. He pretended to do so, pondered for a moment, and said, "Let's give each of you a drop of the blood essence of the big demon." The blood essence of the big demon, Qin Sheng has bought a lot in the underground black market. As soon as he finished, Qin Sheng turned his hand and took out 10 drops of the blood essence of the big demon from the ring. 1 drop of the blood essence of the big demon, the cheapest one would be a drop of 230,000 yuan crystal. Qin Sheng sent 23 million yuan crystal between his hands. Standing behind Yuan Huaza, a group of students in the Xingyuan looked at each other day by day. A drop of the blood essence of the big demon was not very precious for them, but it was also a small fortune. Take what your predecessors have given you. Yuan Huaza said with a smile. Thank you very much, sir. Seen your reward? Paralyzed, Qin Sheng seems to be able to communicate with the soul. Why should he be the elder of these proud children? Of course, they didn't dare to say what they wanted to say to embarrass Yuan Huaza. They could only accept the gifts one after another, but their faces were not natural. Thank you very much, sir. It's a great pleasure to hear that Qin Sheng's hair tubes are all erected. They are all arrogant sons from Kowloon Holy Courtyard. They call a Drags College from only one dragon pool as their predecessors. It's such a pleasure, don't mention how cool it is. I haven't seen you for a few days. It's a local tyrant. Xiao Bingning didn't know that she was holding Qin Sheng's waist with a small hand like ice, flesh, jade and bone. Qin Sheng is stunned. He is confused and turns in 10 million yuan of crystal? Why, no. Xiao Bingning squints, then pinches his fingers hard. Qin Sheng's face changes greatly on the spot. There is a sharp pain in his waist. Here, can't I give it? Qin Sheng turned his hand and threw the purple crystal card of 10 million face to Xiao Bingning. Well, that's about it. Xiao Bingning accepts Zijing card without politeness, and says in a small voice, let you take advantage of me. Leave such a cruel words, Xiao Bingning's pretty face is filled with blush of shyness, and then leave. The atmosphere at the scene was a bit awkward. How could this elder be a henpecked man? Cough. Qin Sheng coughs a few times on purpose to resolve the embarrassment on his face. He changes the topic and asks, I don't know what's the matter with Brother Yuan bringing them to the Magic Dragon Wasteland? Yuan Huaza was very witty. He didn't tease Qin Sheng. He got serious and said, I should know that the recovery speed of the Magic Dragon Wasteland is getting faster and faster recently, right? Hearing this, Qin Sheng nodded and said, I know about it. This time I came to the Magic Dragon Wasteland, I wanted to bring them to the test and assessment. Yuan Huaza explained, this test also has a lot to do with your next hospital test. Just for a moment, Yuan Huaza received some basic information about Qin Sheng through the bulletin board. Of course, this kind of information is only the most basic, not too much to dig Qin Sheng's privacy, only to let Yuan Huaza know about Qin Sheng's current situation. Related to the hospital test? As soon as Qin Sheng heard this, he immediately became interested. This time, he also wanted to get the attention of some teachers of the Holy Courtyard. As long as he performed well in the court test, Qin Sheng had the chance to get the favor of the 3 holy courts, namely, the Day-by-Day Holy Court, the Dian Holy Court, the Lingxiao Holy Court. Isn't the college test to be conducted in the attached colleges? How does it have to do with your day-by-day sanctuary? Qin Sheng also heard about the great changes that have taken place in the hospital test some time ago. I just didn't expect that this year's trial will change year by year. Now, in Yuan Huaza's mouth, there will be another change. Yes. Yuan Wei's nodded, in fact, your so-called court test is actually the experience of our day-to-day students outside the Holy Courtyard. The venue of your hospital test is the same as that of their training. As soon as Qin Sheng heard it, there was a huge wave. Is this year's trial so difficult? Qin Sheng's heart sank, and he saw a group of Tianjing arrogant people behind Yuan Huaza. The ruins that can be experienced by the arrogant sons of Tongshanjing will not be too simple, especially this group of people are from the sun-chasing Holy Palace. Luoyun College is just a lone college. Even Lingyun College is only Sanlong College. There is a huge gap between Luoyun College and Beichen College or Xingyuan every day. It seems that this court test this year is not so simple. Qin Sheng said in his heart. Brother Qin, as far as I know, the place where the hospital test was conducted was at a site suspected of the previous dynasty. Suddenly, Yuan Wei's sent a message to Qin Sheng. Have you heard of the great departure from the emperor? The site of the former dynasty, the site of the great departure from the imperial dynasty, Qin Sheng had not only heard about it, but almost went in. However, Qin Sheng is also a 9-dead man. He almost left his life by the mysterious lake. I've heard of it. Qin Sheng replied in a serious voice. Yuan Huazi looked very serious, and said, Dali Emperor buried many treasures, which gushed out with the disappearance of the prohibition on the magic dragon wasteland, and now more than 100 side entrances have been found. As soon as Qin Sheng heard this, his face suddenly turned frightened. He was worthy of being the site of the previous dynasty. There were no less than 100 entrances. It can be imagined how huge the site of the great departure from the imperial dynasty was. Dali dynasty, once the predecessor of the three dynasties, could not have disappeared and buried in the vast magic dragon wasteland if it had not gone through the World War I. Is there 100 just at the entrance? Qin Sheng was so frightened that he found one of the entrances. In the deep entrance of the lake, there are the stone tablet full of killing sword, and the Dali Black Jiao, who can easily kill the strong man who has passed through multiple storms and thunderstorms. Qin Sheng's eyes are changing. No one knows what he is thinking at this time. Yes, some of the entrances are dead doors. If you enter without hesitation, don't say you little guys who haven't been through the storm and thunder, even if I break in without permission, I will die. Yuan Huazi said quietly, the eyebrows are all serious. It's safe to be near the entrance of your Beichen kingdom. It's suitable for those who are under the command to enter. In addition to here, the entrances of other places will be opened recently. It can be said that the venue of this college test is the same as that of the whole Dayan Imperial College. It was in the ruins of the previous dynasty. Yuan Huazi said a lot in one breath. Qin Sheng was also very respectful and listened carefully. Most of what Yuan Huazi said about Dali dynasty, some of the past events of the former dynasty, although the time has passed 10,000 years. But Dali dynasty is too brilliant. It has given birth to many powerful human beings and bred many inborn monsters. In Yuan Huazi's words, the rivers of the underground palace, which were far away from the emperor, were all gathered by the blood essence of killing the inborn big demon. That's the blood essence of the inborn monster. Ordinary 5-level blood essence is very expensive. What's more, 8-level or even 9-level blood essence of the inborn monster converges into the underground palace moat. It's too luxurious. Qin Sheng smacked his mouth and salivated all over the place. It's the blood essence of the inborn big demon. If he can enter the ruins of Dali dynasty and scoop up a scoop at will to nourish the body, he can easily cultivate the magic cultivation body to the 4th or even the 5th level. Qin Sheng's eyes were shining with expectation. He had unprecedented expectation for this hospital trial. Brother, if you enter the ruins of Dali dynasty, please take care of my students, said Yuan Huazi, with a smile. Qin Sheng listened, clapped his chest, and said, no problem, the students of Yuan elder brother, who are my students of Qin Sheng, must take care of them. The group of students from the sun-chasing Holy Academy were not happy at once. They are all martial artists who can connect with the heaven and a junior college student who can connect with the soul. It's no joke. On the contrary, it's not certain who will take care of anyone. Tutor, what ability does he have to take care of us? A rather contrary voice sounded. Qin Sheng and Yuan Huazi both looked back at the place where the voice was disobeying. It was a female student, very young. It looked like she was at most 14 years old, 2 years younger than Qin Sheng. However, from the fluctuation of yuan force emitted by her body, it reached the middle stage of Tongshenjing. The 14-year-old girl, although her face is carved like a ceramic doll, is too scary. Guafu, no nonsense. Yuan Huazi yells. Guafu was so scolded by his tutor, blushing, pointing to Qin Sheng and saying, Tutor, am I wrong? This kid is just a soul state. What can I take care of us? Guafu blushed and whispered that the scene was a bit awkward. Yuan Huazi's eyes were full of fierce color. He glared at his little apprentice angrily and said, Guafu, how can you make your little generation judge? If you are so charming, you should be careful that you are sent back to the front wall of the Holy Palace by your father. Yuan Huazi is very strict. He also knows that Qin Sheng's strength is only to communicate with the soul, but it is not so simple on the surface. Otherwise, it is impossible to become the 9th level guest Qing of Shendanzong. And according to the information he has, Qin Sheng's level 9 guest Qing doesn't even need to be assessed. What does that mean? It shows that in the view of Elder Qiu Qingyi, with Qin Sheng's potential and talent, he is far beyond the ordinary level 9 guest Qing. Guofu is the smallest one among the arrogant people outside the holy courtyard. She has a very high talent. She is very popular and has never been scolded by Yuan Huazi in such a harsh tone. Guofu opens her mouth and feels very aggrieved. Soon, the pear blossom drops tears like a rainstorm, which makes people feel sad. Primary school girls. The elder students and elder sisters beside comforted one after another. Let's go and help the primary school girls breathe. Yes, what is Qin Sheng? Is it not a woodlouse? That woodlouse is so generous that the god Dan Qing's token does not know if he bought it with Yuan Jing. The genius from the outer courtyard of the daily holy temple even ate and shriveled like this, and communicated with each other. Suddenly, the young male students in platinum and armor came out. The armor was crystal clear. Each armor was also made of the scale armor of the big demon. The long hair was very elegant. They walked to Qin Sheng and Yuan Huazi at leisure. Well? Feng Kai, what are you going to do? Yuan Huazi looked at Feng Kai, who looked very natural and unrestrained, and asked indifferently. Feng Kai's demeanor was extraordinary. He first saluted to Yuan Huazi, then turned his eyes to Qin Sheng, and said, Master, I've been in a bottleneck in sword practice recently. I've been thinking hard for several months, but I can't go any further. Feng Kai begged the elder to give me some advice. Feng Kai is actually a sword cultivator, with a touch of imperceptible pride in his words. What gets in the bottleneck, what points 1 or 2, this special is not to help their primary school sister to find a bad atmosphere. Feng Kai looked up at Qin Sheng, but his handsome face didn't show much respect. Especially in the deep pupil, he quickly turned a little disdain and passed away. Bang! As soon as the voice came out, Yuan Hui's face was cold, and he slapped the table with a slap, which didn't contain any yuan force, but it still cracked the table, which was under his extreme pressure. Otherwise, even the table carved from the rune bone was smashed by Yuan Hui's with a slap. It's not a joke for those who have survived the 9 disasters. Don't you pay attention to your own words? Yuan Hui's eyes are full of fierce light, and his words are a little thunderous and terrible. It seems that there is a change of color between heaven and earth, which makes a group of students behind him seem to stop beating. Feng Kai was also stunned. Originally, he was fierce and disappeared in an instant. His legs were trembling. He was just a warrior at the top of the sky. Although he had a chance to cross the robberies at any time, his mentor was not a level at all. Facing the tutor on the edge of rage, Feng Kai wants to give up. However, when he saw the aggrieved Guofu, he immediately clenched his teeth and forced the fear in his heart, saying, Please help Elder Qin Sheng to complete it, and give me some advice. Feng Kai gnawed his teeth. Yuan Huazi wants to shout again. Ha ha. Qin Sheng raised his hand, held down the furious Yuan Huazi, and said with a smile, Brother Yuan, don't be angry, it's okay. Yuan Huazi looks at Qin Sheng suspiciously. He doesn't feel any sword chi fluctuation on Qin Sheng. His apprentice is about to understand the existence of sword, so how can he point out Feng Kai? Feng Kai and the group of students, how could he not understand Yuan Huazi? It's just that Qin Sheng can't be seen. He is so young and vigorous that he always has to compete with others. In particular, When Feng Kai and Guofu knew that Qin Sheng was only from a junior college with a long pool, Yuan Huazi asked them to call Qin Sheng a senior. They are the geniuses from Kowloon Holy Temple. Although they are only geniuses from the outer courtyard, they are also arrogant. How can they bear it? You no problem? Yuan Huazi asked suspiciously. You don't need to pay attention to my little brother Qin Sheng's nonsense. Besides, your elixir talent, even Elder Qiu, is highly praised. You don't have to worry about the specialization of the art. Yuan Huazi also saw a lot of wind and waves. He said a lot in words. He built a step for Qin Sheng, and he was able to resolve the embarrassment. Qin Sheng narrowed his eyes, didn't show any anger on his face, shook his head and said, it's really not in the way. Jianqiu. Qin still knows a little about fur. As soon as the voice fell, Qin Sheng stood up and picked up a 3-inch long dead branch under the shade of the tree. In the eyes of many consternation, he went to a large open space and said with a smile, your name is Feng Kai, isn't it? Feng Kai was a little suspicious. He looked at the 3-inch long dead branch in Qin Sheng's hand. Come here. You don't need to suppress cultivation. Attack me with your best swordsmanship. Qin Sheng waved the 3-inch dead branch in his hand and drew several sword flowers, laughing. All of them look at Qin Sheng in disbelief. They are confused, especially Feng Kai. His face is gloomy. Qin Sheng even uses a dead branch to compete with him instead of Fu Jian. I rely on, this Wu Laos is too loaded. Do not he know that Feng Kai is almost able to understand a wisp of sword meaning? This is called watching the sky from the well. In such a small place as Dian City, he is supposed to be a genius. He is used to being arrogant. Now he dare to look down on Professor Feng Kai. I'll be beaten by Feng Kai later, and I'll cry for my father and mother. As soon as Feng Kai turned his hand, he had another Fu Jian in his hand. It turned out to be a Wuwen Fu Jian. It was as thin as a cicada's wing. It was clanging and contending. Before Yuanli was infused, there was a faint sword spirit. It was very frightening. Predecessors, are you sure to let me attack with all my strength? Feng Kai asked with a wry smile. By the way, are you sure you want to use the dead branches, picked up everywhere as talismans and swords? In the words, Feng Kai has no respect. On the contrary, there is a trace of anger in his voice. Qin Sheng's act of pretending to be forced has completely angered him. At first, Feng Kai was afraid of Qin Sheng's status as the 9th-level guest of Danzong, but now he feels offended. Jianqiu has the dignity of Jianqiu. Qin Sheng's behavior has offended Feng Kai's dignity. Yuan Huazi also looked at Qin Sheng doubtfully, and he said, Brother Qin Sheng, do you really have no problem replacing Fu Jian with dead branches? Even in Yuan Huazi's heart, there is a trace of dissatisfaction. Feng Kai is his favorite student after all. Now Qin Sheng looks down on him like this, which is human nature. Qin Sheng, with a smile on his face, was very calm and did not show any confusion. He said with a smile, it's okay. Come on, just show your best swordsmanship. Bang! As soon as Feng Kai stamped his foot, his strength was so strong that the whole courtyard trembled. He came to Qin Sheng's empty space and looked at Qin Sheng. Laugh, and you will cry. A haze flashed under Feng Kai's eyes. My swordsmanship, Elder, is one of the best swordsmanship in heaven. It's called Green Lotus Sword Song. Feng Kai waved the Fu Jian, the sword flower with horrible sword spirit, scratched several ferocious sword marks on the hard floor, proudly said, Be careful, Elder. It's the best sword technique in the heaven level, not to mention in Dian City. It's rare even in the Holy Palace day by day. Feng Kai has spent a lot of effort to exchange it, and just barely gets started. Phew! A powerful yuan force poured into Fu Jian from Feng Kai's body. It was clanging and striding. It waved a sword towards Qin Sheng. This sword looks ordinary, but the surging sword is like a dam without a dike. The flood is unleashed wildly, with great momentum. The meaning of the horrible sword coagulates into an unreal blue lotus, but these lotus have not really formed, which is very unreal. This is because he didn't understand the meaning of sword. If Feng Kai understood the meaning of sword, these blue lotus flowers would stare at each other and their power would soar. The blue lotus fell and rushed to Qin Sheng with a terrible edge. Qin Sheng's pupils slightly contracted. He held a dead branch 3 inches long in one hand, looked up at the illusory green lotus flying in the sky, and shook his head. The strength of Feng Kai is not as good as the Shangguan snow on the lakeside of Dali imperial ruins a few days ago. Shangguan Shui has already understood the meaning of cold ice sword. Although the level of sword technique controlled by Shangguan Shui is not as high as that of Qinglian's sword, its sword is far more powerful than that of Feng Kai from sun-chasing Holy Academy. From this point of view, the Holy Palace is not invincible. For example, Shangguan Shui from the Palace of Beichen Kingdom is a gifted sword cultivation genius, like Kaigao. Feng Kai's free sword, let alone in the face of the martial arts in the spirit realm, can be cut off even in the face of the martial arts in the sky realm in the same realm. Feng Kai's eyes were cold, and he even regretted it. He tried too hard to kill Qin Sheng accidentally. You lost. Just when Feng Kai was intoxicated with pride, a cold voice broke into his ears, and a chill filled his whole body. Qin Sheng did not know when to appear in front of him. The 3-inch dead branch in his hand was at his throat. Although there was no sword qi on the dead branch, he died in a flash. Feng Kai looks at Qin Sheng in amazement, and his eyes explode with horror of killing sword. He easily smashes the green lotus that he has gathered with all his strength. How could? Feng Kai looked at Qin Sheng with disbelief and fear. He couldn't figure out how he lost? What's more, I lost so thoroughly that I was totally defeated. There was a dead silence on the scene, and the sword energy disappeared without a trace. Instead, the whole scene was filled with the meaning of killing sword. Qin Sheng was only carrying a 3-inch long dead branch, and didn't even send out a wisp of sword qi. However, the meaning of killing sword came from the dead branch in his hand. People looked at Qin Sheng in horror, as if they saw a sea of corpses and bones full of blood and killing, which made people shiver and shiver. Professor Feng Kai lost. Okay, it's like losing. How could it be? This group of Tianzi arrogant people from the sun-chasing Holy Palace, facing the ship, gaped. Mr. Feng Kai is the strongest one in their wave, and he is a higher level than Qin Sheng. The most amazing thing is that their master Feng Kai has played the best Green Lotus sword song on the heaven level. Even some students in the inner courtyard have to spend a lot of money to exchange that level of sword technique. For many reasons, their master Feng Kai couldn't resist Qin Sheng's sword, who was only able to communicate with the soul. This Woodlouse. It's too strong. Don't say that these students from the sun-chasing Holy Academy don't want to believe it. Even Yuan Huaza was shocked. He said, kill sword. The meaning of sword can also be divided into 3 or 6 9 grades. The meaning of killing sword controlled by Qin Sheng is very high. It can easily crush some sword meanings like cold ice, water drop and fire. Yuan Huaza is worthy of being a super strong man who can pass 9 robbers. He did not see any scenes, and soon returned to his mind from the shock. He said with a loud smile, Brother Qin Sheng, I did not expect that you are also a powerful sword cultivator. Feng Kai, you won't be wronged. Even if you forge a sword, you will be completely suppressed by Brother Qin Sheng. Yuan Huaza comforted. Qin Sheng took back the 3-inch dead branches, looked at Feng Kai, who was still confused, and said, You don't have a deep understanding of Green Lotus sword song. Do you feel a little tingling in dantian when you practice? Feng Kai looked up at Qin Sheng and said, How do you know? When he first practiced the Green Lotus sword song, he practiced hard every day. At the beginning, he had a good progress. But before long, he felt the stabbing pain in the red field. Recently, the stabbing pain became more and more outrageous. And it's been 6 months. Over time, he never tried to forge a sword. Qin Sheng smiles proudly. Who is he? However, he inherited the memory of the 10,000 robbers and the Yellow Spring fire. Although he couldn't make eye-catching efforts, he could easily see that there was something wrong with Feng Kai's dantian. Your cultivation is too reckless, and you hurt the origin of your body. I'll write a prescription. Go back and recuperate yourself. Your health is good. It's natural for you to cultivate your sword. Qin Sheng said confidently. Then, he wrote a prescription on the spot and handed it to Feng Kai. Feng Kai took the prescription, looked at it, couldn't understand the spiritual materials and refining process, and looked back at his mentor. Yuanhua first pressed Feng Kai's shoulder with one hand, and Yuanli quickly penetrated into his 4 limbs. His face changed as expected, saying, "Your dantian is really hurt by the sword qi." Smell speech, Feng Kai Dun's face changed greatly when he was injured, which will affect his potential. Yuanhua takes another look at the red square in Feng Kai's hand. His face suddenly changes, and his eyes are shining with wonder. How could Peiyuan liquid be so refined? Yuanhua's face exclaimed, "High, high. It's too high." Yuanhua looked at Qin Sheng. At first, he doubted Qin Sheng's strength, but when he saw a prescription he wrote at will, the doubt disappeared completely. Qin Sheng became the 9th level guest of Shendanzong, just like the storm, the whole Dian city. All forces in Dian city were shocked. Especially the Zhao family. At this time, in the meeting hall of the Zhao family, a group of elders and deacons of the Zhao family lowered their heads one after another, dare not look up at the gloomy elder, Zhao Zhao. Zhao Chao paced back and forth, his face so gloomy that he could drip water. Is it true? There is still a trace of expectation on Zhao's face. He really doesn't want to believe that Qin Sheng suddenly becomes the 9th level guest Qing of Shendanzong? That's Shendanzong. Zhao Qian has also been to Dian dynasty. Shendanzong is a huge thing, which can rival the existence of 3 Jiulong holy courts in Dian dynasty. Now Qin Sheng can rely on Shendanzong, a giant, which is not good for their Zhao family. In those months, there are still ants. How can we do this? Even Qin Zhongtian 10 years ago didn't become the god Danzong or the equal power guest Qing, Zhao Xiao said. Qin Sheng is so horrible. Zhao Qian is changing. He is thinking about whether to wake up the patriarch who is in the dead gate. Qin Sheng has grown up to the death of the whole Zhao family. Qin Sheng, who was once regarded by Zhao Zhao as still wrapped in the cradle, has grown to the existence that he is about to look up. Zhao Zhao got a lot of information. Qin Sheng even dared to offend Lingyun Hall, leaping over a great realm and holding Lingdong, the 10th genius of Lingyun College, on the ground. Even the arrogant Qin Sheng made Ling Yantang's 2 great talents lose one arm. It seems that Qin Sheng has grown to the point where their Zhao family dare not provoke. Although Zhao Qian has only dealt with Qin Sheng a few times, he is very clear that Qin Sheng's son is very clear. He has no doubt about how to trick people. It's called ruthless. Last time, he was not killed in the courtyard of the Qin family. The damaged medicine field was transformed into a miracle by him. Not only the medicine field was not destroyed, but also it was upgraded to a higher level. Thinking of this, Zhao's heart surged with weakness. He found that there were few ways to limit Qin Sheng. For today's plan, we can only wait for Big Brother to pass. Zhao Qian's face was gloomy, and he said to himself, "There's Zhao Qingsong and the old man behind him." Zhao Qian thought of the immeasurable Tu Lao, the existence of an unknown and terrible force, which might be able to suppress Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng sent all the people of Yuanhuaza away, and also came to the meeting hall of the Qin family. Qin Tao and a group of elders, even several new deacons of Tonghunjing of the younger generation, also appeared in the meeting hall. Everyone looked at Qin Sheng with respect. It was not pretended compliment, but respect from the bottom of his heart. The 9th-level guest Qing of Shendanzong, that kind of giant thing from Dian dynasty, even if the king of Beichen comes, you should be careful. Shenger, you summon all of us to come here. What's the matter? Qin Tao coughed a few times, and the whole meeting hall immediately became quiet. Qin Sheng narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "It's mainly to discuss how to deal with the newly harvested holy materials." Hearing this, everyone's face sank slightly. With the improvement of medicine field, the quality and harvest quantity of Ling Kai are much better than before, which was originally a great joy. However, after today's tossing in Lingyun Hall, it's a complete tear to the skin with Lingyun Hall. After all, in front of the public, Qin Sheng was so powerful that he ordered his ancestors to let his younger generation's genius give up. It's such a shame, let alone Lingyun Hall, which has strong branches in several big cities nearby. Even some small families can't help it. In the following days, with Yuan Huaza leaving Dian City, Lingyun Hall may even use some means to revenge the Qin family. At that time, let alone dealing with the remaining medicine fields and cultivating talents, how to deal with the revenge of Lingyun Hall is also a difficult problem. Hearing this, Qin Tao also had a dignified face. He knew that this time it was Lingyun Hall who was the first to cheat people, and he dared to tune/play Qin Sheng's girlfriend. No one could stand it. So, no one blames Qin Sheng. Shenger, whatever you can do, just say it. We will try our best to cooperate with you, Qin Tao said. Qin Sheng's fingers knocked on the table, thumping, suddenly laughing, I'm going to set up a drug market against Lingyantang. I've already thought about the name. It's called Xinglong Hall. As soon as Qin Sheng's voice came out, the whole conference hall was silent. You want to open a drug market belonging to our Qin family? Qin Tao's face was startled. He doubted, the drug market is not easy to deal with. It needs a lot of pharmacists. Besides, if Lingyun Hall knows that we have set up a Xinglong Hall, it will undoubtedly cut off their financial path. Qin Tao was a little worried, will this cause Lingyun Hall's crazy revenge? Qin has the final say, sniff at his face, and says, 10 years ago, we had the final say of Qin family. What Lingyun Hall is just after my father left, I dare to sneak into Dian City. Qin Sheng sneered, when their father is here, do they dare to fart? Qin Sheng knew that Qin Zhongtian was also a super strong man who had gone through multiple storms and thunderstorms. That kind of strong man, let alone a small Dian city, was a big man who would shake his feet even if he was a king in Beichen state. Shenger, do you have absolute confidence? Qin Tao took a deep look at Qin Sheng and finally asked. Qin Sheng said with a smile, I will not kick the Qin family into the fire pit at will. Well, what are we going to do? Since Qin Zhongtian was imprisoned, the Qin family has become weaker and weaker. He also wants to restore the glory of the Qin family. First, we are selecting some people who have the ability to practice medicine, and then I will cultivate them. Qin Sheng said with a smile. Qin Sheng didn't plan to manage Xinglong Hall so much. It was enough to produce some pills with less than 3 grades. In fact, 3 pills are also very expensive. Qin Sheng will focus on 1 pill. The training of the alchemist is in full swing. The alchemist is no better than the alchemist. It can be accomplished quickly by memorizing the bad back. An alchemist can only be accomplished after at least 10 years of hard work. To become an alchemist, the most important thing is to master the proportion of the fire and quenching. It requires a lot of soul power and experience. Qin Sheng simplified the soul seal and asked the people to practice. The speed of the increase of soul power soared. He also selected some experiences about alchemy, especially the refining methods of Juyuan pill and Jiadu pill. If we change other families in Dian City, it is very difficult to cultivate a first-class alchemist, even a 9-star one. There is no excellent secret book of soul refining, no rich experience. To cultivate a group of alchemists, or even an alchemist, is undoubtedly the dream of the fool. It's impossible. However, with Qin Sheng, he has the inheritance and memory of the emperor, who can change his life against the sky and turn corruption into magic. Only after a few days of training, some of the younger generation of the Qin family have mastered a lot of skills in medicine making. According to Qin Sheng's judgment, the strength of medicine making among the disciples of their lineage is about the same as that of the 5- or 6-star herbalist. It's only 3 days to cultivate a group of 5- or 6-star herbalist, and some of the disciples who have the talent of herbalist have reached the highest level of 9-star herbalist. Of course, this is just Qin Sheng's certification. What kind of sensation will this news, cause if it is spread out? Absolutely appalling. Of course, it will take some time to become a real alchemist. He is not in a hurry. At present, the task of alchemy is still given to him. Everything is going on. Today, Xinglong Hall is about to open. Qin Tao entertained all the families in Dianqing, the old dean of Luyun College, the Han family, and so on. Ha ha, congratulations to brother Qin. The old dean of Cloudju said with a smile that there was a little thunder power between his eyebrows, which was a sign of passing through the storm. In addition to the outsider Ling Yuntang, Yun Yu is the strongest in Dian City. Cloud has a white dress more than snow, she is also in the accumulation of strength, hope to fight through multiple storms. Qin Sheng, you need to move a pill. Cloud Land smile Eninin asked, you are not afraid of Lingyun Hall? Lingyun Hall is a huge thing. Even Yunlan, a proud girl from Lingxiao Holy Palace, is afraid of it. Qin Sheng squints and looks up at Yunlan's exquisite body. He feels that Yunlan's academic sister has made a lot of progress in her accomplishments. He can also boast of a strong man who has been killed in the world. Lingyantang is just a small workshop. Besides, the quality of the pills they produce is really not flattering. Qin Sheng sneered. Oh, you're confident. Cloudland couldn't help but look at Qin Sheng more. Yunlan doesn't look down upon Qin Sheng. He is a genius who can fight against the storm and thunder, and can cure his grandfather. He knows that Qin Sheng will turn into a dragon sooner or later. Little Dian City is just a starting point of Qin Sheng. By the way, it seems that Zhui Hong has disappeared. Has he not retaliated against you? Cloudland suddenly thought of it and asked Qin Sheng. Zhui Hong's disgusting flies are related to Qin Sheng because of her. Cloudland is very clear that Zhui Hong's kind of vengeance is impossible to let Qin Sheng go easily. Zhui Hong? Qin Sheng smiled mysteriously, he will never appear again in his life. Hearing this, Yunlan's body trembled. She was so talented that she could hear the words in Qin Sheng's words. There was a look of disbelief on her face. The voice said, you won't take him. Zhui Hong is a young marquis. His father is also a strong man who has dodged multiple storms and thunder. He is also his own son. If it is found that Qin Sheng killed Zhui Hong, there will definitely be a storm. It's okay. I'm clean. Qin Sheng preached. Boom. Yunlan is shocked again. It's true. Qin Sheng actually killed Zhui Hang. Zhui Hong's side is protected by the dead. How could Qin Sheng kill the 12? I'll tell you the details next time. Qin Sheng put on his voice. The opening of Xinglong Hall shocked the whole Dian City. Qin Sheng provided all first-class pills, most of which were Guiyuan pills and advanced antidote pills. Guiyuan pill can wash the marrow, muscles, and bones, cultivate the origin, and quickly restore Yuanli. It's a very expensive consumable. These Guiyuan pills and advanced antidote pills were all refined by Qin Sheng. Soon, the opening of Xinglong Hall, just like the storm, rolled the whole Dian city again. Lingyun Hall, Inner Hall. Lingyu looks at the sheepskin roll in his hand, as well as the Guiyuan pill and senior detoxification pill bought from Xinglong Hall. How can Xinglong Hall produce such a high-quality pill? Lingyu is also an alchemist of 3 kinds. He knows that the quality of this kind of pill from Xinglong Hall is far better than that of their Xinglong Hall. It's also a pill. Lingyantang is not competitive at all. Although I don't want to believe it anymore, this is the fact that the pills in front of me are iron. It seems that the token of the 9th level guest of Shendanzong in Qin Sheng's hand is not a false name. Lingyu's face was more gloomy. Laozu, don't we just forget Lingyun Hall? Ling Dongfeng looks up at the old ancestor, his eyes are full of resentment. His broken arm has been cured, but the heavy damage suffered in his heart will not be cured in a few days. Ling Dongfeng, the genius who was going to enter the 3 holy courts, even gave up his arm in front of the public. He will never forget this shame. Besides, Qin Sheng is a lower level than him. That's right, ancestor. The humiliation of Lingyun Hall on that day hasn't been avenged. An elder of Lingyun Hall also stood up. There was a flash of thunder in his brow. He was also a strong man who had passed the storm and thunder. The ambition of the Qin family is to set up the so-called Xinglong Hall, which is to provoke our Lingyun Hall. If we don't do something? Other small families don't think Lingyun Hall is easy to bully. How can we go on like this? It is obvious that the elder's words aroused the indignation of all the people present at the meeting. In these 10 years since Qin Zhongtian, who is so powerful and frightening, disappeared, their branch of Lingyantang had the chance to settle in Dianqing, and Lingyun College was established to restrain the genius and work for Lingyantang. After 10 years of development, Lingyantang has laid a great foundation in Dian City. On the surface, Zhao family is only covering the sky with one hand. In fact, in Lingyantang's eyes, Zhao family is just a clown jumping over a beam, which is not worth mentioning at all. On the contrary, the Qin family, their Lingyun Hall have been afraid to provoke. They are afraid. They are afraid that Qin Zhongtian, who has been missing for 10 years, will come back suddenly. Qin Zhongtian's power is terrible and frightening. Even the strongest clansman in Xinguang City is not willing to provoke him. What do you suggest? Lingyu asked in a deep voice. Selling pills is about reputation and reputation. One of the elders said with a smile, we can find some ruthless people in the black market. After the opening of Xinglong Hall, the quality of all Danyao is obviously higher than that of Lingyantang. Therefore, the business of Shenglongtang is getting better and better. In less than 3 days, all the pills refined before Qin Sheng have been sold out. However, the Qin family's medicine field level is very high. It doesn't take too long to cultivate a good talent. Moreover, Qin Sheng also sent people to other families in Dian City to buy low-level Ling Kai. The price is much higher than Lingyantang. It's not good, young clan leader. A disciple of his own clan rushed in, his face flustered, and there was a sharp fingerprint on his face. At this time, Qin Sheng was refining a high-level antidote pill. The sword eyebrow picked it up, and his eyes fell on the disciples of that family. He asked, "What's the matter? Who hit you in the face?" Qin Sheng also saw the fingerprint. His face was frozen and his eyes were cold. The disciple of that clan, wearing a coarse dress on his chest, said, "There is a disturbance in the trading hall of Xinglong Hall. Young patriarch, you'd better go and have a look." Those scattered practices reached the late stage of soul state. Some of the disciples in that family blushed, not because they were slapped, but because they felt that they were still not competitive enough. They could only find Qin Sheng to make trouble. Hearing this, Qin Sheng's eyes narrowed in a straight line, and the fierce color between his eyebrows became more and more intense. He paused refining pills and said in a deep voice, "Lead the way, I'd like to see who dares to make trouble in Xinglong Hall." Only a few days after the opening of Shenglongtang, the business is very good. It is estimated that many potential competitors have been shocked. Qin Sheng's face changed. Two forces, Zhao family and Ling Yuntang, appeared in his mind. The emergence of Xinglong Hall hit Zhao Jia and Ling Yuntang the most. No matter which one is running wild in my Qin family's territory, don't worry about me. Qin Sheng saw a cold flash under his eyes. The trading hall of Xinglong Hall was surrounded by a large number of martial artists. It was just a bustling business. In the middle of the trading hall lie a few faint warriors, pale and angry as if they were going to die at any time. In addition, there are 3 burly warriors pacing back and forth, with fierce eyes, fierce brows, and frightening breath that makes people stay away. These 3 people, at a glance, know that they are not easy to get into trouble. Qin Sheng, get out! The head of the most burly bareheaded warrior, roaring up to the sky, with indifferent fluctuations, voice accompanied by fierce Yuan force, spread to far and far away. Do you dare to sell fake medicine in Xinglong Hall and come out to confront each other? The pills in Xinglong Hall are cheap, but whoever dares to buy them will lose his life. My brother was infected with snake venom in the magic dragon wasteland. Originally, he could recover as long as he took the advanced antidote pill. Unexpectedly, after taking the advanced antidote pill, he not only didn't detoxify, but also deepened the poisoning. Now he has become ill into the cream skin. Qin Sheng, you bastard, are you going to be a turtle? Ha ha ha, it's all gone. Xinglong Hall is not reliable at all. Don't be greedy for cheaper pills. Lingyun Hall is expensive. Its quality is guaranteed. 3 big men of unknown origin shouted recklessly, and some of the loose monks who were waiting at first were shaken. Xinglong Hall even sold fake medicine. I bought a lot of them. Brother, I advise you to return. Return, I want to return. If you don't return now, you can't get anything back later. For a while, the whole transaction hall of Xinglong Hall caused the butterfly effect. A group of martial artists, who were just waiting, crowded to the front desk and would return the goods. The trading floor is in chaos. At this time a purple lightning flash, in a hot eyes, Qin Sheng came to the air. Do you dare to come out at last? The leader, the burly warrior, sneered, you went to the dragon hall, to sell poisons, and killed my brother. What are you going to do with this account? This group of martial artists is very aggressive and confident. They put on their hats as soon as they see Qin rising. Qin Sheng's sword eyebrow twisted. He saw the 3 warriors in the middle of the trading hall, their eyes covered with fire. Soon, Qin Sheng's mouth angle pulled up a joking arc, with a nonchalant irony on his face. Wow! Qin Sheng's back is as thin as a cicada's wings, and his purple wings flash. He comes to the big man's body and points to a family disciple who has a dazzling palm print on his face behind him. He asks in a cold voice, you hit? The leading strong man is already in the late stage of soul communication. Although the magic dragon wasteland has been revived recently, many martial artists have had adventures and their accomplishments have skyrocketed. The martial artists in the late stage of soul communication are still first-class experts. In the face of Qin Sheng's question, the big man's face showed a sneer and looked at Qin Sheng contemptuously. This is Qin Sheng? It's not surprising that Yuanli is just as powerful as me. What's worth the effort of the leader to deal with this little doll? The big man at the head said to himself, I beat you. Who told you to sell poison? Don't say it's just a slap on him. Even if he's killed, he's not wronged. Qin Sheng smiled, and then the smile suddenly solidified. He stepped out step by step, with a purple lightning in his step. He appeared beside the arrogant big man like a ghost, and slapped him hard. Click! In his astonished eyes, a sound of bones breaking that made people's scalp numb roared. Then, over 2 meters of the big man, like a meteorite, flew out of the door. The burly man spits blood with a big mouth, then convulses desperately. His eyes turn white, and he can't live. The scene was silent. Many fighters watched Qin Sheng shocked and swallowed a mouthful of saliva secretly. Qin Sheng is too domineering, isn't he? If they don't agree with each other, they will kill them and get back the fair customers. Shoo, silence, young Lord Qin is a genius who can cross a great realm. Even Ling Dong of Lingyun Hall has been slapped. That man is nothing. Qin Sheng is invincible in the same realm. Surrounded by the martial artists, one after another whispered to discuss, eyes with evasion. Originally, they all planned to return the goods. Now, seeing Qin Sheng's strength, they are a little bit egged on. Qin Sheng, do you dare to kill the people of Yinlong Gang? It's arrogant to sell fake medicine. Is it up to us Yinlong to bully? The remaining 2 burly warriors shouted in a low voice. When Qin Sheng heard this, he was surprised. This time, it was not Zhao's family or Ling Yuntang who came here to find fault. It was the Hidden Dragon sect? The Hidden Dragon sect does all kinds of evil. It specializes in breaking things. It doesn't do less to extort. Qin Sheng is not the first time to deal with the Hidden Dragon gang. A few months ago, Qin Sheng got through 2 channels. When he came out of the underground black market, he was remembered by a small head of the Hidden Dragon gang. He wanted to kill Qin Sheng halfway. As a result, instead of losing 1 hair, Qin Sheng was shot dead by him, earning 100,000 yuan and a mysterious piece of iron. In a flash, a few months later, the Hidden Dragon sect has not come to revenge. Now it suddenly appears in Xinglong Hall, and it is not good. It slanders Xinglong Hall to sell poison with its mouth open. Qin Sheng squinted, a few thoughts flashed in his mind. The iron piece he got that day should not be simple, but it's obviously not because he hasn't come to find himself for so long. If you hit my Qin family, you must have the consciousness of death. Qin Sheng grinned and said, if I don't set an example, everyone will think that my Qin family is easy to bully. How about this account? Arrogance, hegemony, invincible. In this speech, I heard that the disciples of the Qin family were boiling with blood. They were too strong. After so many years of eating, when did the Qin family become so strong? And you're from the Hidden Dragon sect? Qin Sheng said with a smile, it's nothing. Or let your leader come? I'll make sure it's clear with him. Just after the voice fell, the scene fell into silence again. That was the leader of the Hidden Dragon sect. It said that he had reached the late stage of Tongshenjing as early as possible, and half of them stepped into Tongmingjing. The strong at that level are just pyramids around Dian City. Qin Sheng even said it was so calm that he didn't even pay attention to the leader of the Hidden Dragon sect in his tone. Isn't Qin Sheng crazy? Che, haven't you heard of it? Qin Sheng is now the 9th level guest Qing of Shendanzong. In that position, even the monarch has to sit on the same footing. How can he be afraid of a small gang without any evil? That's the way it is said, but Qin Sheng only has a soul state. Those 2 burly warriors of the Hidden Dragon sect have ugly faces. They are used to being arrogant and domineering. When did they get this kind of anger? The 2 wanted to make trouble, but they saw that the leader who had lost any vitality could not even bear Qin Sheng's slap. They forced them to get back to the arena, which was no different from giving off their heads. Qin Sheng smiled coldly and said, don't play your little tricks in front of me. There is no flaw in the senior antidote pill of my Dragon Hall. I believe that it's not only you Yin Long Gang who bought the advanced antidote of my ascending dragon hall. What's the effect? Justice and freedom. Qin Sheng said in a loud voice, take them away. They have been infected with the pollen of Shaitangua. They have become the fertilizer of Shaitangua. Let alone the advanced antidote pill. Even Nirvana pill can't save them. You're arguing that we haven't been in touch with any of them, said the man of the Hidden Dragon sect. However, just at this time, the 3 members of the Hidden Dragon sect, who were lying on the ground and angry as if they were wandering, actually spat out black blood and a large number of vines from their mouths. These vines smelled. 3 disciples of the Hidden Dragon sect soon turned into a pool of black blood. Corpse rattan flower is black-purple, with sharp barbs on the rattan, and there are 3 defeated faces in the middle of the flower. With a close look, it turned out that it was the 3 disciples of the Hidden Dragon sect who had just died. The breath of gloom and horror rolls the whole trading hall, accompanied by the stench. Shaitangua, which is a kind of demon flower in ancient times, evolved by devouring other monsters, even human warriors. As long as one plant appears, it will soon spread to a large area. Even the worst corpse rattan flower can easily devour a human warrior who can communicate with the soul. If you accidentally break into the territory of Shaitangua, even the martial artists in the life-saving area will die. It is said that there was a vast sea of corpses and rattan flowers on the magic dragon wasteland in the War of Destroying the World, which was like the sea, and once devoured an extremely powerful man in the Divine Mansion. It can be imagined how horrible Shaitangua is. Ouch! Those 3 corpse rattan flowers even roared up to the sky, making a shriek. People are not like people, and demons are not like demons. They are very scary to hear. One of them even flew out with a sharp barb, trying to penetrate the blind onlooker. Pwai! A sword light rose up, the rattan was cut into 2 parts, fell on the ground and twisted. Thank you, young Lord Qin, for saving my life. The blind onlooker thanked him loudly. He was pale, obviously still in fear. If it wasn't for Qin Sheng, he would end up like those people of the Hidden Dragon sect. Sonorous. Qin Sheng raised his hand and cut out dozens of sword chi. He didn't mean to kill the sword, so he didn't spend much soul power. Without sword spirit, its power will be reduced a lot. However, it's easy to deal with these 3 plants. Soon, Qin Sheng cut 3 corpse rattan flowers into pieces, and then told the disciples to burn the corpses into ashes. It's all gone. It's a surprise to all of you today. Qin Sheng looked around and said, if you want to return the goods, you can. But if you want to visit Xinglong Hall in the future, you will have the same price and no discount. If before, Qin Sheng might care about the business of Xinglong Hall. But now with the recovery of the magic dragon wasteland faster and faster, there will be more and more sites born, and Qin Sheng will not waste much energy in Xinglong Hall. In a word, whether it's the family's medicine field or Xinglong Hall, it's just the road for Qin Shengwei to leave Dian City and go to Dian Emperor. He didn't want to leave suddenly, which made the Qin family lack of economic resources, and gradually declined. Many onlookers, facing each other, did not choose to return the goods for a while. People can see clearly that the so-called sale of fake drugs in Xinglong Hall is just that Yin Long Gang covets Xinglong Hall's business and wants to take a share and extort money. To say the least, Qin Sheng is the 9th level guest Qing of Shendanzong. How could he sell fake medicine? Ha ha, it's worthy of being the 9th level guest Qing of Shendanzong, with pride in his words. At this time an untimely sneer came in from outside the door. Qin Sheng's pupil contracts, and his eyes follow the sound to the door of Xinglong Hall. Ling Yu, the ancestor of Ling Yantang, came in face to face. Ling Yu, like the bright moon in the sky, was surrounded by a group of disciples and walked into the Dragon Hall. Qin Sheng glanced at Ling Yu, with a look of doubt on his face, and said, "It's very strange that the leader of Ling Hall came here. Isn't it the same as the minions of the Hidden Dragon sect who came here to accuse me of selling fake medicine in Xinglong Hall?" Smell speech, Ling Yu facial expression on the spot iron green rise, the displeasure between the eyebrows flash away. Qin Sheng's face is also changeable. Ling Yu's timing is too strange. The Hidden Dragon sect failed to find fault. Ling Yu swaggered into the Dragon Hall. It's a coincidence, isn't it? Qin Sheng felt cold in his heart. It's better to have nothing to do with the new Hidden Dragon sect. If there is any real connection, Qin Sheng will never be polite. Kill Ling Yun Hall again. Ha ha, Qin is a hero. Ling Yu said with a loud smile, "I've been looking up to Shen Danzong, but it's a pity that the talent of alchemy is limited. In recent years, I've only reached the level of the alchemist of the 3rd grade. Ling Yu's voice did not show off, but still caused a lot of exclamation. In Dian City, not to mention the 3rd alchemist, even the 2nd alchemist is very rare. In fact, even if it is an alchemist, the whole Dian City only has 2 or 3 people in Lingyun Hall. Even the Zhao family, who claims to have only covered the sky in Dian City, doesn't have a single alchemist, only a 9-star one. Ling Yu is an alchemist. An alchemist of 3 kinds, even looking at the whole Beichen kingdom, is very rare. Qin Sheng grinned and said, "Just say what you have. I'm old and I like to show off." As soon as Ling Yu heard this, his face suddenly cooled down and said, "Okay, Qin is quick to talk. Then I'll speak directly." During this period, many martial artists in Dian City are talking about that the advanced antidote pill and other first-class pills produced by Lingyun Hall are not as good as the ones you promoted to Dragon Hall. Ling Yu said in a deep voice. "Oh? What do you want?" Qin Sheng asked with a smile, squinting and taking a deep look at Ling Yu. Ling Yu said quietly, "I don't agree with Ling, so I want to challenge Qin. Do you dare to have an alchemy competition with me? Who wins, naturally can let Ling Yantang and Shenglongtang separate high and low." Ling Yu stood with his hand in his hands and looked down at Qin Sheng. There was a flash of contempt between his eyebrows. He asked, "I don't know if Qin can fight?" Lingyun Hall is really with the Hidden Dragon sect. Qin Sheng's sword eyebrow was picked, and he said in his heart. First, the subordinates of the Hidden Dragon sect find fault in the trading hall, slander Xinglong Hall for selling poisons, and want to slander the reputation of Xinglong Hall. If the Hidden Dragon sect succeeds, the Ascending Dragon Hall will be destroyed. If the reputation is poor, it will be difficult to operate. If Xinglong Hall is closed, whose profit is the biggest? Qin Sheng's eyes are cold and many thoughts are clear. The result is self-evident. It's Lingyun Hall playing tricks behind. Obviously, just after the plan of the Hidden Dragon sect failed, Ling Yu challenged Qin Sheng in full view of the public and carried out an alchemy competition. As long as Qin Sheng was defeated, Ling Yantang could completely suppress Xinglong Hall. Although it cannot completely destroy the development of Xinglong Hall, it can still be temporarily suppressed. This is Ling Yu's only way. This is a Yangmo without solution. If Qin Sheng doesn't fight, it will be a big blow to Xinglong Hall. Shua. All the hot eyes looked at Qin Sheng and waited for his reply. Qin Sheng said with great interest, "Alchemy competition is okay, but, are we going to have some color? Otherwise, there is no reward for winning. It's so boring." "Do you mean it, Lingtang Master?" Ling Yu is stupid. He is a real alchemist. Even in the whole Beichen country, the alchemist's taste is no more than one slap in the face. Now Qin Sheng even teases him and wants to have a gambling fight. Isn't it obvious that you didn't put yourself in the eye? Ling Yu's face flashed with cold, and forced to suppress the anger in his heart. He asked in a deep voice, "What color do you want?" 10 million yuan crystal bar, small bet happy, big bet will be ruined. Qin Sheng smiled. Lingyu Astaire, special, 10 million yuan crystal. This special is called small bet happy? 10 million yuan of crystal, even for a powerful person in a life-saving environment, can only be gathered together with nothing. Although he Lingyu is the terrible existence of going through multiple storms and thunder, it is also extremely painful to suddenly gather 10 million yuan jing. The most hateful thing is that he only bled 10 million yuan jing a few days ago. Qin Sheng is really shameless. Lingyu's heart mercilessly says, how can you have such a thick face? If the leader of Lingtang is absolutely a little big, please go back. Qin Sheng said indifferently. Lingyu takes a deep look at Qin Sheng. He is nearly 200 years old. How could he not see Qin Sheng's mind and just want to scare himself away with this 10 million yuan crystal head? How can I easily be fooled by Lingyu, and be frightened to the... Lingyu's face is more and more full of coldness. 10 million yuan crystal is 10 million yuan crystal. I hope you won't be upset later. Lingyu's words are full of ridicule. Then I'm not polite. Qin Sheng laughs, let's start. How about refining the second pill, knees.Qin pill? knees.Qin pill is a second-class pill. It can increase the number of pills that can open the knees.Qin vein. It is also a pill that many low-level fighters in Dian City need. A knees.Qin is worth 30,000 yuan crystals. Although the price is high for martial artists in Tongmeijing, it doesn't mean that you can buy enough yuan crystals. The production of knees.Qin is very low. Even in Lingyun Hall, the annual production will not exceed 100. It's lucky that the rate of pill formation is relatively high. knees.Qin? Lingyu sneers, although knees.Qin is only a second-class pill, it is not easy to refine it, even if it is not more than 50%. Lingyu is a real alchemist with 3 products and only 50% of the pills. You can imagine how difficult it is to make pills. Prepare 10 million yuan crystal as you wish, otherwise hum. Lingyu sneers in a cold voice. Ha ha, brother Qin Sheng, you are so interested that you should have an alchemy competition? Suddenly, a hearty laugh came from the sky. Yuan Huazi flew from the sky, followed by 10 Tianzi Jiazi from the sun-chasing holy courtyard. Yes, I have. Day by day, Feng Kai, the head of the temple, saluted Qin Sheng respectfully. Feng Kai is handsome and has a strong breath. There is a faint sword in his brow. It's very weak. If it's not Qin Sheng's sharp spirit, it's hard to detect it. Got the sword? Qin Sheng asked with a smile. Feng Kai nodded, his handsome face full of joy, and said, all thanks to the guidance of my predecessors. Otherwise, I not only didn't understand the meaning of sword, but even the origin was damaged, with unimaginable consequences. Feng Kai also went back with half-confidence according to the prescription given by Qin Sheng. After taking the medicine, he found that the source of the damage in his body had recovered. As soon as the origin is good, there is a feeling of flowing clouds and flowing water when practicing the Green Lotus sword song again. It doesn't take long to cultivate a wisp of sword. Although Feng Kai's sword meaning is still very thin, the specific characteristics of sword meaning have not been revealed. But this kind of progress also made Feng Kai very excited. With this sword intention alone, he made a good performance in this trial, and then returned to the holy courtyard day by day, so that he could be promoted to become a disciple of the inner courtyard. Ha ha, it's just a matter of raising your hand. I just give you a prescription, which can make sword meaning. It's up to me after all. Qin Sheng was not greedy. He patted Feng Kai on the shoulder and even regarded himself as a senior. He encouraged him. Feng Kai's expression is restrained, like a chicken cutting rice, nodding, which makes Lingyu look foolish. What's the situation? Isn't Feng Kai's party from the day-by-day sanctuary? The students of the Holy Academy are arrogant. Lingyu has never talked to them before, especially Feng Kai, who doesn't care about birds. Now he respects Qin Sheng so much. It's not entirely unreasonable. Ling Yu's eyebrows are locked. He catches the key words such as sword meaning, origin and prescription from the dialogue between Feng Kai and Qin Sheng. He has an inexplicable and unknown premonition in his heart. He is a strong man who has gone through multiple storms and thunderstorms. His intuition is very accurate. Although he can't predict good and bad things like Shenfu and Dongtian, he can also feel some inexplicable feelings. Intuition told him that this alchemy competition might not be as simple as he imagined. Yuan Huaza went to Qin Sheng and Ling Yu and said with a smile, "Since you are going to have an alchemy competition, then I will make a judgment, no doubt?" Wen Yan, whether it is Qin Sheng or Ling Yu, said there was no opinion. Although Yuan Huaza and Qin Sheng are the same guests of Shendanzong, they are not easy to be helped in front of the public. Besides, the comparison of alchemy is about the rate of alchemy and the quality of pills. Who wins and who loses, at a glance, can be seen at a glance. In an hour, Qin Sheng and Ling Yu made people ready to refine the holy materials of Diyuandan. There are more than 10 kinds of holy materials needed for Diyuan pill, all of which are secondary holy materials, enough to make 10 Diyuan pills. That is to say, as long as the talent of alchemy is enough, 10 Diyuan pills can be directly made. However, the 10% success rate, even for Yuan Huaza, is difficult. All the martial artists around gave way to a passage. Qin Sheng and Ling Yu were in the middle. "Are you ready?" Yuan Huaza said with a smile, "Let's start if there's no problem." With the voice of Yuan Huaza, Ling Yu turns her hand and takes out a danlu. It's about 1 meter high. It's made of blue metal. It has a light of rune on its surface. It's a 3-pattern rune. Some martial artists at the tip of their eyes marveled, and obviously found Ling Yu's danlu was different. A high-level danlu has a very obvious effect on improving the dancing rate. It's said that once there was an ancient danlu dug out by a powerful man in the magic dragon wasteland. The detached danlu didn't even need to be refined by an alchemist. If it was thrown directly into the spirit material, it would be able to rely on the rune prohibition in it to spray out the spirit pill automatically. Ling Yu is very confident. However, it took him a lot of money to buy this danlu from one of the strong men in Dian Dynasty. Originally, Ling Yu's alchemy rate of refining Diyuandan was 50%, but if this furnace was used to refine Diyuandan, the alchemy rate would easily exceed 50%. If you have good luck, you can even make the Dan rate reach a terrible 60%. Even the alchemist of the 4th grade can't guarantee the success rate of 60%. Obviously, for an alchemist, in addition to his talent, an anti-heaven furnace is also very important for an alchemy competition. Bang! Qin Sheng turns his hand and throws out the dragon fire tripod. The huge tripod body, covered with layers of rust, looks like it has just been dug out of a site in the magic dragon wasteland. Jiolong fire tripod seems to be very big. In fact, not to mention the prohibition inside, even the runes have peeled off. To say the least, this is a danlu. It doesn't even have a lid. Ha ha, Qin Sheng is arrogant. I didn't expect that alchemy is so aggressive. Ling Yu took the opportunity to ridicule and said, "This danlu is not ordinary at a glance. Compared with Qin Sheng, it can improve the rate of becoming a pill." Qin Sheng glanced at Ling Yu indifferently and ignored. Jiolong Liwating is used by Qin Sheng to harden his body. It's not impossible to make pills, but it can only make some low-level liquid or a pill. It's difficult to use it to refine second-class pills, because it's so damaged. Ling Yu takes back his eyes, and he begins to work hard. The process of alchemy is very fruitful, mainly divided into 3 steps. First, refine the elixir. Ling Yu glanced at more than 10 kinds of holy materials on the table, and took out one of them. This alchemy competition is not only related to the lottery of 10 million yuan crystal, but also to Ling Yantang's reputation. Therefore, for Ling Yu, only victory, not failure. Otherwise, not only his own face is disgraced, the reputation that Ling Yunhao has built hard in the past decade will be destroyed by Qin Sheng. Ling Yun's state of soul power is very high, which has long reached the state of heaven soul. Once it reaches the state of heaven soul, it can use the soul force to take things. Ling Yu just glances at the spirit material, and a dozen kinds of spirit materials pour into the furnace in many surprising eyes. The temperature is very high when the flint in the furnace is ignited, and the blessing of the rune prohibition is added. Ling Yu's hand is printed in the Danlu, and the soul carefully wraps the spirit material in the Danlu. Soon, the spirit material turned into a liquid. The first stage is very successful. Generally speaking, the first level is very difficult. Some alchemists who fail to pass the level easily fail to pass the level. Either the flame is too fierce, the spirit material is burnt, or the fire is not enough. Some spirit materials have not been fully quenched into spirit liquid, whichever will affect the rate of pill formation. Then the next step is the second level, Ning Dan. Ling Yu thought in her heart. The process of coagulating pills can be fast or slow. It mainly depends on the habits of the alchemists. It mainly grasps the heat. Basically, there is no problem. In a short time, the spirit liquid water in the Danlu slowly evaporated and condensed into a pill-like thing. Next, to the most critical Dan, but also the last level. It is very necessary to choose the time to get out of the pill. If it is too early, the pill will not agglomerate perfectly, and the medicine will dissipate. If it is too late, it is easy to waste the pill. Not long ago, Ling Yu's eyes rose sharply, his pupils contracted suddenly, and his fingerprints changed rapidly. Under many hot eyes, he suddenly clapped the Danlu. Bang! The Danlu shuddered and spewed out a pill. Ling Yu quickly raised his hand, which was full of wind and clouds. Yuanli came out of his palm and rushed to the heavens nimbus mat. It's Dan. Ling Yu looks at the Diyuan Dan in his hand. It's full of spirit Dan. The Dan pattern is clear and visible. It's filled with a very strong Dan fragrance. It's worthy of being the leader of Ling Yunhao. He succeeded the first time he went out. That's right. Qin Sheng is in danger. Lord Ling is an alchemist with real value. It's not certain who wins or who loses. Young Master Qin is also the 9th level guest Qing from the Shendanzong. How can the alchemy talent be low? Many martial artists around talked and talked. Out of the perfect Dan, Ling Yu eyebrows are all proud of the color, glanced at Qin Sheng in the distance, eyes pan sneer. As if to say, 10 million yuan crystal, you lose. Qin Sheng naturally felt Ling Yu sneer. He waved his sleeves and blew up the wind. 10 pieces of refined Yuan Dan spirit materials were thrown into Jiulong Liwaning. When the firestone is lit and the hot tongues rise, Kowloon will immediately boil away from the fire cauldron. Bang! Qin Sheng directly covers the lid made of customized metal, and then allows the flexible material to roll. This way of alchemy? Is this special cooking? Many of the martial artists around looked silly, and the sneer on Ling Yu's face was more intense. What does this son know about alchemy? Ling Yu sneers at the way in his heart. Generally speaking, at such an age, let alone a real alchemist, even a 9-star alchemist is very rare. Ling Yu Gui is an alchemist of the 3rd grade. At a glance, we can see that the alchemy technique of Qin Sheng is so crude and crazy. It's more like a cook cooking than alchemy. Even Yuan Huaza frowned. There were 3 thick black lines on his forehead. He was not a normal alchemist. This is more like a hot pot. However, with the change of Qin Sheng's fingerprint, Yuan Huaza's eyes changed. Qin Sheng's crazy and changeable fingerprint, whose powerful soul power infuses Jiulong Lihua tripod with a wisp of yellow spring fire. Roar and roar. The sky suddenly changes color, as if 9 dragons roar. That is. Yuan Huazekun said, that's the lost 9 dragon alchemy? The 9 dragon alchemy is very powerful. It's like 9 dragons are pregnant with the alchemy. The alchemy rate is as high as 90%, but it has long been lost in the ancient world war. Yuan Huaza also knew that there was a magic ancient alchemy by some special means. Roar. As the last dragon chant spread across the sky, Qin Sheng slapped the Jiulong Lihua tripod hard, and the lid made of precious metal was shaken. One of the Earth's yuan pills, which burst like a meteor shower, flew into the sky. Qin Sheng's purple lightning wings twinkled, flew to the sky, waved his sleeves, and took back all the yuan pills. Out of Dan? Ling Yu is a little confused. It's too fast. He began to refine the third Dan Ling Kai. Under the astonished eyes, Qin Sheng put all the yuan Dan on the table neatly. 10 yuan pills are placed in a straight line. Yuan Dan is very full, clear 2 Dan lines, full of rich Dan xiang, like a blue smoke, thin and out. A lot of martial artists around smelt the Dan xiang, but they felt that the yuan mai in their body was ready to move. 10 yuan pills in one breath, 10% of them. Ling Yu's face is full of unbelievable colors. Bang! Ling Yu is in a hurry, his Danlu is fried, and a burning pungent smell comes out. Obviously, this furnace of pills has been abandoned. Ling Kai has only 10 pieces in all, Ling Yu has abandoned 1, and Qin Sheng has refined 10 yuan pills in one breath. The victory of this alchemy competition is clear. Qin Sheng's suffocating alchemy talent made Ling Yu breathless. 10% of the rate, even 5 alchemists are not necessarily able to do it. Qin Sheng is just a young man, but Mao hasn't grown up. How can he do something that even the alchemist of the 5th grade can't do? He did it? Ling Yu's face was full of unwilling color. He was so angry that his hands and feet trembled. He pointed to Qin Sheng and shouted, no one can achieve the 10% success rate. Who gave you the guts to cheat in public? Ling Yu's eyebrows are full of evil spirit. The clouds are gathered and the breath of terror is shrouded in Qin Sheng. Many martial artists around felt as if they were pressing a mountain on their chest. They were extremely depressed. There were dark clouds gathering in the sky. This was the terror of the strong people who escaped from multiple wind and thunder robberies. Ling Yu slaps the red stove, and the hot snake on the flint runs around. He is so angry that he wants to capture Qin Sheng. At this time, Yuan Huaza's eyes on the sky are sharp. He just sticks out his hand. It seems to be very slow. In fact, it is very fast. The golden fingerprints flash out and are heavily printed on Ling Yu. Ling Yu fell into a piece of shit, and the gold fingerprint was pressed on his back. The floor of the trading hall burst. Ling Yu was forced out of a human pit, which was more than 10 meters deep. Poo poo poo. Ling Yu spits blood, looks up at Yuan Huaza on the sky, looks down, and looks with fear. At the critical moment, Yuan Huaza even made a move, and just randomly inspired a palm print, and then laid down Ling Yu who had gone through the triple storm and thunder. Everyone looked at this scene in a dead silence. 2 powerful people in the life environment were fighting each other. The scene was so terrible that no one dared to make a sound at this time. Whoa, 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 who? People are shocked. Ling Yu is also a powerful man in the life environment, and the ancestor of Ling Yuntang. He is even described as a dog by Yuan Huaza. Yuan Huaza is really domineering. This mad dog is going mad. It may bite people. With a smile on his face, Yuan Huazi looked at Qin Sheng and asked, why not kill him? People petrified, dull looking at the high-spirited Yuan Huazi. He saw Ling Yu as a local dog, killed at will. Ling Yu was finally scared. Looking up in fear, she struggled desperately to get up, but the golden palm print on her back was as heavy as a mountain and could not move. No, don't kill me. Ling Yu begs for mercy in fear. Qin Sheng shook his head and said, it's not necessary. This kind of goods, they are afraid of softness and blackmail Yuan Jing. Hello, old Ling, would you like to lose 20 million? Qin Sheng went to the side of the pit and asked. Poof. Ling Yu could not help but spit out an old blood, his face was even paler, and his voice was shaking. This alchemy competition, didn't it say that the colorful head is 10 million yuan crystal? Qin Sheng despised the squint and said with sarcasm, you just became angry, you want to fight me? If it wasn't for Elder Yuan to do it, you were afraid that you were going to turn your face and disown people, and I would kill you directly, right? Hearing this, Ling Yu shut up, because what Qin Sheng said was the truth. He was planning to kill Qin Sheng recklessly, because Qin Sheng's alchemy talent made him feel suffocated. If you don't cut the chaos quickly, take advantage of the chaos to kill the sun. When he grows up, where is Lingyun Hall? It will be swallowed up by Xinglong Hall. Old man, you are not young. How can you get angry so easily and do something that is too hot? Qin Sheng said with a smile, I'll pay you 10 million yuan more for it. It's also a wake-up call. You know that the wasteland is recovering recently. Who knows that one day there will be a royal family, even a royal family from the Dian dynasty. You are so reckless. In case you offend those Tianzi Jiazi, Lingyun Hall will die in your hands in seconds. Qin Sheng Huiyan counsels, so Black Belly, let all the onlookers on the scene are ashamed. Especially, this son has a thick skin and a thick skin. It can be said that he has a good appearance. In the end, it's not for Yuan Jing. It's shameless. 20 million yuan, buy a lesson. Qin Sheng finally said, if you don't want to, I can only kill you for the sake of righteousness. I don't want to provoke those royalty because of you. Ling Yu vomited 3 more mouthfuls of blood, dying, as if dying. Nima, people from Lingyantang, what's the matter with the Qin family? Shameless. Can't I give it yet? Ling Yu said weakly. 20 million yuan crystal, although very reluctant. A amethyst card with 10 million yuan crystal amount also has a 4-pattern rune sword, which is perfect and the rune is very exquisite. Although the metal is not comparable to the rune gold, it is also a sub-rune gold level, which can definitely be worth 10 million yuan crystal. Qin Sheng's cheap smile was accepted. Ling Yu looks at Yuan Huazi in fear, and then leaves in a gloomy way. This time, his seemingly invincible Yang Mao loses in a mess. Good to go. Qin Sheng laughed and said, welcome to Xinglong Hall, to have a duel later. Let's have a duel of alchemy. It's a little fun. Ling Yu, listen, spit a big mouth of old blood again, still come to the alchemy competition? Is it a good bet? Do you think Lingyantang belongs to Kaiyuanjing mine? In recent days, he has lost 30 million yuan to Qin Sheng. Even Lingyun Hall will hurt its muscles and bones. Without 3 or 5 years, it is impossible to breathe. Many of the martial arts onlookers finally focus on the Dark Lord Qin. He has a handsome face and is young. How can he be so cruel? Even those old monsters who have lived for hundreds of years are not as ruthless as Qin Sheng. One mouth is 20 million yuan jing. At the same time, they finally understand that the pills of Xinglong Hall are absolutely valuable. Qin Sheng can win Ling Yu at a young age, which can be seen. Ling Yu is a real alchemist. Clan elders, these Dyuan Dan, will be randomly selected for these onlookers. Qin Sheng said in a loud voice, a half-fold. And today's onlookers have the chance to get the VIP card of my promotion to Dragon Hall, which will be 20% off in the future, valid for 100 years. Hua. Qin Sheng's words make everyone boil. This kind of preferential strength is too terrible. Even if Lingyun Hall can't do it, it's just hurting people with this. This matter, if it reaches Lingyun Hall, it's estimated that the Ling family's ancestor will vomit another mouthful of old blood. The quality of pill is higher than that of Lingyantang. The price is lower than that of Lingyantang. This Lingyun Hall is destined to be eliminated by Xinglong Hall. Ha ha, brother Qin Sheng, is worthy of the talent that elder Qiu Qingyi valued. Yuan Huaza said with a loud smile. After Yuan Huaza, a group of Tianzi Jiazi, from the sun-chasing holy courtyard, couldn't help but look sideways. Just now, that alchemy competition was just an eye-opener, although the alchemists of the three products were nothing in Dian Dynasty. Qin Sheng arched and said, I really want to thank you, Elder Yuan. If it wasn't for you, I would be cold just now. Hearing this, Yuan Huaza waved his hand repeatedly and said with a smile, Lingyu has survived the triple storm and thunder, but I can see that it is only through taking the wind and thunder pill to improve his accomplishments by force. It is impossible to compete with the real three robbers. A warrior who has survived the triple thunderstorm by his own strength can easily crush him by his own strength. Yuan Huaza looks contemptuous, and in his bones he despises Lingyu, a martial artist who improves his accomplishments by eating medicine. Taking pills can improve one's accomplishments. After all, it is not true that one has been robbed by oneself. Especially the crossing of robbery. Qin Sheng's brother took a step to talk. All of a sudden, Yuan Hui said. Qin Sheng was stunned and felt that Yuan Huaza had something to say to himself. Well, come with me into the inner court. Qin Sheng nodded and then led the way. You wait for me here. Yuan Huaza turned to talk with a group of students from the sun-chasing holy courtyard behind him, and then hurriedly followed Qin Sheng to the inner hall. Xinglong Hall, inner hall. Yuan Huaza hasn't sat down yet. Brother Qin Sheng, did you use the 9-dragon alchemy handed down from the ancient times when you just made the alchemy competition? After hesitating for a long time, Yuan Huaza couldn't help asking. Jiolong alchemy, a precious and rare alchemy, is just like a fairy pill to Yuan Huaza, who is also an alchemist. Yuan Huaza's face is burning. He is a powerful man who can pass 9 robbers. He has several duties. He is not only the 9th-level guest Qing of Shendan sect, but also the tutor of the Holy Palace day by day. He is so tall that he seldom asks for help. Qin Sheng's sword eyebrow picked it up and said with a smile, Yuan's eyes are very sharp. Yes, I just used the 9-dragon alchemy. What is the Kowloon alchemy law? Qin Sheng's eyes turned white. He just used the basic alchemy in the memory of the emperor's memory. 9-dragon alchemy, such a tall name, Qin Sheng did not know who came out of the name. However, Qin Sheng soon understood that the so-called 9 dragons alchemy should be an alchemy method that spread down the Tianyuan continent in 9 days and 10 places. However, in the inheritance and memory of the emperor, this is just a basic alchemy, and in the Tianyuan continent, it becomes 9-dragon alchemy. Sure enough. As soon as Qin Sheng's voice came out, Yuan Huaza was excited to escape Yuanli. A terrible Yuanli wave rolled into the whole inner hall. The Yuanli wave of the super strong through the 9 robbers, though only a ray of it escaped, was also a shocking thing, and the air would freeze. Wang. The Xingjie Yuan Mai, which was dormant in the deepest part of Qin Sheng's spine, was ready to move. At this time, the fleeting and terrifying wave of Yuan power was instantly recovered by Yuan Huaza. He said with an apologetic smile, I'm sorry, brother Qin Sheng, I lost my temper. How can Yuan Huaza not be excited by the rebirth of the 9-dragon alchemy lost in the War of Annihilation? The so-called 9-dragon alchemy actually has its roots. It said that it was created by a palace alchemist of Dali dynasty, who was in charge of the whole elixir of Dali dynasty. Now the college level of the 36 dynasties of Huanglong has some origins in the Dragon Pool and the 9-Dragon Alchemy. As we all know, the level of college has a decisive relationship with the number of Long Qi owned by each college. Having a Dragon Pool is the Dragon College. Yuan Hua's Sun Chasing Academy is a senior institution with 9 dragon ponds. According to ancient books, Dragon Pond needs Dragon Crystal. Every dragon pond has forbidden blessing. The forbidden is too complex. Even 9 alchemists can't crack it. It's said that it has something to do with the 9-Dragon Alchemy of Dali dynasty. You can imagine how terrible the origin of the 9-Dragon Alchemy is. 9-Dragon Alchemy, divided into 1 dragon to 9 dragon. This dragon, in fact, is the French seal at the time of alchemy. A dragon chant is to control the dragon, which can improve the rate of alchemy. And Jiulong all out, there is to understand the essence of Jiulong alchemy, can improve the rate of 90% of the pill. In the comparison with Lingyu's alchemy just now, Qin Sheng's alchemy rate has reached 10%, which is a suffocating alchemy talent. Obviously, Qin Sheng's practice of the 9-Dragon Alchemy has reached a great success, or even a perfect state. It is explained here that Qin Sheng really controls the first part of the basic alchemy, but it doesn't mean that the alchemy rate of all the pills made by Qin Sheng is 90% or even 10%. It's impossible. The level of alchemy rate is not only related to the experience and method of alchemy, but also related to the quality of alchemy. If Qin Sheng had just refined 3 kinds of elixir, the rate of elixir would be 80% of the total, not 10% of the total. If Qin Sheng had just refined 4 kinds of elixir, the rate of elixir formation would be reduced. However, like some Pinlingden, Qin had no chance to ascend to the present state of soul power, even to refine it. Because the soul power needed for refining 5 spirit pills is far beyond the realm of Earth soul. Yuan Huaza paced back and forth, and finally, with a gnash of his teeth, looked at Qin Sheng and said, "Brother Qin Sheng, I have a bad request. I wonder if you can sell me the 9-Dragon Alchemy?" Yuan Huaza has always wanted to make a difference in Dandao, but it's really too difficult to make pills. It needs a lot of spiritual material practice. Moreover, he is not from a big family, and he doesn't have enough capital to spend. Therefore, it has been on the threshold of the 4-product alchemist, and it has been difficult to make progress for many years. If he gets this 9-Dragon Alchemy, he can greatly improve his alchemy rate, which is of great benefit to him. Yuan Huaza looks at Qin Sheng very uneasily. That's from the ancient alchemy of Dali dynasty. It's such a precious alchemy, not to mention his little martial artist who knows his life. Even the elder Qiu Qingyi, who has reached the Shenfu realm, and even the higher realm, the peerless powerful person who has reached the Dongtian realm will be moved. Besides, what can Yuan Huaza trade for this precious alchemy? That's the alchemy that has a relationship with the baptism of Long Qi in the college. Even if you sell Yuan Huaza, you can't buy this ancient alchemy. The slaves in the common life area are not sold out in the market, and they are very cheap. There is a trade of 10 million yuan. Qin Sheng now has 10 million yuan jing. He can buy a slave like 12 as a bodyguard. And the master like Yuan Huaza, who can get through 9 robberies, is not a rare commodity in the slave market of Dian dynasty. As long as you have enough yuan jing, you can still buy it. However, the primary crystal to be spent is naturally astronomical. Hearing this, Qin Sheng was stunned and blurted out, "Sell it to you?" Yuan Huaza's face was burning. He knew that he was very abrupt. Such a precious alchemy could not be sold if it was his own. If it was sold, he would have no advantage. "Brother Qin Sheng, I'd like to offer you 100 million yuan. Yuan Huaza said. 100 million yuan of crystal is a total of 10,000 yuan of stone. Even a strong man like Yuan Huaza, who can get through 9 disasters, can only get it by smashing pots and selling iron. Plus you can follow for 100 years. He added. Yuan Huaza is desperate. He has gone through 9 storms and thunder. Shou Yuan has 300 years. If he is lucky, he will be promoted to a higher level and reach Shenfu, and his life will be increased to 500 years. He is not yet 100 years old, and he is still young. He has sacrificed 100 years of freedom for the ancient 9 dragons alchemy, which is worth more than his money. Moreover, Yuan Huaza believes that he will not waste his time in the past 100 years with Qin Sheng. Don't look at Qin Sheng. He is young, just an adult, 16 years old. Even the elder Qiu Qingyi in the Shenfu realm valued it so much. How could it be the things in the pool? This kind of arrogant son of heaven will turn into a dragon sooner or later. If in this 100 years, he accompanied Qin Sheng, maybe one person got the way. Yuan Huaza is not born in a big family. He has nothing to do with it. He has no family pressure. He will not lose his family's face if he follows a warrior who is 2 levels lower than himself. Qin Sheng is stupid. A basic alchemy is only the first part. It's not a complete basic alchemy. Yuan Huaza wants to trade with him, and Zhang Zue will buy 100 million yuan of crystal? Not only that, but also spend 100 years as his follower? The so-called follower is actually a senior fighter. Let a strong man who can get through 9 robberies be a senior thug? Qin Sheng felt dizzy when he dropped a big pie in the sky. Is Yuan Huaza crazy? Qin Sheng was a little suspicious and smiled. Master Yuan, don't make fun of me. Yuan Huaza's face was serious, and then he knelt down directly. I, Yuan Huaza, would like to follow the adults for 100 years. I can make a soul oath, or hand over soul blood. Once the so-called soul oath is issued, it will be robbed by the wind and thunder for several times. If it is disobeyed, it will be robbed by the wind and thunder, and the body and God will be destroyed. As for soul blood, it's even more vicious. Squeeze out a drop of soul blood in the spirit and give it to Qin Sheng. At that time, as long as Qin Sheng's mind moves, or Qin Sheng is killed, Yuan Huaza will also die. If it is not a necessity, no warrior is willing to hand over the soul blood. Yuan Huaza is the most powerful person who has survived the 9 heavy thunderstorms. Moreover, he can improve a big realm with a high probability, that is to say, he will be an expert in Shenfu realm in the future. An expert of the future Shenfu realm kneels down to Qin Sheng to be loyal to him. Such a shocking picture, spread out, will absolutely frighten everyone. This is Dian City where the birds do not shit. It is very rare to have a warrior who can pass the 9 robbers. Yuan Huaza, a master who can pass the 9 robbers, is invincible. At this time, although Qin Sheng refined the inheritance and memory of the 10,000 robbers, he was a little guilty of seeing the usual scenes. Qin Sheng himself is just a low-level warrior who doesn't even have the soul of war melted. Although he can set up a large array, and with many means, he can crush the 12 who have survived a heavy storm and thunder. However, now Qin Sheng's present Yuan Huaza, who comes from the sun-chasing holy palace, has survived the terrible existence of the 9 storm and thunder robberies. Even if Yuan Huaza is willing to give his soul blood, Qin Sheng is also a little guilty and feels unable to suppress it. The pie that was smashed by nature is too big for Qin Sheng to eat. Elder Yuan. Qin Sheng thought like lightning, took a deep breath, and helped up Yuan Huaza, who knelt on the ground on one knee. You are the elder, Yuan elder, this kneeling, I will live longer. No way, no way. Yuan Huaza's eyes were dim, and he thought Qin Sheng would not trade with him. In fact, this is what he expected. That is the 9 dragon alchemy related to Dragon Pool, which has disappeared for 10,000 years. If he had not known it occasionally in an ancient book, he would not have known that Qin Sheng had just been in the alchemy competition, and what he had done was the nine-dragon alchemy which shocked everyone 10,000 years ago. You don't want that the nine-dragon alchemy? Qin Sheng said with a smile, I'll give it to you. Don't kneel any more. Yuanhua is confused. He rubs his ears hard and asks seriously, what do you say to give it to me? Qin Sheng said indifferently, right, isn't it an alchemy? You and I don't want a piece of Yuan Jing, let alone kneel. What has followed me for 100 years? How can we make our friendship full of copper smell if we can meet Yuan at a later date? Qin Sheng's big tail has been put on again. But I have to say in advance that I have only the first part of the nine-dragon alchemy. Qin Sheng said with a smile, I haven't found it yet. Next, Qin Sheng deviated randomly for a while, telling Yuanhua that the so-called nine-dragon alchemy was found in a site deep in the magic dragon wasteland, and he almost died. In fact, Qin Sheng was talking about the ruins of the great distance from the emperor under the lake. It's true. It's impossible for Yuanhua to realize that his nine-dragon alchemy is actually the basic alchemy in the memory of the emperor of 10,000 robbers. Qin Sheng did things very simply. He took out a piece of jade slips in the receiving ring and recorded the first part of the basic alchemy on it with soul power. Elder Yuan, here you are. Qin Sheng threw the jade slips to Yuanhua. Yuanhua takes over the jade slips and carefully collects them. Thank you very much. Yuanhua takes a deep breath and looks at Qin Sheng. He doesn't know what to say. He can't see Qin Sheng now. The priceless nine-dragon alchemy, Qin Sheng even threw it to him at will. Yuanhua is very clear that the piece in his hand is loaded with nine-dragon alchemy. Even if it is only the first part, it is also valuable. Even if the whole northern kingdom is sold, there may be some people who are extremely powerful. This kind of alchemy is too rare to be replaced even in today's Dian imperial palace. You and I can call names later. Don't call me senior. Yuanhua looks at Qin Sheng and smiles. At this time, Yuanhua did not regard Qin Sheng as an ordinary low-level warrior in the spirit realm. He was able to give him the nine-dragon alchemy that even the super-powerful people in Shenfu and Dongshenjing were all moved by. He could not change this kindness in his whole life. In the future, if you need my help, it's my duty. Yuanhua claps his chest and promises, by the way, Lingyu from Lingyun Hall doesn't look like a good thing, or I can help you to uproot Lingyun Hall? In this way, Yuanhua is very proud of himself. Lingyun Hall, a small force like ants, can only be regarded as a small force in Beichen country. Did Yuanhua want to use Lingyun Hall to repay Qin Sheng's kindness? If we let the strong of Dian dynasty know about this, we will mock and despise Yuanhua. Qin Sheng shrugged and said with a smile, that kind of clown will not bother Yuan for a long time. Hearing this, Yuanhua also smiled, nodded and said, that's also, if there is any need, just give me orders, this kindness, Yuanhua wrote it down. In this way, Qin Sheng just gave Yuanhua the first part of basic alchemy copied from the inheritance and memory of the 10,000 robbers emperor in exchange for his great kindness. It's a big profit for Qin Sheng to be able to let a master who can pass 9 robbers owe him a big favor. You can't be too greedy. Although Qin Sheng is very weak, there is still a certain bottom line. He has a good impression on Yuanhua. In recent days, he has helped himself several times. Like today, if it wasn't for Yuanhua to be present, even if he used Fu Bone to temporarily arrange a 4-level array, ice and fire Liangyi array, he would not be able to fight Lingyu who has survived the triple storm and thunder. It's a basic alchemy, and it's only the first part. For Qin Sheng, it's nothing precious. Lingyun Hall, the secret chamber of Inner Hall. Lingyu, who was badly hurt by Yuanhua, lies in a blood pool, with her eyes closed tightly. The blood pool is surging, with bloody and strong yuanli fluctuations. This pool is made of goblin blood, which is worth more than millions of yuan jing. Ling Yu's injury is too serious. If you don't use the blood essence of the big demon to repair the body, you may follow later. The next time you cross the storm and thunder robbery, even if you take the wind and thunder pill, you will be blasted to cinders. Hua. I don't know how long it took for Ling Yu to open her eyes and shoot the essence of bleeding red. Her breath rose rapidly and recovered to 90%. Ling Yu's indifferent eyes swept the people beside the blood pool and asked indifferently, "Are all the people here?" The secret chamber is not big, but it covers layers of arrays. Even the strong people who have gone through multiple storms and thunderstorms can't sneak in without a sound. Ling Yu's cold and grumpy voice echoed in the dark and cold chamber. The goblin blood in the blood pool has become black and foul. Obviously, the energy of the blood essence of these monsters has been completely dissipated, and the black slag is the dirty liquid left for Ling Yu to wash the hair and cut the pith. Report back to my ancestors, all the elite of Lingyun Hall are here. At this time a robe was dark all over, and the surface of the robe was flowing with fierce fluctuations. There was a cloud of robbery between his eyebrows. He was also a strong man who went through multiple thunderstorms. Behind him, there were a group of experts of law enforcement team. And behind the law enforcement team, Ling Dongfeng and Ling Donglai are here, but their heads are lowered and they dare not look up at Ling Yu. In particular, Ling Donglai was shivering and scared to death. Ling Donglai is very clear that his ancestors went to Xinglong Hall to have an alchemy competition with Qin Sheng. As for the result, the whole Dian city has been quarreling. Even in a dream, Ling Donglai could not have imagined that Qin Sheng, a reptile in his eyes, was so powerful and suffocating in his alchemy talent that even the ancestor of the alchemist of the real three products pressed on the floor to rub. It can be said without hesitation that their ancestor of Lingyun Hall lost in the alchemy competition. The old face didn't know where to put it. Ling Dongfeng's waist is straight and his eyes are sharp and changeable. Although he is not very clear about what the old ancestor invited all the elites of Lingyun Hall to come to the secret chamber, in all likelihood, it has something to do with Qin Sheng, who let him give up his arm in front of the public. Ling Yu changed into a dark gold-black robe with unknown precious metal inlaid on the surface. It turned out to be a 4-grain defense spiritual robe. He glanced at all the elite people on the scene. I can't swallow this breath. Ling Yu has black air all over her body, but it doesn't have any corrosiveness. It's the plunder cloud absorbed from multiple wind and thunder robberies. It's said that the expert who has gone through the 9 heavy storms and thunder can spit out a large amount of clouds, which are covered with dark clouds, flashed by lightning and thunder, and explode the horrible scene of destroying the sky and destroying the earth. In such a small secret room, many of Lingyun Hall's elite are scared to take a breath. They all bowed their heads, even did not dare to breathe too openly. They were afraid that the angry ancestors would see them and vent their anger on them. If so, they'll have the worst of luck. Ancestor, that fellow called Qin Sheng, is sure that there is only a soul state? The middle-aged man in the same black and dark gold robe before the law enforcement team frowned and asked. His eagle eyes were as sharp as the sword, and his lips were thin purple lips, which looked very enchanting. It's the soul state, but he can cross a big realm. Dong Lai is not his opponent. His real combat power should not be far from Dongfeng. Ling Yu's face is gloomy, and his voice is accompanied by his hoarseness. Since the ancestor can't swallow this tone, he will be beheaded. Purple thin-lipped black robe, hawk-eye middle-aged people sneer, can cross a big realm, and how can he cross 2 big realms? The genius against the sky is already very powerful across a big realm. As for the arrogant son of heaven across 2 big realms, none of us have heard of it. In the era of 100 schools of thought in the ancient war of annihilation, there are many talents in that time. However, 10,000 years have passed, and the Tianyuan continent has been in a state of dilapidation for a long time. That war was too fierce, and even the power of law has peeled off a lot. Otherwise, how could the magic dragon wasteland become a wasteland? No matter how powerful the talent of alchemy is, 2 fists can't be matched with 4 hands. Moreover, the devil dragon wasteland is not peaceful, and the genius will die soon. The middle-aged eagle-eye man with thin purple lips said in a cold voice, all the time, the legitimate son of the Black Tiger Lord died in the magic dragon wasteland. The Princess Huolinger is missing. Her life and death are uncertain. Her protector, the great eunuch in the deep palace, and Ruhai, is also dead. This purple thin-lipped middle-aged person is actually outside all year round, and the information received is much faster than Ling Yu's, and very accurate. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and stared. The Black Tiger Marquis is a warrior who has survived multiple disasters. It is said that he did not rely on Feng Lei Dan. The legitimate son of the powerful Marquis actually died in the magic dragon wasteland. Generally speaking, there must be a protector for the genius of that identity. This shows that the magic dragon wasteland is really becoming more and more restless. Ling Yu took a deep look at the purple thin lips of the middle-aged man. His face changed, and he understood what he meant in a moment. Do you mean that we plan to lead Qin Sheng to the magic dragon wasteland, and then set a dead end to let him stay in the wilderness forever? Ling Yu asked, in a deep voice. The middle-aged man nodded coldly with purple thin lips, and his eyes were full of killing. Please think twice. Is it really going to be immortal? At this time an old man with gray hair came out. His breath and blood had begun to decline. He was just a cultivation of the heaven, but he had been in Lingyun Hall for many years and belonged to the senior level. After all, Qin Sheng is from Qing of Shendanzong, and he is so close to Yuan Huaza. Even if he sets up a fatal situation, if he escapes from the world, it will definitely bring disaster to Lingyun Hall. The old man with white hair can't live for many years. The older he is, the more afraid he is of death. He fears that the last few years will not end well. Besides, what he said is not unreasonable. If the whole Lingyun Hall is placed in a position of eternal doom for the sake of a bad breath that can't be swallowed for a while. Bang! Ling Yuming's pat on the blood pool, the black water explodes, and the angry one seems to shoot out fierce light. He stares at the old man with white hair and says, coldly and indifferently, "Are you old, and your brain is not working well? Do you think we can get a piece of sky by stepping back from Lingyun Hall? Foolishness. Do you know how Ling Yantang's business is these days? A great fall. Since I lost the alchemy competition, no one wants to trade in Lingyun Hall." Ling Yu went to the old man with white hair and looked down at him, saying, "In Dian City, one mountain can't hide 2 tigers, Lingyun Hall and Xinglong Hall can only survive one." Poof. The old man with white hair was shrouded in the terrifying pressure like a mountain. He vomited his old blood and looked at Ling Yu in his rage and horror. He dared not say more. Qin Sheng must die. Ling Yu paced back and forth, his body seemed to light the death flame of killing. It's time to start. Do you have any ideas? Ling Yu glanced at everyone. Obviously, this time has come to the time of Lingyun Hall's life and death. Everyone has to plan. Grandpa, I have a plan. After a brief silence, Ling Dongfeng took the lead in standing out and said. Ling Yu looks up at Ling Dongfeng. The reason for their disgrace in Lingyun Hall is that Ling Dongfeng and Ling Dong's young generation, who have high hopes, kicked the steel plate. Nature makes people. If Ling Dongfeng and Ling Donglai are not so arrogant, they will not kick on the steel plate, or even be able to have a relationship with Qin Sheng. For Lingyun Hall, it is definitely 100 profits without any harm. Now, it's too late to say anything. The grudges between the 2 families have already been settled, even to the point of never ending. Say it. Ling Yu said indifferently. Didn't Ling Yunhao have a lot of claws and teeth in captivity over the years? Ling Dongfeng said, now is the time for them to repay their kindness. Ling Yantang, an outsider, is very difficult to get involved in Dian City, especially when Qin Sheng was there. So over the years, Ling Yunhao has kept many claws and teeth in captivity and worked hard for them. You mean the Zhao family? Ling Yu said indifferently. If someone else is here, he will be absolutely shocked that his mouth can be crammed into a fist. In the Zhao family, which only covers the sky in Dian City, is Ling Yantang's paw and tooth raised in recent years? This is absolutely explosive news. It's just incredible. Over the years, the head of Zhao's family has eaten so many advantages of Ling Yunhao, and is only attacking the first storm and thunder. Ling Yu shook his head. Although Zhao Hong is an old-fashioned martial artist in the sky, he is a higher level than Qin Sheng, but it's impossible to kill Qin Sheng without a sound. Ha ha, ancestor, do we have another Feng Lei pill in Ling Yunhao? Ling Dongfeng seems to have a deep meaning to say, give it to him, can't he survive the first storm and thunder disaster and become the strong one who can pass the disaster? Besides, killing doesn't have to use absolute force. Do we have some terrible poisons in Ling Yunhao? Ling Dongfeng is full of spirit, and seems to have a controlling power. This kind of temperament is innate, and it is not intended to be dressed up. Poison? Suddenly, Ling Yu's eyes brightened. He thought of some terrible things and said, do you want to use the hidden dragon to help the Jedi in the nest? Ling Dongfeng nodded and shouted, my father is wise. Please leave this matter to me, so that I can do my duty. Ling Dongfeng knelt down on one knee and said seriously, I promise I won't let it fail. Even if it fails and is exposed, it has nothing to do with Ling Yunhao. Ling Dongfeng said in a deep voice, even if it is exposed, it is also the work of Zhao family and Hidden Dragon sect. I have absolute assurance that even if Shen Danzong can't find Ling Yunhao, no matter how terrible it is. With Ling Dongfeng's voice falling, the whole secret room was silent, and the experts in the life environment all shouted their admiration and looked at Ling Dongfeng. This scheme is totally invincible. Ling Yu's gloomy face also eased a little. Originally, some days ago, he hated the future successor of Ling Yunhao for his iron and steel, but now he should be treated with great admiration. Okay, I'll get Feng Liaden. I'll leave it to you. Ling Yu pondered for a moment, then said, remember, we must keep it secret, or as long as we find a trace, it will definitely bring us the disaster of Ling Yunhao. Qin Sheng is the guest Qing of Shen Danzong, even though he is the lowest level guest Qing. However, the talent of alchemy is so high that people are suffocating. Let alone Beichen Kingdom. Even if we look at all the young heroes of the whole Dian dynasty, they are rare. If it wasn't for Qin Sheng's young age and weak martial arts cultivation, even the soul of war hasn't been melted, it would not be just a 9-level guest. As long as Qin Sheng has worked hard in these years and survived multiple storms, his achievements in the future will never be lower than that of Yuan Huazi. This is one of the reasons why Yuan Huazi's attitude towards Qin Sheng is so good. We will live up to our mission. Ling Dongfeng's eyes are sharp as a sword. His broken arm has long been healed, but the fracture in his heart is not good. He has a mind demon. He must do a good job in this fatal situation and send Qin Sheng on the road safely and properly. When night falls, the moon is black and the wind is high. Zhao family, deep inside. A dark shadow integrated into the night easily broke through the array of Zhao's house. The array of the Zhao family, even the highest one, is only a second-level array. It can only resist the ordinary martial artists in the soul state. It's not difficult to sneak in. Only in the core place, Zhao Hong's closed training room has a 3-level array, and it is only a reduced version of the 3-level array, which can only compete with the warriors in the early days of Tongshenjing. Zhao Zhao sits cross-legged. It's his turn to be on duty tonight. He is very clear that his eldest brother Zhao Hong has reached the most critical time, whether he can survive the first storm and thunder disaster at one stroke, which is related to the life and death of the Zhao family. Although Zhao Qian closed his eyes tightly, he was not sleepy at all. These days, he heard Qin Sheng's increasingly frightening achievements, which was really too shocking. The 9th-level guest Qing of Shendanzong has the talent of making people suffocate and despairing. Even the real 3rd-level alchemist Ling Yu has rubbed on the ground and lost his face. That Ling Yu, his Zhao Cui, is very clear about his identity. These years, he has been taken care of by Ling Yunhao, so Zhao family can improve their strength, just like a rocket. I hope you can make it through. It's going to rain in Dian City. It's impossible to stay peaceful for a long time. Zhao Bai's heart is heavier and heavier. Just at the time of his imagination, a very subtle voice sounded. Zhao Zhao opened his eyes suddenly, and there was a hot light in the dark palace. A dark shadow penetrates through the gap and easily breaks through the 3-level array of subtraction version arranged by Zhao Honghua with great effort. Zhao's pores were all standing up. Obviously, he noticed the dark shadow and felt very frightened. "Who are you?" Zhao Chao asked in a low voice. He didn't dare to drink too much. The gloomy and horrible feeling of black shadow is only felt by Tu Lao. However, Zhao Zhao is sure that it should not be Tu Lao. Because Tu Lao and Zhao Qingsong went to the depths of the magic dragon wasteland to dig for an ancient site to be born. Gradually the black shadow became clear, and what came into view was a handsome and extraordinary young man. "You?" Zhao Zhao was very surprised and looked at this extraordinary young man. This person is Lingdong Peak. Lingdongfeng is holding a flag, which is covered with dense runes. It is actually a rune. Broken flag? Zhao Chao was shocked, but soon he was not very happy. He said in a deep voice, "Master Ling wants to put our Zhao family, so we can come in directly. Why use the flag of breaking array?" Breaking flag, as the name implies, is a kind of talisman used to break the formation. Generally speaking, the flag is very precious. Even the flag with the lowest level is a 4-pattern talisman. Of course, the broken flag in Ling Dongfeng's hand is broken, so he can only easily break the real level 3 array. If there is no broken flag, you can easily break level 4 array. Zhao Gu is very clear about the relationship between their Zhao family and Ling Yantang. Outsiders may not be very clear. In fact, it's not pleasant to say. Over the years, the Zhao family is just the surface scenery. In fact, the Zhao family is just the paw of Ling Yantang. It's even worse. Zhao's family, who only covers the sky in Dian City, is just a running dog of Ling Yunhao. Ling Yantang is a powerful force in Beichen State. Its clan monopolizes all industries in several nearby cities, even in the Qing. Ling Yunhao in Dian City, where Lingdong Peak is located, is just a branch. Despite this, the status of the two ethnic groups is not the same, but Ling Dongfeng directly used the breaking flag to break into Zhao Hong's seclusion, which simply did not put Zhao family in the eye. Ling Dongfeng glanced at Zhao Qian coldly. He didn't have much respect in his words. A running dog whose accomplishments are not as good as his own. How could Ling Dongfeng put it in his eyes? What about Zhao Hong? Let him come out to see me. Ling Dongfeng said indifferently. Hearing this, Zhao's face suddenly collapsed, and his eyes flashed gloomily. However, thinking of the horror background of Ling Yunhao, he immediately dared to be angry and dare not speak. Zhao Chao tried to squeeze out a smile and said, "Master Ling, my eldest brother is closing up. It's the most critical time." Before Zhao Qian finished, Ling Dongfeng interrupted his words and said indifferently, "I haven't seen the deer to cross the border after so many years of closing." Zhao was blinded, and could not help but scold, "It's a storm and thunder robbery, although it's only the first one, but if it's not prepared properly, it will be blasted into cinders by the hijacked cloud every minute, and the form and spirit will be destroyed. Of course, such a grandson as Zhao Qian is absolutely afraid to speak up against Ling Yunhal's first successor. Try to squeeze out a smile that is worse than crying, and say, Master Ling, if you have anything to say to me first, as long as my eldest brother goes out, I will tell him right away. Before Zhao Hong shut up, he explained that this time he had to break through the barriers and fight against the robberies. If he suddenly interrupted his death, his preparations in recent years might have been wasted. Ling Dongfeng's eyes flashed a sharp color, and suddenly waved his hands. The palm print appeared on Zhao's face as fast as lightning. Bang! Zhao Jiui flies out heavily and crashes into the door of the secret chamber. The power of terror makes this three-level array of simple match version boil up. Pooh! Zhao Zhu coughs up blood with a big mouth. His face is swollen like a pig's head. There are several broken teeth in the blood. Zhao Gu looks at Ling Dongfeng's face in fear. He knows that he and Ling Dongfeng are just a little different from each other. Do you take my words to the ear? Ling Dongfeng is very strong, the yuan power of the whole body is faintly distributed. I say again, let Zhao Hong roll out, otherwise, it's not so simple to wait for you. Ling Dongfeng is so strong that Zhao Zhao can't say a word for a long time. At this moment, the door of the Chamber of Secrets opens. Zhao Hong came out with a gloomy face. He was shutting down. The third-level array outside shook so violently that he woke up. Second brother, you. Zhao Hong looked at Zhao Yi, who was lying in a pool of blood, and immediately became angry. He said gloomily, who is going to fight? I'll fight. Ling Dongfeng approached Zhao Hong calmly and said indifferently. Zhao Hongshan looked at the sound source and found that it was Ling Dongfeng, the first successor from Ling Yunhal. His original evil spirit disappeared without trace. What do you mean, Master Ling? Zhao Hong's words are harsh. Although the Zhao family is only the paw and teeth of Ling Yunhal, they have little respect. Zhao Hongqiang endured the burning anger in his heart. If he had changed other people, he would have stormed up and killed them. Ling Dongfeng didn't seem to take Zhao Hong seriously. He said indifferently, speak well. I just want to give you a big gift today. Wen Yan, Zhao Hong is a little confused. You come here to give gifts. Why don't you beat my man like this? In Zhao Hong's mind, Ling Dongfeng turned his hand and added a jade box. The jade box is covered with runes, and a clearly visible inscription is twining around the whole jade box. Obviously, the jade box itself is a one-pattern rune. Zhao Hongmu's light is sharp, and his heart can't help speeding up. Even the box is a talisman. What treasure is in it? Ling Dongfeng crystal fingers a random pick, jade box will be opened. In the dark night, a brilliant purple light rose to the sky, very dazzling, and then a red fragrance filled the whole palace. Zhao Hong's pupils suddenly contracted and stared at Ling Dongfeng's jade box. His heart seemed to spring out. This is... Zhao Hong's heart pounding, like the boiling demon jumping out of the world, is very frightening. Mixed with the purple and blue elixir, he lies quietly in the jade box. There is a faint flash of thunder, and even a faint and unpleasant thunder is caught near his ear. Wind Thunder Pill. Zhao Hong's eyes were round and dry. This is the elixir he dreamed of. He once saw it in Wangdu, but at that time, Zhao family had no such polycrystalline. A Feng Lei pill, the cheapest one, is also 10 million yuan jing, and it's still priceless and marketable. It's necessary to have a relationship. It's possible to buy it only after the back door and exhaustion of human feelings. Zhao family and Ling Yantang can't be compared. Even now, Zhao family has to give out 10 million yuan of crystal. It's just a fool talking in his dream. Master Ling, is this Feng Lei pill for me? Zhao Hong thought of a lot of things. Since the disappearance of Qin Sheng, Ling Yunhao has been very nurturing the Zhao family, giving the Zhao family many benefits. Of course, these benefits are not without pay. The Zhao family has also done a lot of activities that are not obvious. Take it. Ling Dongfeng, through the 10 million wind Lei Dan, to Zhao Hong. Zhao Hong takes over Feng Lei Dan, his eyes are hot, he regards Feng Lei Dan as a delicate art, and he is eager to swallow it. This is Feng Lei pill. It can steal the day and survive the storm. The so-called Fangliadin, in fact, is that after eating it, it will generate the power to rob the cloud, of course, only 1/10 of the official first storm and thunder, that is, the power of 10%. The difficulty level of the storm and thunder robbery suddenly decreased by 90%. If you take the storm and thunder pill, you will have 9 lives and 1 death. The difficulty will be greatly reduced. Zhao Hong's eyes are hot. In the dark palace, it seems that they are going to burst into flames. I don't know what Master Ling asked me to do this time, Zhao Hong? At the critical moment, Zhao Hong's hot eyes still left a trace of reason. Feng Lei pill is so precious. Even if we sell the whole Zhao family, we can't find so many yuan jing. Ling Dongfeng smiled, only with a murderous smile. Set a dead distance and send Qin Sheng on the road. Hearing this, Zhao Hong was confused and said, "You want to send Qin Sheng on the road?" Then Qin Sheng and Ling Yunhao have formed a feud? These days, Zhao Hong is closed, and he doesn't know about the recent bloodbath in Dian City. Big brother, it's like this. At this time, Zhao Qian dried the blood on the corners of his mouth, and made it clear in detail about Dianqing these days. Zhao Hongyue was more frightened and frightened. He was only shut up for a month. How could Qin Sheng be so horrible again? He took the wind and thunder pill in his hand, and his eyes changed. At last, Zhao Hongyi clenched his teeth and said, "I'll take it." As for Zhao Hong's choice, Ling Dongfeng seemed to have expected it for a long time and said indifferently, "I have set the situation of death, and I will send Qin Sheng on the road in 3 days." Good. Zhao Hong's eyes also sparkled with a frightening sense of killing. 3 days later, Qin Mansion. In recent days, Qin Sheng has been refining pills in Xinglong Hall at 2 points and 1 line. When he comes back at night, he will practice Soul Seal. Since the last test with Ling Yu's alchemy, the reputation of Xinglong Hall has been completely opened up, and a continuous stream of Sanqiu, even Dian City and some families of Black Rock City have come to Xinglong Hall to buy pills. It can be imagined that Qin Sheng has become a dog in recent days. Every day when I return to my family for rest, I will be exhausted, especially the soul power. There is not a trace of it left. In spite of this, Qin Sheng is still happy with pain, and more happy, because with the refining of elixir by pressing dry these days, it has a huge impact on the increase of soul power. Who? Qin Sheng spits out a long mouthful of turbid qi, and the headache caused by the exhaustion of soul power disappears without trace. In recent days, soul power has increased rapidly. I believe that if you practice like this for a few days, you will be able to upgrade the realm of spirit to heaven's soul. Qin Sheng is satisfied. The spiritual realm cannot be compared with martial arts. The spiritual power needs to be accumulated slowly. This soul seal is really not simple. It can restore soul power quickly. Qin Sheng couldn't help exclaiming. In the inheritance and memory of the emperor, there is also a secret method of cultivating soul power, but it's really limited in strength, so Qin Sheng can't mobilize it. In addition to practicing the secret code of spirit, you can also improve the realm of spirit by taking Tianhun pill, or even Xinghun pill, which is the legendary pill. It's just like Tianhun pill, Xinghun pill, which is far from the realm that Qin Sheng can refine now. As long as I endure for a few more days, and the spirit realm is promoted to the level of heaven's soul, then my ability to set up the array will also soar. Qin Sheng said in his heart. Array is also a kind of practice, but this practice is too much reproduction. It's more partial than the alchemist and soul master. Even the emperor of 10,000 robbers didn't practice to the extreme. Right now, a fiery Qin rushes in quickly, and Jiao shouts, "Qin Sheng, come out quickly." The voice is full of impatience, and hot Yuanli rolls around the mat. Qin Sheng frowned, felt the breath of breath, and walked out of the training room. Han Mengchen? Just out of the practice room, Qin Sheng saw a group of fire-red Ying holding a willow waist wrapped with a whip that lit the flame. Han Mengchen's pretty face is full of impatience. What's the matter? Qin Sheng has no good impression on Han Mengchen, who has the same hot body and temper. At the beginning, there was a quarrel in the inner court of Luyun College, and then the contradiction became more acute during the examination in Longqi. The Black Locust business, which was full of wind and rain a few days ago, made Qin Sheng have no impression on the big-breasted and brainless goddess. Something happened to Han Tailong. Han Mengchen's chest was undulating, obviously he came to ask for help with all his strength. When Qin Sheng heard this, his face suddenly became solemn. Han Tailong is his sworn party. In the course of the division assessment in the Malong mining area, he made a grave for himself because he thought he was dead. What happened to the fat man? Qin Sheng asked as he was worried. Han Mengchen's pretty face was full of iron. He turned his hand and threw Qin Sheng an iron can. Qin Sheng opened the iron pot, and immediately there was a smell of blood. There was a broken finger wrapped in the pot, which was blood-stained. "One life for another, come on." A line of words and a map were written on the blood-stained paper. Qin Sheng put down the iron pot and his face was so gloomy that he could drip water. He knew that revenge was coming. Among the electro-optic firestones, Qin Sheng thought of many possibilities. It must be that someone has a grudge with Qin Sheng, and then starts from the people around him. These people are so cruel that they even cut Han Tailong's finger. Han Mengchen's fine appearance without any defect was full of anger, and the Fuchi whip wrapped around Ying's willow waist also ignited a hotter flame. Obviously, the fire-red group of Han Mengchen is also a precious rune, which can easily withstand the flame of the fire whip. Han Mengchen is Qiu Qingyi's close disciple. When he left many treasures to protect his life. They dare to behead fat people. I'll behead them. Qin Sheng's eyes were sharp, his eyebrows were full of murderous intent, and a sword grass on his palm was swinging with the wind. At this time, Qin Sheng had several thoughts in his mind. What he wanted to revenge himself was just a few strengths. First, Hidden Dragon Gang. At the beginning of the underground black market, they cut off their hall leader and took away a mysterious piece of iron, which seems to be very important. These days, the revenge of the Hidden Dragon Gang has not come. Maybe this time, the Hidden Dragon Gang captured Han Tailong. Moreover, this kind of behavior style is quite in line with that of the Hidden Dragon sect. Second, the Zhao family. The Qin family and the Zhao family have already torn their faces. The Zhao family has always wanted to strangle Qin Sheng in the cradle, but Qin Sheng has been pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger all the time. Third, the underground black market. The underground black market belongs to Zhui Hong's family. Zhui Hong, an important legitimate son, can't be dead without any rumors. Maybe he has followed Rot Tan to find Qin Sheng here. However, Zhui Hong family is a prince family. I don't want to use this method to lead Qin to rise. There is a final possibility, that is, Ling Yunhao. It must be said that in the past few months, Qin Sheng has set up too many enemies. Of course, this is not Qin Sheng's fault, but most of Qin Sheng is the victim. If I had changed to an ordinary warrior in the spirit state, I would have belched 100 times. Qin Sheng's face is dignified. These four forces are likely to be the killers who took Han Tailong away this time. Well, I'll find out who it is. Qin Sheng's face flickered with murderous intention. He was very clear that he would never let those people stop. I don't think there's any absolute power in hiding. Qin Sheng said to himself, it should not be an underground black market. Underground black market, enough strength to assassinate him directly. In this way, the hidden dragon sect, Zhao family and Lingyun Hall are left. Qin Sheng thought for a long time, but didn't know who did it. Han Mengchen, you go back to the Han family first, and I will bring the fat man back. Finally, Qin Sheng starts. Han Tailong is so young that Qin Sheng can't be saved. Besides, if I don't keep the appointment this time, I don't know who will be dealt with next time. Even if it's a dragon pond or a tiger's den, you have to go. Han Mengchen's pretty jade face showed a strange color. She didn't expect Qin Sheng to be so confident and said, I'll go with you. Hearing this, Qin Sheng shook his head and said, you can't go. The elder Qiu told me to take care of you. It's too dangerous for you to follow me now. Han Mengchen's face changed sharply. He played with his sleeves and said, you look down on me, don't you? Han Mengchen ignited a flame on his palm. The previous flame was even more intense. In addition, the vigorous wave of yuan power from his delicate body showed that he had reached the late stage of soul communication, and seemed to be able to break through at any time. Han Mengchen stood in front of him and gave Qin Sheng a provocative look, I will not be a burden to you. If you dare to hurt my Han family, I will see who is so brave. As soon as the voice fell, Han Mengchen left the Qin family in the lotus step. Qin Sheng frowned and silently ran the python dragon's secret of purple electricity. There was a faint purple electricity on his feet. One step out was 100 meters away. Two people Qi electric Qi soon walked out of Dian City. Qin Sheng catches up with Han Mengchen and preaches, this time, it is obvious that some rats will set up a dead situation for me, which will definitely be in danger. You will follow me later, don't act rashly. Come on, it's not certain who is the burden. Han Mengchen's delicate body with fragrance said indifferently. She is pregnant with innate Danhua and spits out Danhua with her mouth open. She can easily burn the martial arts in the whole heaven. In addition, when Xiao Qingyi left, she left her with many means to protect her life. It's unrealistic to let Han Mengchen go across two realms. However, it's estimated that ordinary people who are powerful in life-saving realms can't kill her. Suddenly, Qin Sheng approaches Han Mengchen and pulls a subtle arc around his mouth. Han Mengchen is shocked. They have entered the magic dragon wasteland. Here are wild mountains and high winds in the dark. Let alone the human warriors, there are few ghosts. Han Mengchen covered his chest and cried, why are you so close? Stay away from me. Qin Sheng smiled, and the dim moonlight lit up his face, saying, did you leave some big killing tools for you when your master left? For example, purple crystal thunder with 4 or 5 stripes or something. Han Mengchen patted his chest gently. The curve of extreme temptation rippled in Qin Sheng's eyes. You're hitting my attention and you want to hit me again? For a moment, Han Mengchen suddenly seemed to think of something and covered his neji with strength. 5-pattern purple crystal thunder, 1 is equivalent to a 5-pattern talisman. You are a local tyrant when you are my teacher. A 5-pattern talisman, at least more than 10 million yuan jing, or even 20 million yuan jing, is still valuable and marketable. Even if there are enough yuan jing, they can only be purchased by relying on their contacts and status. The 3-pattern purple crystal thunder can kill the strong one in the sky. The 4-pattern purple crystal thunder can kill the human warrior who can pass 1 or even 2 robberies. As for the 5-pattern purple crystal thunder, the level is Yuan Hua's super strong one who has gone through the 9 heavy thunderstorm robberies, and he will die before he dies. Qin Sheng looked at Han Mengchen suspiciously and said seriously, this time we are going to break into the dragon pool and tiger cave. Don't hide it when you come. The magic dragon wasteland shrouded in the night is very desolate, and the boundless darkness seems to have an ancient inborn demon lying in the distance, which makes people dare not approach. At night, the magic dragon wasteland is very dangerous, especially the rapid recovery of the wasteland recently. Some ghosts buried in the deep underground are ready to move. Well? Qin Sheng wiped 2 layers of yellow spring fire in his eyes. The unreal fire beat in the dark. With the blessing of yellow spring fire, even in the middle of the night, his vision was as clear as that of the day. Stop. Qin Sheng sent a message to Han Mengchen and said, "It seems that something inexplicable follows us." When Han Mengchen heard this, her face suddenly turned white. She had heard many legends about the magic dragon wasteland. Generally speaking, no martial artist would like to drive in the magic dragon wasteland at night. The reason is that there are terrible legends in the magic dragon wasteland. In the middle of the night, the ghouls crawling out of the abandoned mining pit lie in the secret place of the wasteland, and jump out at any time to give you a fatal blow. Even recently, they heard that there was a body chaser. The so-called corpse chaser is actually a kind of wizard. They dig out some ancient corpses from some sites in the depth of the magic dragon wasteland 10,000 years ago, and then use the evil witchcraft to revive them. Only through this can they operate the powerful ancient corpse battle. The ancient corpse, which has not been corrupted for thousands of years, was absolutely tyrannical and lawless before death. Even without intelligence, its combat effectiveness is terrible. The ancient corpse has no yuan power, but the corpse is accompanied by terrible corpse poison. No matter it is a monster or a human warrior, if it is tainted with a thread, it will be miserable, its intestines will wear and its stomach will be rotten, and finally it will turn into a mass of corpse water. Dingling bell. Qin Sheng's ears stood up, and he heard the sound of a bell, and the fire in his body was beating wildly. Not so evil? Qin Sheng's face was white, his eyes were frightened, and he took Han Mengchen away. Han Mengchen's delicate body is very soft. Qin Sheng seems to hold a wad of cotton. However, he's scared. He doesn't have any idea to enjoy it. He runs Python Dragon's purple electricity rhyme crazily. The red electricity wings, which are as thin as cicadas' wings, vibrate crazily. The wind blows and the sand flies away. If you dare to bully me, when my teacher comes back, let him cut your thing. Han Mengchen gnashed his teeth. Pa. Qin Sheng slaps Han Mengchen's ass hard and roars like a wild animal. He says, "Shut up, some ghosts are following us." Han Mengchen's face is blushing, and her butt is burning with pain. She is ashamed and angry. She is so talented and has innate red fire. She was accepted as a close disciple by Qiu Qingyi in Shinfu. Later, she is destined to shine on the emperor. These days, Han Mengchen often fantasizes that after waiting for this court test, he will follow his teacher to Shendanzong, where there are extraordinary Tianzi Jiatzi who will follow the colorful auspicious clouds to pursue her. However, I didn't expect that Qin Sheng would suddenly explode in the dark night. This bastard hit me there. Han Mengchen clenched his teeth and tried to resist, but found that everything was in vain, because she felt imprisoned by Qin Sheng. This kind of feeling is just like that when you only passed the pass in the forbidden area, behind Luyun College, it was sealed. Qin Sheng's speed is too fast. The wind is strong and the electricity is sincere. The wind makes Han Mengchen's jade face hurt. Wow. Finally, Qin Sheng stopped and was on a huge heap of rubble. I can't escape. Qin Sheng's face was hard to see. I hope the body chaser didn't find us. As soon as Qin Sheng turned his hand, he threw out the glittering and shining runes, as well as several 9 flags dug from an ancient site. The flags are flying, tens of thousands of yuan jing are flying to all directions. A magic array of 4 levels is finally formed. Qin Sheng and Han Mengchen huddled in a corner on this disordered rock pile, just holding each other. Han Mengchen desperately struggles. Don't move. We've met the body chaser. Qin Sheng stares at it and shouts. Body chaser? Han Mengchen screamed. Silence, want to die? Qin Sheng is going crazy. This silly woman still dares to scream. If the corpse chaser is attracted, both of them will die. Jingling bell. Jingling bell, tilde. A sound of bells came from a distance. Under the 4-level magic array, it's very psychedelic here. As long as we don't pay special attention, we should not notice Qin Sheng and Han Mengchen. The sound of the bell is getting closer. Qin Sheng and Han Mengchen are shielding their breath. Bang! 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 There was a tremor on the ground. Then in the dark night, Qin Sheng saw a sarcophagus flying slowly. The sarcophagus was very old. It was glittering with black and gold runes and carved relief that he could not understand. The sarcophagus was broken and even had cracks. The water of corpse permeated from the cracks. Even though it was far away, Qin Sheng could smell a stench. On the sarcophagus, sitting a black-robed old man, covered with black fog, accompanied by the breath of death and chilly, even if it is far away, can make Qin Sheng and Han Mengchen shiver, such as falling into the ice cellar. They have to hold together only to get warm. The mysterious man in black robe is probably the legendary body chaser. The body chaser is mysterious and terrible, because it's really too evil. All the martial artists stay away and dare not approach. Qin Sheng did not dare to use the yellow spring fire for fear that the Dan fire would attract the attention of the body chasers. Although the probability was very low, Qin Sheng absolutely did not dare to take risks easily. In case of being found by the body chaser, the ghost knows whether it will be drawn out and made into a soul lamp, and the body will be made into a rune corpse. In 9 out of 10, the body chasers are also evil, except for a very few who are good people. But this kind of good body chaser, none of them. Tinkle. Exuding body water, accompanied by the stench of the sarcophagus, seems to be slow. In fact, the speed is amazing. With the approaching of the sarcophagus, Qin Sheng found that after the huge sarcophagus, there were still a group of Fu corpses beating. Those Fu corpses were very powerful and rare experts, but now they were made into Fu corpses by the body chasers for their driving. Those rune corpses are all ragged, wrapped with black and green dead air. There is no grass where they pass. Even the soil is corroded and blackened. You can imagine how terrible they are. Well? Is there anyone else in the back? Qin Sheng's pupils suddenly contracted. He saw a woman carrying a lantern after a group of Fu corpses who were so powerful that he did not know what kind of state they were. This woman can see the appearance clearly, without the pale face in the imagination, full of purulent spots, accompanied by stench and so on. On the contrary, this woman is icy, exquisite, and with extraordinary temperament, just like a girl who doesn't eat fireworks. Is this also a body chaser? Is there such a demon chaser? Is it her? Qin Sheng's face changed. At a glance, he felt that the woman with the lantern was familiar. Finally, he remembered that the woman had sold things to Qin Sheng in the underground black market stall a few months ago, because she got a palace box, cracked it, and got a Tianyuan pill. The woman's body was contaminated with erysipelas, and she was in agony. Qin Sheng exchanged a prescription for the Tianyuan pill. Nima, I dare to kill a body chaser. Qin Sheng's heart beat wildly, and his heart was throbbing. However, looking at the strength of women is not so strong. Strictly speaking, it should not be considered a real sense of body chaser. Maybe it's the female apprentice who sits on the sarcophagus and chases the corpse. Qin Sheng is pressing the fear in his heart, saying in his heart. Jingling bell. The sound of the bell, to chase the corpse, makes Qin Sheng and Han Mengchen tense their nerves. Suddenly, the sarcophagus stopped at the edge of the rubble, and the corpse chaser, covered with black fog, shot out his green and shocking eyes and looked at the rubble. Because the body chaser was covered with black fog, Qin Sheng and his wife couldn't see the body chaser clearly, but they stopped and looked at themselves. Found? Qin Sheng holds Han Mengchen tightly. Han Mengchen was almost stunned at the beginning. She heard a lot about the legend of the body chaser, and recently heard about the presence of the body chaser in the magic dragon wasteland. The extremely nervous Han Mengchen bit Qin Sheng on the shoulder. It hurts. Qin Sheng took a breath of cool air, but he didn't dare to move. He could only bear it. Let's have a rest here, said the voice of the body chaser. The gorgeous woman with the lantern nodded and began to rest. The recovery of the wasteland is a sign of my great separation. Are you ready? The cold voice of the body chaser came out. The jade face of the gorgeous woman with the lantern shows a little hesitation. Finally, she grins her teeth and says, as long as I can revive the great separation from the emperor, I, Chu Qiao, would like to sacrifice. Originally in the underground black market, the woman who was infected with Yin fire and erysipelas was called Chu Qiao. No, Chu Qiao is a descendant of Dali Emperor? Sacrifice yourself, recover from the emperor? Qin Sheng's heart set off a stormy wave. He was still descended from the emperor and was still a group of body chasers. This kind of secret unexpectedly let Qin Sheng and Han Mengchen hear. Han Mengchen naturally heard it. She also heard of the great departure from the emperor, but she didn't feel much. Now she is stiff and cold. She is the descendant of Dali dynasty. Now she just wants the two body chasers to leave. After half an hour's rest, the body chaser and the gorgeous woman named Chu Qiao left. Just when Qin Sheng and Han Mengchen want to relax and celebrate the afterlife. The body chaser covered with black fog suddenly appeared with sharp eyes, as if to shoot through a pile of rubble. He looked for dozens of breath, and finally gave up leaving. Nima. Qin Sheng heart crazy scold street, so insidious chase corpse person. If they make any sound just now, although Qin Sheng's level 4 array has the function of isolating light and sound, the ghost knows if the body chaser with great power can find some clues, so as to dig the rubble into the ground for 3 feet. Qin Sheng's heart is very empty. Although he has arranged a 4-level array that can withstand multiple storms and thunderstorms, he can't see the body chaser at all. From the actions of the body chaser, we know that it is not a good fault at all. Even Chu Qiao, a woman of extraordinary physical appearance, who was still a descendant of the imperial dynasty, had to sacrifice. It's so cruel. If fall in its hand, Qin Sheng and Han Mengchen's end is absolutely miserable. Qin Sheng felt thirsty. At last, the body chaser covered with black fog left. With the last time, Qin Sheng and Han Mengchen are still holding each other, afraid to move. After 3 hours, the sky was full of light. Qin Sheng released Han Mengchen. The body chaser should be gone. Qin Sheng saw that the sky began to clear. After all, the body chaser could only sneak in the middle of the night, and would never appear in the daytime. Han Mengchen's pretty jade face is still afraid. He is sweating and soaked. Are you sure to leave? Han Mengchen patted his chest and asked doubtfully. Well. Qin Sheng nodded, put up the rune bone and the flag of the 9-side array, and removed the 4-level magic array. Let's go. The dragon wasteland at night is dangerous. Qin Sheng smiled, then his eyes sharpened. We need to find the fat man, quickly. It's too long. Wen Yen, Han Mengchen also nodded. Deep in the nest of the hidden dragon sect, a big man with a black face and a curly beard, dressed in a blood-red armor, sat on a stone seat, his eyebrows full of evil spirit. His name is Yin Long, the founder of Yin Long Gang. Yinlong's body is cast like steel, crystal clear and shining. He is a self-made man, and his strength is comparable to that of Tong Tian. There is a mark of robbing cloud between his eyebrows, and he is only a trace away from the first heavy storm. Hidden Dragon's ferocity is very frightening. From a distance, it looks like a cruel black dragon, and its combat power should be comparable to that of the strong one who can make half a step through a disaster. Jiao Hong, it's almost dawn. There's no news about Qin Sheng. The big eyes of the hidden dragon and Ox's eyes radiated the light as if it were real. He said in a deep voice, "That kid is not counselor, dare not come here." Yinlong's strength is very strong, and he has known Jiao Hong for many years, and his strength has always been above it, even though Jiao Hong has passed the first storm and thunder. But Yinlong still hasn't changed his name. Jiao Hong came up with this move. He was very clear about the relationship between Qin Sheng and Han Tailong. Qin Sheng could not be saved. Hearing this, Jiao Hong's eyebrows flashed a little displeasure. He was a master of life communication, although only relying on the wind and thunder dance sent by Ling Yunhao, could he be promoted to Tongyi. However, he should still be respected by all the martial artists in the command environment. The hidden dragon even called his name directly, which made him a little unhappy. However, there is no more debate about it. After all, this is not the time for internal strife. Well, don't you know how terrible the demon dragon wasteland is at night? Jiao Hong sneered, and there was a frightening force of thunder between his eyebrows, which was a sign of going through the storm. Sure enough, the thunder breath rolls the mat to all sides of the hidden dragon sect's nest, making many disciples of the hidden dragon sect shiver. Jiao Hong stood up with his hands in his hands, and said calmly, "The rapidly recovering magic dragon wasteland is more dangerous than ever, and recently I heard of the emergence of body chasers. If Qin Sheng had not died, he would not have crossed the magic dragon wasteland in the middle of the night." Jiao Hong is very confident. This kind of confidence comes from the leap of strength. Hidden Dragon's eyes are frightened. He has heard about the legend of the body chaser. Even his Hidden Dragon sect has died some disciples who go out to work late at night. Recently, the Hidden Dragon sect has banned all people from going out at night. At this time, a disciple of the Hidden Dragon sect rushed in. Guild leader, Qin Sheng appears. The disciple of the Hidden Dragon sect said loudly, "Here we are." Yinlong suddenly stood up. Jiao Hong said in a deep voice, "It's dawn, and it's coming." Qin Sheng took the white paper map stained with Han Tailong's blood and came to a deserted mountain. It's still very depressed and dead. Obviously, there are no ruins. Now it's daybreak, but Qin Sheng still feels that it's still creepy here. Although he didn't face the grim horror of the body chaser last night, Qin Sheng is still very uncomfortable. It should be here. Qin Sheng glanced at Han Mengchen, who still had some fear on his jade face, and his eyes wandered in his exquisite body. Han Mengchen's temper was a little stinky, but his figure was really peerless. It was hard to imagine that he held her all night. It's a pity that there are corpse chasers in the distance who are shocked and only feel cold. Han Mengchen also seemed to notice Qin Sheng's fiery eyes. He glared at him angrily, without any impurities. It was like a slow burst of anger on the jade face, carved with pink jade. Then get them out and give them a good beating. Han Mengchen had no place to vent his anger. He was trying to vent all his anger to those people who didn't have long eyes. He captured their disciples of the Han family and broke Han Tailong's finger. Smell words, Qin Sheng also nodded. Qin Sheng's eyes were full of fire. It was the illusory fire of the yellow spring. Although it didn't reach the point of the golden eye, he could still see some clues. There's a magic array here. Qin Sheng's face showed a hint of ridicule. It's just a second-level fantasy array, a group of rats hiding their heads and tails. Qin Sheng burst out and then dived into the second-level magic array. Rumbling. The second-level magic array is bursting out of the fog. These fog are very dense, which greatly affects vision, and can also shield the exploration of soul power. If the ordinary psychic state breaks into the second-level magic array, it will be dizzy and distended, and will walk back and forth until it is dead and tired. Just, is Qin Sheng an ordinary martial artist in soul state? Qin Sheng's rapid beat, continuous movement and fast calculation soon found the eye of the second-level magic array. Bang! Qin Sheng stepped on it with great force, which directly shattered a rock surrounded by 3 people, which was the core of the second-level magic array. Click! The eye of the array is crushed, the second-level magic array is destroyed, and the dense fog slowly disappears, revealing the original face. On the desolate hill, there are stone halls like tombs. The halls are very majestic, but it is obvious that they have been for a long time, and many parts of the halls are broken. This temple, as if hidden in the desolate hills, like a dormant dragon. In the front of the stone hall stands a stone tablet, with 3 characters of Hidden Dragon Sect engraved on it. Qin Sheng's pupils slightly contracted, and his face gradually showed some fierce color. As expected, it was the Hidden Dragon Gang. When Han Tailong is kidnapped and revenged on Qin Sheng, the biggest suspicion is that the Hidden Dragon Sect is the best at killing people and stealing goods and extorting money. Han Mengchen, you follow me. Qin Sheng said, we have come to the nest of the Hidden Dragon Sect. The old nest of the Hidden Dragon Sect has always been a mystery. No warrior can find its old nest. Han Mengchen nodded and immediately followed Qin Sheng in silence. In the stone hall in the distance, Yinlong's face sank slightly, saying, this son has some doorways, which are not very simple. He broke the second-level magic array in such a short time. Zhao Hong's eagle eyes are very fierce, and his body is wrapped with the power of thunder. Qin Sheng's name has appeared in Zhao Hong's ear several times, and he is also the first time to deal with Qin Sheng face to face. It turned out that Zhao Hong, who thought Qin Sheng had a false face. His second brother was a bit of a waste. He even couldn't get rid of a minion who knew the soul. Now, when Zhao Hong saw Qin Sheng breaking the second-level magic array in such a short time, he felt a little nervous. The scorn on his face slowly gathered. It seems that Qin Sheng is not as simple as he thought. Zhao Hong said in his heart. How can Ling Yu, who can survive multiple disasters, be a minion? People of the Hidden Dragon Sect, get out and die. Qin Sheng used Yuanli to roar loudly. The purple wings, as thin as cicada wings, flickered a few times, and rushed to the lofty stone hall. The stone hall is very lofty. There are stone statues at the gate. Qin Sheng looks at it and finds that the stone statues are not filled with any yuan force fluctuations. It doesn't look like a rune puppet. Stop. Your brother is over there, said Yin Long in a cold voice. According to Yin Long's fingers, there is a cage lying quietly on a low mountain pass in the distance, in which a man is imprisoned. Qin Sheng's eyes were like electricity, emitting light like substance. Although they were far away, Han Tailong was still the one who was imprisoned in the cage. At this time, Han Tailong is dying, his fat face is pale, his chest doesn't fluctuate much, and he is so angry. You bastards! Qin Sheng's face was angry, and his chest seemed to ignite his anger. He turned around and glared at a group of people of the Hidden Dragon Sect with sharp eyes. Yinlong's heart beat faster in Qin Sheng's sharp eyes. It was terrible. If you don't hurry to save your brother, don't regret being late. Yinlong hissed loudly, and then made a loud finger. The 2 elders of Yinlong's sect who were guarding the cage at the early stage of Tongshenjing understood and pushed Han Tailong down the dark mountain pass. The low mountain is very strange. Looking from a distance, it's a deadly place. The peak of the low mountain is actually a huge crater. The black pressure is not deep enough. Kill you. Zidian's wings vibrated rapidly. Qin Sheng's speed soared to the extreme. Without any scruples, he went to the crater of the low mountain in the distance in a blink of an eye. So fast. The two elders of the Hidden Dragon sect, who are connected with the heaven, are shocked by Qin Sheng's speed. They haven't left yet. Hey, boy, I advise you not to bother. The two elders of the Hidden Dragon sect, who are connected with heaven, even defied Qin Sheng. They thought Qin Sheng was just a warrior who was good at speed. To die. Qin Sheng's eyes were red with blood, which burst out a very frightening light. He stepped out and came to one of the elders of the Hidden Dragon sect. Wow. Qin Sheng raised his hand and clapped it. The palm was silver and crystal, which burst out a dazzling rune light. Once the prisoner's hand came out, the elder of the Hidden Dragon sect could only see a piece of shadow-like palm, which was magnified rapidly in his eyes. Pooh. The silver and glittering prisoner dragon's hand landed on the elder's head of the Hidden Dragon sect like lightning, burst, and the blood gushed out, all fell on the elder's face of another Hidden Dragon sect. Air. The elder of the Hidden Dragon sect was stunned. Qin Sheng's speed was too fast. Everything happened between the lightning and flint. His face was covered with his companion's blood, but his heart was cold to the extreme. A cold spread from his backbone to his four limbs. Qin Sheng raised his other hand, and at the speed that the naked eye could see, he saw a crystal green sword grass. Sword grass swayed with the strong wind of the crater of the low mountain, drawing a thin sword-like hair. Pooh. The sword chi swept by like lightning. The elder of the Hidden Dragon sect in the sky had no time to make any defense. The sword chi had rolled over the mat. A bleeding head flies high. He is a strong man in the sky after all, with strong vitality. His head rolls down the dark crater. No. The head opened its mouth and shouted wildly. Unfortunately, no one could hear his roar. In the endless darkness, the elder of the Hidden Dragon sect, who has not really died, his eyes are full of fear. He knows what is waiting for him in the volcano. Suddenly, a scream sounds creepy, and then a dark shadow appears like a ghost, picking up the head on the ground, opening the fangs, and nibbling. The elder of the Hidden Dragon sect is desperate. He is envious of his companion, who has just been directly killed. He is too happy to live with this evil creature. On the watchtower of the stone hall, Yinlong's face was very gloomy, and he had already dripped water from the gloomy way. Those two were good brothers who followed him for a long time. They were killed by Qin Sheng in a flash. Ah! The shrill scream stopped suddenly from under the gloomy and dark volcano mouth, accompanied by the sound of gnawing at bones, which makes people feel numb. A great deal of smoke is pouring out in a crazy way, accompanied by the disgusting smell of putrefaction. Qin Sheng stood on the low mountain, and the yellow spring fire on his eyes beat violently, sending out a warm heat. There's life under the crater? Qin Sheng's eyes were shining, and his vision was far beyond the ordinary sky. However, he only saw some vague figures. The black shadow picked up the head of the elder of the Hidden Dragon sect, who had just rolled down and ate it directly. Seeing this, Qin Sheng's face suddenly gathered. The following mysterious creatures even eat humans? This is a problem. Han Tailong was locked in a metal cage and thrown down. Go down. Without any hesitation, the purple feather behind it vibrates a few times, which is a streamer. The thick black fog covered Qin Sheng, and the extremely unbearable rotten smell made him nauseous. The low mountain didn't look big, but when Qin Sheng landed under the ground, he found that it was much bigger than he thought. Looking at the endless black fog, it constantly seeped out of the cracks on the ground. This is a Jedi, without any breath of life. The black fog has lowered Qin Sheng's sight to the lowest level. He can only see a circle of 10 meters. Qin Sheng looked around and found that there were traces of large-scale array. Although the traces were vague, they were still found by him. There should have been a 9-level array, with mountains as the eye of the array. Qin Sheng said in his heart, no wonder there is no breath of life outside. It turns out that he was once arranged into a 9-level array. A 4-level array can suppress the warriors who pass through the first calamity. A 5-level array will fall even the strong ones who pass through the 3-level storm and thunder calamity. A 9-level array, even in the Shenfu area, will be made into slag alive. If Qin Sheng breaks into a 9-level array, even if he has many means to fight against the sky, he will be blown into powder. Qin Sheng was very curious about where the 9-level array was arranged. The more he explored it, the more frightened he was. Fortunately, the 9-level array had been annihilated, leaving only some traces. Soon, Qin Sheng finally arrived at Han Tailong. He had been in a coma for a long time. He was as angry as Ro Si, but his life was not in danger for the time being. Qin Sheng's heart calmed down a lot. Now, as long as Han Tailong is sent up, he will make a good calculation with Yin Longbang. Beside Han Tailong, there are many flowers burning with green flame, which looks very gorgeous. This is the Ghost Mother flower? Qin Sheng frowned. This is a kind of evil flower. Only the most dangerous Jedi can appear. This kind of flower is very dangerous. It can make a woman become a concubine and ignite the blood essence in her body. After the toxicity, she will be a waste person. However, the flower is generally used as a poison. As long as it is not close to it and does not get pollen, there is no threat. At this time, a gust of fragrance came. Han Mengchen slowly approached. When she saw Qin Sheng's face, immediately a joy, speed up the pace to run over. Qin Sheng looks back at Han Mengchen, his face suddenly changes, because he sees Han Mengchen holding a Ghost Mother flower that ignites the green flame. Throw away the flowers in your hand. Qin Sheng suddenly burst out at Han Mengchen. Han Mengchen looks puzzled. What happened to the flower? Lighting the green flame, isn't it ghost fire? Is it necessary to be so afraid? Pa. Qin Sheng rushes to Han Mengchen with a quick speed. He can't open his eyes. He feels a huge pain in his arm. The Ghost Mother's quilt flies. Dozens of petals that ignite the green flame fall to the ground, and the rocks on the black earth are ignited with a hiss. Why are you so fierce? Han Mengchen is angry. He covers his arm and questions Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng's pupils suddenly contracted, and his face changed. Han Mengchen's wrist was stained with several strands of pollen, which was absorbed into his skin at a speed visible to the naked eye. You know that you just have the Ghost Mother flower in your hand. Han Mengchen raised his eyes and said, What is Ghost Mother flower? It's very powerful. Qin Sheng smiled and said, Li is not strong. You will know later. Sure enough, Qin Sheng's voice just dropped. Han Mengchen's wrist lit a green flame. The flame rose and soon drowned her. It's hot. Han Mengchen's fiery red dress is buzzing and bright. There is a lot of light of the generated runes, covering his body and bones. However, the toxicity of Guineanua has erupted. Even if her defense runes are so powerful, it is impossible to detoxify them. Puff. Han Mengchen's eyes are blurred, the jade face of the city is filled with attractive blush, and his clothes and skirts are torn crazily, showing a large amount of snow white. She swooped into Qin Sheng's arms, and her limbs caught Qin Sheng's body like an octopus, feeling the softness of his chest. This stupid woman. Han Mengchen's attractive figure made Qin Sheng burn like a raging fire. If he was not in the Jedi, Qin Sheng might not be able to hold on to it. Qin Sheng slaps heavily on Han Mengchen's butt, which is confused by his eyes. The fire covers his hands. The pure soul power controls the fire and spreads to Han Mengchen's 4 limbs. The yellow spring fire is a fire that is hard to find in 9 days and 10 places. It can burn everything in the world. The strange poison of the ghost mother flower can be turned over even if it is a human warrior in the sky. However, the rare yellow spring fire in the world is not a level of existence at all. Hiss. The yellow spring fire soon burned Han Mengchen's Guineanua into nothingness, and the flush on his stunning face gradually faded away. Even so, Han Mengchen is still in a coma. He looks like he won't get up without sleeping for 3 days and 3 nights. This oil bottle, let you not come here, and now let me carry you back. Qin Sheng places Han Mengchen next to Han Tailong's metal cage. At this time, the ground shook, the black volcanic rock was cracking, and a black shadow climbed out of the crack. The Xingjie Yuan Mai, which was dormant in his body, was beating wildly. Qin Sheng felt an ominous feeling in his heart and looked at the black shadow climbing out of the crack. In the dim light of Guineanua, a black creature of the size of a calf crawled out of the ground, with sharp and slender tusks. It snorted out the stench of rotting corpses. It was full of rotten flesh and exposed the bone of defeat. Chatter. The black disgusting creature saw Qin Sheng and others immediately open their blood plates, blood-red eyes bloom with greedy eyes. Ghoul? Qin Sheng's face changed. Didn't this evil creature die long ago? The ghouls are ferocious and evil. According to the books Qin Sheng has read before and the introduction of the poem reciting tourists, they are the terrible creatures that came from the purgatory after breaking through the gate of hell. 10,000 years ago, in the War of Annihilation, there were evil sects in the magic dragon wasteland who summoned such evil creatures from purgatory through sacrifice. Qin Sheng also occasionally found this kind of immortality in the inheritance and memory of the emperor. The scarlet eyes of the ghoul locked Qin Sheng, who didn't send out any yuan power fluctuations, and the fangs were dripping with stinky secretion. Roar. The ghoul roars, and the sharp 4 claws stamp hard. The hard volcanic rock is like tofu. It has cut several ferocious cracks. It is feasible to know how sharp its claws are. In the past, there was a hurricane. The sharp claws were like a rune sword, cutting Qin Sheng's neck. They were fierce and quick. Qin Sheng's hand turned and he had a fujian in his hand. Connect 9 channels. Qin Sheng didn't have any small eyes, directly activated the 9 channels of Yuan Mai in his body. The powerful Yuanli was like a dam without a dike, and the flood rushed to Fujian crazily. Hum. The sword light is dazzling, Qin Sheng's eyes are sharp as sword qi. In the face of the fierce, legendary evil creature, after a short period of consternation, he recovers his indifference and slashes out a sword. It was like a waterfall falling from 9 days, and it fell on the head of a ghoul. The fire is everywhere. The 4-pattern rune sword is only cut into less than 10 centimeters, and then it is seized. That's a 4-grain rune sword. Even the martial artists in the early days of Tongshenjing can be beheaded by Qin Sheng. Now, the rune sword is stuck by the hard and incomparable head of the ghoul. You can imagine how powerful the defense of that evil creature is. It was thought that this kind of ghoul depended on eating carrion for a living. Its body had been in a state of disrepair for a long time. Unexpectedly, it was so powerful. The ghoul opened his blood plate and opened his mouth. The ferocious barb sparkled with horror. He was angry. The black and cold white bone claws grabbed Qin Sheng's heart like lightning. Qin Sheng's face was a little gloomy. He didn't expect the ghoul to be so powerful. Let alone the ordinary martial arts master who can communicate with the spirit state, even the master of the heaven state, it's hard to parry this evil creature. Prison dragon hand. Between the lightning and the fire stone, Qin Sheng's palm covered with the secret silver rune is as fast as a python going out of the hole, and it collides with the ghoul's claws. Clang. The Mars is bright, just like the falling of the eyes. Qin Sheng feels the sharp pain in his palm, which is stained with a layer of black, dead air full of corrosion. The runes on the surface of his palm quickly fade down. Obviously, the ghoul's virulence is too severe. Qin Sheng takes the Fujian back and kicks the ghoul away. Amazing corrosion. Qin Sheng looks at the hand that has been smoked red. If it wasn't for him to practice Fu level, the palm would not have been guaranteed. Bang! The ghoul smashed into the wall of the volcano and the rubble rolled down. 4 lines of rune sword can't kill, and the prisoner's dragon hand can't kill. Qin Sheng's eyes are changing. It seems that the flesh of the ghoul is going to be rotted away. Its defense is amazing. Chatter. There is black water with a stench on the head of ghouls, which should be their blood, rotating around Qin Sheng quickly. This evil creature is too cunning, and has already had spirituality. He knows that Qin Sheng's strength is extraordinary. He needs to find out Qin Sheng's weakness and kill him with one stroke. Brute, do you think I have no means to clean you up? Qin Sheng sneered quietly, then raised his hand, a fierce yuan force from its body, crazy gush. It's crackling. In the ghoul's astonished eyes, a fiery fire snake appeared out of the sky, and the heat wave rolled the mat to all directions. Go! Qin Sheng shouted, pointing to the ghoul. The fire snake has the emergence of runes, the temperature is very high, a lot of fog has been evaporated, dragging a long flame tail, the speed is frightening, blinking to catch up with the ghoul. The ghoul has already had a certain spirituality. It instinctively fears the fire. It obviously feels that the exploding flaming snake is so terrible that it wants to drill back into the crack. Ha ha, do you want to escape now? It's too late. Qin Sheng's face is full of indifference. The ghouls, these evil and cold creatures, are terrible in physical strength. Even the human warrior at the peak of the heaven, the body is not so strong as the ghouls. This is still the lowest level of ghouls. If there are 2-headed ghouls, even those who have survived the storm and thunder are brutally eaten. Even so, ghouls have natural enemies. That's fire. Ghouls are naturally afraid of fire. If it's Danhua, one ray can burn the ghouls to ashes. Chatter. The ghoul is finally entangled by the hot snake, struggling desperately to get back into the crack. Where to escape? Qin Sheng shouted loudly, raised the 4-pattern rune sword in his hand, the sword light gushed out, interwoven into the fierce sword spirit, and cut 3 swords in succession. Pooh! Finally, the head of the ghoul flies high, and black pus gushes out. Qin Sheng once again exerts the explosive snake skill, and the hot snake burns the 2 ghouls to ashes. Qin Sheng Chang breathes a sigh. It's said that this immortal evil creature is finally dead. It's just a low-level ghoul, but it's so hard to deal with. If it wasn't for his practice of explosive snake skill, the flaming fire snake was so hot that Qin Sheng would kill it. Maybe he would use sword grass and yellow spring fire. Sword and grass expend soul power very much. In Qin's current state of earth soul, only a few sword lights can be exerted. The yellow spring fire is even more precious. It needs to devour the Dan fire to increase the fire. Last time in the ruins of Dali dynasty, Qin Sheng had sacrificed half of the yellow spring fire for his life. Now the remaining yellow spring fire is very precious. These 2 basic cards are Qin Sheng's means of protecting his life. He absolutely doesn't want to use them unless he has to. In terms of 10,000 steps back, Qin Sheng was willing to sacrifice bronze talismans and didn't want to waste his own fire. The fire in the yellow spring can't be asked. Once it's exhausted, Qin Sheng will go where to cry. There is no bronze rune. You can buy it with yuan jing. Bronze talismans are not sold in Beichen country. They can only be bought in Dian dynasty, and they need at least 10 million yuan crystals. Such an astronomical number of metacrystals is a dream for ordinary people who are in the state of soul communication. But for Qin Sheng, it's only a few more times. Now with the recovery of the magic dragon wasteland, more and more legitimate sons of the princes and generals from various affiliated countries, or even several major dynasties, like Yuanjing. If you don't like it, you can dig a hole and make a profit. On the crater of the low mountain, Yinlong and Zhao Hong, as well as a group of elders and deacons of Yinlong's sect, all came. Yinlong's eyes, with cold light, swept towards the dark crater. The black fog rolled under it, and he couldn't see what happened. Zhao Hong, wearing a black robe and a metal mask that can cut off the breath, said in a hoarse voice, "Is the reptile dead?" Hearing this, a smirk of complacency appeared on Yinlong's face, saying, "Here is a Jedi. Last time, I offended a powerful man in the rock country next door. I kept pestering him. I designed to let him go. As a result." Zhao Hong's heart moved and looked at Yinlong's expression. "Don't think about it. The one from the rock country who robbed martial arts would never be very good." At the same time, Zhao Hong leaned back slightly. He didn't want to be pushed down by the hidden dragon like that one of the generals in the rock country. Yinlong looked back and said, "Don't be frightened, clan leader Zhao. You and I are in the same boat. They are moral. It's impossible to pit you." Zhao Hong immediately scolded in his heart. "Looking at the whole Dian city, who doesn't know that your hidden dragon sect is doing no evil? What is it that can't be done? Moral? It's the best joke in the world." Nevertheless, Zhao Hong still nodded, "I understand this naturally. I'd better see if Qin Sheng is dead first, so that I can explain to Ling Xiao." The bronze mirror rune lights up, reflecting the scene under the crater. Yinlong and his party just saw Qin Sheng cut the ghoul with a sword. "Not dead?" Yinlong was a little incredulous, and roared loudly, "Boy, if you offend someone who shouldn't be offended, you will throw out the ring in your hand if you are wise, and I will consider leaving you a whole body. Otherwise, your whole Qin family will be buried with you." Yinlong killed with awe, but he was shocked and angry. He didn't expect Qin Sheng to be so tenacious. Others didn't know what terror creatures were under the volcano. He was the most clear about Yinlong. The next one was a ghoul. It was usually a scattered ghoul, but it was enough to deal with Qin Sheng. Hidden Dragon's eyebrows were locked. He did not even think that the warrior, who only has the surface strength of soul state, could cut a ghoul. All of a sudden, the talisman in his hand. Hidden Dragon's eyes shine, all greedy look, because it is a 4-pattern rune sword. From the exquisite runes on the surface of rune sword, it is absolutely a perfect 4-grain rune sword, worth tens of millions of yuan, which is absolutely a huge fortune. Qin Sheng raised his head and could only see layers of black fog in his eyes. Although he used the yellow spring fire, he could only vaguely see a group of figures surging in the crater. "Do you have the same with the local dogs?" Qin Sheng said with sarcasm on his face. Yinlong was furious as soon as he heard it. When he turned his hand, he had a black jade talisman in his hand, which was carved with exquisite talisman, with a faint evil death. There are several cracks in the black jade talisman. If it's not necessary, Yinlong won't use the black jade talisman. Because the black jade talisman has something to do with the terrorist array under the crater of the volcano. The last time we killed the general robber from the rock country, it was through this black jade talisman that the following terrorist array was activated. Yinlong's face is full of stings. He is also a fierce man. He collected the Yuanjing of Lingyun Hall, but he didn't expect that he was just a minion like a soul, communicating warrior. His life was so powerful. Under the volcano mouth, he has been down by mistake. If he didn't have a great eruption of human character, he could barely save his life if he picked up this black jade talisman. In order to suppress the general robber from the rock country, the black jade talisman in Yinlong's hand has split several cracks. If the terror formation is activated again this time, even he doesn't know what happened. In case the black jade talisman is broken, what are the consequences? Even he has no spectrum. It's just that things have reached this point, and it's impossible for him to let Qin Sheng leave the nest of the hidden dragon sect alive. Qin Sheng is the 9th level guest Qing of Shendanzong. If things are exposed, it's absolutely a disaster that awaits the hidden dragon sect. Yin Long once clenched his teeth. Yuan Li paid crazy attention to the black jade talisman in his hand. The jade talisman bloomed in the sky like a round of black sun rising, and a gloomy and horrible atmosphere filled the whole low mountain. The whole low mountain vibrates. Under the volcano, a large number of rolling stones fall. Qin Sheng's eyes are like electricity. His eyes are covered with a thick layer of yellow spring fire. Through the rock wall, he can see that some of the array's runes will gradually light up. Is the formation gradually restored? Qin Sheng's face changed greatly. This is a 9-level array. If it is to be activated, let alone Qin Sheng, even Qiao Qingyi, can only be suppressed alive here. Crazy, they want to activate the formation and suppress me here. Qin Sheng's eyes are cold. With the rapid recovery of the array, there are more and more cracks in the mountain. Chatter. A ghoul crawled out of the crack, saw the fresh flesh and blood, immediately felt his eyes red and rushed to Qin Sheng. Go away. Qin Sheng kicks the ghoul away, and runs the bursting snake skill at full speed. A burning snake appears out of the sky, twining the kicked ghoul. Qin Sheng rushes forward, mends several swords, and kills the ghoul. It's just that there are more and more cracks under the crater, and they are getting bigger and bigger. Qin Sheng killed a ghoul and climbed out of the cracks. Qin Sheng is crazy. He turns his hand and throws out 2 bronze talismans. The bronze rune soldiers grew rapidly into 2 mountain-sized beasts, lion dragon, and 1 foot killed a ghoul. Another bronze talisman picked up Han Tailong and Han Mengchen, who had passed out of coma. There are more and more ghouls. Qin Sheng alone can't deal with them. He absolutely doesn't want Han Mengchen and his ghouls to devour them. Chatter. A large number of ghouls are creeping out of countless cracks. Under the crater of the volcano, it is like the door to purgatory has been opened, and countless evil immortal things are pouring out. Boom! One of the bronze talismans fell and was killed by hundreds of ghouls. One of them is still a double-headed ghoul. Ordinary ghouls can only be killed by at least 3 martial artists in the sky. In fact, double-headed ghouls are far superior to ordinary ghouls. Even human martial artists who have been through a disaster cannot face it alone. Roar. The 2-headed ghoul, whose body is extremely huge, is 3 meters high. He drags a huge bone axe in his hand. He doesn't know what kind of monster's bone is made of. In the smell of killing, his red and rotten eyes lock Qin Sheng and roar to the sky. Hundreds of bronze talismans, who are usually under the pressure of ghosts, broke out a horrible shock wave of yuan force and stood up again. The bone axes of 2-headed ghouls split heavily on the heads of bronze talismans. Boom! The huge impact sound formed a huge sound wave, lifted a large group of ghouls, and large pieces of bronze runes peeled off, especially the core rune mark on the head, which even flickered a few times and became darker. See, Qin Sheng's face is terrible. The 2-headed ghoul is too strong. He can't even carry the bronze talisman when he comes down with 1 axe. What to do? Qin Sheng began to worry. The array should be activated by the dregs of the hidden dragon sect. Otherwise, the evil creatures sealed under the ground could not climb out. The omnipresent ghouls crawled out of the huge cracks, and the 2-headed ghouls at the second end also crawled out. As the cracks grew larger and larger, they could climb out completely soon. Now it's just a 2-headed ghoul. Qin Sheng can't parry it if he climbs out of the second one. Paralysis, to die together. Qin Sheng's eyes are full of craziness. The big formation is just that the seal is untied. There is still a long way to go before it is fully activated. Don't blame me for your unkindness. Qin Sheng kicks the ghouls who come here with one fist and one foot. They change their fingerprints and change the forbidden system of the array. Buzzing. The great array is shaking wildly, accompanied by the great rune light, but these runes are all black light. This sun is bound to die. At last, there was a cruel smile on Yinlong's face above the crater. Even the strong man who had gone through a heavy storm and thunder disaster died below. Qin Sheng was only a warrior who could pass through the soul environment, and then he could be as powerful as the strong man who could pass through a disaster in the adverse weather. Great terror is coming. Enjoy it. The sneer of Yinlong. At this time, a click, very subtle, but let the hidden dragon jump, the face of the moment brush white. The situation is not so good. Yinlong grabs the black jade talisman in his hand and prays. There's a big terror coming down. Don't make any difference in the black jade talisman. However, it seems that the black jade talisman is specially against the hidden dragon, and there are more and more cracks. Finally, click. The whole black jade talisman burst into dozens of pieces. Bad. Yinlong's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. The whole low mountains are shaking violently. Not only that, but also some nearby low mountains and valleys, including the stone hall where they have lived for several years, are shaking wildly. Whoa! Innumerable black gas gushed out from the back mountain pass and soon spread to the nest of the whole hidden dragon sect. What happened? Jiao Hong, wearing a metal mask, seemed to feel the sudden change. He frowned and asked. Chatter. Before Yinlong could answer, a ghoul crawled out of the volcano and jumped onto a deacon of Yinlong gang who was connected to the soul. Ah! The deacon screamed wildly. The ghoul opened his mouth and swallowed his whole head. Click. The head is like a watermelon. It's bitten to pieces, and the scream stops abruptly. My God, what is that? Get out of here, help me. More and more ghouls are climbing out of the crater, like a group of blood wolves who have been hungry for hundreds of years. Seeing a group of sheep, they are frantic. The deacon of the hidden dragon sect is also the minion of Tong Hunjing. How can he resist the ghoul who can easily break Tong Shenjing's human warrior? Although the recovery of the demon dragon wasteland has made a lot of money for the hidden dragon gang recently, it has cultivated many warriors who can communicate with the spirit state. Even though there are several warriors who can communicate with the sky state, they can't resist the ghouls who are like locusts. Yinlong, what's going on? What the devil is climbing out of the crater? Although wearing a metal mask, Jiao Hong's eyes showed a look of horror. He had never seen such a horrible and cruel creature. Even the third-order monsters did not give him such a horrible look. Yinlong's face was pale, he shook his head desperately, and said, Run away, great terror is coming. Pooh. Before Yinlong finished, a huge bone axe came down from the sky, like a flash of lightning, and fell on him. Let's break the thunder. Hidden Dragon is wearing a talisman armor. The talisman is destroyed, but it still can't resist it. It directly splits him in two, and the blood sprays on Jiao Hong's face. Jiao Hong was so scared that he couldn't dry the boiling blood and flew away. He just wanted to leave the horrible place as soon as possible. Next, there was a scene that even Jiao Hong was horrified. It's always bleak white. With a huge rotten arm, it climbs out of the crater, picks up half of the body of the hidden dragon, and shoves it into a huge skull. The sharp and slender tusks click and devour it. What the hell is this? Jiao Hong was terrified. He saw a double-headed monster. One of his heads swallowed half of the body of Yinlong. It was really horrible. The great terror is coming. The hidden dragon has killed me. Jiao Hong is crazy to escape, but the double-headed corpse ghost seems to have locked him, carrying a huge bone axe, and pounce on him. Why is it so slow? Zhao Hong felt that it was covered by a lot of black fog, and the gravity was heavier and heavier. Even after a heavy storm and thunder, he could not fly. Zhao Hong's face was heavy. He knew that he was in an unknown battle. It's going to be killed by the hidden dragon. Zhao Hong looked back at the double-headed ghoul, who rushed to him. A steady stream of ghouls came out of the crater and flooded all the members of the hidden dragon sect, including those hiding in the stone palace. With the death of the last member of the hidden dragon sect, one of Ling Yunhal's claws and teeth, was completely destroyed. Qin Sheng also climbed out from another part of the crater. He was stared at by another two-headed ghoul. One of the bronze talismans was desperately resisting, but he was still caught up. Explode. Qin Sheng's thoughts moved, and the bronze fubbing's force surged violently. Then there was a terrible explosion. Ordinary ghouls were lifted, and the two-headed ghouls were blown up. Roar. The two-headed ghoul, with only one head left, roars to the sky. The death breath of terror and blood covers the nest of the whole hidden dragon sect. A huge black mushroom cloud like the mountains rises, and the horrible breath like the tsunami flows in all directions. Roaring. At the edge of the whole magic dragon wasteland, even some warriors in Dian City can see the sudden terror. It's more than 100 miles away from Dian City. It's so far away that I can feel the horror. It's conceivable what kind of horror has Qin Sheng experienced in the core array. What happened? In the deepest part of Luyun College, the cloud mountain soared to the sky, and the originally turbid eyes suddenly became fierce, emitting a light-like substance. He looked into the distance and the deep part of the magic dragon wasteland, and saw a huge black mushroom cloud rising, occasionally flashing black electric arc, dark and terrifying. Has it begun? That reptile is bound to die. Ling Yu eyes deep, under the eyes, are cold. Somewhere in Dian City, it's a gathering place for a group of Tianzi Jiazi in the Xingyuan every day. They are keeping up their energy and waiting for the opening of Dali Imperial ruins. All of a sudden, a great terror swept over, and all the proud sons of heaven woke up. Stay here. Yuan Huazi looked dignified. He stepped out step by step, as if he knew how to shrink to an inch. He appeared in the sky in an instant. His eyes were deep. Even though they were far apart, he saw the huge black mushroom cloud. Some big battle has recovered? Yuan Huazi frowns. The mark of robbing cloud between the eyebrows is shining. The situation is not so good. The big battle is so close to Dian City. I don't know what is sealed. Yuan Huazi wants to explore, but after feeling the terror, he hesitates. The magic dragon wasteland is not the wasteland of the past. Before he came, he was warned by the deacon of the Holy Palace. In this experience, the life of the students is the most important. Don't be greedy and despise the wasteland. Finally, Yuan Hui's returned to the secret land again. There are so many ruins in the magic dragon wasteland. Their goal is very clear. They buried the ruins of thousands of years away from the imperial dynasty. Black fog rolling, a sword light rising from the sky, purple lightning, Qin Sheng is finally out of the sky. Bang! Qin Sheng fell on the ground, pale and spitting blood. The blood was still black. He was covered with a layer of Fu armor, which was a 5-grain weapon purchased in the underground black market. There are dozens of ferocious scratches on the armor. Chasm. Finally, the 5-pattern rune armor disintegrated. Qin Sheng's back was full of rain and clear, looking at the dark man. Finally, escape. Qin Sheng sat up and leaned on a small mound of earth. He looked up at the dark fog rolling in the distance. The blood and lightning poured down like a rainstorm. Is this the horror of the 9th level array? Qin Sheng was so frightened that he almost died. If Qin Sheng didn't escape quickly and sacrifice another bronze rune soldier, he might stay in the array forever. Only one bronze rune soldier is left, carrying Han Tailong and Han Mengchen, who are still unconscious. None of them are in danger of life. They just passed out. The Hidden Dragon sect is over. After adjusting his breath, Qin Sheng stood up and looked at the nest of the Hidden Dragon sect again. The 9-level array recovers and runs slowly. Even the strong ones who pass the 9 robbers will be crushed into cinders. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to get the treasure house of the Hidden Dragon sect. Qin Sheng has some heartache on his face. This time, he has lost a lot. 5 pattern rune armor was discarded, and a bronze rune soldier exploded. The rest of the bronze runes were also badly damaged. Although the core runes were not destroyed, many runes were still peeled off. Fortunately, those ghouls can't leave the Great Jedi. Otherwise, the whole Magic Dragon wasteland will change. Dian City, which is only 100 miles away from here, will become a dead city. Qin Sheng said in his heart. Even ordinary ghouls can tear through the sky. If they are double-headed ghouls, they can tear through the sky. Most of the martial artists in Dian City are also low-level martial artists who can only penetrate the soul. How can we fight against the army of ghouls? Moreover, since such a 9-level array is arranged, who knows whether there are actually evil creatures under the ground besides double-headed ghouls? Think of here, Qin Sheng's face is more and more dignified. He was born in this era. It is really chaotic. And Qin Sheng obviously felt that the Magic Dragon wasteland was becoming more and more chaotic. A few months ago, it was just a bunch of corpses and a small wave of animals. Recently, Qin Sheng met the Body Chaser and Ghoul. These are the horrors of the War of Annihilation, 10,000 years ago. Qin Sheng faintly felt that there was a terrible storm coming. Could Dian City, a small border city, bear it? He himself is okay. After the court test, he will go to the Dian dynasty, where there is absolute force to resist. In the imperial dynasty of Dian, there were many martial artists in Tongxinjing, such as dogs. Those in Tongmingjing walked all over the street. There were Shenfu and even Dongxinjing above Tongmingjing. These strong ones, even if we look at the whole Tianyuan continent, are also strong. Qin Sheng thought a lot for a moment, but at present, it's not the time to make a choice. If there is any change in the formation and the black fog covers here, he can't escape. At this time, a confused figure rolled out of the thick black fog. It was a human warrior. His black robe was torn into rags and strips. One of his arms seemed to be torn alive. He kept dripping blood. There was black water corrosion on the ferocious wound, and white smoke came out. Zhao Hong kneels on the ground, his head is full of air, and the metal mask of isolation has been lost. He is seriously injured. This time, it's too heavy for him who has a strong life environment. All the talismans were discarded, the pills were exhausted, and the 2-headed ghouls chewed an arm. They will become one-armed swordsmen in the future. Despite all the sacrifices, Zhao Hong could only escape before the terror ray was fully activated and operated. Zhao Hong hates the Hidden Dragon. He looks back at the old nest of the Hidden Dragon sect. Now he can't see it clearly. It's covered by the rolling black fog. Yin Long is so damned that I lost an arm. Zhao Hong's eagle eyes twinkled with cold. Although he only relied on the wind and thunder pill to steal the day and live through the first storm and thunder disaster, he still had a chance to go further in the future. Now he has lost one arm, and his fighting power is doomed to be sharply reduced. The Magic Dragon wasteland recovers so many treasures waiting for him to excavate, and now it will become rich. Zhao Hong never hated Hidden Dragon. Zhao Hongpan sits on his knees, swallows the last Ju Yuan pill, and slowly recovers Yuanli. This time, it's not without harvest. I think Ling Yunhao will give some compensation, compared with Ling Yunhao, except for Qin Sheng. Zhao Hong said in his heart. Although Zhao Hong didn't deal with Qin Sheng, according to the information, it's absolutely more terrible than Qin Zhongtian 10 years ago. He was the 9th level guest Qing of Shendanzong when he was young. Even the huge things like Shendanzong can make connections. It can be imagined that Shendanzong attaches great importance to Qin Sheng. Not long ago, Zhao Hong refined a Juyuan pill. Yuan Li recovered in half, his broken arm stopped the blood, and he stood up with a smile. It's hard for Zhao Hong to squeeze out a smile when he can strangle Qin Sheng's genius in the cradle. As long as Qin Sheng is dead, the Qin family can't turn over any waves. Zhao Hong plans to go back to Dian City and immediately take someone to fry the Qin family. In the future, the whole Dian City belongs to his Zhao family. Of course, Ling Yantang's clandestine influence is impossible for him to refer to Ran Ran. Are you Zhao Hong? Zhao Hong was shocked by the sudden voice. There was no one here just now. Zhao Hong looked up and saw a young man walking slowly from a distance. He was handsome, tall and straight. Although he was pale, there was a bit of heroism between his eyebrows. You are not dead, little beast. Zhao Hong's eyes were round and almost fell to the ground. His face was full of unbelievable colors. His body seemed to be paralyzed by electric shock. How can you not die? Zhao Hong was shocked and angry. He saw Qin Sheng jump into the low mountain crater, which is the core of the formation. There are countless evil creatures, ghouls, climbing out. Even if he lost an arm, he just managed to escape. Zhao Hong's eyes were like electricity. He obviously saw Qin Sheng had no missing arms or legs. Apart from his weak blood, there was no damage at all. Zhao Hong is a powerful man in the life-saving environment. Although he only took the wind and thunder pill and stole the day to succeed in the robbery, there are 3 nails in the rotten boat. No matter how he chewed the medicine, he is also a strong man in the life-saving environment, 2 more than Qin. But the reality is so hard for Zhao Hong to accept. He lost an arm, Qin Sheng is intact. Qin Sheng had seen Zhao Hong's portrait, so he recognized at a glance that his anger was kindled and burned. Your Zhao family colluded with the Hidden Dragon Gang to set up a vast net in this Jedi, which is to strangle me in the cradle. Qin Sheng's face is like ice cream, take you on the road. Qin Sheng turned his hand and added a 4-patterned Fujian. It's clang and clang. The 4-patterned Fu sword lights up the sword light, and the sharp sword meaning radiates. Zhao Hong sneered coldly, as if he heard the funniest joke in the world. With you, I will slowly torture you and knock out the treasure your father left behind. Zhao Hong licks his mouth. In his opinion, Qin Sheng has been dormant for many years and suddenly soared to the sky without relying on the treasure left by Qin Zhongtian. Qin Zhongtian was a strong man who had gone through multiple storms and thunderstorms. Even Zhao Hong would be jealous of the wealth he left behind. Take your life. Zhao Hong pours on Qin Sheng like a hungry tiger. The rest of his one arm reaches out, and the horrible and fierce Yuan Li condenses into a giant hand. Although he only suffers from the storm and thunder, he still has a little thunder power. Zhao Hong's hair is flying, and his eyes are as sharp as Fujian's. Pa! Zhao Hong flies backward and bumps heavily on the low mountain in the distance. He is almost swept into the formation by the rolling black fog. His head is dizzy and confused. He covers his red and swollen face and looks at Qin Sheng, who is walking by. You slap me in the face? Zhao Hong was shocked by the waves in his heart, and his face was all unbelievable. He just felt dizzy suddenly, and he was slapped by Qin Sheng. Does he even feel that he hasn't escaped from the big formation and fell into a magic formation, all of which are illusions? I'm a master of Tongmingjing. How could I be slapped by 2 lower martial artists of Tonghanjing? Who would believe it? However, the burning pain on his face made Zhao Hong know that it was not an illusion, but a real existence. "Little beast, I want you to die." Zhao Hong directly offered the ghost of war. It was a virtual shadow of a black cane, floating behind it. It was also a three-striped ghost of war. It took a lot of effort to find a black vine in the magic dragon wasteland. As soon as the soul of the war came out, Zhao Hong's body poured out a large number of black rattan transformed by Yuanli. The black rattan braved the halo, and some extremely thin runes were flickering, especially at the wound of the broken arm, which turned into a rattan arm and rushed to Qin Sheng like lightning. Qin Sheng stood quietly on the ground, and his face had recovered some color of blood. Shua. When Hiding was about to pierce Qin Sheng's body, Qin Sheng moved. His feet were twined with a layer of purple lightning. He stepped out 100 meters away, and even Zhao Hong was frightened. Such a speed, though not as strong as the one who has passed through the storm and thunder, can definitely surpass most of the martial artists who have passed through the sky. Qin Sheng dodged the black rattan, which turned into black lightning. The purple feather, which was as thin as a cicada's wing, flickered a few times. It was a ghost that appeared in front of Zhao Hong. Zhao Hong's face was terrible. He wanted to dodge, but suddenly found that his hands and feet were not very flexible. He couldn't walk at all. Pa! Qin Sheng slaps Zhao Hong again, and Zhao Hong flies away. He is disheartened and embarrassed to the extreme. You! Zhao Hong is going crazy. His face is red and swollen on both sides. His face is splitting. If the first slap just happened to be an illusion, what about this one? Pa! Zhao Hong did not stand up, covered with a layer of silver runes, and pulled out the palm. Zhao Hong got another slap. What are you? Qin Sheng trampled Zhao Hong on the bottom of his foot with great strength, just like a god-devil trampling on the earth. Zhao Hong's chest collapsed and his sternum didn't know how many heels had been broken. Me. Zhao Hong wanted to say something, but his mouth kept bleeding. His face was full of suffocation. The master of Zhao family, who only covered the sky in Dian City, ended up in such a miserable situation and was so humiliated by a low-level warrior who connected the soul. Qin Sheng stepped on his feet again, Zhao Hong spat out blood again, and his face was as white as paper. Are you stupid? Qin Sheng scoffed and said, knowing that he was poisoned by ghouls, he dared to sacrifice the spirits of war. Ghouls feed on corpses, which are extremely poisonous. They don't know how many times more poisonous than the king's poison. Ah! Zhao Hong roared and spewed out blood, saying, I don't want to. Just after the first storm and thunder, he was going to die, and still died in Qin Sheng's hands. Little beast, I regret it. Zhao Hong looked at Qin Sheng coldly and said, I have cleared up many of your Qin's talents with Qin Yuan these years, but I haven't cleared you up. I will regret it. I should cut the grass and root. Zhao Hong's face is crazy. At the time of his death, he has nothing to hide. He simply tells everything. Hearing this, Qin Sheng's face suddenly turned blue, and his brows were all fierce. You even colluded with Qin Yuan? This really scared Qin Sheng. He didn't expect Qin Yuan to collude with the Zhao family in addition to the Hidden Dragon Gang. Qin Sheng's father is an expert who has gone through multiple storms and thunderstorms, and he comes from the Holy Palace. Even if he has been missing for many years, the stall he left behind is definitely a fortune. Only 10 years later, the Qin family has declined into that kind of situation. The Zhao family, just like the rising of the sun, is very unreasonable. The truth is finally coming to light. Pa. Qin Sheng rolled up his sleeves and slapped Zhao Hong twice hard. Now he can't resist. What he got was the poison of two-headed ghouls, which was several times more powerful than the ordinary ghouls. In addition, the war spirit was sacrificed, and the poison has gone deep into the spirit. Say, this time for me, set up the game that must be killed, and what else can be missed? Qin Sheng's eyes were frightening, as if he wanted to shoot out substantive light. Zhao Hong smiled, his face was full of ridicule, black blood came out of his mouth, and said, "Little beast, you offended the strength that can't be aroused. Lingyun Hall is far beyond your imagination. I'm just going first. Your whole Qin family will soon follow me." Hearing this, Qin Sheng's face became more and more gloomy. There is Lingyun Hall playing tricks behind it. Before he came to the Demon Dragon Wasteland, Qin Sheng had guessed what might kill him. Hidden Dragon Sect, Zhao Family, Underground Black Market and Lingyantang. 3 of the 4 major forces colluded to encircle Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng didn't kill Zhao Hong by himself. Now the ghoul's poison has gone deep into his spirit. Even in the presence of Deluo Jingxian, it's hard to save him. Nirvana doesn't care. The process of poisoning was very painful. Maybe Qin Sheng thought it was too cheap to give Zhao Hong such a good time. It wasn't long before Zhao Hong turned into a pool of black corpse water. Zhao Hong, who had just passed the first storm and thunder robbery, ended up like this. There was no corpse. Zhao's family and Qin Yuan's sideline are really ambitious. Qin Sheng finally glanced at the black corpse water, and his eyes gleamed sharply. He wished he could return to Dian City and kill Zhao family. Using the secret method, Han Tailong and Han Mengchen are awakened. Han Tailong's Yuan power was exhausted. He was obviously tortured during this period, but fortunately, Yuan pulse was not damaged. And Han Mengchen is a little worse. He is stained with ghost mother flower. His body seems to be hollowed out, and his whole body is sweating, as if he just fished it out of the water. Han Tailong's face was shaking with fat. At first, he saw Qin Sheng. He didn't believe it. Then he rubbed his eyes with both hands and found that Qin Sheng was coming. "Qin Sheng, how can you help me? Let's go. This is the nest of the Hidden Dragon Sect." Han Tailong roared in great anxiety. His death is nothing, his talent is not very high, and there is no hope to inherit the family. Qin Sheng is not the same. The relationship between them has been very strong since childhood. In addition, Qin Sheng recently rose like a star, illuminating the whole Dian City. No, in terms of Qin Sheng's current light, let alone a small Dian City. Even if we look at the whole Beichen country, even those holy sons and daughters in the Dian imperial dynasty are estimated to be darker than Qin Sheng. This is the real feeling of Han Tailong. Qin Sheng smiled, patted his party heavily, and said, "The Hidden Dragon Sect has been destroyed by me." "You killed the Hidden Dragon Gang? How could?" Han Tailong was stunned at first, then his face showed an unbelievable color, and his voice was shaking. "Don't you look like a Hidden Dragon Gang? Brother, I am powerful, and I will destroy the Zhao family in the future." Qin Sheng's face was very serious. He didn't look like a boaster. Han Tailong knows Qin Sheng very well and knows that he won't brag about it. What's more, is Qin Sheng's slapping himself in the face small in recent months. In the Malong mining area, Xia Bingning, who came to rescue, was contaminated with the poison of the King of the Dead. Everyone thought that Xia Bingning was bound to die. Qin Sheng stood up. Although facing the charming and gorgeous goddess, she even charged for it, she was able to expel the poison of the King of the Dead easily. On the first day, when he entered the outer courtyard of Luyun College, Qin Sheng and his mentor were fighting with each other. At that time, Qin Sheng was only able to connect 3 channels, and was finally punished by the goddess deemed to work as a living target in the inner courtyard for a week. If I had changed to other ordinary students, I would have died. One after another, Han Tailong felt that he was far away from the party. "I believe you, brother." Han Tailong's nose is a little sour all of a sudden. Qin Sheng nodded and said in a deep voice, "This time I've got you involved. I lost one of my fingers. The old nest of the hidden dragon sect is covered by the array, and the treasures of these years can't be taken out. Qin Sheng said, I went back and copied the Zhao family. All the Yuan Jing and treasures belong to you. Han Tailong smiled awkwardly and said, if not, it's just a finger. I'm not Jianqiu, and it doesn't have much influence. Here you are, take it. Qin Sheng said seriously. Han Tailong also wanted to say something. Suddenly Han Mengchen said weakly, what are you talking about with him, fat man? Come and help me up. Here you are, elder sister. The past of Han Tailong's asshole made Han Mengchen's body soft. Han Mengchen stares at Qin Sheng with a pair of Fengyan eyes, and says in a sharp voice, well, Qin Sheng, why don't I have no credit this time? Don't you give me a share? Hearing this, Qin Sheng laughed on the spot. He was angry with several black lines on his forehead. Han Mengchen's performance all the way, let alone his help, is a burden. Of course, after all, Han Mengchen also came here to ask for help. If he didn't notice, or if he was late, Han Tailong would surely die. The score depends on the fat man. Qin Sheng said with a smile. Han Mengchen squints and looks at Han Tailong, who is horrified. Half. Han Tailong quickly squeezed out a smile. You're smart, you don't forget your roots. Soon, Qin Sheng and his party returned to Dian City safely. At this time, the human nature of Dian City is in panic. They all look at the huge black mushroom cloud rising from 100 miles away. It was transformed by the 9-level array, which caused a lot of speculation, but no one wanted to explore. In the inner hall of Lingyun Hall, Lingyu's face was not very good-looking, because he contacted Zhao Hong through the bulletin board, but there was no message. Are they all dead in the Jedi? Lingyu's face is cloudy and sunny. If so, it is not a good thing. Yilong Gang and Zhao family, as the paws and teeth of Lingyun Hall, have done a lot of dirty things in recent years. If they spread it, it will have a lot of impact on Lingyun Hall's reputation. It's not good to say, whether it's the Hidden Dragon sect or the Zhao family, who only covers the sky in Dian City. For Lingyantang, it's just a running dog who has been fed for several years. 2 dogs died. It's impossible for Lingyu to go to the Jedi to rescue them. Diancheng, Zhao family. Qin Sheng has recovered to the peak. His whole body is boiling. He steps into Zhao's house and starts when he doesn't agree. Pooh. All deacons, even elders, and Qin Sheng have been beheaded one by one. These people need no pity at all, because over the years, they have been involved in murdering his Qin family's lineage. Elder, it's not good. Qin Sheng suddenly went wild in his family and killed several deacons. Hearing this, Zhao Qian almost fell down, and his face turned white. He asked anxiously, what do you say? Qin Sheng is back? The deacon of Zhao's family, who came to be summoned, was oppressed by Zhao's fierce breath. He shivered and said, it's true that there are 3 deacons and 3 elders killed by him. Go to subdue this son, elder. How can Qin Sheng come back? I can't help but see through the fatal situation set by Big Brother. Zhao's face was extremely ugly, but there was another anger in his chest and he rushed out. Stop it, little beast. When Zhao Qian arrived, he saw the corpses of Yi and the familiar faces, all of which were the elite of Zhao family. Little beast, take your life. Zhao Bai was so sad that he had to deal with Qin Sheng's pain. Zhao, it's you. Qin Sheng took a look at Zhao's son, who was sad. His eyebrows were cold. The divine steps in his body started in a flash, and a bright light like the sun broke out around him. A force of imprisonment covered Zhao's son. Zhao Qian felt that he fell into the swamp and couldn't move. Even Yuan Li was imprisoned. No. Zhao Qian's face was frightened on the spot. A sword light swept through his eyes, zooming in quickly. He roared ferociously, trying to avoid the fierce sword light. Pooh! A broken arm is flying high, and the blood is gushing out. Zhao is in pain and wants to shout. In these 10 years, you have framed my Qin family's lineage, haven't you? Qin Sheng's face was indifferent, and his voice was like a bell ringing beside Zhao's ears. Pwai! Another sword light swept across, and Zhao Yu's other arm also flew high. Not talking? Qin Sheng's voice was cold to the extreme. Let alone, then I will cut your head with the next sword. Zhao Qian is going crazy. He looks up at Qin Sheng with a cold face. A chill comes out of his back and spreads to all parts. He had never seen such a terrible warrior. If he didn't agree, he would kill one person in 10 steps and thousands in 100 steps. All the martial artists in the whole Zhao family were killed by Qin Sheng. As for him, he was a warrior in the middle period of Tongshenjing. A few months ago, Qin Sheng was still looking up to him. He came to Qin Sheng to be a VIP. How long has it been? Is Qin Sheng so powerful? No matter how reluctant Zhao was to believe it, now Qin Sheng returns from the magic dragon wasteland, and his eldest brother is missing. It is obvious that Qin Sheng has broken the fatal situation against him, while Zhao Hong, his missing eldest brother, has disappeared forever in 9 out of 10. Moreover, as soon as Qin Sheng appeared to come back, he would aggressively kill all the elites of the Zhao family. It was obvious that the plan was exposed. Don't kill me. Between the electric light and the fire stone, Zhao Qian thought of many things. His instinct of survival made him beg Qin Sheng for mercy, regardless of the face of the warrior in the middle of Tongshenjing. It's just that my Zhao family has no choice but to take part in the inevitable situation, Zhao said with a trembling color. Qin Sheng squinted, as if he had a deep look at Zhao Yao, and said, you know what to say, I can consider letting you die. Smell speech, originally despairing Zhao Bai's eyes again bloomed a ray of hope. Qin Shao, it's all Ling Yantang. My eldest brother has to help them, because he's so intimidating and luring. Zhao Gu even put all the responsibilities on the line. What else do you know? Say it. If you have any concealment, Qin Sheng snapped. Next, Zhao Qian also said many secrets. Every one of them burst out, which is shocking. The whole Dian city is going to set off a storm. Would you like to go to Lingyun Hall with me and correct me face to face? Qin Sheng suddenly asked. Zhao Qian hesitated, but when he saw Qin Sheng's horrible sword, he nodded like a chicken cutting rice. If he didn't want to go to Lingyun Hall to correct him face to face, Qin Sheng immediately cut himself off. If you are willing to go to Lingyun Hall to correct him face to face, maybe Qin Sheng will give thanks outside the law and save his life. Qin Sheng Shan, with Zhao Qian, who had been beheaded, went directly to Lingyun Hall. Lingyun Hall, Inner Hall. I don't have to worry about it. I've set a distance between death and that little beast of Qin Sheng will surely die. Ling Dongfeng was dressed in a clean white robe. He was extraordinary, and his eyebrows were full of ridicule. This time, he tried his best to arrange the inevitable situation. Let alone the martial artists who knew the soul, even the strong ones who had gone through multiple storms and thunderstorms, were suffocating. Under the old nest of the Hidden Dragon sect, there is a Jedi. Ling Dongfeng is very clear. He had a close contact with the ghost smelting several years ago. The evil creature under the prohibition has made him feel gloomy and horrible. Wen Yan, Ling Yu is also appreciative looking at Ling Dongfeng, the first successor of Lingyun Hall, more and more appreciative. Well, you did a good job this time. Ling Yu exclaimed, not only did Qin Sheng's little beast die, but also he wiped out the Hidden Dragon sect and Zhao family. But don't the Zhao family still have some minions who can reach the heaven? Ling Yu said indifferently, mow the grass, to get rid of the roots. After a while, do everything properly. Death of cunning rabbit, cooking of running dog. Jungle world has always been so cold and bloody. Ling Dongfeng nodded knowingly, his eyes twinkling with killing. Ling Yu, get out. At this time a loud noise shook the whole Dian city, just like the birth of the god ape, roaring to the sky. Ling Yu's face couldn't help changing. Who was so disgusted with his long life that he humiliated Ling Yunhal's ancestor so much. Grandpa, I'll go out and see who dares to come to my Ling Yunhal and behave wildly. Ling Dongfeng's handsome face showed a color of killing. Ling Yu, you old dog, get out if you don't hurry up. Well, I am as you wish. Ling Yu looks gloomy and follows Ling Dongfeng out of the trading hall of Ling Yunhal. At this time, the trading hall of Ling Yunhal is full of people, and most of the martial artists also come to watch. Ling Yu, like the ancient god of war, jumped out from the deep of Ling Yunhal and gave everyone a fierce glance. Finally, his eyes stopped in the middle of the trading hall. He saw a young warrior, with one hand wringing Zhao Zhu, who was no longer angry at all, just like wringing a frustrated puppy. What, Qin Sheng is you? Ling Yu Gui, a strong man who has survived multiple storms and thunderstorms, has seen many big scenes, but he is still frightened by the scene in front of him. Qin Sheng smiled quietly and said, "It's a surprise to see that I'm not dead." Ling Yu looks back at Ling Dongfeng. Ling Dongfeng's face is pale at this time. Qin Sheng looks like a ghost. His tall and straight body trembles. He can't help but step back a few steps. He has already set off waves in his heart. No way. How could Qin Sheng come back alive? Ling Dongfeng is reluctant to believe that he is changing from cloudy to sunny. He will be killed tomorrow morning. That's a Jedi hiding a large array. Let alone a warrior who can pass through the soul state. Even a powerful one who has passed through multiple storms and thunder can't come back alive. Ling Dongfeng's face is not reconciled. He stares at Qin Sheng. The Qin Sheng in front of him is dead, not to mention dead. Looking at the idol court, he doesn't even have any skin injury. In fact, Qin Sheng was really hurt and suffered a lot of internal injuries. Only his body was strong and invincible, and there was the magic cultivation, which came from 9 days and 10 places, so that he could quickly repair the damaged viscera. What happened? Ling Yu's eyes were full of anger. He asked Ling Dongfeng about the quality of his voice, which was like thunder. Grandfather, I don't know how Qin Sheng could come back alive. Ling Dongfeng's face is dusty and faltering. He can't even figure out what's going on. It is clear that Qin Sheng will die. How can Qin Sheng return safely? Ling Yu stares at Ling Dongfeng fiercely. His eyes are full of disappointment. Obviously, he is extremely disappointed with the first successor of the family. Qin Keqing, I don't know what you want to do when you come to Ling Yunhal. Ling Yu is a strong man who has gone through multiple storms and thunderstorms after all. Taking a deep breath, she suppresses her inner shock and surprise, and shows a fierce look on her face. None of the warriors who can survive multiple storms and thunderstorms is good at stubble. Bang! Qin Sheng smiled quietly, pulled out a joking arc from the corner of his mouth, and threw Zhao Sun to the ground. Your dog is biting people. Is your master coming out to explain? Qin Sheng said in an impolite voice. With Qin Sheng's voice just down, the whole Ling Yunhal's trading hall is suddenly a wow. Isn't that Zhao Jiui, the elder of the Zhao family? Is he Ling Yantang's dog? This news is too explosive, isn't it? The Zhao family, who only covers the sky in Dian City, is Ling Yantang's running dog? Dian City, this small clear water city, even the water is so deep. One by one the martial artists gathered around, couldn't help talking, their faces were unbelievable. In the past decade, the Zhao family has been as dazzling as the sun. The speed of its rise is too fast, too incredible. Now I want to come. The rise of the Zhao family is not without cost. It is to become the running dog of Lingyun Hall. Lingyu stood up with his hands on his back, his face calm, and under his eyes was a dark shade. He said, Qin Sheng, although you are the 9th grade guest of Shendanzong, you can eat at will, but you can't talk at will, otherwise. Lingyu is really a veteran in the Jianghu. In a few words, he left the relationship between Zhao family and Ling Yuntang completely. I knew you had such a thick face that you didn't admit it so easily. Qin Sheng grinned and kicked Zhao, tell me what you know. Zhao Qian's face changed dramatically, and his body trembled. He looked up at Lingyu, who was like the ancient beast white tiger. He was so scared that he could not say a word. Qin Sheng, you have come to our Lingyun Hall 3 times and 4 times to behave wildly. Don't think that under the name of Shendanzong's level 9 Qing, I will just swallow your breath. Lingyu suddenly burst out to drink a sound, just like the thunder in the sky, which made all the martial artists cover their ears. Pooh. However, there are still some weak warriors who have been shocked to wear eardrum and bleed their ears. Lingyu's eyes were sharp and with a murderous intent. He was like a white tiger, an ancient beast that was dormant in the abyss. When he jumped, he came to Qin Sheng. Lingyu had an idea that Qin Sheng was desperate. He was only a level 9 guest after all. If Shendanzongzhen was angry, he would let the elders of the clan deal with him. He would not lose his family. Yuanjing is gone. You can earn it again. If you lose your face, it will become a stain for a lifetime. Is Lingyu crazy? Dare to do it yourself in full view? Qin Sheng was a little confused. He offered bronze talismans on his back. Lion Dragon burst out, and a huge claw fell on Lingyu. Chong! Lingyu was enraged all over. With a fierce swing of his sleeve, Yuanli, like the Star River uprising, was spewing out. With a slap of his hand, he beat the bronze talisman to the sky and peeled off a large number of talismans. Qin Sheng's bronze talisman soldiers can only resist the human warriors who can pass through a disaster after all. Lingyu has survived the triple storm and thunder, and the strength gap between them is too big. At this time a dark shadow burst from the sky, as fast as lightning, when Xingjie Yuanmai and Huangquan fire were ready to be used. The space seems to be in a state of stillness, with both sound and breath stopped. Lingyu's palm print, only a little bit more than Qin Sheng's, but it's just a little bit less than that, and it's hard to move. Yuan Huazi finally arrived. He fell from the sky and came to Qin Sheng's side. He leaned out a finger and flicked it gently on Lingyu's body. Bang! Lingyu is like being hit by a meteorite and flying backwards. The whole Lingyun Hall vibrated, the hidden 3-level array was directly crushed and exploded, and countless runes fell like waterfalls. Fortunately, the surrounding area was imprisoned, and the power of terror through the 9 robbers only worked on Lingyu. Ku. Lingyu rushed out of the ruins, his body was crumbling, his chest collapsed, his sternum was all broken, and he kept bleeding. He looked up at the indifferent Yuan Huazi and fell into deep fear. Is this the terrible existence of surviving the 9 storms? Just gently to Lingyu's chest play a finger, looking like soft and weak, even able to break out such a terrible power. Yuan Huazi didn't look at Lingyu, but looked at Qin Sheng nervously and asked, Qin Sheng, are you okay? Yuan Huazi's posture is very low. Others don't know how terrible Qin Sheng is. Yuan Huazi is very clear. He was able to give him a valuable 9 dragons alchemy at will. Later, he was destined to look forward to his existence. If he died young due to his negligence, he would probably be punished by the Shendanzong. Put aside the punishment of Shendanzong, it seems that with a debt of human feelings to him, Yuan Huazi should be obliged to help. Qin Sheng shook his head and said, "Fortunately, Elder Yuan came in time, otherwise, I would be in a mess." When Yuan Hua's heart cannot help fretting. Qin Sheng's meaning is that he can retreat in front of Ling Yu, who has been through 3 disasters? It's a big gap in strength to go through 3 storms and 1 thunderstorm. In fact, it's unrealistic for Qin Sheng to suppress Ling Yu by using all means, such as Xingjie Yuan Mai, Jianchao, Huangquanhua, and using Rune Bone to arrange all the base cards of the array. However, it's still quite certain to retreat calmly. Phew. In the distance, there is another rapid approaching of figures. "Shenger, it's you." Qin Tao took the lead in coming. He heard that Qin Sheng had killed Zhao's family. He was scared. Then he received the information and took Zhao Qian to Lingyun Hall. Lingyun Hall is a giant from Xinguang City. Lingyun Hall in Dian City is just a branch of Lingjia. Qin Tao quickly sent a message to Yunyu, asking him to come over and help him. Only when there are experts who can understand the life environment, can they have the bottom in mind. Boom. And then, another sound of breaking the sky came. Yunyue, Yunlan, and Xiaobingning are all here. All of them stand behind Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng gave a wry smile and said, "Your news is really very clever. Everyone is here." Cloudland is still a plain white dress, sketching the curve that makes people suffocate, showing a strange color on her unique face, laughing, "Come later, you will have an accident." "What's the matter with you? What's the matter with you last time?" Cloudland looks at Xiaobingning again. She is very clear, the last time Qin Sheng was angry for the beauty, in order to Xiaobingning big Lingyun Hall. Smell speech. Xiaobingning is shy and red on the pretty face first, then looks at Qin Sheng anxiously and asks, "Are you okay?" Qin Sheng shrugged and looked at Ling Yu in the distance ironically, saying, "It's not me who has something." "Ling Yu, who gave you the guts to hurt the Qing of my Shendanzong?" Suddenly, Yuan Huaza said in a cold voice. The voice is very frightening. With the attack of soul power, Ling Yu is scared to kneel on the spot. Poof. In the face of the question of Tong Juzhai, Ling Yu even attacked with the power of spirit. Ling Yu felt a headache and burst on the spot. The wound on her chest cracked again, spitting out an old blood, and her face was white as paper. At first, Ling Yu himself was also a martial arts master of life. He was scolded as a dog by Yuan Huaza in front of the public. This insult made him hard to swallow the evil gas. However, he felt the terrible smell and counseled on the spot. "Elder Yuan, this is Lingyun Hall's territory. Moreover, Lingyun Hall is from Lingjia of Xinguang City. There are also geniuses in the clan to practice in Shendanzong." Ling Yu finally resisted the anger and said coldly, "Oh? Is there anyone else practicing in Shendanzong in such a small family as your Ling family?" Yuan Huaza frowns. The status of Shendanzong is the same as that of the 3 holy shrines of Dian Emperor. The Ling family even has a genius to practice in Shendanzong. If it's a genius cultivated by the whole family, it may be a natural pride. If it's picked up, it's still a bit of trouble. However, it's just a bit of trouble. He's not a vegetarian either. "Qin Sheng, can you tell me what happened today first?" Yuan Huaza looks back at Qin Sheng. If it's Qin Sheng's fault, Yuan Huaza is really embarrassed to clean up Ling Yu. After all, Lingjia clan also has genius in Shendan clan. Maybe genius has something to do with it. Qin Sheng nodded and asked Zhao Zhao to make things clear. Zhao shuddered and looked up at the group of powerful people. The most powerful ones were Yunlan and Xiaobingning, especially Yuan Huaza, who were at the peak of Tongshenjing. They came like gods. They were powerful in the world. "Master Dongfeng, you need to help me." Zhao Zhao was shocked. Seeing Ling Dongfeng, he shouted out on the spot. Ling Dongfeng's face turned white on the spot, his heart almost sprang out, pressing his fear, and his voice trembled, saying, "Who are you?" "I don't know you." Zhao was confused. He knew Ling Yunhao would give up himself and the whole Zhao family. Death of cunning rabbit, cooking of running dog, you Ling Yunhao will be punished if you do this. Zhao Gu did not do one thing or two things, and said the whole story of that day. Wow. In the trading hall of Ling Yunhao, it's amazing that they didn't expect Ling Yunhao to do such a thing. Even if they collude with the Zhao family, they even collude with the Hidden Dragon sect. Nonsense. Bewitch the public. At this time, Ling Yu's voice of sophistry. Have you ever had proof of what they say? Ling Yu's face was full of sarcasm. Ling Yantang is so cautious in his work, how can he leave any evidence? The Feng pill that bought Zhao Hong has been taken by him for a long time, and Zhao Hong and Yin Long are dead. There is no real proof of their death. Seeing that Ling Yu didn't admit it, Qin Sheng was ready for it. Qin Sheng, really at this time? Asked Yuan Huazi seriously. Qin Sheng nodded, pointed to the black mushroom cloud in the distance, and said, "There is the old nest of the Hidden Dragon sect. There is a 9-level array hidden underground, which has been activated. If I wasn't aggressive, I would have died in it." Pooh. Xiao Bingning couldn't help laughing and said, "You stink, and you're still aggressive." Yuan Huazi's face darkened as soon as he heard it. The original big explosion was caused by Qin Sheng's activation. What else do you have to say? Yuan Huazi approaches Ling Yu with cold eyes and a sense of killing in the deep. Ling Yu felt the sharp breath of Yuan Huazi's body. He was scared to be a little soft, but he still said, "Master Yuan, I'm still that sentence. There's no evidence, there's no evidence. You are the strong one who can pass the 9 robbers. Is that how you do it? To remind you, my Lingjie genius is Lingfeng." Yuan Huazi's eyes narrowed slightly and said with a smile, "Are you threatening me? That Lingfeng is very strong?" Qin Sheng turns to Xiao Bingning. Xiao Bingning shook her head and said, "I haven't heard of that. I haven't even heard of my girlfriend. What is Lingfeng?" Qin Sheng sneered. "Cloud Lan, but Wei, study younger sister does not go to Holy Courtyard all the year round, live in seclusion. Nature has not heard Ling Feng. Ling Feng is a famous figure of the god Danzong. When I left Ling Xiao Xingyuan, I heard that he wanted to smelt the Dan fire." Wen Yan and Yuan Huazi also nodded. If they can successfully smelt Danhua, it is not impossible to enter the inner clan, even become a core disciple, or even a personal disciple. If Ling Feng can successfully smelt Danhua and become a core disciple, his position is much higher than that of Qin Sheng, a 9-level Kuqing. Ling Yu also seems to notice the change of people's faces, and his eyebrows are all proud. Hiss. Qin Sheng raised his hand to Ling Yu to cut out a sword. The light of the sword flashed away, suddenly and rapidly. Ling Yu was seriously hurt by Yuan Huazi again, and his reaction was half slow. The sword of killing rises to the sky. Qin Sheng is like the sure god of war climbing out of the corpse sea. The sword grass is crystal clear and the light of the rune is as bright as the sun. Ling Yu got a sword. The horrible sword qi twisted the broken bone in his chest. The blood flowed out again. Qin Sheng stepped on his chest as if at will. It's painful. Ling Yu shouts. He wants to activate the Yuan force in his body, but a Fujian is put on his neck. Try to move it to see if my Fujian is fast or you are fast. Qin Sheng was at the top and looked down at the world. His temperament changed dramatically in a moment. At this time, Qin Sheng, like a god of heaven, exudes a sense of killing, which is not like imitation at all, as if it was born, and people dare not look directly at it. Ling Yu was blindfolded. Looking at Qin Sheng, he felt the sharp edge of Fujian as if he had been crushed by a god. He was shocked and angry at the bottom of his heart. He felt the sharp edge of Fujian. In addition, he was pierced in the chest, suffered heavy damage, accumulated the horrible power, and dissipated like a frustrated ball. You are shameless to attack me in full view of the public? Ling Yu's old face is red. He was trampled on by a low-level warrior in the spirit realm. It's a shame. Pa. Qin Sheng slapped Ling Yu's stars and said, "It's enough for the people of Lingyun Hall to be shameless. Take away my swarm party and set up a situation that must be killed. Let me jump into the fire pit." You. Ling Yuming is surrounded by people, as if he has been hit by thunder. He is an invincible person in Dian City. Now he has been attacked by Qin Sheng. Does he feel like it's a dream? But the burning pain on his face reminded him that it was indeed a slap on the face, and he was merciless. Pa. Pa. What are you? Qin Sheng slapped twice more, and everyone was stunned. The loud face-slapping sound spreads all over the trading hall of Lingyun Hall. All of them are at a loss. Qin Tao secretly swallows a mouthful of saliva. His grandson is so fierce that he suddenly attacks Ling Yu, who has gone through the triple storm and thunder. Although Ling Yu has been severely damaged by Yuan Huaza, Qin Shenghua can't be possible. It's a successful surprise attack. Yuan Huaza was also stunned. Unexpectedly, Qin Sheng was so powerful and domineering. He stepped on people and started to fight, so unambiguous. Is it enough for you to be shameless in Lingyun Hall? Qin Sheng sneered, then stepped on Ling Yu's wound with his feet. Qin Sheng's body is comparable to that of half a step in life. In addition, a sword grass is planted on his body, and his fists and feet are full of fierce sword qi. Bang bang. Ling Yu wants to collapse, spits out a few old blood, the chest is about to explode, breaks into 2 sections. Let go of my ancestors, or... Ling Dongfeng was very worried. He saw that his ancestor was about to be killed. A group of law enforcement team behind him were also in a state of tension. Let your sister go. Qin Sheng looks back at Ling Dongfeng and says, "You little white face is not a good thing." Qin Sheng is not the first time to deal with Ling Dongfeng. He is absolutely handsome on the surface and looks like a decent person. In fact, he is dirty in his bones. This is the plan of this time. Qin Sheng hates this son. You kneel down. Qin Sheng orders Ling Dongfeng to say. Ling Dongfeng frowned, as if he didn't hear it. His future first successor, Lingyun Hall, made him kneel down to Qin Sheng in full view. How could this be possible? How can he apply for the Kowloon Holy Palace if it's spread out? Kneel or not? Qin Sheng said in a sharp voice, and then stepped on Ling Yu for several times. The blood flowed out, and the other bones would burst, and they would be broken in 2. If you don't kneel, I'll kill your grandfather. Qin Sheng's eyes twinkled with murderous intention, and the horrible murderous sword spirit appeared at the bottom of his feet. Ling Yu was stunned. He felt that Qin Sheng didn't talk nonsense. His eyes were killing him, and he roared at Ling Dongfeng on the spot, "You still don't kneel down, do you want to kill me?" Ling Yu counsels. Although he is a powerful man in life, he is also a man and afraid of death. Qin Sheng is different from ordinary people. It seems that he is not afraid of Lingyun Hall, or even their clan Lingjia. Who knows if he will really kill himself? Ling Dongfeng's face was gloomy. Finally, he took a deep breath and knelt down under the astonished eyes. Bang! Ling Dongfeng clenched his fists and lowered his head, with boundless hatred and gloom under his eyes. Today's humiliation I will return it 10,000 times later. Ling Dongfeng roared in his heart. He vowed to destroy Qin Sheng in the future. Qin Sheng sneered and said, "Look at you, you are not happy. You think about how to revenge me in the future?" Ling Dongfeng shivered and looked up at Qin Sheng in amazement. Slap yourself 3 times. Qin Sheng ordered that there was no doubt in his words. Smell speech, Ling Dongfeng's gloomy face. Last time let oneself abandon one arm, now let oneself kneel in full view of the public. Still want to slap oneself? Qin Sheng, don't deceive people too much. Ling Dongfeng can't bear it. His hair is flying. It seems that he is going to smoke. You can imagine how angry he is. How much do I deceive? Qin Sheng chuckled. I almost died in the magic dragon wasteland. No, wait to collect the body for your ancestors. Qin Sheng stepped on Ling Yu for several times. He was a strong man in the life environment. His recovery ability was really strong. In less than 10 rest time, the wound stopped bleeding. Unfortunately, Qin Sheng stepped on Ling Yu again. The wound split again and the blood flowed. It's killing me. Ling Yu gnashed his teeth and looked up to the sky. He ordered Ling Dongfeng to do as Qin Sheng did. Pa. Ling Dongfeng looks sad and indignant and slaps himself. Qin Sheng squinted and said, Didn't you have a meal? It's soft. Let's see how I smoke it. Pa. Qin Sheng slaps Ling Yu with great strength. Even though Ling Yu's whole body has been tempered by the triple wind and thunder, his body has been stretched to the extreme, but Qin Sheng still tramples on several ribs with one foot. See? Learn a little, that's face pulling. Qin Sheng shouted, that slap, just now, doesn't count. We have to come back. Ling Dongfeng is going to spit blood, and his body is going to burst into flames. But who told his ancestor to be in Qin Sheng's hand? Even though he was reluctant, he still had to do it. Pa. Ling Dongfeng slaps himself heavily. His handsome face is swollen in a big circle. His strength is so great that his teeth spring out. Pa. Pa. Then Ling Dongfeng slapped him hard again. His mouth was bleeding. He looked up at Qin Sheng and asked, Is it okay to let the ancestor go now? Qin Sheng smiled contentedly and said, It's not bad. I think you are not good at stubble. You are so cruel to yourself. You even have your teeth pulled out. It hurts when you look at it. Hearing this, Ling Dongfeng was stunned. Then he was furious. Everyone was petrified. Looking at Qin Sheng, didn't you make him smoke hard? Pooh. Xiao Bingning couldn't help laughing. He felt that Qin Sheng was too cheap. How can ordinary people bear it? He must be angry and spit blood. Poof. Sure enough, Ling Dongfeng's chest was up and down, and his heart was hard to swallow. Finally, he vomited a lot of blood and looked decadent. Qin Sheng kicks Ling Yu away and hides behind Yuan Huaza. Cough. Ling Yu immediately turned over his hand, took out a bottle of pills, poured all the pills into his mouth, and his pierced chest recovered at the speed visible to the naked eye. Ling Yu looks at Qin Sheng in a gloomy way. This time, their face of Ling Yunhao is lost. He wants to storm Qin Sheng, rub him, crush him and kill him. However, Yu Wenhui's is present. Neither Ling Yu nor Ling Dongfeng dare to do it. Click. Qin Sheng broke Zhao's neck with one hand, and Zhao's eyes were all unwilling to die. He did not expect Qin Sheng to betray his faith and not let him live. With Zhao's death, Zhao's family, who only covered the sky in Dian City, announced its demise. Qin Sheng has killed all the martial arts above the channeling area, and the rest of the generaling area minions. Qin Sheng is too lazy to kill them and let them escape. Listen, Qin Sheng is not afraid of Ling Yunhao or your so-called clan. Qin Sheng, who is going to leave, looks back at Ling Yu and Ling Dongfeng. If you have anything, come to me. Don't be so stupid. Start to deal with people around me. Qin Sheng's voice was cold and indifferent. Who has no one around these days? Qin Sheng's voice was threatening. The magic dragon wasteland is becoming more and more dangerous. Some so-called geniuses have died prematurely, which has not never happened. Hearing this, Ling Dongfeng was stunned on the spot. It was obvious that Qin Sheng was warning him. At last, Qin Sheng left, leaving a group of onlookers. They look at Qin Sheng, and their faces are full of shock. Is this still the martial arts master of Soul State? Too overbearing, too arrogant. There is no doubt that this time Qin Sheng's reputation will once again shake the whole Dian city and even spread to other big cities, especially Xinguang City, where there are Lingyun Tang clan, Lingjia. Lingyu and Ling Dongfeng are both so gloomy that they can dribble out of the water, but they dare not fart out. Today they have been humiliated, and then refuted. If they provoke Qin Sheng again, ghosts know what they will do. Elder Yuan, if you didn't arrive in time today, it's hard to predict which is better or which is worse. Qin Sheng laughed and thanked him. Yuan Huazi shook his head and said with a smile, Qin Sheng, I believe that even without my help, you will not suffer. Hearing this, people also nodded their heads. It's not the first time they have dealt with Qin Sheng. They know that Qin Sheng's cards are so many that no one knows where his limit is. However, today's matter, you are afraid to offend that Ling family. Yuan Huazi said with a wry smile, do you need me to send someone to Shendanzong for a discussion and solve the grudge? Qin Sheng is the 9th level guest Qing of Shendanzong, and Ling Feng is the most influential person of Shendanzong. The status of the two is almost the same. If they are reconciled by the sect, Ling Yantang is just one of many branches of the Ling family, and they are not too willing to offend Qin Sheng for such a branch. The so-called enemy should not be settled, the same truth, Ling family also know. No need. Qin Sheng finally shakes his head. This Ling family, and that Ling Feng, become their own stepping stones in a big deal, and pressure has power. Okay. Yuan Huazi's choice for Qin Sheng seems to be expected. How could such a genius as Qin Sheng be easily subdued? If you need any help, just say it. You and I don't need to be polite. Yuan Huazi finally said that, and he left. Cloud Lan also said, Qin Sheng, you return to the college tomorrow, don't toss about, the college test will start in a few days. Since Qin Sheng's holiday, the noise in Dian City has become bigger and bigger, and it's just the restless lord. Qin Sheng laughs bitterly. He is also a victim. Well, I'll be back in college tomorrow. Qin Sheng said. When I came back to the Qin family, all the disciples of the Qin family had been waiting for me. They all know that Dian City has changed. Their young clan leader, alone, has killed all the elite of the Zhao family. I've met the patriarch and the minor patriarch. The disciples of the Qin family look up to the sky and roar. Their eyes are full of pride. Especially looking at Qin Sheng, a flush of face, eyes with endless worship. Good. Qin Sheng smiled and said, prepare for it. We will take over all the industries of Zhao family tonight. Yes. All the disciples of the Qin family roared, and the whole Dian city shook. In one night, Qin Sheng took over all the industries of Zhao family, which were all nibbled by Qin Zhongtian in the 10 years when he disappeared. Now, under Qin Sheng's leadership, things are returned to their original owners. The magic dragon wasteland is a dark and dense place. A cold young man, with a gloomy face and a long roar up to the sky, exudes a terrifying wave of yuan power. Qin Sheng, if you dare to destroy my Zhao family, I will repay it 10,000 times in the future. Cold young man, his face is a little white and sick, but his eyes want to spray fire. There is a ferocious silver poisonous centipede around his waist, risking the black air of not entering. From the perspective of the fluctuation of his strength, he has reached the peak of heaven crossing. If Qin Sheng is here, he will recognize Zhao Qingsong as a cold and sickly young man. Zhao Qingsong gambled with Qin Sheng in the Qin family before, but he was defeated. Even the Sea of Yuanli was broken down by Qin Sheng. Then, after the baptism of 10,000 insects, Nirvana was reborn. Now, he just followed Tu Lao to a Jedi experience in the Magic Dragon Wasteland. It's just less than a month. Zhao Qingsong actually went from the late stage of Tonghenjing to the late stage of Tongshenjing. It's a whole promotion, and it's finished in a month. In addition, Zhao Qingsong's eyebrows have the posture that Rob Cloud wants to agglomerate. Obviously, he has the qualification to cross the Rob. Such an appalling speed of cultivation, if you wear it out, will definitely frighten even the old monsters in the Shenfu area to go out. Find out why Zhao Qingsong has been promoted so fast. Bang! Zhao Qingsong slammed his hand on a boulder that needed 3 people to hug. The boulder roared, turned into powder and dissipated with the wind. Qin Sheng, I will refine your body into a talisman body, extract your spirit, and refine it into a soul lamp, so that you will be tortured and tortured for 100 years. Zhao Qingsong gnawed his teeth and his brows were full of hatred. Tu Lao stood up with his hand in his hand and uttered a murmur, you've done well, this time. Let's fix it for a few days. Next time, we'll go to the ruins of Dali Dynasty. Smell speech, Zhao Qingsong facial expression congeals, peep out a surprised in the cold vision. As Zhao Qingsong knows, even part of the predecessor of Dian Dynasty was also a great departure from the emperor. It can be imagined how lofty the imperial dynasty was. If you do well next, a mere Qin Sheng is just a grasshopper that can jump after all. I'll catch it myself and make you have fun. Tu Lao's voice was full of demagogues, and Zhao Qingsong immediately lit up hope. According to the information from Zhao Qingsong, Qin Sheng is now the 9th level guest of Shendan sect. Normally, Zhao Qingsong and Qin Sheng are 2 people in the world. Unless he dies, there will be no intersection between them. Now with the guarantee of Tu Lao, Zhao Qingsong is full of expectation for the ruins of Dali Dynasty. This night, for Dian City, is absolutely an extraordinary night. In the past decade, Zhao's family, which only covered the sky in Dian City, collapsed overnight, and all its industries were incorporated by Qin Sheng. At first, Qin Sheng kept his promise to give all the Zhao family's industries to Han Tailong, but Han Tailong didn't accept it at all, and only accepted half of it in the end. Although it's only half of the Zhao family's industry, it's enough for Han Tailong to live a rich life. Luyun College. Qin Sheng returned to the college. He felt that his heart had been tense all of a sudden and relaxed a lot. When many students saw Qin Sheng, their eyes were full of adoration. Good to learn. The students greeted Qin Sheng one after another. Qin Sheng nodded one by one, but the students were too enthusiastic, just like seeing a superstar, surrounded Qin Sheng. Hello, sir. I have some problems in practice that I want to consult with the seniors. A young girl who can communicate with the world is only 13 or 14 years old, but she has a beautiful body. She will become a beautiful woman in a few years. What's the problem? Qin Sheng is very relaxed, with a smile between his eyebrows, making people feel like a spring breeze. It's in the process of my communicating with Yuan Mai that I feel a little pain here. At first, I could bear it. Now it's getting more and more painful, especially the moon, those days of the moon. The female student is very shy. Her voice is as small as a mosquito, and she buries her head in her chest. Qin Sheng's face congealed and said, this prescription, taken for a month, should be able to cure the disease. The female students keep their eyes wide open, and think of what the patriarch said, they must hold Qin Sheng, the proud son of heaven, even at the expense of the body. Thinking of this, the female students are shy, clenching their teeth and saying, I don't want to take medicine, sir. I heard that you can pass the pulse and hair, by ancient methods. As long as you rub it, the medicine will get rid of when it gets sick. There is no one in my boudoir. You can follow me. Qin Sheng's eyes are wide. How big is it? Is Luyun College so open now? I can't help inviting male students into my boudoir. No need. Qin Sheng is very busy. He needs to prepare for the college test in 3 days. Can you afford to delay the college test and affect the overall situation of the college? A cold and piercing voice roared out, and a cold current rushed in front of them, making all the people present seem to be in the extremely cold place of the northern hell, shivering. Many students around Qin Sheng, one after another, gave way to a channel. Xiao Bingning, dressed in a black sexy dress, came from a distance. It seemed to be very slow. In fact, she was growing lotus every step of the way. The speed was unbelievable. In a blink of an eye, she appeared in front of the girl student, who was a pretty girl. Xiao Bingning has a unique body and a beautiful face. Her noble temperament makes all the female students in the room feel very ashamed and unable to think of a match. Summer Xia Shuijia. The female student was in a panic. Everyone in Luyun College has heard that Qin Sheng became a pretty girl in Lingyun Hall. He publicly declared that Xiao Bingning was his girlfriend. Now it seems that Xiao Bingning's gesture is no more than 10 years old. Xia Shuijia came to declare her sovereignty. She is Qin Sheng's girlfriend indeed. Poor Xiao goddess, she was arched by a pig. Fart, Qin Sheng is young and promising. In Dian City, besides Qin Sheng, who else can match Xia Shuijia? Is it you? Many students talked about it one after another. Under Xiao Bingning's silent and intimidating temperament, the female student with Qin Sheng's prescription could not help running away. Xiao Bingning glanced at all the people, just like the gods and phoenixes among the people, with a high momentum, and said, "Let's go, let's have a look." Wow. Many students left one after another, afraid to disturb Xiao goddess and Qin Sheng for dating. Tut, the charm of Qin Shuicheng is very good. Xiao Bingning's eyes are not good. Qin Sheng, embarrassed, said, "Crazy flower wave butterfly, is not my initiative." Xiao Bingning did not entangle her. She turned her hand and threw an invitation to Qin Sheng. "This is the banquet of the 6th house, before the trial. Let's go together tonight." Wen Yan, Qin Sheng not.From, asked, 6 courtyard banquet? Xiaobing nodded and said, Xinguang City, Haiyan City, Dian City, banquet, between 6 colleges. I don't want to have a banquet for the geniuses of the 6th Academy to take part in the examination, but the dean told me to go through the stage. This time, the so-called hospital trial was held in 3 cities and 6 hospitals. In fact, there are other Beichin State University. However, only when Xinguang City, Haiyan City, and Dian City are close, can such a banquet be held before the hospital trial. Qin Sheng was not very interested in this kind of banquet, but he agreed with Xiao Bingning. Then see you tonight. Xiao Bingning left such a sentence, that is to leave. Qin Sheng shrugged his shoulders and went back to his other courtyard. After nearly a month's absence, the yard was covered with dust. However, it didn't matter if he could stay in the wasteland. Hospital test? Qin Sheng sits with his knees crossed and his eyes deep. Others don't know. Qin Sheng knows very well that Yu Wenhui's from the sun-chasing holy courtyard has explained to him in advance. This so-called courtyard test is to let them go to the ruins of Dali dynasty. I am determined to get the hospital test. Qin Sheng plans to make a great success in the trial of this hospital, and get the favor of the Holy Palace, and step by step. If you can become a disciple of the elders of the Holy Courtyard, you may be able to save your father from prison. Soon, night fell. According to the message of the bulletin board, Qin Sheng came to the main gate of Luyun College and waited for Xiao Bingning's group of people. At the gate of Luyun College, Tingyan and Yi Xian have been waiting for a long time. I haven't seen it in a month, and both of them have changed a lot. Tingyan's whole body radiates a rather vigorous wave of yuan power, especially the eyebrow, which has a mark. It's the mark of the soul of war, melting the mark of the soul of war. But Yi Xian, although her face is ordinary and can't be compared with Xia Bingning and Han Mengchen's, she has also been promoted to the state of Tonghun. There is a faint jet of sword in her eyes. Although she doesn't have the intention to forge a sword, her strength can't be underestimated. At least under the same state, Yi Xian is invincible. Qin Shao, I haven't seen you for a long time. How are you these days? Ting Yan saw Qin Sheng from afar. He could come and say hello with a smile and a smile. He was very enthusiastic. How can Ting Yan not know these days, Qin Sheng in Dian City out of the movement, the heart has long set off a rough wave, and more or lingering fear. Zhao's family, which bought their 3 brothers at the beginning, has been destroyed by Qin Sheng. Fortunately, he didn't continue to choose to deal with Qin Sheng. Instead, he lost a drop of dragon blood, a martial art and a soul science, to repair the relationship. Otherwise, they will not be much better than the Hidden Dragon sect. Qin Sheng also laughs. He and Ting Yan don't know each other. He doesn't care about the past. He doesn't care about the future. Qin Sheng, are you Jian Xiao, too? Yi Xian's eyes were fixed on Qin Sheng. There was a sense of war on her jade face, and the sword on her back was clanging. Can I have a fight? If Yi Xian doesn't agree with her, she will make an appointment to fight. It's really a crazy sword practice. In fact, the vast majority of sword cultivation is like this. When you meet an opponent, you have to challenge and fight against the current. Before Qin Sheng said a word, Ting Yan jumped out and said, Yi Xian, Qin Sheng has been able to cross the border to defeat the strong one in Tianjing. You don't have to challenge Qin Shao. Yi Xian's apricot eyes were set, and a ray of sword chi was blooming. She looked back at Ting Yan and said coldly, then you come to fight with me? Smell speech, Ting Yan not from shrink neck, back feeling a fierce sword gas to come, wave a handway, which is your opponent? Sword cultivation is very rare. Under the same state, the attack power is much stronger than that of ordinary martial artists. Therefore, under the same state, the martial artists are generally not the opponents of sword cultivation. But it's not absolute. It's just that in general, as in Qin Sheng's martial arts practice, those who master several high-level martial arts can push Yi Xian on the ground even if they don't use their talent in physical training. Yi Xian stared at Qin Sheng, with expectation in her eyes, and said, Xia Bingning and Han Mengchen are dressing up. They are going to wait for a while and fight with me. If I lose, I won't bother you again. Qin Sheng was shocked when he heard the words. This Jian Xiao was really paranoid, especially the female Jian Xiao. Well, that's all. Qin Sheng finally agreed with Yi Xian's challenge. He picked up a dead branch from under the tree and said with a smile, Come on, put out your sword. Yi Xian's face was full of fighting spirit. He picked up a dead branch as a sword at will, and didn't feel that Qin Sheng was humiliating her. Qin Sheng could defeat a warrior in a higher realm. Chong. Yi Xian has drawn her sword. Her family is very ordinary. She once ventured in the Magic Dragon Wasteland this month. The Yuan Jing she earned only can buy a single patterned sword, and only a second-hand one. In some places, the charm has peeled off. The sword chi came out, and Yi Xian's temperament changed dramatically. On her ordinary face, there was a bit more coldness. She stabbed her sword, and where she passed, countless sword chi turned into a huge sword, like a layer of waves. Qin Sheng's eyes narrowed slightly, and Yi Xian's sword was similar to the black tide wave folding knife. However, it seemed to be very powerful and frightening, but in fact, it was flashy. Broken. The dead branch in Qin Sheng's hand came up, and a little bit of light came out. But in a moment, Qin Sheng's eyes changed, and a horrible smell of killing erupted like a volcano. The front door of the whole Luyun College is full of sand and rocks. the wind blows. Qin Sheng is like a sure war god coming out of the corpse sea. The dead branch in his hand is like a divine sword, just a little light. Hua. Yi Xian's huge sword is like a glass smashing against a rock. It's fragmented. You lost. In Ting Yan's astonished eyes, the dead branch gently points at Yi Xian's eyebrow. Of course, there is no sword qi on the dead branch. Yi Xian's whole body is all wet, all is the sweat which startles. Yi Xian had known Qin Sheng was very powerful for a long time, but she didn't expect to be so powerful as to be so horrible. She was only a sword, and also had a very weak sword qi. The sword qi she gathered with all her strength was destroyed. I lost. Yi Xian knew that she would lose, but she didn't expect that she would lose so thoroughly. Qin Sheng frowned. Did he beat Yi Xian too much? After all, he released the idea of killing her from the sword grass. It was easy to win Yi Xian. Your sword qi has been condensed enough, but it's just physical and spiritless. Visible and godless? Yi Xian muttered to herself. Yes, as a sword cultivation, sword qi is only the foundation, and sword meaning is the foundation. Qin Sheng explained that he planted swords in his body and had the inheritance and memory of the emperor. Even though the emperor was not a swordsman, he knew a lot about swordsman cultivation. It's like the sword you just used. It's a bit like folding waves. If you join in the heavy and continuous wave-like wave, then I won't blow your sword away so easily. Qin Sheng added again. Hearing this, Yi Xian fell into deep thought. Qin Sheng and Ting Yan did not disturb her. As a sword cultivator, sword qi is only the most basic. Whether you can understand your own sword meaning is the key factor to determine the upper limit in the future. Buzzing. At this time, there was a halo in the sky, and a one-horned flying horse pulled a beautiful carriage from the depths of Luyun College. The unicorn flying horse has a beautiful body and smooth hair. The unicorn is crystal clear and emits rune light. It is a third-order monster. Soon, the one-horned flying horse appeared in front of Qin Sheng. The one-horned flying horse, with white and crystal wings, is very divine. He glances at Qin Sheng and others, with pride. His eyebrows are twinkling with disdain. This beast. Qin Sheng laughs and scolds that unicorn is a third-order monster. It has a certain intelligence, and even its IQ will not be lower than ordinary human beings. The unicorn flying horse pulls a beautiful carriage, which is beautiful and feels like a work of art. Xiao Bingning came out of the carriage. She was obviously dressed meticulously. She was in a purple dress, with a high chest, a willow waist and a curve drawn out. Qin Sheng could not help but let her eyes shine. Ting Yan just glanced at him and lowered his head. He dared not look again. Xiao Bingning is also Qin Sheng's girlfriend. He doesn't dare to have any thoughts. Seeing the petrified Qin Sheng, Xiao Bingning's pretty face was a little more satisfied, and said, "Come on, we are going to Xinguang City." Qin Sheng takes back his eyes and thinks in his heart that he is really a leprechaun. Hearing this, everyone entered the carriage. The carriage is not big at sight, but it's very spacious after coming in. The seat is made of the hair of the fourth-level beast, and it's very comfortable to sit on. Wu Laos has never been in such a good carriage, is it? Han Mengchen joked that after careful dressing and looking at her face, she obviously hated beating her own ass in the demon-dragon wasteland. Qin Sheng rolled his eyes. He was very familiar with Han Mengchen's temperament. He said with a smile, "This one-horned flying horse is good, but I will directly use the inborn monster to pull the car in the future, which is enough to pull the wind." Han Mengchen can't help but sneer and say, "With congenital big demon pull a car, depend on you?" Qin Sheng's eyes narrowed into a straight line and said with a smile, "Don't believe it, gamble?" Han Mengchen's face changed and he gambled? Qin Sheng is very evil. He gambles what he wins. Dare not? Qin Sheng said with a smile, if you don't dare, be quiet. Han Mengchen couldn't stand it. She went out and said, bet. If you can let the inborn demon pull the car, I will marry you. Everyone, especially Xiao Bingning, smiled at Qin Sheng's reaction. Qin Sheng could feel Xiao Bingning's eyes. He looked up and said, I have a big demon. If you want to pull Xiao goddess, you can only be a concubine. Qin Sheng, you. Han Mengchen is shy and angry. Xiao Bingning also blushed and said angrily, look for a fight. Xinguang City is about 1,000 miles away from Dian City. If you are in a hurry, even the martial artists in the sky will have to spend a day and a night. And Qin Sheng and his party were sitting in Xiao Bingning's one-horn horse carriage, which arrived in less than an hour. Unicorn flying horse is worthy of being a third-order monster. It's very good at flying, and it's very stable in the carriage all the way, without any turbulence. Except for Xiao Bingning, everyone else came to Holy Light for the first time. The Holy Light City is very magnificent. The towering walls of the whole city are all made of white stone. Even though night has come, the whole Holy Light City emits a white light, just like the day. The unicorn flying horse directly pulls Qin Sheng and his party into Xinguang College, where the banquet is held tonight. Xinguang College is a college with 5 dragon ponds. Looking at the whole Beichen country, it's just weaker than Beichen College. There are more talents than Liyun College. A group of people came to the venue of the banquet, which was already very lively. The talents of the 6 colleges who wanted to take part in the examination were all present, familiar with each other and asking for help. It's a huge palace. There are many warriors serving these geniuses. Exquisite snacks, rare beast meat, rare fruits purchased from the Dian dynasty, and fine wine produced by other affiliated countries. There are even beauties dancing in the sky. It can be imagined how much the host attached importance to the banquet of the 6th courtyard before the court test. There are a group of arrogant people in groups. The first one is the chief of Xinguang College. He is tall and straight, with a sword eyebrow and stars. His eyebrows are full of innate pride. His long red hair is spread over his shoulders and looks very charming. The man with red hair, named Moro, is the chief student of Xinguang College and the organizer of the banquet of the 6th house. As Moro walked in the palace, some geniuses of the 6th courtyard raised their glasses, one by one, holding the good wine delivered from other affiliated countries. Are all the pride of the 6th courtyard here? Moro made a ring of fingers and looked back at the pursuer. Moro's followers, dressed in gorgeous robes and gray hair, are a powerful man who can pass through a disaster. What kind of identity is this Moro? Its followers are actually a strong one who can pass through the whole disaster. Although Xinguang City is the second largest city in Beichen country, there are followers of Tongjiaiji around Moro. You can imagine how terrible its background is. The gray-haired old man, with a thin face and a cold look, was like a sword going out of its sheath. He said, I'm still far from Liyun College. Low-level colleges like Liyun College also want to attend this level of banquet? Wen Yan, a cold-faced young man in black armor, could not help sneering, it's just that he has the last dragon pond, and this trial is just like cannon fodder. This young man came from Haiyan College. He was in a very high position, and he was the chief. That kind of fool knows that the Holy Light City is far away from their shit place, and doesn't know how to come ahead of time. Do you think that kind of country bumpkin will come here on foot? The arrogant students of other colleges can't help sneering. Moro also smiled knowingly and said, this is what the dean means. This banquet is mainly for you to get familiar with each other. At this time, the name of a proud beast came from the sky. Many Tianjiao people in the banquet couldn't help looking up and saw only a white light coming from the distant sky. Soon, a one-horned flying horse pulled an art-like carriage and landed outside the banquet door. This is the unicorn of the third-level monster? Who are you? You use a unicorn horse to pull a car. It's just a monstrous thing. It's a third-order monster. It's better than a monster with a strong sky environment. Is it a distinguished guest from Wangdu? A lot of arrogant people talk about it in succession. They all look at the carriage. The carriage is covered with a layer of multiplying runes, which is actually a defensive rune. It's not a disciple of an ordinary family who can afford to use level 3 monsters to pull cars. Morrow, with red hair, was the first to go to the middle of the banquet gate. At the same time, he doubted in his heart that there was no such distinguished guests as the one-horned flying horse in his impression. The carriage stopped steadily, and a purple shadow came out of the carriage. This is a gorgeous woman with unique talent, beautiful appearance, and extraordinary temperament. Xiao Bingning glanced at all the people, stepped softly, and Lianbu gave birth to flowers, which fell in front of Morrow and others. How beautiful a gorgeous woman is, like a saint from 9 heavens and 10 places. Just one look can make a deep mark on her heart. Everyone is marveling at Xiao Bingning's beauty. Even the chief student of Xinguang College is no exception. Morota's heart is beating fast. He stares at Xiao Bingning. Under his eyes, there is a flash of greed. I want this woman. Moro roared in his heart that he was the son of the Lord of the Holy City of Light, and his father was a prince. You can imagine how high his position was. Moro has never seen any woman, but has never seen such a noble woman with such a face, such a posture, and such a temperament. Of course, Xiao Bingning will never act rashly until he knows the origin of his identity. Then, Han Mengchen jumped out of the carriage, and was a gorgeous woman. Everyone seemed to stop breathing. The carriage was drawn by the arrogant son of any force. Both the appearance and body temperament were rare in the northern Qin kingdom. Moro has also been to the Dian dynasty, met many beautiful women, and even met several female students of the Kowloon Holy Academy. However, compared with the 2 women in front of him, the gap is too big. Next, Yi Xian, Tingyan, and Qin Sheng get off in turn. Seeing Qin Sheng and other people's mediocrity, the genius of the 5 chambers in the banquet hall was relieved. If everyone comes out like Xiao Bingning and Han Mengchen, it only means that they come from the holy courtyard with 9 dragon ponds. When the students of the Holy Academy come, they are doomed to become dim, and there is no doubt that they will go down. Cough. Moro, with red hair, coughed a few times to attract attention, then smiled with a smile that he thought was very attractive, and asked, I am the chief of Xinguang College, don't know how many of them are? As soon as Moro opened his mouth, he put Xinguang College and the chief of Xinguang College on his lips and showed his identity. Xinguang College has 5 dragon ponds, and even looking at the whole Beichen country is the 2nd university. Not everyone can enter this kind of university. And he is still the chief of Xinguang College. Moro has a lot of experience in the pursuit of beauty. He shows his identity as soon as he comes up. Xiao Bingning's face is cold, just like a goddess of ice and snow. Ordinary genius can't help being ashamed and afraid to approach. We are from Luyun College, said Xiao Bingning. Hearing this, everyone was stunned and his face was full of unbelievable looks. From Luyun College? Even moron. Isn't Luyun College just a dragon pool? How can I use such a noble one-horned flying horse to pull a car? What's more, how could Dian City have 2 gifted goddess-level students in a place where birds don't shit? No matter Xiao Bingning or Han Mengchen, they will believe that they come from the 3 Jiulong sanctuaries of Dian dynasty according to the vigorous fluctuation of Yuan power. If we add in its beauty and temperament, how could it come from Luyun College, which has only 1 mouth of dragon pool, which will close in 9 out of 10 after the college test? It's really appalling. Smell speech, Summer Bingning that delicate is in a mess of jade face show a cold color, Fengmu not from a coagulation, Wei, do not welcome? Then we'll leave. Xiao Bingning glanced at the red-haired Moro. She didn't know why. She felt that the extraordinary Moro didn't look like a good man and wanted to stay away. No. Moro quickly responded and smiled, don't get me wrong. It's my fault. I'll punish myself for 3 cups. As soon as the voice came out, Moro drank all the good wine in his hand. The pride of Luyun College, this way, please. Moro is very atmospheric. He doesn't have any antipathy to Xiao Bingning's reaction of refusing to live thousands of miles away. Instead, he ignites a fire in his heart. He didn't get any women, but he never saw ice and snow women like Xiao Bingning, which not only didn't let him give up, but aroused his desire to conquer. A group of people came in, and the other 5 colleges' arrogant students looked at each other. As for Qin Sheng and others, they were ordinary and didn't pay attention at all. Although Qin Sheng and his 3 men were all warriors in the spirit realm. To be invited to this place, the arrogant, there is no weak, the soul is only the threshold. Of course, there is a big gap between Tonghunjing. If Jin Ingquan and others from Beichen College come here, they can sweep a large area. After all, Beichen College is the first university of Beichen. After 3 rounds of wine, when Moro wanted to announce something, a young boy with silver armor came out of the crowd. He had a fierce face and a rune bone in his eyebrow. It was crystal clear and bright. He said in a loud voice, Moro, wait a moment in advance. I have something to deal with before the party begins. Silver young man is very arrogant. It seems that he doesn't put Moro in his eyes. At least they are arrogant men of the same status. Smell speech, Mo Luo eyebrows a pick, some discontented, but see silver armor youth, obviously also scruples its identity, after all, he is a genius from Ling family. Ling Jia's ancestor is also a prince, but he has died in the war. Nevertheless, he has great influence in Xinguang City. The most important thing is that their Lingfeng family is about to melt the Danhua and become the core disciple of Shendanzong. Ling Kuan, what can I do for you? Moro asked with a smile, pressing his discontent. Ling Kuan glanced at Mo Luo indifferently and said, Ling Dongfeng, you point out who is Qin Sheng, I will stand out for you. Ling Kuan is arrogant and domineering, and doesn't seem to pay attention to many students of Luyun College. Ling Dongfeng jumps out from behind Ling Kuan. His handsome face is full of fun and sneer. He points to Qin Sheng and says, that's the guy. Shua. Countless hot eyes follow Ling Dongfeng's fingers and look at Qin Sheng. Ling Kuan glanced at Qin Sheng coldly, as if he felt Qin Sheng's yuan power fluctuation, which only connected the soul, and the contempt on his face became more intense. A subordinate who can connect the soul, can also let your Dian city eat shrivel? Ling Kuan looks back and stares at Ling Dongfeng. There is a look of displeasure between his eyebrows. Anyway, your Dianqing lineage comes from our Ling clan. How could you be so humiliated? Hearing this, Ling Dongfeng's handsome face was burning hot. He felt very embarrassed and said, Kuncheo, you don't know something. This son is very strange and has many means. Even the ancestor has suffered great losses. Ling Kuan's face was fierce. No need to say anything more. It's a disgrace. Ling Dongfeng is scolded by Ling Kuan in public. He can't hang on his face. He can only be angry and dare not speak. Who told you that you were just a branch? Ling Kuan is the second successor of the clan. His status is only lower than Ling Feng, who practices in Shendanzong. Ling Kuan's talent is absolutely not low. It comes from Xinguang College. Its strength doesn't need to be much worse than the chief Moro of Xinguang College. Some people even say that Ling Kuan's fighting ability is stronger, but Ling Kuan is a fighting maniac. He has no interest in the false name of the chief. On the one hand, it can be seen from the arrogance and domineering of the banquet hosted by Qin in the 6th courtyard of Moro. Hello, are you deaf or mute? Qin's sword eyebrows stand up, and the eyebrows are very unhappy. I asked you to roll out, what are you still waiting for? Qin's voice is very arrogant and domineering, which also contains this rather fierce yuanli fluctuation. The whole banquet hall has become very depressed, and even the legato and dance accompaniment have stopped, looking at the angry Qin in amazement. Qin Sheng was not happy with his face, and his eyes narrowed into a straight line. Looking at the silver armor and the arrogant and domineering Qin, he was ready to come out. At this time a gust of fragrance came, and the purplingzi was shaking, blocking Qin Sheng's body. Xiaobingming once again became the focus of the whole banquet hall. There is no doubt that the Queen of Ice and Snow has a noble and cool temperament. She looked at Qin coldly, and then turned her eyes to Moro. The clear voice rang out, the so-called 6-yard banquet before the hospital test today is not wine, but a hongmen banquet. Although Xiaobingming's voice is cold, it feels like a long distance, but it's like the 9 heavenly zuanban the sky, which is impressive. Let's go. Xiaobingming is very straightforward. If this kind of banquet is in the northern Qin kingdom, it is very high grade. There are all kinds of precious spiritual materials, as well as female martial artists who can communicate with the soul. However, for Xiaobingming, a proud lady from the Dian dynasty, she has never seen any banquet before, and this kind of banquet cannot enter her eyes at all. With Xiaobingming's voice falling, Tingyan, Han Mengchen, Yi Xian and others also stood up. At this moment, the arrogant students of Luyun College are all in the same breath. Since it's Hongmen banquet, there's no need to continue to be angry here. Do you think Xinguang City is a place where such a cat and a dog as Dian City can stay at will? Qin is also amazed by Xiaobingming's appearance and temperament. However, he is not as hot as Moro for women. He is hated, and is very unhappy and rude. Before leaving, I will spit out the compensation yuanjing in my Dian City branch, kneel on the ground and kowtow, and I will consider letting you roll back to Dian City. Qin leaped to block the entrance of the banquet hall, and the horrible wave of yuan force broke out from his body. The air of the whole banquet hall seemed to have solidified, and all the surprised eyes fell on him. Qin, are you going wild at my party? Moro stood up with a look of anger on his handsome face. At the same time, his face showed a smile that he thought was very attractive. He apologized and said, "Don't be afraid of my sister. If there is a senior, no one can hurt you." However, Xiaobingming seems to be ungrateful and still looks cold. Moro, you don't need to pretend to me. I just need to take one. You don't know my temper. Qin sneers, and the horrible yuan force fluctuates all over her body, which is more intense. Qin, I don't care what kind of resentment you have. This is my organized banquet. I'll wait until the banquet is over. Moro said indifferently that his eyes shot out the sword, and he was actually a sword cultivator. It's just a soul-connecting minion. When I take Xiaobingming, Qin Sheng will do whatever you want. At the same time, Moro sent a message to Qin. Qin understood and stopped making trouble and returned to her own position. Kuncheo, here. Dongfeng is confused. He originally wanted to borrow Qin's hand. Qin's strength is far beyond his own. In addition to his background, there are strong followers. Yuan Huaza is not in Xinguang City. It's not difficult to win Qin Sheng at one stroke. Wait a minute. When Qin drank alone, he shut up. Looking at Qin Sheng, he slightly pulled up the corner of his mouth, revealing a subtle banter. The party was restored under the influence of Moro. This time, no matter what kind of resentment we have in the past, our 6 academies should be in the same breath. Otherwise, even our Xinguang College may lose 5 long qi and be killed at one time. Moro shook the wine in his hand and said solemnly. Hearing this, everyone was frightened. Isn't it? This time it was so dangerous? Even Xinguang College may lose 5 dragon pawns? Well, I've heard for a long time that this college trial is quite different from the past. It's very cruel. No matter how cruel it is, it's impossible for Xinguang College to lose all the dragon pools. In the banquet hall, the arrogant people of the 6th house talked about it one after another. Some were indifferent, some were shocked, some didn't believe it. Moro raised his hand and said, Everyone, please be quiet. Let me finish first. The banquet hall fell into silence, and many eyes were focused on Moro. He was the chief student of Xinguang College, and he took the lead in organizing the banquet of the 6th Academy. He was sure to get some important information about the trial. In the past, the court trial was basically to draw lots from several nearby cities to decide the opponents, and then compete for Longqi. Whoever wins Longqi's college will declare victory. But this trial has changed dramatically, said Moro. This time, all the affiliated state colleges of Dian will participate, and even the 3 Kowloon sanctuaries of Dian will send Jingying to participate. As soon as the voice came out, the whole banquet hall fell into a dead silence. In the whole Dian dynasty, there were dozens of affiliated countries. Even in the lower middle Bachin country, there were dozens of colleges. As for other larger affiliated countries, there were more than 100 colleges. Hearing this, Qin Sheng felt a move in his heart. He didn't get in touch with this news on the first day. Yuan Huaza once said that Qin Sheng knew more than this Moro, even the location of the hospital test. The scale of this trial is unprecedented. Judging from the information disclosed by Yuan Huaza, the birth of Dali imperial ruins surprised the 36 imperial capitals of the wasteland, and they swarmed out one by one, especially the Dian imperial dynasty, which was closest to the magic dragon wasteland. It said that Dali Emperor buried many treasures, some of which even the old monsters in Dongshenjing were moved. So, those great powers decided to take advantage of this hospital to explore the way. Qin Sheng sneers in his heart. To be good is to explore the way. To be the first one, to be bad is to treat these students as cannon fodder. This is the purpose of the superior, cold and bloody. Of course, this will not be an absolute death. For those who are proud of the sky, it is also an opportunity to rise like a star. What? Even the 3 Jiulong holy courts of the Dian dynasty will take part in the examination? There are more than 1,000 colleges in the whole affiliated country of Dian dynasty. The weak college is miserable. It's absolutely like cannon fodder. The atmosphere became oppressive. More than 1,000 colleges took part in the college examination. Even the college with 5 dragon pawns, Xinguang College, was only a middle school. Looking at the ordinary existence of the whole Dian dynasty. Some college pride, looking at the direction of the seat of Xianglian College, have a light irony in their eyes. A college like Luyun College, which only has 1 dragon pool, is just the cannon fodder in the cannon fodder. It's a pity that if the 2 female students of Luyun College enter the examination place, they may be remembered by the pride of other affiliated countries and destroyed by their hands. For this kind of disdain without concealment, Qin Sheng and others directly ignore them, dare to look down on them. Who is the cannon fodder is not necessarily. Ting Yan is full of sweat. Among the 5 arrogant students of Luyun College, he is the worst in strength and talent. However, when he saw Qin Sheng, he could not help but have confidence in his heart. As long as he hugged Qin Sheng and his thigh, even if he fought in Wanyuan, he could kill a whole world. Don't worry, all of you. Moro is also aware of the changes in the atmosphere of the banquet hall, and laughs. As long as we have the same 6 courtyards, each exhibition director, even if we fight in 10,000 courtyards, Moro will take you out a way out. With Chief Mo's words, I'm at ease in Haiyan College. With Mr. Moro in school, the college test is sure to pass. The arrogant people of the sixth courtyard also put down their face. They are very clear that the strength of Moro should be the existence of the first three of the six courtyards. They should make a good relationship in advance, and do nothing harm. Moro is very confident and enjoys the compliment. He looks at Xiao Bingning consciously or unconsciously. He seems to be paying attention to the beauty and disaster-level woman, and whether he has noticed the speech he just made. If an ordinary woman, she would have been defeated by her charm and temperament. Unfortunately, Xiao Bingning turned a blind eye and looked on coldly. He didn't look at Moro at all. The stars of Moro's sword eyebrow couldn't help but coagulate. Obviously, they didn't expect Xiao Bingning to be so cold. The music of the banquet rang again. The martial women danced in the sky, and they were also the first-class beauties. But for Xiao Bingning, it was just a difference between the clouds and the mud, no matter in appearance, body, or temperament. Since the passive attraction has little attraction for Xiao Bingning, Moro decides to take the initiative. Moro went to Xiao Bingning's body and leaned over very gentlemanly. He smiled and said, "My sister, the banquet is a bit boring. I'm a swordsman. How about using swordsmanship? Why don't I dance with my sister?" Moro's invitation made some of the other beauties in the six courtyards around show strong jealousy. Moro has a deep background, and is also a powerful sword cultivator. She is tall and straight. If she can dance with her, she will die without any regrets. Xiao Bingning's pretty face congealed into a shower of ice cream. No interest. The freezing voice of summer sounded in the banquet hall, and the whole banquet hall fell into silence. As a young and talented sword cultivator, Moro will stand out in the Battle of Wanyuan, and at least win the favor of the three Jiulong sanctuaries of Dian Emperor. It's a little difficult to be an internal student, but it's not so difficult to be an ordinary external student. However, even so, countless female students have to stick to the Tianzi Jiazi was rejected. And Summer Bingning also refused so simply, not a bit of face. Hearing that, Moro's eyes flashed a touch of displeasure and disappeared without giving a flash of lightning. There was still a refreshing smile on his handsome face, saying, "Don't be such a disappointment, Xuemei, just dancing, which can bring us closer to the friendship of the sixth courtyard. It will benefit the courtyard 3 days later, without any harm." This is Moro. This is a cliché. What is it about dancing? It also affects the friendship of the sixth house? Fart, is not just a few city colleges and universities alliance? Not to mention the strength of this alliance, how vulnerable it is in the Wanyuan, this alliance has not made a contract, turn around and don't recognize people, how to die also don't know. Yes, in the banquet, the female students dance with them, the male students dance with swords, and the most common social activities are just for them. They don't give face. Do they take themselves seriously? At the same time, a female student from Xinguang College can't help sneering at her. Her beautiful face is also a first-class beauty. But for Xiao Bingning, it's just like fireflies competing with the bright moon. She can't help it. The female student of Xinguang College has always admired Moro. Moro is tired of playing and will not take care of him. Therefore, the female student just made a speech to ridicule Xiao Bingning and tried to make Molo change his mind. Oh, for the friendship of the sixth house? Qin Sheng smiled. He came out, turned his hand over and added a 4-pattern talisman sword in his hand. His eyes fell on the female student and said, "I'm also a sword cultivator. Why don't I dance with you?" When the female student was scolded, she showed her angry face on the spot. A strong wave of Yuan power broke out, and she was even a warrior in the sky. It is worthy of being the 5 strongest Tianjiao of Xinguang College. Even a humble female student is also a strong one in the sky. Such strength is definitely not comparable to Luyun College or even Lingyun College. The female student's apricot eyes stood up and looked at Qin Sheng with disdain. You are just a minion in the soul state, and you deserve to dance with me? I don't know the scum from Elon College. Mo Luo stared at Qin Sheng, and there was a warm anger in her eyebrows. The female student was also a plaything of her own. Although he was tired of playing, it was not Qin Sheng's scum that could be teased in front of the public. Mo Luo glared at Qin Sheng severely, and then focused on Xia Bingning again, with a look of expectation in his eyes. Xia Bingning's eyes were frozen, and a sharp chill broke out. She still shook her head and said, I'm not interested. Moro's face was iron and blue. He was the chief of Xinguang College. In the Battle of Wanyuan 3 days later, when he was the leader of the 6th college, he was rejected one after another by a woman from a junior college. Bitch. So proud, right? Moro's heart is roaring, there has never been a woman I can't get from Moro. Ling Kuan, you can do it. Mo Luo sends a message to Ling Kuan. Ling Kuan's eyes were cold. He understood and went to Qin Sheng and said, it's not interesting to dance swords. Why don't we have a duel with each other? That's right. Let's discuss with each other. Before the hospital test, we should know the root and know the bottom, so we can assign tasks. Moro's eyes have changed, with the superior temperament between his hands and his feet, and there is no doubt about the tone in his words. Qin Sheng and others are very upset. How dare you compete with me? Ling Kuan points to Qin Sheng, and does not hide his purpose in his eyes. Ling Kuan is to find a place for their Ling family. He is to humiliate Qin Sheng in front of the public. Qin Sheng frowned and smiled, I'm not interested in your crooked melons and split dates. As soon as the voice came out, everyone looked at Qin Sheng in shock and his face was full of anger. There are 3 cities and 6 courtyards of the most powerful natural conceits. All of them are top-ranking talents. When they fall into Qin Sheng's mouth, they become crooked melons and cracked dates? You are a soul-connecting minion, and only in the Spicy Chicken College with a dragon pond can you become the last 5. It's just lucky to take part in the college test. If you change to another college, let alone the top 5, even the top 10 are tough. In particular, Ling Kuan, the first 3 talents of Xinguang College, has achieved the goal of Tongshenjing for a long time, melting high spirits of war, and is far more powerful than ordinary martial artists of Tongshenjing. Even if Ling Dongfeng is a late bloomer, he has accumulated a lot of foundation and is ready to go through multiple storms at one go. For Ling Kuan, he is also very afraid. First, he is afraid of his identity. Second, he is really powerful in fighting. Besides being a martial artist, he is also a powerful physical practitioner. Moro said in a sullen voice, Friend, you've gone too far. Now, like all of you apologizing, I'm going to punish myself for 3 cups. I can make up my mind. Now it's over. The breath of Moro is rolling, just like a powerful beast sleeping, locking Qin Sheng. Obviously, Moro was really angry. Qin Sheng squinted and looked down. He stepped forward, turning a blind eye to the strong atmosphere of Moro, and went to Xia Bingning's face. In many eyes. Qin Sheng took his jade hand and said proudly, You invite my girlfriend to dance again and again. Everyone is a man. Don't be a fool. Don't you know what you think? Boom. Moro's brain exploded, his eyes were red, and he stared at Qin Sheng holding Xia Bingning's jade hand, which was as crystal as jade, and Qin Sheng was holding it. Xia Bingning's delicate body is like an electric shock. Susu's feeling of numbness spreads from jade hand to all limbs. She wants to take back the jade hand, but Qin Sheng grabs it. Last time I was your shield, this time you can't suffer a little loss, when I have a long face? Qin Sheng preached. When Yen, Xia Bingning gave up resistance and comforted herself. This time, she just gave Qin Sheng a favor, not a real boyfriend and girlfriend. Is she your girlfriend? Moro's face was unbelievable. Such a beauty with such a beautiful face and evil water level, no matter in temperament, stature, or appearance, is rarely found even in Dian dynasty. Moreover, according to the fierce Yuan force fluctuation from her whole body, Xia Bingning's strength will never be weaker than him. How can such a proud girl have a master of famous flowers and her boyfriend is just a soul communicating minion? Among the banquets of the 6th courtyard, Tong Hunjing is definitely the weakest one. This kind of student can't even talk about the cannon fodder in the courtyard test. The real shield or the real boyfriend and girlfriend? Moro's face changed, showing doubts. Although, Moro wanted to start at once, crush Qin Sheng to death, then capture the beauty, and finally control the anger and desire in his heart, and restore his smile, saying, "Forgive me for my words, and let's dance." Then, Moro's face became fierce and said, "But, friend, you humiliate all of you. It really needs to be calculated." Qin Sheng looked down and said, "I'm also a famous man. Qin Zhongtian has heard that 10 years ago, he was a strong man who had 9 robberies. Now he has become a god's mansion and travels everywhere." Hearing that, when Malo's face changed, Qin Zhongtian naturally heard that the first day of Beichen was carrying the hope of Beichen, dazzling in the holy palace and creating many miracles. However, I don't know why it disappeared in the past 10 years. In those days, the first day of Beichen had already become the god's mansion? Moro couldn't help but jump. There are 9 robberies in total, each of which is very difficult. It is extremely difficult to survive the 9 robberies. Even after the 9 robberies, it is also a huge barrier to achieve the god's mansion. Among them, it needs a lot of resources and energy, which is absolutely hopeless. What about Qin Zhongtian? I know he is a famous student of your Luyun College. Moro soon calmed down. He's my father. Qin Sheng sneers, "Tiger father has no dog son, have not heard? Son of the god's mansion, what's too much to call you to crook melon and crack dates?" All of them were tongue-tied and could not speak a word. If it's the real son of Shenfu realm, there's nothing wrong with that, but Qin Zhongtian has been missing for 10 years. You're especially a minion of spirit realm. The students here are not stupid. They know Qin Sheng is pulling tiger skin. Ling Kuan looks up at the sky and laughs, as if hearing the most pleasant joke in the world. He starts directly and approaches Qin Sheng. Want to do it? Qin Sheng looked scornful. You're a crooked melon and a cracked date. I'll shoot one dead with one slap. 2 slaps to death. Everyone is speechless. The minions who connect the soul are too funny. They are not fools. Who knows you are pulling tiger skin? A father who looks like God's mansion? If Qin's naive achievement of the Shenfu realm, how can it make the Qin family decline so fast? These people don't know that under the leadership of Qin Sheng, the Qin family has regained the position of the overlord of Dian City. Even Lingyun Hall will be unable to stay any longer, and all business has been robbed by Xinglong Hall. If they knew what happened in Dian City recently, they would be pissed off. Even Ling Yu, who had been through multiple storms and thunder, was also attacked by Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng is not exaggerating. This group of people is far less than Ling Yu, who has gone through multiple storms and thunderstorms. How can Qin Sheng fear most of the students in the sky? Moreover, Qin Sheng's eyes covered 2 strokes of yellow spring fire, which can be seen through at a glance. Most of the so-called talents of the 6 academies were cultivated by virtue of pills, not by virtue of their own strength. If you want to fight, go out and fight. Moro said coldly. Ling Kuan took the lead in flying out with a chill in his mouth. He flipped his hand and threw out several array flags. These array flags are also some high-grade goods. Although they are far from comparable, Qin Sheng bought array flags from the site in the underground black market. Flags flew everywhere, and the view outside the palace changed. It was blocked by a 3-level array. It was an array, and it had no attack power. Qin Sheng, give you 2 choices. Outside the 3-level array, a thick fog rose and a cold voice of Ling Qin came out. First, duel with me. If you win, you can leave. I can stop worrying about the Lingjiao branch of Dian City. Second, kneel here for 3 days and 3 nights, and pay 50 million yuan for it. Qin Sheng disagreed and said with a smile, do you think a 3-level array can stop me? Joke. Well, if you don't flatten these crooked melons and split dates, you will continue to be bothered. Qin Sheng did not hesitate, in the eyes of many consternation, broke into the 3-level array arranged outside the door. Generally speaking, a 3-level array, if it's an attack array, can suppress the strong in Tongshenjing. If it's a defensive array, the ordinary fighters under Tongshenjing, even if they stay here for 3 years, can't go out. This is the terrible part of the array. Seeing that Qin Sheng really jumped in, Ling Qin showed a sneer on the spot. He looked indifferent and pulled out a cruel arc from the corner of his mouth. These flags, however, cost a lot of his family contribution value to exchange. It's one of his bottom cards. I hope to show my power in the court test with this bottom card. Buzzing. Qin Sheng just broke into the 3rd-level array, and suddenly Fu Guang was bright, rising up into a thick fog. These thick fog are not ordinary dense fog, which can isolate the vision, even the breath. Even the martial artists in the sky can only turn around in the same place if they fall into this magic array. They can never escape unless they can find the eye of the array. Ling Qin's eyes were cold. He then followed the fog in the array, and the fist print in his hand was full of runes. It was actually a 5-pattern rune. 5-pattern talisman, which can be integrated into the body. Ling Qin is just a martial artist who can connect with the heaven. He even has a 5-pattern talisman. This is absolutely not what ordinary younger generation disciples can do. That's a 5-pattern talisman. Even if it's a poor 5-pattern talisman with some flaws, it's worth more than 10 million yuan. A complete 5-pattern talisman with at least 30 million yuan crystals. Qin Sheng bought a valuable 5-pattern talisman in the underground black market, and it's defensive. It's a pity that he spent all of Qin Sheng's yuan jing. It's a pity that in the old nest of the Hidden Dragon sect, it's all discarded. Ha ha. It's so big that the subordinates who are just in the soul state dare to break into Ling Xiao's 3-level array. You people of Luyun College are going to collect corpses for them. After all, they have no eyes or fists. That's right. That guy named Qin Sheng only got through the soul state. He is so weak. With Ling Xiao's strength, he might blow his fist into scum. The arrogant students of Black Rock College, who were not good at it, couldn't help laughing. But those from Lingyun College dare not say much. They are in Dian City, but they know how evil Qin Sheng is. Ling Dongfeng stares at the 3-level array full of fog. He has a faint expectation. He still hopes that the second successor from the clan can make a bad impression on him. Everyone is watching this so-called duel. At this time, Moro came over and turned his hand over with a fresh flower. The whole body of the flower is purple and black, which is very enchanting. The whole body of the flower is shining with flame, which is very beautiful. Unfortunately, it sends out a cold breath. Flowers for you, Shueme. Moro said seriously, his face even with some deep feelings. Xiao Bingning's face coagulated, and a touch of disgust appeared between his eyebrows. He said, "Please respect yourself. I have a boyfriend." Moro seemed to have no accident with Xiao Bingning's refusal. He shrugged and said, "It's a pity, since the beauty doesn't accept this flower, I can only destroy it." Sniff. Just after the voice fell, the flowers, which were so charming and gave off the cold air of indifference, ignited in front of Xiao Bingning and gave off the attractive fragrance of flowers. She took a breath. Well? Xiao Bingning felt on the spot that she was turning upside down. She wanted to be in a coma and didn't listen to her instructions. The flower is poisonous. Xiao Bingning's anger burst. She wants to be angry and powerful. Yuanli wants to spray out. Unfortunately, she is soft and can't even control her fingers. Let alone control Yuanli. And the students around, as if also affected by the spontaneous combustion of the flower, looked at the door dully. Come with me, your so-called boyfriend, who can't live tonight, is estimated to be shot dead by Ling-Kuan. Moro had pity in his eyes. It's strange that Xiao Bingning should follow Moro back to the banquet hall, follow a passage, turn left and right, and go to a secret room. And all this, Xiao Bingning can't resist, can only watch himself follow Moro all the way. Don't resist. What I just lit was a love soul flower. Moro closed the door of the Chamber of Secrets and activated the array. It's a secret place, a place for some geniuses to play. It's very secret. Except for a few geniuses, there's no chance to enter here. Love soul flower, it's a kind of flower that can release the spirit poison. If you inhale one strand, the spirit will be poisoned. Love and soul flower is ignited and evaporated in an instant. Even those who pass through the storm and thunder will be poisoned unless they are warned in advance. All poisons that are contaminated with spirits are legendary. The spirit poison spread in a flash, and many people in the 6 courtyards were poisoned without knowing. Fortunately, this kind of soul poison, emotional soul flower, does no harm to the warrior himself. It will only be controlled by the poisoner for a period of time. In the 3rd level magic array, the clouds rolled and Qin Sheng didn't know about the appearance of soulful flowers. Ling Kuan's eyes are cold. The blood-red metal fist set of the 5-pattern rune is shining with dazzling rune light. Through the rolling clouds, his fist blows out without a ray of yuan power fluctuation. It's secret and vicious. He wants to blow Qin Sheng's head. If you dare to humiliate me, I'll let you know that even if it's just a branch of the Ling family, it's not something that your minions can point to. Ling Kuan's eyes were full of malice. After what famous school, what God Dan sect's 9-level guest Qing is all illusory. Who can save you today? Ling Kuan's level is much higher than Ling Yunhal's, and its inside information is much higher. His eldest brother is practicing in Shendanzong. As far as he knows, he has been at the last moment of smelting Danhua. Once he succeeds, he can at least be promoted to the core disciple. In fact, most of them are not very close in Shendanzong, especially the low-level ones. If Ling Feng succeeds in becoming the core disciple of Shendanzong, his status will be far higher than that of Qin Sheng, the so-called 9-level guest Qing. Ling Kuan did it without any mercy. Even if he killed it, he asked his eldest brother to do something in Shendanzong, and the matter was over. Bang! Ling Kuan is like a flexible fish approaching Qin Sheng silently and colorlessly. The fist seal suddenly bursts and makes a loud roar. The huge noise is deafening. Many of the 6 courtyard's top students have been back to their senses. They don't inhale a lot of love, soul, flower, and soul poison. They just stay for a moment, coupled with the great movement of Ling Kuan, especially those with strong strength, wake up in a moment. Well, I see the fist print from the dazzling rune light. It seems that Ling Kuan has started. When Ling Xiao comes out, there is no doubt that Qin Sheng will die. The arrogant people of the 6th courtyard whispered and looked at the 3 magic formations with the color of pity. Ting Yan, Yi Xian and others gnash their teeth to refute, but they feel very powerless. Although they have heard of Qin Sheng's many great achievements, they are legends after all. That Ling Kuan is an expert in the sky. Die, don't be a muddle-headed ghost on the Huangquan Road. Remember, the man who killed you today, named Ling Kuan, is destined to rise in this chaotic era of recovery of the magic dragon wasteland and exist in the eyes of all. Ling Kuan's voice sounded in Qin Sheng's ear, "It's your greatest honor to die in my hand." At this time, Qin Sheng looked back indifferently, as if he had seen through all this, grinned and said, "Just duel, as for such a delay?" Ling Kuan's eyes narrowed into tiny hands, and a sense of inexplicable danger welled up in his heart. Qin Sheng moved, and he pushed out his palm, which was covered with a layer of crystal silver-like runes. Although he didn't use a fist set or other runes, the light of the runes was no less than that of Ling Kuan. The clouds and fog of the third-level magic array are rolling, and the secret silver rune light rising from the sky in a flash makes Ling Kuan feel frightened. The rune light is too dazzling. There is no need for the rune light of his 5-pattern rune to be dim or even more dazzling. What's the matter? Ling Kuan is a little confused. What he activated is a real 5-pattern rune. Even the strong people who have gone through multiple storms and thunder may not have it. The reason why Ling Kuan can have it is because of the light of his brother Ling Feng. Many royal families in Beichen state stung him and presented many treasures. After that, Ling Kuan sold all these treasures, plus the contribution value accumulated in the Ling family over the years, and just managed to get such a 5-pattern talisman. Boom. Qin Sheng's fist speed is too fast. It's like a styrofoam in the deep sea of the northern hell. Suddenly, it comes out of the water and shakes all the clouds. The fist comes to Ling Kuan in an instant. In his astonished eyes, he has a close contact with Ling Kuan's face. Bang! Ling Kuan's face is frantically twisted, as if he was hit by a meteorite falling from 9 days. Then he flew backward and hit the third-order array hard. As if it is the calm sea, suddenly a tornado set off the waves. After all, it's a 3-level array. Qin Sheng's just attack has not exceeded the scope of the heaven realm. However, it also makes the boundary runes of the whole 3-level array bright, and the door of the banquet hall looks like day. Ling Kuan fell from the border of the formation, his face bone broke, blood penetrated, and his teeth were loose and crumbling. Because Qin Sheng had just dispersed the clouds and fog, the arrogant sons of the 6 courtyards who were watching the war outside could see such a cruel scene. Everyone was stunned. He grew up with a mouth that could fit into a fist. His tongue seemed to be knotted. He couldn't say a word for half a day. At this time, Ling Kuan was very embarrassed. He had a real fist on his face. There was an eye-catching fist mark on his handsome face. He was red and swollen. His hair was a bit messy. There were some blood stains on his mouth. He looked a bit embarrassed. Here is this Ling Xiao. Tianjiao of Xinguang College felt thirsty, and finally couldn't help asking his classmates. Ling Xiao is hurt? Tianjiao of Haiyan College was puzzled, and his eyes were full of fine light. Ting Yan, Yi Xian, Han Mengchen and others were relieved and looked at Qin Sheng, who was standing with his hands in his hands. All of them clenched their fists to cheer Qin Sheng up. Ling Kuan wiped the blood from the corners of her mouth, then stroked the face with burning and sharp pain, and her eyes seemed to spray out fire. You dare to hit me in the face. Ling Kuan stood up, his chest heaved violently, and he was panting. There was a strong yuan force in his nostrils, as if he wanted to spray fire. Qin Sheng squinted and despised him. He said, I've told you that you can beat a large number of people to death by turning your hands. I don't think you are much more powerful than Ling Dongfeng. Who is your arrogant courage? Qin Sheng looked up and said, if you have any moves, hurry up and show them. Otherwise, let the rest of your 5 courtyards of crooked melon split dates altogether. I'm really in a hurry. When Ling Kuan was violently attacked, his fists went out and he recited a mantra in his mouth. He didn't know what martial arts to use. It seems that the heaven and the earth will change, and the thick fog will be filled again. Qin eagle hit the sky, his body emerged a stream of inexplicable energy. At the same time, he even directly sacrificed the soul of war. His soul of war is actually a big fish, which is covered with the mark of rune. It's very extraordinary. It's actually a soul of war with 5 lines. That is to say, Qin smelt the spirit of a big demon. It's worthy of being a big clan in Bachin country. The second successor of Ling family, how many monsters should be killed to melt the successful soul of war? Monsters above level 5 are called big monsters. As soon as the spirit of war came out, Qin's breath suddenly became powerful. He was just like a strong man coming out of the magic dragon wasteland. He was totally indifferent at the bottom of his eyes, and there was a frightening and terrifying atmosphere between his hands and feet. Qin's chi suddenly soared several times. He looked at Qin Sheng as if he were a dead man. He wanted to split his heart and hit Qin Sheng with 2 fists in the air. Qin boxing. The roar of Qin is like the birth of a demon, frightening everyone. The minion from the small town enraged Qin completely, and even used Qin fist. Last time, Qin used Qin fist to a so-called prince from the neighboring country, and killed the prince in 1 blow. Shoo, silence. This matter has been blocked. Don't talk nonsense. In case Ling Xiao gets angry, you will have good fruit. Many of heaven's arrogant children are whispering in praise of Qin's so-called great achievements. Ting Yan, Yi Xian and Han Mengchen listened, but their faces were heavy. Qin, isn't that a terrible ancient beast that feeds on dragons and can eat at least 10 dragons a day? How can Qin's martial arts be ordinary? It's estimated that Qin has already become a saint. Is it a saint-level martial arts? Thinking of this, many of the arrogant sons of heaven can't help breathing quickly. Their eyes are full of envy. Even in the 3 holy academies, the martial arts of the holy rank are extremely precious. That kind of martial arts, which is extraordinary and holy, even let Qin practice. And also a successful entry. People than people, angry people, although they are with the school of light, but the starting line lost a lot. The 2 fists burst out with dazzling light like the day, which is only the light of Yuanli to a certain extent, not the rune light. Of course, under the effect of the 5-pattern rune, the rune light also bursts out. A large number of runes come, condense into a flying fish, dive down hard and fall on Qin Sheng's head. Qin Sheng looked scornful and hissed, "How dare you call this Qin boxing? It's a big story of sliding around the world. Funny, shameless, cheeky. Qin boxing, even in Jiutian and Shidi, is a first-class unique skill. Except for some powerful tribes in Jiutian and Shidi, no one else can point to it at all. Even if it's the Emperor of Kaleidoscope, you are a great emperor with countless disciples, and you have never been in touch with the complete version of Qin boxing. It's just for the existence of some emperor-level people who have refined the pills and seen the incomplete version of Qin boxing. How could it be that Lingjia, a remote place like Tianyuan and Beichin, could master the unique skills of 9 days and 10 places? Qin Sheng looks up at the so-called Qin boxing performed by Qin and the earth-shaking Qin boxing that ghosts and gods avoid is not a plane at all. The Qin fist that Qin used is not even a Shanzhai version. However, from the perspective of power, it should be able to achieve transcendence and sainthood, which is a holy martial art. Talk hard, crush you. Qin was so angry that his 9 orifices were smoking and his fist was even harder. This fist actually reached the power of the strong man of pass through a robbery. It's worthy of being the second successor of Ling family. It's a little real strength. Isn't it a holy martial art? Qin Sheng disdains to say, is it rare? Boom. An extremely powerful Yuan force spurted out from his body, which made the world shaking and the purple electricity flying. The purple electricity wings behind Qin Sheng suddenly appeared in the eyes of consternation. The purple electricity wings, which were as thin as cicada wings, soared like a green cloud dragon, soaring up to 90,000 li. Qin Sheng dodged that even the Shanzhai version was not Kuanping boxing. He appeared in front of Ling Kuan in the middle of the sky like a ghost and smiled indifferently, saying, "I once practiced Kuanping boxing, you are a fake." Tianjiao of Wulong College still uses pirated martial arts. I, Qin Sheng, do it for heaven today and fight against counterfeits. Qin Sheng blows a fist, and Yuan Li behind him spurts out in a crazy way, simulating the outline of a Kuanping. What is Kuanping? It's an ancient beast that feeds on dragons. The first half of its life is Kuan. Thousands of miles of fish cover the sky and block out the sun. The second half of its life is Peng. It soars to 90,000 miles. As far as Qin Sheng's current Yuanli is concerned, it has reached the peak of soul state. As long as the soul of war is melted, it can break through the barrier at one stroke and become a real all-sky state warrior. Kuanping is very difficult to imitate. Even the general outline requires a lot of yuan and soul power. It's impossible for an ordinary warrior to imitate, even if it's just a general outline. How could it be easily imitated if it's an ancient beast that still feeds on the dragon family? Pooh. Qin Sheng spits out a mouthful of blood essence and activates all the Xingjie Yuan Mai in his body, which barely imitates a Kuanping. Of course, it's not as terrible as thousands of li, only hundreds of meters. However, it also shocked everyone. It's just a general outline. I can't even see the real appearance. A mountain-like pressure rolled down. The headache is killing me. Qin Sheng is screaming. His soul power is drained. The Emperor of 10,000 Robbers has seen the fragmented script of Kuanping Fist. His accomplishments can't touch the forbidden area of inheritance and memory. Under opportunism, Qin Sheng Kai barely observed a very vague trace, even if it was only a vague trace, which also made Qin Sheng as if he had been bombarded by thunder, and his head as if exploded. The Kuanping, hundreds of meters behind Qin Sheng's fist, didn't even gather his eyes, but his indifferent breath made people tremble like falling ice cellar. The fist is crystal clear, there is not much rune light, even a little soft, but Ling Kuan seems to be a ghost. The battle spirit of Qin Yunjiao, suspended on its spiritual cover, instantly retracts Ling Kuan's body as if meeting the natural enemy. What's the matter? Ling Kundan, his 5-pattern soul of war, the family spent a lot of effort, and his elder brother also spent a lot of human feelings, in the Dian dynasty to buy such a complete soul of war, the perfect melting. That's the ghost of 5 stripes. He was a big demon before his death. He saw Qin Sheng's fist and counseled him? Directly instinctively hiding? What kind of rhythm is this? Ling Kuan gnashed his teeth, and his fists flashed out again. He did not hesitate to welcome him up. The fists bombarded each other with a click. Flying upside down, Ling Kuan is like a kite with broken string. He sprays blood crazily, then runs through the 3-level magic formation, and finally runs into the palace in the banquet hall. A lot of rubble buried Ling Kuan alive. Everyone was petrified, as if struck by lightning, and stiff. Here. After a short week of silence, there was a sharp breath. What just flew out was Ling Kuan. There is a proud man from Xinguang College who rubs his eyes hard, unwilling to believe it. But Ling Kuan has exerted the saint-level martial arts, so he has lost? Ling Kuan was originally accumulating strength, laying a solid foundation, and then went through multiple storms and thunderstorms at one stroke. In fact, her strength was not weaker than that of the common one robber, but she also lost to Qin Sheng, who had no melting soul. What is the origin of Qin Sheng? Isn't it a junior college from a remote town? How can tyranny be so terrible? Is it because of external force? With bronze runes? There are 5 courtyards. Tianzijiazi's face is not strange, suspiciously speculated. Only Bronze Fubbing, the powerful Fuan puppet, can defeat Ling Kuan. Tingyan's blood was boiling, his eyes were red, and he shouted, "You are paralyzed by runes. Is it so difficult to admit Qin Shaoqiang?" Yi Xian's ordinary face was startled. She thought Qin Sheng was also a powerful sword cultivator, but she didn't expect that the martial arts were so powerful, which had gone beyond the realm of heaven. Qin Sheng came out of the broken 3-level magic array, and he felt like he was going to explode. He forced the incomplete Kuanping fist to be used. In fact, in a strict sense, it was not Kuanping fist at all, just the artistic conception of the original. Even if so, Qin Sheng has been surprised. The Kuanping boxing is too powerful. It's just a copy of the manuscript. It's even as powerful as Ling Kuan, who has been through a disaster. So, despite the headache and exhaustion of soul power, Qin Sheng still has a light smile on his face. This time, he really made a lot of money. However, the process is also very dangerous. A little carelessly, the spirit will burst and become an idiot. As expected, he was seeking wealth and wealth. Qin Sheng had another card. In the sword way, Qin Sheng planted a sword seed and melted the meaning of killing sword. Although it was only a wisp, it was very weak, but it was still powerful and could easily kill the strong in the sky. Of course, the use of sword grass is limited. In terms of Qin Sheng's current soul power, only 3 swords can be used. In martial arts, Qin Sheng got through the Xingjie Yuan Mai and was able to form something similar to the domain. Of course, the distance from the domain is 188,000 miles, which can imprison the martial artists who can pass through the sky. In the array, Qin Sheng has mastered several powerful arrays. However, it is also because the spirit realm still stays in the Earth Soul realm. With the help of the rune bone, only 4-level array can be arranged. At present, Qin Sheng's cards are bigger than 1. It's time to improve the spirit realm. Qin Sheng said in his heart, melt the soul of war as soon as possible, and raise the state of soul power to the state of heaven and soul. Now the magic dragon wasteland recovers, and more Tianzijiazi come. These so-called Tianzijiazi, one by one, seem to have revenge with Qin Sheng in his last life. They can't help but come to find Qin Sheng for revenge. Qin Sheng is also forced to fight. He can't be bullied. Qin Sheng has to extend his face and let the so-called Tianzijiazi fight. As soon as Qin Sheng resisted, a lot of problems arose. From Zhaoqingsong to Ling Dongfeng, then to today's Ling Kuan. Qin Sheng's enemies are more and more powerful. Thinking of this, Qin Sheng doesn't get angry. These people are just being cheap. If they don't do well, they just want him to face passively. Bang! The purple lightning flashed. Qin Sheng appeared in front of Ling Kuan, who was lying in the ruins like a ghost. He stepped on it with a click. Ling Kuan howled loudly. The silver armor on his body was also a rare high-level rune. The rune was radiant. With the protection of the defensive talisman, Ling Kuan didn't get hurt. However, he was also very miserable. His fists were blood and flesh blurred. A pair of blood-colored metal boxers interwoven with 5 talismans had disappeared and fell to the ground. It can be imagined that Qin Shenggong's Kuanping boxing, which imitates the incomplete script, is so terrible. In Ling Kuan's mouth, the blood flowed continuously. He was seriously injured. His fists had been smashed and broken. His flesh and blood were confused. The terrible Kuanping power shattered his organs. If it was not for the protection of talismans, it would have exploded into a blood mist. He was surprised and scared. Was there really Kuanping boxing in the world? This name was just made up by the founder of the holy martial arts at the beginning. In fact, with the enthusiasm of Kuanping, he could buy a good price. After the Ling family bought it, it didn't change its name, and it became the martial arts of the Ling family. The fear is that Qin Sheng's real Kuanping fist is too horrible to bear. I lost. Ling Kuan was very reluctant to accept the fact that I was defeated by a minion from a junior college in Tonghunjing. Funny. Hateful. Hearing this, Qin Sheng looked down on him. His eyebrows were full of the air of looking down at the world. He stepped on Ling Kuan's chest and sneered, "You are a minion who uses pirated goods. If you lose, you will lose. How can there be so many excuses?" However, Qin Sheng's horrible physical strength still pulled Ling Kuan's internal injury and vomited blood. "It's a good fist set. I'll punish you for using pirated martial arts. It's mine," Qin Sheng said with a serious face, and then picked up the flaking fist set. See, Ling Kuan once again spits 3 liters of blood. Nima is a 5-pattern talisman worth tens of millions of yuan. You say take it away? Qin Sheng looked at Ling Kuan's appearance of wanting to kill people and said in a deep voice, "You don't seem to agree? Until you are convinced." Pa. 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 Qin Sheng slapped Ling Kuan again. His face was so red and swollen that it was like a pig's head. "Please torture me. Your little girl has been taken to the secret place by Moro and still tortured like a human." Suddenly, Ling Kuan said coldly, his eyes gloating. When Qin Sheng heard this, he was suddenly in a cold sweat. He glanced back at everyone and did not find Xia Bingning. "Where is Xia Bingning? Did you see that?" Qin Sheng looked at Ting Yan and others and asked anxiously. Ting Yan, Yi Xian and Han Mengchen looked at each other, dazed. "Xia Bingning was just next door to me." Han Mengchen screamed, "No, just now that Moro seemed to send flowers to Bingning, Bingning refused, and then the flowers also ignited." Qin Sheng's face sank. "A spontaneous flower?" "Yes," Han Mengchen affirmatively said, then I don't remember." "Lost memory?" Qin Sheng's face is more and more gloomy, which can make Han Mengchen, a martial artist in the sky, lose his memory for a short time. "It must be the flower of the spirit." "It's not that kind of flower, is it?" Qin Sheng's face suddenly changed dramatically. According to the inheritance and memory of the emperor, he searched quickly, and many flowers were able to ignite, and then released the fragrance, which could make the spirits of those who control the martial arts, even those who affected nearby, mix and lose their memory. Ha ha ha. At this time, Ling Kuan's arrogant laughter, "Now you know that you are afraid, you kneel on the ground and beg me, I can guarantee that you can find your little girlfriend. But it must not be clean. People like Moro look at the righteous. In fact, people in the circle all know that they are greedy for beauty. If they provoke him, they will fight against him, and they may be disabled." Ling Kuan's voice is very cold. "How about kneeling or not? I urge you to get down on your knees and apologize to me. Otherwise, it will be too late to find the body." Bang! Qin Sheng slaps Ling Kuan to fly. It's so powerful that Ling Kuan's face is cracked, his teeth burst out, and his blood flows out like a fountain. Air. Ling Kuan was confused. He thought that he would take Xia Bingning's whereabouts as a threat to get back his face and let Qin Sheng kneel down in front of the public, but he didn't expect that his backhand would be a slap. His head is not protected by a charm. Ling Kuan was seriously injured. He was as angry as Rousey. If he had to fight like this, he would have died here. With the purple light flashing, Qin Sheng's eyes were emitting fierce light, and his hands were like pliers holding Ling Kuan's neck, making him unable to breathe. "If you are wise, you should lead the way quickly. Otherwise, today is your dead chicken." Qin Sheng's eyes were about to shoot sword chi, but he even had the sword meaning of killing. Ling Kuan was frightened, just like facing a Shura god coming out of the corpse mountain. The breath of death entwined him, making him hurry to fall into the horrible purgatory. I. Ling Qin felt that she was about to suffocate, and the blood froth came out. She couldn't even speak. Qin Sheng, alarmed, said, Don't kill me. I'll lead the way. I'll lead the way. Hearing this, Qin Sheng threw Ling Qin on the floor with one hand, all around, took a deep breath, swallowed several bottles of pills, stood up slowly, looked at Qin Sheng in fear, and then led the way. The so-called secret place, in fact, is the place where the heaven's favorites of Xinguang College play. Without Yufu, ordinary students can't come in at all. Inside the dense ground, it is resplendent and decorated with luxury. In one of the rooms, Xia Bingning followed Malo here with a dull look. Moro ordered Xia Bingning to lie on the bed. He stood aloof and admired Xia Bingning's delicate body. Although it was covered with a purple-black dress without any exposure, it was still as beautiful as a work of art. Beautiful face. What a noble temperament. Moro is not in a hurry to touch Xia Bingning, but for himself to a cup of wine bought from Dian Emperor. The wine was very strong, shaking, and even burning. The whole room was full of spirits. It's a perfect work of art. Moro drank a glass of liquor, and his handsome face turned red. I'm a little reluctant to destroy you. Xia Bingning's face was dull, but she suddenly woke up in her eyes and recovered a cold moment. She locked in Malo and struggled desperately to leave here. No, don't try to struggle. Moro's eyes are walking upstream of Xia Bingning's delicate body, which makes Xia Bingning sick. It's just the beginning now. Soon, you will find that it's the best thing in the world. Moro drank all the liquor in the cup. As for your little boyfriend, forget him. He's a minion who knows the soul. He's probably disabled by Ling Qin now, said Moro carelessly. With the passage of time, Xia Bingning's mind is more and more difficult to keep sober, and finally the cold eyes gradually bloom a wisp of desire. Moro put down his glass and stood up. At this time, there was a strong vibration in the dense ground. Moro's face changed slightly, and he was a little unhappy. He said to himself, who will disturb me at this time? Bang! The door of the room was kicked open. It was made of rune jade. It was blown apart. Who dares to run wild in my territory? Moro's Yuanli burst out, and he roared angrily. He is the chief of Xinguang College, and he has a quick reaction. However, Moro's pupils suddenly contracted, because he saw a black shadow coming from the explosion, waiting for him to see clearly what was holy, and then his handsome face lost color. That's a bronze talisman. Lion Dragon stepped out with a horrible breath. The air exploded, and the whole room seemed to be blown open, stepping heavily on Moro's body. The sudden scene made Malo jump with fear. A fujian was offered in front of him to resist the terrorist attack of the bronze, phubbing soldiers. The sword spirit surged out like a raging tide, but he was still kicked away and broke through the room heavily. The war made the room smoke and dust billow. Qin Sheng rushed in, saw lying on the bed, clothes neat, did not show a finger snow-white Summer Bingning immediately fell on the chest stone. Qin Sheng picked up Xia Bingning and asked, Are you okay? Xia Bingning has been poisoned. His eyes are getting more and more confused. It's hard to shake his head. He can only barely communicate. You came in time. He didn't touch me with his fingers. However, I was poisoned by the soul poison of love soul flower, which is very painful. Qin Sheng's face was cold, but it was love and soul flower. He comforted him and said, Don't worry, you're okay. Just sleep. Moro is going mad. His face is so gloomy that he can drip water. He spent an expensive love soul flower. In the end, he didn't even touch Xia Bingning's finger, and Qin Sheng came. Love and soul flowers are invaluable. Moro has kept them for a long time. If he didn't meet Xia Bingning, like an artwork, he would not be willing to use them at all. However, Mo Luowan didn't expect that Qin Sheng was not dead, and he found their secret place of play so soon. Ling Quin's rubbish, the minions connected to the soul, can't be cleaned up. In Moro's heart, there was a huge wave. He smiled grimly and tried to crush Qin Sheng to death. However, he saw Ling Qin, who was paralyzed on the ground like a dead dog, in the corridor. Ling Quin's condition is very tragic. Her face is broken, blood is stained, her hair is full of disorder, and the 5-pattern war armor with crystal runes is also dim. She hasn't seen the surge of breath in her chest for a long time. If Moro's spirit is sharp and he feels that there is still a trace of yuan power fluctuation in Ling Quin's body, he is considered dead. Here, what's the matter? Mo Luo's face was appalling, and he looked at the scene incredibly. Is that what Qin Sheng did? Ling Quin's strength is no less than his own. He was so miserable by Qin Sheng. Then he thought that Qin Sheng had a bronze talisman. He was relieved. Qin Sheng, with his body soft and warm, his eyes blurred, Xia Bingning, who was full of desire, walked out of the room and looked at Malo coldly, saying, "How do you want to die?" Although Qin Sheng's voice was cold, his eyes were full of fierce sword qi. It can be imagined how angry he was now. Moro coughed, and there was a little anger between his eyebrows. He was the chief student of Xinguang College. He had a high status. He was destined to enter the Jiulong Xingyuan in the future. Now he was scolded by Qin Sheng. A terrible force was released. The whole secret room seemed to be solidified. "Put her down, I can let you go." Mo Luo even shamelessly orders Qin Sheng. Although Qin Sheng and Xia Bingning are not true boyfriend and girlfriend, they both come from Luyun College. Qin Sheng can't let Xia Bingning go. Qin Sheng's eyes were full of murders. With a little finger, the bronze talisman beside him exploded and shot away. His horrible claws grabbed Mo Luo. As soon as Moro's face changed, his protector did not follow him and was sent away by him. As soon as he turned his hand, the sharp sword of Fu Zhen in his hand spewed out, forming a huge sword with golden light, facing the bronze fubbing. Boom! Qin Sheng stepped out step by step, holding Xia Bingning in one hand. The purple electric wings behind him fluttered high, the eagle hit the sky, and appeared in front of Malo like lightning. He raised his hand, and a green, crisp and full of vitality sword grass came out and swung with the wind. This is? Moro felt a terrible sword from this green grass, and a chill spread from his spine to his whole body. Hua! Sword qi is like the sunlight from the sun in the sky. It bursts into Moro's head in an instant. At the same time, the horrible killing sword spreads to the whole secret chamber leisurely. Is that sword? Moro was confused, and a chill spread from his forehead to his toes. He looked at the sword grass in front of him, and Qin Sheng, who was just like the god of Shura coming out of purgatory. It all happened so fast that Moro was completely unprepared. Sonorous. The huge sword, which is made of golden sword qi, is scattered by a slap of bronze fubbing. The eyes of Lion Dragon don't contain a trace of human expression, approaching Moro. Pooh. The sword blade with the meaning of killing fell on Moro's head. Moro was going mad. He felt the breath of death approaching. Just when he was sure to die, he threw out a board. The board was black all over. It looked like a small shield. It was rotten. It seemed that it had just been dug out of the ground for a long time and blocked Qin Sheng's sword. The plank was shaken and the sword gas escaped, which made his face ache, stabbed his face, and blood overflowed. Qin Sheng took a look at the rotten wood board. He had some accidents. He had urged the strongest sword of sword grass to kill the warrior who could easily cut the sky. He was stopped by the sword. In spite of some accidents, Qin Sheng didn't stop the attack. He stepped on Malo's chest and slammed into the ground. Moro has a heart-protecting mirror on his body, which is obviously a defense rune of no lower level. It emits the light of runes and blocks off most of the powers. However, Moro still feels that his organs are boiling, he is injured by shock and spits out blood. Qin Sheng, we are all in the alliance of the sixth chamber. Let's talk about it. Malo panicked. He tried his best to send a message to his followers through the message board. A warrior who had been through a disaster said, "Keep a line for everything, and see each other in the future. I'm not to blame for this. I'm the victim of a slap in the face. Your little girlfriend is hooking me up." In order to survive, at this time, Moro had the demeanor of the chief student of Xinguang College. Even the city people and the dregs of the Hidden Dragon sect would not be so shameless. What a shame! Qin Sheng shook his head indifferently, and let the bronze lion dragon approach Mo Luo, saying, "Still that, how do you want to die?" Qin Sheng doesn't intend to let Mo Luo go, even if he is the son of the lord of Xinguang City, the chief of Xinguang College, and has unlimited future, but he is so shameless and has touched Qin Sheng's scale. As soon as Moro's body shook, he didn't expect that his own would end like this. He didn't want to die. He had an enviable family background and played with countless proud girls. He just didn't expect to kick on the steel plate this time. "I can make it up to you." Moro still didn't give up. "How much do you want? 100,000 yuan crystal? $1 million? Brother, don't be too greedy. You can't have more than 10 million yuan at most. Mo Luo bewitches away, 10 million yuan is crystal, even exotic beautiful woman can buy. Qin Sheng's eyes were keen. He felt that Ma Luo seemed to be procrastinating. He immediately ordered the bronze-phubbing lion dragon to start. Lion dragon pours on Mo Luo. Mo Luo's face is furious. He has no desire to fight. He runs away like crazy, but how can he catch up with the bronze rune soldiers? Bang! At the same time, Qin Sheng arrived. He activated the holy light pulse in his body, and an inexplicable sealing force erupted from his body to seal Malo. Moro's teeth cracked and he felt unable to move. Phew! Qin Sheng raised his hand and shot a fierce sword spirit through Malo's eyebrow. "No, I can't die." Mo Luo struggles desperately. He doesn't know what kind of horrible secret method Qin Sheng has used. Life and death. With long red hair on end, Moro recited words as if he were reciting some ancient incantations. Soon, his whole body was red with blood, even his eyes were red with blood, as if he was going to drip water, and a terrible breath came out of his body. Click! It's like something is broken. Moro spits out 3 big mouths of blood. That's his original blood essence, which condenses into a talisman. It's a secret method. Sacrifice your own blood essence to gain extraordinary power. Moro seems to be possessed by something. His eyes are cold and merciless, and his body just moves a little. He breaks through the prison of Qin Sheng Xingjie Yuan Mai. He is dangerous and dodges his head. The sword and grass must be killed, but still drag out a bloodstain. Poop! Moro's left arm was picked and blood gushed. My arm! Moro screamed madly, with a right fist and a clap of his hand, the bronze talisman flew. Blood curse? Qin Sheng holds Xia Bingning tightly, his pupils contract slightly. He looks at the blood-colored talisman integrated into Moro, and his face sinks slightly. The so-called blood charm is actually an ancient charm that sacrifices the essence of one's own blood to exchange for the powerful power in a short time. This kind of blood curse can be described as a means of killing 1,000 enemies and damaging 800 by itself. It can't be used until the time of life and death. Through the blessing of blood curse, Moro's combat power is increased to Tongjiaiji, which can resist the ordinary Tongjiaiji warriors. Qin Sheng, I will kill you in the future. Moro's blood eyes locked Qin Sheng. He didn't stay for a long time when his strength soared. Instead, he ran away mad. The blood curse that Malo used is not the most brutal, so his mind is still clear and not out of control. He is very clear that Qin Sheng has bronze rune soldiers, and he controls the secret method that can imprison himself. The most damned thing is that Qin Sheng is no less powerful than his sword cultivation. If he stays here for a long time, even if there are many means, there is no doubt that Moro will die, and his followers who have been through the whole disaster will not be able to come here in a short time. Qin Sheng wanted to catch up with him, but Xia Bingning in his arms had a violent convulsion, and a horrible cold air came out. The whole secret chamber seemed to be frozen. He looked down and saw that Xia Bingning's belly was ice crystal, and the seal hidden in the dantian even cracked. The terrible cold came out of the seal crack. Even Qin Sheng felt very cold, even Yuanli would be solidified. Keep your dog's life first, and then cut you off with your own hands during the hospital test. Qin Sheng is unwilling to watch Malo leave. He knows that this is not the time to kill Malo. The most important thing is to stabilize Xia Bingning's seal. Others don't know. Qin Sheng knows that Xia Bingning's body is sealed with a three-eyed ice toad. That's a big demon. Judging from the cold air gushing out of the seal cracks, these three ice toads have grown up a lot. Qin Sheng left the secret place with Xia Bingning, who had lost consciousness, and returned to the door of the banquet hall. Qin Shao, what's the matter? Why is Bingning dizzy? Ting Yan and Han Mengchen were stunned and asked anxiously. Qin Sheng shook his head and said, "This is not the place to talk. Let's go back to Luyun College first." A group of the Tianzi Jiazi of the 5 courtyards face to face, with the doubts and mismatches in their eyes, but no one dared to jump out and obstruct Qin Sheng's party. Qin Sheng can hang and beat even Ling Kuan, and they don't look like players of the same level. Although they all think that the reason why Ling Kuan lost the battle is because Qin Sheng has a bronze rune soldier. Otherwise, it is impossible for Ling Kuan to lose so badly. Boom. The unicorn is also very spiritual. Knowing that Xia Bingning is unconscious, he needs to leave quickly. When Qin Sheng and his party are seated, they will start the boom and shoot into the sky. Originally, Qin Sheng returned to Luyun College in less than half an hour or two on the basis of one-horned flying horses' all-out efforts and all the way galloping. You wait outside, Ting Yan, you go to report this to President Yunlan. Qin Sheng holds Xia Bingning and walks into his other courtyard. On the way back, Qin Sheng also told Han Mengchen, Ting Yan and Yi Xian about the situation. They were so angry that no one thought that the chief student of Tong Tong Xinguang College was so shameless, like Xia Bingning, trying to cover the sky and cross the sea. Good. Ting Yan nodded and left to report it to Yunlan. You two stay here. Don't let anyone disturb us in any case. Qin Sheng said seriously, Xia Bingning's spirit poison is not fatal, but it will cause some of her old wounds. If it is not handled properly, she will surely die. The two girls are also very aware of the importance of this matter, especially Han Mengchen, who is Xia Bingning's best friend. They know something about her serious illness since she was young. With these words, Qin Sheng enters another hospital with Xia Bingning in his arms. Qin Sheng offered rune bone and arranged a 3-level defense array. There is not much left of his soul power. It's not like using soul power to arrange a 4-level array. Now Qin Sheng's soul power is very precious. To consolidate the seal, he needs a lot of soul power. If Qin Sheng's present spirit state reaches the heaven soul state, then he has a good grasp of it. However, Qin Sheng still stays in the earth soul state. In addition, he has just had a fierce fight with Ling Kuan and Moro, and his soul power has been consumed by half. Qin Sheng put Xia Bingning on the bed. At this time, Xia Bingning's pretty face was red, and she had no reason. She had been gradually eroded by the spirit poison of love and soul flower, and her eyes were full of desire. Click. As if something had cracked, Xia Bingning's belly dress was frozen, then it burst again, revealing a white. Even without a trace of fleshy and crystal-like fetal jade, Qin Sheng just looked at it, and his heart was speeding up. Xiao Bingning's demeanor is peerless, and her temperament is so out of the world. Her exquisite figure, even in 9 days and 10 places, is very rare. Such a peerless beauty, Qin Sheng can't be unmoved. Although Qin Sheng's mouth is cheap at ordinary times, in fact, he is really righteous and convinced by virtue. He forcibly suppresses the desire in his heart, calms his mind, and helps Xiao Bingning consolidate the seal. Soul seal. Qin Sheng murmured, and then the powerful soul burst out of his eyebrow and heart. He began to use the soul to repair the cracked seal. Click. It was another loud burst sound, which made Qin Sheng's face change greatly, and the terrible cold current gushed out. The whole 3-level array seems to be frozen, and the runes with their bones blooming are increasingly dim. Even the rune bones can be frozen. It can be imagined how terrible the cold current spurted out of Xiao Bingning's seal is. Qin Sheng felt cold and stabbing. He madly operated 2 kinds of body training methods, i.e. Thousand Hammer and Tong Mai and God and Devil's body training, and urged the 9 channels in his body. Xingjie Yuan Mai. Qin Sheng shakes his rope and shouts out a loud voice, which activates the divine order vein in his body. A supernatural power erupts from his body, and the whole cultivation room seems to be solidified. Qin Sheng frantically repairs the seal rune of broken calculation, but the speed of cracking is too fast. Finally, the seal began to break like a spider's web. A small green claw with a purple ring crawled out of the seal. That's the claw of the 3-eyed ice toad. It's coming out. The seal is going to be destroyed. Qin Sheng wanted to split his canthus. He frantically blew Yuanli and quickly repaired the runes on the seal. With a puff, only the thumb-sized 3-eyed ice toad fell from Xiao Bingning's inner seal. Ha ha ha, I Long Wei finally escaped from that ghost place. The 3-eyed ice toad fell on the ground, smashed the ground, and even spit. These 3 eyes of ice toad breathe with a large mouth and expand at the speed of the naked eye, and soon become the size of the palm of an adult man. This is a toad with a bulging chin. In addition to 2 squint eyes, one on the left and one on the right, there is also a vertical eye in the center of the eyebrow. It is green all over, with a purple ring, and it is smooth all over. It is full of symbols that make Qin Sheng unable to open his eyes. Qin Sheng frantically uses soul power to repair the seal gap in Xiao Bingning's body. This seal must not burst. Once it bursts, Xiao Bingning will explode himself, and there is no corpse. Long Wei stands up and stands with his hands on his back. Especially, a toad the size of a slap is walking like a human, and he stands with his hands on his back. It's funny to watch him. Long Wei squints at Qin Sheng. It's a small one. He pretends to be old-fashioned. He points at Qin Sheng and says, "Human beings, when you see the beast Long Wei, don't you worship it?" Hearing that, Qin Sheng looked down at this 3-eyed ice toad, which actually had a purple ring. It seemed very extraordinary. Moreover, he could spit out words at birth, which was definitely not the lowest 5-level monster. Inborn demon. All can spit out human speech, the lowest is also 8, or even 9 levels of the innate monster. 8-level demon, that's a powerful human being who can rival Shenfu. If the 3-eyed ice toad named Long Wei in front of Qin Sheng is an 8th-level monster, it can burp Qin Sheng with just one look and one breath. These 3-eyed ice toads are a little strange, and there is a big secret in them. Qin Sheng's mind was filled with many thoughts. If he didn't want to seal Xiao Bingning's solid body, he would definitely put down the dragon power. Then, ask carefully why the seal appears in Xiao Bingning's body. "Hello, man, what can I do for you?" Long Wei squinted and looked down, making a unique look. "Well, I'm in a good mood to escape from Xingtian. What's your name? I'll send you a piece of nature today." I think you're a genius once in 100 years. In this way, I'll take you as my younger brother for free and guide you to practice. You worship me as your elder brother. Qin Sheng's face is suspicious. This toad is funny enough. If you don't agree with me, I'll take it back? Longwei's face is domineering and domineering. His eyes in the center of his eyebrows are splitting. He pretends to be serious and looks like a superior man. However, there's no such thing as a peerless master. Even Qin Sheng looked at this, which was more like a funny clown than a natural demon with noble blood. Get out of the way. Qin Sheng didn't care about this toad called Longwei, trying to save Xia Bingning's inner seal. Smell speech, Dragon Wei is so angry that he quacks. It's like the call of a toad. Qi Sha is the original. My ancestor is an ancestor dragon. He has ancestral blood. How can you let a dragon roll? Longwei opened his mouth and spit a lot of saliva. It was slippery and almost splashed Qin Sheng. He was disgusted to the extreme. He said with flying foam, I advise you to apologize, or I will spit out a long breath and you will burp your fart. At this time, Longwei's squint turned, and he felt too strong breath coming. He said with foam in his mouth, Boy, I have something to do. I have to withdraw first. Next time I meet the Buddha, I have to kneel 3 times and 9 times to do enough etiquette. Otherwise, Qin Sheng despised it. He saw through Longwei. There was not much yuan force fluctuation in its body. It was estimated that it crawled out of the forbidden area and suffered any hidden injury. Or it was originally a congenital deficiency. It was not a real-born monster at all. If you force me to do it again, I'll dry you and stew you. Qin Sheng has a headache and wants to crack. The seal has been destroyed miserably. It's difficult to repair. Longwei is still talking about it. It's annoying. Longwei looks back at Qin Sheng and spits. He says, the mountain doesn't turn around. Don't let me touch you next time, boy. The 2 strong breath quickly approached, and Longwei screamed twice, leaping out of the 3-level array arranged by Qin Sheng, converging all the breath in the body. In fact, Longwei has no breath at all. Except for its bright colors and 3 eyes, it's not surprising. Even if it's swaggering away, no human warrior will notice it. Outside Qin Sheng's other courtyard, Yunlan and Yunwei came quickly, their faces were gloomy. Even they didn't expect this to happen, just for Xia Bingning to attend a banquet before the hospital test. I have met Your Excellency the Dean, Your Excellency the Old Dean. Yi Xian and Han Mengchen's courteous salute. Yunlan and Yunwei nodded lightly. What are the 2 of them in there? Cloud Haze's clothes are better than Snow's, and there are some worries between her eyebrows. Not to mention Xia Bingning is the first daughter of a secret family from the Emperor Dian. The 2 women are students of Lingxiao Holy Academy. They have a very close relationship. Now when something happens in their own territory, Yunlan is the last to see it. Qin Sheng ordered that he should not be harassed to cure Bingning. Han Mengchen said. If there's something wrong with Bingning, I'm sure to step on Xinguang College. The Cloud Haze jade face shows some murderous intention. The chief of Tangtang Wulong College has done such a disgusting thing. Even if Xia Bingning is okay, I will go to ask for justice. The voice of Yunwei is thundery and gloomy. Now all they have to do is guard this place, keep no one near and harass Qin Sheng. Lan, you don't have to worry too much. Yunwei patted Yunlan on the shoulder and said, Qin Sheng's little friend can even help me wake up, and even help me to share half of the storm and thunder. Hearing this, they were surprised. They didn't expect Qin Sheng to be so powerful that even the old dean who had been in a coma for half a year could wake up. Qin Sheng felt that the soul power was going to be exhausted. He used the soul power to interweave with Yuan Jing to form one rune after another, but it was difficult to turn the situation around. There are still a lot of cold current out of the seal cracks. It's cold. Qin Sheng gradually lost his physical strength. He felt that Yuanli was getting heavier and heavier, his hair and eyebrows were frozen, and his vision became more and more blurred. The last ray of soul power will be exhausted. Qin Sheng tried his best. The seal crack is too big to be completely repaired. I can't carry it. Qin Sheng wanted to fall asleep, his soul was exhausted, and with the cold current frozen, his blood and yuan vessels were all frozen. Xiaobingming's whole body was burning hot, and the soul poison of soulful flower broke out completely. Her pretty face was red and delicate. She was like an octopus, which caught Qin Sheng's death. Her eyes were confused, her cherry mouth was small, she bit his teeth, and she blew Qin Sheng's heat. Qin Sheng suddenly woke up and looked at the gorgeous beauty close by, just like the 9 heavenly Zuand in the old saying. Bang! Xiaobingming, who has been invaded by the spirit poison, even has purple-black eyes. She turns around and wants Qin Sheng on the fuyu bed. Hiss. The cold current released from Xiaobingming's abdomen immediately blocked Qin Sheng from moving. Air. Qin Sheng gaped, and didn't even think that things were completely out of control. Lo Wei's sudden breakthrough burst Xiaobingming's seal. With Qin Sheng's current state of soul power, it's impossible to completely repair the seal. In addition, Xiaobingming's soul poison attack was too fast. I seem to overestimate myself. Qin Sheng opened his mouth and smiled bitterly. He wanted to say something, but he found that Xiaobingming, who was lost in his eyes, blocked himself with one mouth, which made him breathless. Boom! Love and soul flower spread soul poison in this way. No, I'm poisoned, too. This is the last thought before Qin Sheng's coma. Then Qin Sheng crooked his neck and passed out completely. The body was invaded by the spirit poison, leaving only the body's instinct. Originally, in terms of Qin Sheng's strength, there were many ways to suppress the spirit poison even if he was poisoned by the spirit poison. However, when he was at the end of his tether, the side effects of the exhaustion of the soul power came out, and he could not bear it at once, so he was poisoned in such a short time. Qin Sheng and Xiaobingming are intertwined. The yellow spring fire in Qin Sheng's body pours out, and the cold current in Xiaobingming's body also flows out. The interweaving of ice and fire, the blending of yin and yang, the two formed a big silkworm, flashing the reproductive runes, occasionally sending out a fascinating symphony, the change of yin and qing. After a night, Qin Sheng's cultivation room finally recovered its peace. A huge silkworm stands on the fuyu bed. Click. Suddenly, this giant egg-like silkworm is cracked and radiates the light of runes. A white jade-like lotus arm stretches out and pushes the cracks. The silkworm is also crushed into countless pieces and permeates the whole cultivation room. A gorgeous woman is red with fruit. She has a peerless appearance. Her body proportion is amazing. It's a pity that no one in the training room can see such an eye-catching scene except Qin Sheng, who is unconscious. Xiaobingming turns her hand, takes out her dress from the ring, hides the body's rays, and looks at Qin Sheng, who is still sleeping, with complicated eyes. In any case, it occurred to her that Qin Sheng, who was sleeping in front of her, was the right man for her. Summer Bingming thought of her madness last night, and her pretty face could not help but emerge a hot blush. Last night I was. Although Xiaobingming was poisoned by the spirit and his body was controlled by the spirit poison, the memory, especially the crazy fragments of last night, was clearly preserved. Xiaobingming's face was red and her ears were red. Although she was a little moved by Qin Sheng, she didn't expect that they could develop so fast. Of course, they were also forced. Both of them were poisoned by soul poison. Qin Sheng's soul power dried up, and the seal in his body cracked again. If Qin Sheng didn't stop the seal recklessly for her, a magic flame would burst out. Maybe she can't see the sun today. Well. Qin Sheng's eyelids moved a few times, as if he was about to wake up. At this time, Xiao Bingning is like a lost deer. Her heart is beating wildly. Maybe she doesn't know how to face the relationship between the two. Maybe she remembers that she was so active and crazy last night. She was very shy. She stamped a lotus step and left without hesitation. At the moment when Xiao Bingning disappeared, Qin Sheng opened his eyes and felt full of energy. His eyes were electric and his head didn't hurt. There was no great pain of soul exhaustion. I'm not dead. Qin Sheng jumped up and examined his body carefully. There was no injury except some scratches. My soul power? Qin Sheng was stunned, and then he found that his soul power had increased several times. If his soul power before was about the same as a small pool, then the soul power now is a fish pond. My spirit state has reached the heaven soul state. Qin Sheng was a little confused. Last night, he was not poisoned and unconscious. The seal in Xiao Bingning's abdomen could not be repaired in time. He was frozen by the cold current. How can I wake up one night and not only have I not died, but also my spirit realm has been upgraded? It's too weird. The spirit realm has reached the heaven soul realm, which is the peak of the heaven realm, and even the realm that can be reached through multiple wind and thunder disasters. Qin Sheng's cultivation is just to pass through the soul state. Even before the war spirit has been melted, he has arrived at the heaven soul state. If he wears it, he will absolutely astonish a group of powerful people who pass through the life state. There are many advantages for the spirit realm to reach the heaven soul realm. It will be easier for the use of sword grass, and even can distract yourself to practice sword ju. In terms of array, Qin Sheng is finally able to arrange a 5-level array. A 5-level array, even a strong person who has gone through multiple storms and thunderstorms, is not willing to touch it easily. Of course, even if Qin Sheng's spirit realm is upgraded to the heaven soul realm, it still takes a lot of time to arrange a 5-level array. At least it can't be arranged directly in an instant, at least it needs hundreds of breath to prepare. Even so, Qin Sheng was also very excited. He was able to arrange a 5-level array, which was undoubtedly an extra card to protect his life. What did I go through last night? After a short period of excitement, Qin Sheng began to recall, and then when his eyes inadvertently swept Fuyu bed, he saw the blood red, like an electric shock on the spot. No? Qin Sheng's memory came like a flood. He finally remembered what happened last night. At this time, Qin Sheng's face was very complicated, and his eyes burst with 2 unbelievable lights. He didn't want to believe it at all, but the dazzling blood red on Fuyu's bed really reminded Qin Sheng that last night's event was absolutely true. Thinking of this, Qin Sheng couldn't help a wry smile. He pretended to be deep. He wished he could squeeze out 2 tears on the corner of his eyes. He heaved a long sigh and said, I, Qin Sheng, was destined to be a god of heaven. Under 9 days and 10 lands, the land of heaven and Yuan was pushed backward by a goddess. If there is a third party present now and Qin Sheng sighs to the sky like this, he will set up a memorial archway for himself crazily and die with a brick. Too shameless, picked up such a big bargain even in the archway. Who is Xiao Bingning? The legitimate daughter of the secret family of the Dayan Emperor has many big secrets. If she was not born with a bad disease, the Xiao family used many means, which could not be cured, and Xiao Bingning would not be discouraged and go away to Luyun College, a low-level college, to die. Besides, Xiao Bingning's natural appearance is peerless. No matter his body or temperament, he won the title of the whole imperial dynasty. In fact, not to mention the Dayan dynasty, even the whole 36 dynasties in the wasteland, even the whole Tianyuan continent, is also the rare daughter of heaven. Even those saints who have the blood of gods and phoenixes on 9 days and 10 lands don't necessarily have the temperament of Xiao Bingning. Qin Sheng's tongue licked the corners of his mouth, as if he was recollecting last night's passing, and said, "I, Qin Sheng, am not the spicy chicken who does not recognize people even when I lift up my pants. I have to be responsible for what I have done. I'm only 16 years old. I'm so young and I haven't achieved anything yet. Will it be a little too soon to propose a marriage? Well, go out and see what's going on." Qin Sheng said to himself, and he was happy in his heart. And that dragon Wei, who can spit out people's words when he was born, is not low in talent and potential. From his mouth, he revealed the blood of Zulong. It's a toad that can blow the dragon. Especially, it's the blood of the dragon. Qin Sheng sneers at the ancestral dragon's blood, which is very terrible even in 9 days and 10 places. Even if only a ray of ancestral dragon's blood is stained, it will be able to become the God King's talent in the future. A three-eyed ice toad the size of a palm dare to blow the dragon, and this dragon power is the culprit that led him to be pushed down by Xiao Goddess this time. It must be taken down. Qin Sheng walked out of the cultivation room and glanced around. He found that Xiao Bingning was not here. His eyes were so bright that he could see through the 3 levels of array. My array is still a little worse. It's just a 3-level array, not perfect. Qin Sheng's spirit realm was upgraded to Heaven Soul Realm, and his understanding of the way of array suddenly deepened a lot. Qin Sheng withdraws the 3-level array, and the rolling clouds disappear. As soon as he leaves the other courtyard, he is locked in by all the eyes. "Qin Sheng, have you ever been hurt?" Yunyu came at the first time and asked for help. "We will certainly get back a story about the School of Light." Yunlan, who was dressed better than snow, also came here. Seeing Qin Sheng is okay, she put down her heart and showed a fierce look on her pretty face. Hearing this, Qin Sheng also nodded seriously. This time, it was a disgrace. The chief of Tangwalong College is so shameless and makes such disgusting things. "You are Qin Sheng?" Suddenly, a cold voice came to Qin Sheng's ears. Qin Sheng felt that there was a thunder, which blew in his ear. He lost his hearing for a short time. It seemed that all the spirits were scattered by the thunder, and he was at a loss. After a short period of adaptation, Qin Sheng finally returned to his senses and walked out of a cold young man beside Xiao Bingning. The young man's face was cold, and there was another rune mark between his eyebrows. His eyes were like the eyes of a born demon who was lying in the deepest part of the magic dragon wasteland. He just looked at Qin Sheng indifferently, and Qin Sheng felt that he could not breathe, and the whole man would suffocate. The Xingjie Yuan Mai, which was dormant in Qin Sheng's body, started suddenly, and the pressure on him suddenly weakened by half, and he was able to breathe again. Qin Sheng was shocked to see the cold young man who looked not much older than Xiao Bingning. He was wearing a huge armor, which gave out a faint ancient and sharp breath. Obviously, it was not a common talisman. There was a huge 9-ring saber behind it. Before he was near, Qin Sheng felt that the blade chi was going to burst out. The young man looked at Qin Sheng indifferently and approached him slowly, just like he looked at the world with a bad face. Qin Sheng touched the ring and said in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Young people disdain a smile, and the brows are full of coldness and arrogance. This kind of coldness and arrogance is not forced out, but innate. Some people are born with such coldness and arrogance, which is based on absolute strength. Some geniuses are born to awaken the Tianjie Yuan Mai, or they are born to awaken the soul of war, the innate soul of war. This kind of geniuses are the most terrible. They regard geniuses as ants. "You are too weak to know my name." Cold young people stand on the back of their hands and stand aloof. As soon as Qin Sheng heard this, he scolded in his heart. "What's the pressure of pretending in the early morning? Did I provoke you?" Of course, it's impossible for Qin Sheng to say this. He obviously felt that the strength of the cold young man standing next to Xiao Bingning was terrible, and the power of the thunder around him was restrained. What's the point? It shows that they have passed the 9 storms and thunder, and achieved the god's mansion. Qin Sheng felt that the forced offender was not much weaker, even stronger. Don't talk nonsense, Qin Sheng. He's a cousin of Xiao Bingning's family. He's a powerful man in Shenfu. He can't be provoked. At this time, the old dean of Yunyue was eager to deliver the message to Qin Sheng. Hearing this, Qin Sheng was shocked. He smiled and whispered, "It's brother-in-law." Xiao Chen's pupils contracted suddenly, as if to shoot out the real terrible saber qi, and shouted, "What do you say? Who is your brother-in-law?" Xiao Bingning's face is also blushing. He dare not look at Qin Sheng. It's true that the poor and the evil water are the villains. After you save Bingning once, you want Bingning to agree with him? Xiaochuan's breath is like a rainbow, and his voice is full of rage. I don't want to see your identity or your strength. It's like Toad wants to eat swan meat. Xiaochuan's words were sharp, and he didn't leave any face for Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng, a brown eyebrow, frowned. Will ice cream meet your body? It's like you has the final say. Uncle, don't. Qin Sheng can't hold back. What does Xiao Chen mean? He saved Xiao Bingning with all his life. Is that the irony? Qin Sheng was a little cold-hearted, worthy of being a secret family from the Dian dynasty. Death of cunning rabbit, cooking of running dog. You. Xiao Chen's eyebrows wrinkled, and his eyes shone with terrible light. He stepped out step by step, his fingers flicked, the air exploded, and a terrible shock wave rushed to Qin Sheng. Bang! Qin Sheng flies backward, bumps into the other courtyard heavily, the whole other courtyard collapses. He feels as if he was hit by a big inborn demon, his viscera are cracked, blood flows out. Poof! Qin Sheng stared at Xiaochuan in the distance. His eyes were angry, his throat was sweet, he couldn't hold it, he vomited blood. Is this the peerless power of Shenfu? Just a finger popped up in the space, even without the fluctuation of the element force, and without any knife qi, he was severely damaged, and his sternum was broken by dozens of pieces. The gap is too big, the difference is 3 big realms. Qin Sheng, little friend. The old president of Yunyue stepped out step by step and helped Qin Sheng up in the rubble. Take a step back. Say less, it's important to die. Yunyue preaches and exhorts. Xiao Chen is the most powerful man in the Shenfu realm. Even if he looks at the whole Dian dynasty, he is also the first-class strong man. If he stamp his foot, the whole Beichen kingdom will be furious. Even the monarchs of some affiliated countries are not necessarily the strong ones. That is to say, Qin Sheng's cold young man, Xiaochuan, can make a subsidiary country and become a monarch if he wants to. Mr. Xiao Chen, you are too much. This is Luyun College. Cloud Land pretty face is full of anger, she stood in front of Qin Sheng. Xiao Chen didn't take it seriously and looked on coldly. He didn't put Yunlan in his eyes at all. He said, your name is Yunlan, right? I heard that you will have the chance to become the core student of Lingxiao Holy Academy in the future. Don't think you're my junior sister, I'll be merciful. Don't say that I killed you accidentally. Even if I let your whole Luyun College disappear, it's just a matter of finger flicking for me. Xiaochuan is arrogant to the extreme. His words are plain, as if he is talking about a very easy thing. Dare to provoke the master of Shenfu, don't give me a lesson, pass it on, and others laugh at Xiaochuan. Xiao Chen says coldly. Shua. Xiao Bingning stepped out step by step, walked to Qin Sheng's body, saw Qin Sheng's no sign of death with concern, and then put down his heart. Chong. Suddenly, Xiao Bingning pulls out his sword, and a sharp and incomparable fujian is put on his neck. Xiaochuan, if you dare to hurt him again, I will die in front of you. Xiao Bingning's gorgeous jade face is determined. When Xiaochuan heard this, his face suddenly darkened. He approached slowly and said, "Bingning, are you crazy? For such a soul-communicating minion, force with death? Don't forget, you have a fiancé. Have you ever thought about the consequences of the news that had displeased your fiancé and affected the relationship between our two families?" Xia Chen taught in a cold voice, "Put down the fujian quickly. I will only discard the Sea of Yuanli as punishment and leave him a dog's life. It's a great gift that I dare to challenge the dignity of the powerful in God's mansion. I didn't destroy his 9 tribes." Xiaochuan is indifferent to Tao, with pity in his words. In Xia Chen's view, a minion who can communicate with the soul is just killed. Anyway, Xiao Bingning's time bomb has been solved. The cunning rabbit is dead and the running dog is cooking. It's best to kill someone who has no use value. What's more, he heard that Xiao Bingning spent the whole night with his son last night. Although it's a cure, after all, Xiao Bingning is a man who has an engagement, and he's a lone man and a widow. What's the style? If it is passed back to the Dian dynasty, let Xiao Bingning's fiancé know, and make him unhappy. Once he withdraws, Xiao will lose a lot. When Qin Sheng heard this, he was shocked. It was a crow's mouth. He had just been pushed backward by the goddess. He thought he was responsible. Now he found out that Xiao goddess had a fiancé. It's a big game. Qin Sheng had some worries in his heart. He just spent the night curing the disease. He would use the unnecessary accusations and abolish himself. If we let Xiaochuan know that they have already finished their work, and maybe 10 months later, their son will also be born, will they spit blood? Of course, Qin Sheng is absolutely impossible to say this kind of words, saying it is to die. There is no doubt that I will die. There are 3 realms between Qin Sheng and Xia Chen, and there is a 9-level storm and thunder disaster in Tongmingjing. The strength of each disaster is far from each other. In fact, with Xia Chen's current strength, killing him is really just a matter of finger pointing. Don't get close. Don't tell me about that man. I am far away from home, waiting for death, but he has come to me? Xiao Bingning pulled hard, and the fierce sword spirit of Fujian came out violently, and a blood mark was scratched on his neck like a swan. Don't be impulsive. Xiao Chen exclaimed, "Your fiancé did not pay attention to you in the past few years, but he also asked for medicine from the strong to cure your illness, sooner or later." Xiao Bingning shakes her head and doesn't want to listen to Xiaochuan's ghost. "You come back with me, I can let this go," Xiaochuan finally said. Xiao Bingning wants to refuse, but her face suddenly changes when she hears Xiaochuan's words. "Your father is seriously hurt. If you don't go back with me, I'm afraid you need to separate the yin and yang," Xiaochuan said quietly. "What happened to my father?" Xiao Bingning asked. For her father, Xiao Bingning is a little guilty. Over the years, she has paid a lot of price for her illness. "It's not a place to talk, just walk and talk," Xia Chen urged. Xiao Bingning hesitates, and she once doubted whether her cousin was lying. "You go back." At this time, Qin Sheng sent a message to Xiao Bingning, "I will come to Dian dynasty to find you later." Xiao Bingning shivers, nods, and follows Xiao Chen away. Before leaving, Xiaochuan looked at Qin Sheng indifferently, as if he were looking at the dead. "Ants, enjoy your last few days." Hearing this, Qin Sheng's face was gloomy, and he didn't know what Xia Chen meant. Seeing these 2 people leave, he immediately felt Alexander. "Finally, is this the dread of the powerful in Shenfu?" said the old Dean Yunyu with a wry smile. Cloud Lan is concerned to ask, "Qin Sheng, how is your injury?" Qin Sheng smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, "I can't die for the time being, but I can't help lying in bed for a few days." President Yunlan said with a long sigh of relief, "You have just been too reckless." That is to say, Qin Sheng's body is so strong that he only needs to lie in bed for a few days to recover. If it was a warrior who changed his mind, he would have been crushed into flesh and mud. What did the man just call Shachuan come from? Qin Sheng's crazy operation of body refining by gods and demons to repair his body. Just at the critical moment, Qin Sheng had 1,000 hammers and Tong Mai skill to barely survive. Smell speech, Cloud Land's face dignified. Wei, he is Xiao Bingning's cousin. His family is one of the 10 big royal families of Dian dynasty, and Bingning's father has a hufu. 1 king, 10 kings, 100 marquis. Yunlan explained, this is the main force of Dian dynasty. In addition, there are 3 schools and 3 courtyards. Qin Sheng's face was heavy. He didn't expect Xiao Bingning's background to be so deep. He was the legitimate daughter of the 10 royal families of Dian. Xiao ethnic group has become weaker and weaker in recent years, so before Xiao Bingning was born, she made a marriage agreement with the Shu ethnic group, the top 3 of the 10 royal families. It's a marriage between the belly and the belly. Yunlan knows a lot. Of course, most of the students in Lingxiao Holy Academy have heard of this information occasionally. Yunlan thought for a moment and said, I have been in Lingxiao Holy Palace for a short time, but I have heard something about your father and Shachuan. Qin Sheng's eyebrows wrinkled, but he heard about his father and said, my father and that Shachuan have an intersection? Is it worthy of being an old enemy? Cloud Lan was stunned, nodded, and said, yes, it's said that it's still a rival of love. Your father's talent is amazing. If it's not always fame and wealth, it's estimated that he will have the chance to be the son of the Holy Academy of Lingxiao. 10 years ago, he had already passed the 9 storm and thunder. It turned out to be my father's rival. Xia Chen was shameless. If he couldn't fight my father, he would take it out on me. Qin Sheng is angry. In fact, Qin Sheng was very puzzled. At the beginning, he didn't speak rudely or provoke Shachuan. If he didn't say a word, he would do it. If he didn't die hard, his physical strength would be far greater than that of the ordinary psychic martial artists, and he would have belched. Shoo! Yunlan put out her hand, covered Qin Sheng's mouth, and said sternly, don't talk nonsense. Shachuan may lie in the dark. He is a strong man in Shenfu. If he wants to kill you, Shen Danzong can't help you. It's still useful for Shen Danzong's 9-level guest Qing to frighten some martial artists in the general life environment. But for those who conceal the marquis in the Shenfu environment, the so-called Shen Danzong's 9-level guest Qing is just a joke, which is not worth mentioning at all. Did my father press that Shachuan on the ground and rub it? Qin Sheng was very curious, otherwise, how can he pull his face and fight against a younger generation of me? Yunlan didn't dare to talk. He just said, you know these things. Shachuan will report them, and your father is imprisoned. He is so unbridled. Qin Sheng nodded and his eyes twinkled. No one knew what he was thinking. Yunlan and Yunyue did not harass Qin Sheng. They let him take good care of his injuries. A few days later, the hospital tried. Back to the cultivation room, looking at the dazzling blood red on the Fuyu bed, Qin Sheng was melancholy. Last night, he was still tangled. Mian, and tonight he was separated from other places. Is this the feeling of long-distance love? Qin Sheng whispered. Bingning, you will wait for me for a period of time. When our hospital tries to make a great success, you will enter the Kowloon Holy Palace, step on the colorful auspicious clouds, and propose to your father. Qin Sheng mumbles to himself, bows. Gaga. There is silence and discord. The harmonic voice, which is very unpleasant, sounds like a toad. Well? How can it be that there are toads barking? Qin Sheng frowned. He was disgusted by toad, which was ugly and smelly. He turned around and killed all toads with some poison. In fact, Qin Sheng didn't hate toads so much, but thought of Xiao Bingning's inner seal climbing out of a toad, he felt a thorn in his heart. Jie. Is another 2 toad calls. Qin Sheng stood up. His organs were not fully recovered and could not move. His eyes were smeared with 2 yellow spring fires, which lit up the whole cultivation room. Why, something is dormant here. Qin Sheng's eyes are cold. He raises his hand to the corner of the cultivation room, which is a sword. Clang. The sword grass is shaking, shooting a sharp blade, cutting the sky, and the sword light is like lightning. Ouch! A tender voice rang, and Long Wei jumped up from the corner of the training room. His tail was stained with fierce sword spirit, and the fire was everywhere. Youth, my own, is me, Long Wei, your eldest brother. Long Wei rolls all over the ground, obliterates the sword chi of his tail, and looks at Qin Sheng with a pair of squint eyes. What's the matter? Big brother dares to sneak in, believe it or not. Qin Sheng stared. He didn't expect that the toad had been hiding in his practice room. Didn't he leave last night? How come back? Big brother, you are paralyzed. Qin Sheng jumped up, raised his hand and cut out 2 swords. The spirit realm was upgraded to the heaven soul realm. He was more flexible in the use of sword grass. The sword chi solidified into 2 swords, flashing the light of rune, with the breath of terror. Again? Long Wei's squint almost came out. He just woke up from the ruins. He was very weak. All the attacks in Tongming could kill him. Pooh. One of the swords killed Long Wei, and the Mars fell like a waterfall, scraping a blood mark and flowing golden blood. Is the blood golden? Qin Sheng was shocked. Even the inborn demon could not have golden blood. Even the dragon descendant's blood was only lavender, and it was only 188,000 miles away from gold. Shit, see the red. Long Wei screams. He is weak enough. Now he is wounded by such a young human warrior. He is the descendant of Zulong. He can't bear it. I'll fight you. Long Wei is furious. He lies on the ground with all his limbs. His chin is bulging. It seems that he has swallowed all the air. His chin is blue and his tendons are exposed. Then a breath of terror comes, which transcends the category of human warriors in the sky. It's a legend toad skill? Qin Sheng said in a deep voice. Toad your sister. I will kill you. Long Wei was so angry that his forehead was smoking. The third eye seemed to crack. Qin Sheng was frightened by the breath. Roar. Long Wei roars, opens his mouth, and spits out an atmosphere. The shockwave roll mat that can be seen by the naked eye falls on Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng's rapid retreat. Qin Sheng's face changed greatly. He cut out 3 swords in a row. The sword and grass grew crazily and condensed into a shield made of sword and grass to resist the terrible shock wave. Poof. Qin Sheng vomited blood, burst his viscera, looked up at the ice toad with 3 eyes, and his face changed greatly. Is this dragon breath? Qin Sheng shuddered, which was an instinctive response to the dragon nationality. Well, I'm afraid now. Long Wei seems to be a lot weaker, but he still bears the urge to sleep. The first time Long Shi saw it, he quickly confessed his mistake to elder brother and offered 1 or 200 gene of the blood essence of the inborn big demon. You seem to be getting weaker. Qin Sheng's eyes were deep, as if he wanted to see through Long Wei. What just happened is your family's secret method. If you use it once, it will become very weak. Once Long Wei's face changed, it was only a 3-eyed ice toad that was just born. Even if it had inherited memory, it could not defeat Qin Sheng. It was easy to be exposed. What are you talking about, elder brother? How can I become weak? Long Wei tried to bear it, but also straightened up his chest. The purple halo on his body was shining. He looked very powerful. If you don't understand, don't blame him for being cruel. Smell speech. Qin Sheng's face didn't show any fear. Instead, he recovered the previous full capacity and calm. He was just a ray of dragon breath to frighten. In fact, this goods just simulate the breath of dragon breath. I don't know if it's true, just try. Qin Sheng gave a grimace, and the purple lightning was flying. It appeared in front of Long Wei like a ghost, and the scalding yuan force gushed out of his body. It's true that all the clay figurines have 3 points of fire. Since you provoked me again and again, it's my fault. Long Wei wants to exert Toad's skill again. Bang! He was greeted by a kumping fist. The horrible fist mark hit his mouth, and the dragon breath held in his throat was broken on the spot. God, how can you know the legendary kumping boxing? It's a boxing left by the ancient beast. You can't do it. Long Wei feels that his qi and blood are rolling. Fortunately, he has no teeth. Otherwise, all his teeth will be broken when he punches. What a fire! Long Wei felt that he was going to collapse. His tail suffered again. This time, it was ignited by an unknown flame. Is this the legendary fire of the Yellow Spring? Long Wei is desperate. Although he was born a short time ago, he has inherited his memory and recognized the legendary Yellow Spring at once. Isn't the fire in the netherworld only on the way to the netherworld? How can it be refined by you, and who are you, Holy? Long Wei rolls around, trying to annihilate the fire, but how can it be annihilated easily? Soon, Long Wei smelled the smell of meat and toad. After dozens of breaths, the tornado shrank in a corner, shivering and shivering. His whole body was scorched. His crystal skin and purple circle with horrible breath were burned. His whole body was dark. He looked like a real toad. It's also a fate for us to meet each other, young people. Otherwise, let's put down our prejudices and make friends with Jinlan, and match them with brothers, regardless of size or each other. Okay? At this time, where is Long Wei? There is the mighty god Lang, just after birth. With the little eyes of resentment, he carefully looks at Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng squints, his eyes are as deep as the sea, and he seems to have a deep look at Long Wei. Yes, I'll make a life and death contract. I'll be the elder brother, and you will be the younger brother. Qin Sheng is indifferent. The so-called life and death contract is to take soul blood as the contract. Whoever dies, one side will also follow the death, and the real happiness will share the same difficulties. As soon as Long Wei's face changed, he backed out and ran away. How can the descendants of my ancestral dragon make such a spiritual pact with ordinary people in your area? Dream. If mountains don't turn and water turns, I can't afford to be provoked. Can't Long Wei hide? Long Wei shouted. Qin Sheng shakes his head. He runs the python dragon's coat of purple electricity. The purple electricity is flying all over the sky. He takes out the rune and throws it into the air. A 5-level array is completed in an instant. He has been prepared for it for a long time. He arranges the array with the essence of the beast and the Yuan Jing. Then as long as the rune is sacrificed, a 5-level array can be quickly formed. Boom. Sure enough, with the glittering and shining of the Fu bone, the whole other courtyard of Qin Sheng has changed dramatically. It seems that the area has become infinite, with one mountain appearing out of the sky, blocking the way of Long Wei. It's all hallucinations. Even those who are strong in life-saving situation can't see through it in a short time. Array? Long Wei sneered and roared, one I can break all methods. Long Wei's third vertical eye is about to crack, emitting a golden light. As expected, the mountains are very dim. You make such a big deal, you just want to leave with a pat on your ass, is it possible? Qin Sheng appears at Long Wei's side as if he were a ghost. He cuts out 3 blades, forms a figure, and falls on Long Wei. Long Wei screamed and dodged. Then he felt a big punch mark on his face. Kumping boxing. Long Wei is blown away by a fist, his eyes are full of stars, and a pair of squint eyes are turned into panda eyes. Qin Sheng didn't stop. His mind was moving. He immediately sent out an explosive snake, which fell on Long Wei and was also contaminated with a yellow spring fire. Kuanping boxing. Eat my sword. Yellow spring fire. Qin Sheng's cards are all out, and all of them fall on Long Wei mercilessly. Stop fighting, big brother. In the end, Long Wei surrendered. He was beaten like a toad. His body was scorched and black, and his occasionally split skin permeated with golden blood. I'll make a soul pact for you. Stop fighting. Qin Sheng smiled and said, now it's not the equal soul pact, but the master-servant soul pact. What? Long Wei is crazy. No, it's absolutely not. Is it? Qin Sheng smiles. Kuanping boxing. Eat my 3 swords again. Yellow spring fire. Qin Sheng stormed Long Wei again, making him as angry as Ro Si, as if he was going to die. Stop, stop. Long Wei begged for mercy, and said, I'm a dragon descendant. I can't be your servant. This is the rule of the ancestors. If I make this kind of soul pact, the spirit will ignite before the soul pact comes into being. Qin Shenglingran. In 9 days and 10 places, there are indeed some strong races. Their ancestors will not only seal some inheritance and memory, but also make some rules. Since their birth, they will be burned in the spirit, which must be obeyed. Then make a covenant to follow the spirit, and you will follow me for 100 years. Qin Sheng thought for a moment and said. Qin Sheng didn't want to see Long Wei. He thought it was really like what he said. It has a lot to do with it. In case that the ancestor of Long Wei is really an ancestor, Qin Sheng can't bear it. Qin Sheng refined the inheritance and memory of the emperor. He knew that there were many taboos, especially in 9 days and 10 places. There were some races that even he feared. Those races, especially those coming out of the wilderness, are desperate. Even though Qin Sheng is now in the Tianyuan continent under 9 days and 10 lands, a very remote small world, far away from those rebellious races, Qin Sheng still dare not touch the minefields. Long Wei Squint just wanted to refuse. You are the descendant of Zulong. The time of 100 years is just a finger flick. It will pass in a blink of an eye. Qin Sheng's eyes are like electricity. The sword grass on his body grows crazily and sends out the awesome sword qi that makes Long Wei feel frightened and brave. You almost killed my fiancé. I haven't calculated this account with you. Qin Sheng's eyebrows sank. Say. Smell speech. Long Wei is angry. Jump foot, hard inside Scold Street. Long Wei didn't leave these 2 days. He stayed here all the time, lurked and knew what happened outside. How did that summer ice being become your fiancé? It's too shameless. The fiancé is from a big royal Wang dynasty's royal son. How can you be equal to your Woodlouse? Well, it's said that I can only follow you for 100 years, and you can't let me die. In the end, Long Wei softened and asked, is the rice tube full? In fact, Long Wei was born in the War of Annihilation 10,000 years ago, and then he didn't know why it was sealed in Xia Bingning's body, but now his body is very empty. Now, there are many dangers in the recovery of Magic Dragon Wasteland. With his current strength, there are no more ways to sign up except to spit out a mouthful to frighten the dragon. As expected, it's better to take risks outside like this. It's a dragon descendant who can see the qi luck that ordinary martial artists can't see. Every warrior and beast has his own fortune. Someone who is born with the fortune of the king is the son chosen by nature. He is destined to be as dazzling as the sun and become king. Generally, there is not much bad luck in the fortune of the king. The whole life is smooth and smooth. Even if there is an occasional desperate situation, it will turn bad luck into good luck. Long Wei stares at Qin Sheng with a pair of squint eyes. The vertical eyes between his eyebrows seem to crack. He sees that Qin Sheng has great fortune, occasionally with black clouds. That's also the experience of life. Finally, there is a great chance that the misfortune will turn into good. He doesn't look like a short-lived ghost, he died young. Longwei whispered, 100 years is 100 years. Anyway, as soon as I fall asleep, 10,000 years have passed. Qin Sheng raised his ears, frowned, and said, who do you say is a short-lived ghost? He died young. Qin Sheng was full of goosebumps. The Dragon Wei claimed to be the descendant of Zulong. He was cheating. He was a shameless toad. The toad croaks, listening to my heart, I feel that I should be unlucky. My third eye can see Qiyun. Although you are carrying Qiyun, there is a dark cloud covering your head recently, which is a great omen. Longwei desperately fooled and said, if I can find a big and born demon, I know the ancient sacrificial method, which can protect you from misfortune. Longwei quacks. Speaking of the big demon, he drops his saliva on the ground. It's slippery. He looks at Shenren. Hearing this, Qin Sheng was surprised at first. He had heard the saying that there was Qiyun for a long time. Some people are destined to have a smooth water all their lives. There is no barrier for their cultivation, which is like a broken bamboo. And some people, life is doomed to disaster, miserable. Qin Sheng knew that in 9 days and 10 places, some magical races could have this kind of anti-heaven, supernatural power to urge good luck and avoid bad luck, but those were all immortal race supernatural power, even the Emperor of 10,000 calamities rarely met. Qin Sheng's face changed. Suddenly, a slap fell on Longwei. Bang! Longwei received a solid blow. His body was scorched and black. There was golden blood in it. The runes were blooming and wanted to drip out. This golden blood has the fragrance that makes Qin Sheng blush. You have a bad omen. I think you are cheating on food and drink. As soon as Qin Sheng's sword eyebrow congeals, he has experience that doesn't match his age. Just after a little pause, he can realize that Longwei is in the pit. Quack quack. Longwei quack in pain, rolling all over the ground, listening to Qin Sheng's scalp numb. Qin Sheng began to regret that the toad had been an ominous thing since ancient times. Now he even took Longwei as his follower, and he didn't know whether it was a good fortune or a bad one. Don't fool me. Qin Sheng's sword eyebrow congealed and said, it's not impossible for you to eat the inborn demon. The first half of the sentence let Longwei down, the second half of the sentence immediately let him a pair of squint light. Can you let me eat the big inborn demon and mend my body? Longwei's mouth is drooling and drips to the ground. Qin Sheng clapped his chest and said, the premise is that you have to explain something to me. Say it without saying it. There is no bottom line for Longwei's goods. Hearing that there are big inborn demons to eat, he immediately quacks and jumps to Qin Sheng's side. Why are you and my fiancé? Qin Sheng says what he wants to know most. Xiaobingning is the legitimate daughter of one of the top 10 royal families of Dian dynasty. It can be said that she was born with a gold key. She could not have suffered a great disaster, but she was seriously ill. There was a mysterious seal inside her body, which was in her dantian. It's just ridiculous and unreasonable. Longwei stared, shook his head and said, I don't know. I only know the War of Annihilation, 10,000 years ago. The sky broke and the earth broke. It shocked all the gods and Buddhas in the sky. Even the famine was pierced. What, you say the famine? You said you lived in the wilderness? Qin Sheng's face changed dramatically. Aren't you from the Dragon Wasteland? The Great Famine is in 9 days and 10 lands, and the Tianyuan continent is only one of the innumerable small realms under 9 days and 10 lands. Now Longwei even said that he was born in the famine. Smell speech, Longwei squints to despise, eyebrow is full of disdain meaning, Way, what demon dragon wasteland, which bird does not ship place? Never heard of it. Qin Sheng's heart set off a stormy wave. He stared at Long Wei suspiciously. They had made a soul pact. They knew that Long Wei would not deceive him. Did the War of Annihilation 10,000 years ago not only affect the Tianyuan continent? Qin Sheng thought for a long time before he managed to find such an explanation. If it affects the whole 9 days and 10 places, and even the Great Famine has been beaten through, then what is the current situation of the 9 days and 10 places? The War of Annihilation was so tragic that all my people died. I was hidden in a Jedi by my parents. It was the place where a mortal was buried. When I woke up, it would be 10,000 years later. Long Wei mentioned the past, a pair of squint even wet. You mean my fiancé's body is hidden in a fairy tomb? Qin Sheng is confused. Here it's too far off. Qin Sheng doesn't believe it, but it's from Long Wei's point of view. It's absolutely impossible to have half of the false ingredients. It seems that Bingning's life experience is a little doubtful. Qin Sheng said in his heart. Long Wei evaporated the tears in his eyes and continued, there are many dangerous places in the immortal tomb. I fell into a deep sleep soon, and my accomplishments fell into 10 great realms. When I first came out, I just stayed at the top of the sky. I've been beaten by you now, and I've fallen into the early days of Tongshenjing. Long Wei, with a bitter gourd face, said, hurry up to give me the blood and meat of the big demon, and I'll make up for it. As long as the rice can be full, it will soon be promoted to the realm of life, even the realm of God's mansion and the realm of the cave. Qin Sheng looked down and said, do you think I'm a liar? Is the state of God's mansion and the state of Dongtian that can be eaten simply by eating? However, it's not impossible to let you eat the flesh and blood of the big demon. I'll take you to do a lot of big ones, and make sure you eat a big demon and throw one. Suddenly, Qin Sheng said. Long Wei's eyes were bright, and she asked, is it true or not? As long as I can eat the flesh and blood of the inborn demon, let me do anything. There's a place near here that's rich in oil. It's called the underground black market. There's blood and meat of the big demon. Qin Sheng bewitched and said, anyway, all the things from the underground black market are dirty goods that can't be seen. We eat black for the sake of righteousness. Long Wei was a little embarrassed and said, as the saying goes, a strong dragon doesn't oppress a local snake. Although I am of dragon origin, I will eat black when I first arrive at Guijing. Isn't that good? As soon as Qin Sheng heard this, he was immediately happy. At this time, the toad even had a thin face and said, I heard that the underground black market has recently collected the bodies of many big inborn demons, such as the red flame roaring tiger, the golden dragon lion, the black sky phoenix, and so on. All of us steal back. How about being the supreme dragon, tiger, and phoenix, the golden lion head, the Buddha jumping over the wall, and the fire phoenix leg? Long Wei's eyes were shining and said, Lord Qin, are you serious? Underground black market, do you really have these ingredients? Long Wei has been hungry for 10,000 years. He has been hungry for a long time. Now when he hears about the lion's head and the Buddhas jumping over the wall, he can't stand it. What are you waiting for? Get up. Qin Sheng pondered and shook his head and said, before I go, I need something. Long Wei frowned and asked, what do you need? Qin Sheng pulled up his mouth slightly and smiled inexplicably. He said, you know, I was badly hurt by the uncle of that hall, and I would not recover if I worked hard, but it would take a lot of time. Long Wei was a little suspicious, and his heart was filled with a not-so-delicate feeling. He warned and asked, what do you want? I heard that dragon blood is a tonic. It can cure all kinds of diseases and bring back the dead. Qin Sheng said, why don't you put some golden dragon blood out and let me mend it first to cure the body? I depend on it. When Long Witten jumped, he almost fell to the ground with a pair of squint eyes. Did you hit me with your attention? Long Wei looks at Qin Sheng strangely and stutters with anger. Qin Sheng frowned and gradually approached Long Wei, saying, "Isn't it just a little blood? As for your surprise? It's not your blood, you must say it's light." Long Wei rolled his eyes and shouted, "Don't come here. I'm weak enough. My hungry limbs are weak. I almost have hypoglycemia and fainted." Qin Sheng said with a smile, "I'm just borrowing some dragon blood from you. It's not that I don't return it. I'll go to the underground black market later. There are countless big demons and flesh for you to eat. I won't eat any more." Long Wei runs decisively, at an amazing speed. How can he have the weak limbs in his mouth and the faint appearance of hypoglycemia? "Come back!" Qin Sheng shouted directly. As a follower of Qin Sheng, Long Wei has been under the neutral contract of soul covenant. As long as Qin Sheng does not order him to die, he must obey the order. Although Long Wei has many unwilling, but also had to come back. Qin Sheng turned his hand and added a fujian in his hand. He squeezed out a smile and said, "I'll give you a few drops of blood. It won't hurt very much." Pooh. Qin Sheng cuts a knife in Long Wei's hand, and Long Wei screams. "What do you shout? The skin is not broken." Qin Sheng despised him. At the same time, he was shocked. Long Wei was indeed a real dragon descendant. His skin was so thick, which should be regarded as reaching the state of physical cultivation and fu-fu. As long as the body reaches the state of fu-fu, its strength can be comparable to that of Meitong Tianjing, and its hands and feet can be comparable to 3 or even 4 pattern fuqi. At the same time, the combat effectiveness is also a warrior who can match the beauty of heaven. Sword grass. Qin Sheng murmured, a green and crystal plant on his palm, shining with fierce sword spirit, came out. Qin Sheng didn't have any pity, fragrance, and jade. Raising his hand was to cut a sword. Not broken yet? Qin Sheng stared, and even sword grass could only leave a white mark on Long Wei's palm, which showed how powerful the body of Long Wei was. "Give up, young man. I am a dragon descendant. How could you hurt me?" As soon as Long Wei saw that he was okay, he immediately began to chuckle, with a bad smile on his face. "Are you happy too early?" Qin Sheng sneers. "Yellow spring fire." Qin Sheng flicked a finger, burst out a wisp of fire, and lit Long Wei's hand instantly. The fire can burn all things. As long as there is enough fire, let alone Long Wei, the descendant of Zulong, even the real dragon can burn to ashes. Sword grass. Qin Sheng cut 3 swords in a row again. This time, he succeeded. Me. Golden, blooming with the blood dripping from the sky rune, Qin Sheng quickly bottled it with jade. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. Qin Sheng let out 40 or 50 drops of the blood essence of the dragon nationality. He stopped his hand when Long Wei wanted to kill people. The jade bottle is crystal and golden, and the rune is soaring to the sky. It is not as violent as the blood of earthworm and Qingyun Jiao, but more like a tonic drug, without any strength. In the whole cultivation room, the fragrance was dense. Qin Sheng only smelt a few mouthfuls, and he felt refreshed immediately. The cracked viscera had the symptoms of faint healing. This is the real dragon blood. The dragon blood obtained from Natanyan before a spicy chicken when compared with your ancestral dragon blood. Qin Sheng slaps Long Wei on the shoulder. Qin Sheng couldn't bear it. He twisted the jade bottle, then he looked up and took a drink. That's the blood essence of the descendants of Zulong. A drop of it can be worth a big inborn demon. No, even 10 big inborn demons can't compete with each other. Most of the inborn monsters have the blood of some mythical beasts, such as the dragon, the phoenix, and the white tiger. Of course, this is very thin. Long Wei's blood essence is much more pure than those of the inborn monsters. The golden dragon blood entrance melted and spread all over Qin Sheng's 4 limbs. Qin Sheng felt that the cracked viscera were healing at a speed that the naked eye could see, and his countless pores were puffed out, and black impurities were discharged. Haha, it's the blood essence of the descendants of Zulong. It's a tonic. In addition to bringing the dead back to life, it can wash the hair and cut the marrow, and transform the bones. Qin Sheng was very excited. He was crazy about running the magic body and making some ancient and complicated movements. Every action seems to be very simple. In fact, it contains the supreme mystery, the power of the world. Finally, Qin Sheng spits out 3 big mouths of black blood, which is the impurity in his body, more of which is the slag that Shachuan injured his origin. Shachuan is finally a strong man in Shenfu, 3 higher than Qin Sheng. He only plays a finger at him, not only hurting Qin Sheng, but also its origin. Thanks to the dragon blood of Long Wei, otherwise, my origin is injured, and the bottleneck in practice will definitely be much better in the future. Even if I'm not lucky, I may stay in the lifelong realm all my life. Qin Sheng was afraid. Why is it so itchy? Qin Sheng suddenly felt itchy, and his skin was shining. Is that it? Qin Sheng's eyes were shining, and his face was very happy. He said, "This is a sign that the body has become a talisman?" When it was hot to make iron, Qin Sheng raised his head and took a few more gulps of golden dragon blood, which made him crazy to run the magic body. Qin Sheng's skin is covered with all kinds of black impurities, and finally drops down to reveal a large area of rune skin. The 4th level of Shenma body training is successful. Qin Sheng's skin is white gold, glittering and shining. It looks like the skin of the ancient beast, the white tiger. It's very powerful. Sniff. Try the effect first. Qin Sheng uses Fu Jian to cut the palm of his hand, and finds that there is no white mark left on his palm. Is this the amazing defense of Fu? Although he had prepared for it, Qin Sheng was still shocked. With Qin Sheng's body reaching the level of Fu, the strength of the body refining is equivalent to the real world. Qin Sheng will have a huge advantage if he is faced with a warrior who is also in the state of the sky. Unexpectedly, he will explode a warrior who is in the state of the sky with one fist. This is the dread of physical cultivation. The war of extermination of the world 10,000 years ago led to the decline of physical cultivation. As long as there are profound secret scripts of physical cultivation and sufficient resources, physical cultivation can never be weaker or even more powerful than martial cultivation and sword cultivation. When the body reaches the heaven boundary, Qin Sheng's qi becomes more abundant. Come on, let's go hunting the underground black market. Qin Sheng wakes up Long Wei, who wants to sleep, and leaves Luyun College by night. Soon, 1 toad per person, not 1 dragon per person, came to the magic dragon wasteland. Golden dragon blood has 4 good points. Help, quench the body, arrange the array, and lurk. Qin Sheng patted Long Wei on the shoulder. It's just a necessary thing for home travel and killing people and goods. Smell words, Long Wei squint despise, a face of resentment. Qin Sheng was very embarrassed to be stared at by Long Wei. He said positively, "Long Wei, you are the descendant of Zulong. People who do great things, don't you just put some golden dragon blood? The overall situation is important." Soon, 1 man at a time came to the underground black market. Because the whole 50 drops of golden dragon blood were released by Qin Sheng, Long Wei's accomplishments fell directly from Tongshenjing to Tonghenjing, and the black eye circle was very frightening, as if his body had been hollowed out. Long Wei stood on Qin Sheng's shoulder, teetering. "Here you are. Don't sleep. I may need your help later." Qin Sheng said in a low voice, "Don't be unreliable when it's critical." Long Wei jumped up quickly, his voice was like thunder, which blew in Qin Sheng's ear. "I have fallen into the state of Tonghen, and my strength is comparable to that of the second level, or even the first level peak beast. What can I do for you and help you with my life? Qin Sheng frowned and ordered, Shoo, no voice. It's already here. Don't be alarmed. Qin Sheng's body was smeared with golden dragon blood. There was a feeling of hidden dragon in the abyss. His breath was covered. Even the powerful people in Shenfu could not find it. A dragon can soar for 9 days, or lie dormant in the abyss. High-level dragon blood covers the body, which can isolate the breath and even break the formation easily. Sure enough, Qin Sheng dived in from the bottom of the earth and easily broke the array around the underground black market. The underground black market is divided into 3 parts, inside and outside valley, and forbidden area. It is estimated that there is not much oil and water in and out of the valley. The real treasure should be in the forbidden area. Qin Sheng said in his heart, and then dug quickly. With Qin Sheng's current strength, it's easy to dig a passage under the ground. Before long, Qin Sheng stopped because there was a big array in front of him. This is a 4-level array. There are many runes in the big array, and the flames are burning. If some monsters live in the ground, they will burn to ashes easily. Level 4 array, even if Qin Sheng has to arrange it, it will take some energy, and it can only be done with the help of runes. Of course, the spirit realm of Qin Sheng has been upgraded to Heaven's Soul Realm, and the limit is to arrange a level 5 array. Hello, Longwei, you are really asleep. Qin Sheng whispered and woke up Longwei. Golden lion's head, phoenix leg, tiger bone soup, all I want. Longwei woke up suddenly, his mouth was still drooling, dropping on Qin Sheng's shoulder. Fuck, you are still dreaming and drooling. It's disgusting. Qin Sheng glared at Longwei angrily. Longwei gave Qin Sheng a weak look and said, That's not you. It's too cruel. I let go so much dragon blood. Now I'm losing both blood and qi, as if my body was hollowed out. Qin Sheng knew that he was in fault. He smiled and comforted him, saying, If you bear it again, you will soon have a golden lion's head. As soon as the voice fell, Qin Sheng carefully reached into the 4th level array. Sniff. The fire in the array didn't burn Qin Sheng's hand. Qin Sheng couldn't help but rejoice. This golden dragon blood is really dragon blood. Even the 4th level array can be covered by the sky and cross the sea. The underground black market industry is all of that. Qin Sheng suddenly thought that Zhui Heng would kill himself again and again. Although he was already dead, Qin Sheng still had a bad breath in his heart. Simply do not do, too endlessly, the whole underground black market is also a pot. Qin Sheng's face showed a touch of ruthlessness. Just do it. Qin Sheng's body is covered with golden dragon blood. He can cover the sky and cross the sea, dive into the array, and change the array. The 4th level array is very reproductive and responsible. Even the martial artists who pass through the life environment need the help of other martial artists to survive multiple storms and thunderstorms. It's difficult to arrange the array, but it's very easy to modify. It only takes tens of interest for Qin Sheng to replace the 4-level array. With a move of his mind, he can make the 4-level array burst up. All the fighters below are suppressed. It seems that it's not enough. Add another fire and upgrade the 4-level array. Qin Sheng has a strange feeling in his heart. He always feels that the water in the underground black market is very deep. It's hard for the big array of 4 levels to put everyone in one pot. Zhui Heng has a bodyguard who can pass all the robberies. You can imagine how powerful the underground black market is. With Zhui Heng's death, Qin Sheng estimates that the whole underground black market will be furious and guarded. Zhui Heng is Zhuhehu's son. You can imagine how furious Zhuhehu was when his son was killed. Maybe he would kill the Devil Dragon Wasteland to find Qin Sheng. Even the 12 under it is a powerful person who has survived a heavy storm and thunder. Shuaihu must have survived 2 or even 3 storms and thunder. Qin Sheng changed this 4-level array into ice and fire Liangyi array. Its power has been strengthened a bit, but it is only the 4-level array after all. At most, it can only suppress those who are strong in life-saving situation. If Shuaihu is able to survive multiple storms and thunderstorms, he can definitely escape easily. Then upgrade to level 5 array. Qin Sheng's eyes twinkled with murderous intent, or he would not do it. If he wanted to do it, he would do a lot of work. The magic dragon has recovered for so long, and the underground black market has been full of money for a long time. For Qin Sheng, it is just a golden mountain and a silver mountain. Anyway, Qin Sheng has eaten black once, and doesn't care to make the storm more violent. The 5-level array is 10 times more powerful than the 4-level array. Qin Sheng turns his hand, takes out the jade bottle and pours out 2 drops of golden dragon blood. With this golden dragon blood, he can arrange a 5-level array easily. However, it still took a whole hour to arrange successfully. This is an enhanced version of Ice and Fire Liangyi array, which can easily suppress the human strongmen under the 3 robberies. Everything is ready, the hunt begins. Qin Sheng felt that he had spent more than half of his soul power and drank another drop of golden dragon blood. He felt refreshed and energetic. Qin Sheng was amazed. The dragon power looked like a toad. He didn't expect to have ancestral dragon blood. With dragon blood, it was invincible. Longwei was so sleepy that he fell asleep and his saliva fell on Qin Sheng's shoulder. Qin Sheng did not disturb Longwei, and went directly into the forbidden area of the underground black market. Soon, Qin Sheng sneaked into a palace inside the forbidden area. The decoration here is very brilliant, but the atmosphere is very depressing. Bang! In the temple, a dignified middle-aged man, a group of people with tiger eyes waiting to kneel on the ground, their faces are full of stinging, their whole body exudes a horrible atmosphere, making the kneeling people shiver. On both sides of the temple stood 2 rows of black warriors, 10 in all. These 10 people are all powerful people in the general life environment. They release horrible killing intention, standard armor and standard weapons. Qin Sheng's body was smeared with golden dragon blood, covering all the breath, hiding in a corner, watching secretly. Qin Sheng's face changed a lot. He was frightened and jumped with courage. There are 11 strong people who can understand life. The majestic tiger-headed middle-aged man, whose body exudes a fierce thunder breath, is no less than Lingyu, the ancestor of Lingyun Hall, in terms of the fluctuation of its yuan force. That man is a pair of tiger eyes, not angry since the prestige, with Zuiheng a bit similar. Qin Sheng said to himself, is Shuaihu here in person? He is a strong man who can pass 3 robberies, and he also commands 10 experts who can pass life. Such a terrible background can't be ignored even in Xinguang City and Haiyan City. Fortunately, I upgraded the 5-level array. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll go home empty-handed today. Qin Sheng couldn't help but smile bitterly. He could clearly feel that Longwei was getting weaker and weaker. If he didn't make up for it, he would really fall into a fake death and sleep for a long time. If he had slept for 10,000 years, Qin Sheng would have lost a lot. Longwei, a dragon descendant with ancestral dragon blood, can't be found. Although its appearance is ugly, it's practical. Taking Longwei's dragon blood as an example, Qin Sheng can easily sneak into the underground black market, steal the sky and change the day, and walk in and out in front of Shuaihu who has gone through multiple storms and thunderstorms. Shuaihu's eyes were full of rage. He glanced at everyone and said, Iheng has been dead for many days, and even the information about the murderer has not been found? Waste. All is waste. Shuaihu is furious. Shuiheng is his own son, and he has the highest talent. He has always been looking forward to his future. He also wants to wait for this court test. He is a core student in one of the imperial palaces of Dian, which has 9 dragon ponds. Even 100 years later, Shui Hong had the opportunity to survive the 9 storms and thunderstorms, achieve the Shenfu, have the ability to open up territory, and directly open up a subsidiary country. It is said that when a man gets his way, he will become the supreme king of a subsidiary country. Unfortunately, all this has become a bubble, and cannot be achieved again. This is also the reason why Zhuhehu is so furious. Kneeling on the ground, an elder of the underground black market stood up trembling and presented a roll of sheepskin. "My lord, this is the list of suspects who killed the young master," said the elder, trembling. The fury of the 3 robbers makes them shiver. Even if some of them have passed through the storm and thunder, they also rely on the storm and thunder pill to cover the sky and sea and pass through the storm and thunder. There are 9 robberies in total in Tongmingjing, and the gap of strength between them is huge. Zhuhehu takes over the list and takes a quick glance. Shui Hong is arrogant and domineering at ordinary times. He has sinned many princes' sons in Wangdu, but he is not a big enemy of life and death. Besides, the battles and frictions between princes often happen, and he will never attack Shui Hong. Suddenly, Zhuhehu found a strange thing on the list. "Qin Sheng and Yi Hong had a grudge?" asked Zhuhehu in a deep voice. Wen Yan, the elder of the underground black market, can't help but present information about Qin Sheng. There are detailed information about Qin Sheng on the sheepskin roll, from the entrance test of the magic dragon wasteland, to the fight with Ling Jun's tutor, the elimination of Qin Yuan, to the hanging attack on Ling Yunhal's successor, all of which are very clear. Qin Sheng can crush even the heirs of Ling Yunhal, and he is the 9th level guest of Shendan clan? Zhuhehu's face is so gloomy that he can drip water. This man has great suspicion. Zhuhehu, the big body faintly sends out the horrible yuan power fluctuation, and the brow is twisted into a word Wang. First flight is to kill a mysterious man and go missing. Shua Black Tiger's eyes twinkled, and suddenly Senhen's eyes fell on Lu Ruyan. "Lu Ruyan, are you an inner ghost?" Zhuhehu burst out to drink. The earth shook and the mountains shook. It was like thunder and rage. There was no end to the disaster. The runes in the whole palace were lit up. Lu Yuyan is like being hit hard, the charming meaning on her face seems to be scattered by thunder, pale as white paper, and the charming body trembles. "My lord, how can smoke be an inner ghost?" Lu Yuyan was dazed, clenched his teeth and denied at the beginning. Shua Black Tiger is angry. His eyes are changing. He says, "One voyage has the close protection of 12. Looking at the whole Dian city, it's impossible for someone to kill them so quietly and colorless. If there is no inner ghost, it is absolutely impossible to set up an ambush." Lu Yuhan trembled and shook his head. "My lord, I have tried my best to persuade the little lord not to go to kill the guests." "Well?" Zhuhehu's face was gloomy. When he slapped the stone table, the power of terror broke out and turned into powder. "My lord, I dare not to smoke." At this time, Master Pei stood out and said, "Ho Yi, is Lu Ruyan a ghost? It's okay to have a trial." Zhuhehu nodded coldly and said, "Okay, I'll leave it to Master Pei." Smell speech, Master Pei can't help nodding to agree. Oil head powder face, he looked at Lu Yuhan's wonderful posture. Immediately emerged endless possessive desire. "Somebody, put him in prison, and I will try him in person." At Master Pei's command, the elders of the underground black market took Lu Ruyan away. Qin Sheng took all this back to his eyes and said to himself, "Lu Ruyan has been in the underground black market for a long time. He just recovered her and asked her to provide her with the treasure of the underground black market." Although Qin Sheng has controlled the underground black market, he knows nothing about the place where the treasures are placed. In the prison of the underground black market, Lu Ruyan is entwined by the chains of the thin runes, outlining a very attractive figure. Bang! The iron gate of the prison was opened. Pei came in with a gorgeous robe, a big stomach and a fat face. See Master Pei. The salute of the strong in prison. Master Pei is a real alchemist of 3 kinds. His status is not low even in the kingdom of Beiqin. Therefore, even those who are strong in Tongxinjing or even in Tongmingjing after a heavy storm and thunder disaster respect it very much, which is the status of the alchemist. Master Pei raised his eyebrows with a strong smell of wine on his body. His face turned red and he said in a deep voice, "Please go out first, I will interrogate Lu Yuyan again alone." Hearing this, the 2 guards were not embarrassed by their faces. One of them said, "Master Pei, Lu Ruyan is proficient in flattery. Will it be dangerous for you to interrogate alone?" As soon as Master Pei heard this, he was not happy with it. He sneered and said, "Let's get out of here. How can there be so many words? It's no use flattering. I've taken Qin pill in advance. It's useless for me just because of her flattering skill. Qin pill is a kind of breaking barrier pill. It can break all illusions and enchantments. Its will is as firm as a rock." They were scolded by Master Pei, and their faces were a little confused. The 2 looked at each other and finally left the gate. Remember, I may or may not have any voice during my interrogation. Remember, never disturb me. Master Pei said solemnly, "Otherwise, you can't protect 100 heads if you do harm to the Marquis." When the 2 guards heard this, they immediately shuddered. Because Zhui Yihang's sudden death, and even the body could not be found, Zhui Heihu was furious for a long time. At this time, nothing could go wrong. Otherwise, Lu Ruyan's end today is their future. Think of here, 2 guards, immediately just like chicken chop rice, hurriedly leave, for fear of disturbing Master Pei's great event. Soon, the whole prison was empty, only Master Pei and Lu Yuyan, who were bound with rune chains. Chatter. Master Pei made a strange cry, his eyes were shining, and wantonly swam on Lu Yuhan's delicate body. "You're so proud. You didn't care about me. There is no third party here. Master Pei doesn't need to hide, I'll give you a chance to live now." Lu Yuhan's body trembled, and Mei Gong started. "Ha ha ha ha!" Master Pei laughed wildly and said, "Give up, Lu Ruyan. Your flattering skill is not good enough, but I took the heart-clearing pill." Sure enough, Lu Ruyan soon gave up like a deflated ball. "As long as you are willing to serve me," Master Pei said with a smile, "I will tell the Marquis that the death of Zhui Yihang has nothing to do with you." Lu Yuyan gnawed his teeth, and tears ran out of his eyes, saying, "Dream. I will not serve you, dead pig, even if I die." Master Pei is furious. He reaches out and tears Lu Yuhan's dress in one hand. Tear. Master Pei ripped off her dress, revealing a large area of snow white. Lu Yuyan trembled. She wanted to explode the Sea of Yuanli, but she had been used as a poison, so it was impossible to use Yuanli. When Master Pei saw the snow white and the fragrance from his dress, his eyes almost fell to the ground, and he quickly grabbed Lu Ruyan's chest. Cough. At this time a cough voice is quite harsh. "Who dares to disturb my master's interest?" Master Pei roared back angrily. Lu Yuhan was such a unique creature, but even Zhui Yihang was moved. He was greedy for a long time. If it wasn't for Zhui Yihang's sudden death, Lu Ruyan wouldn't have come to enjoy it at all. "You're not from the underground black market. Who are you?" Master Pei frowned, and a young man appeared in front of him. His eyes were full of heroism, which was so powerful that he slightly pulled up a joking arc at the corner of his mouth and looked at the shocked Master Pei calmly. Lu Yuhan looked at the young man in front of him. His face suddenly showed a magical look and blurted out, Qin Sheng. Lu Ruyan has not seen Qin Sheng, But the most information she has collected recently is about the sudden rise of the genius called Qin Sheng. What? Are you Qin Sheng? Master Pei's face was full of disbelief. Qin Sheng is suspected by Zhuo Heihu to be the murderer of Zhuo Yihong. He still wants to use what means to get caught by Qin Sheng. Now, he finds the door automatically? In a moment, Master Pei's face froze. He was a real alchemist of three kinds. Although he was very greedy, he was not a fool. Qin Sheng chose to explore the underground black market at this time, and it is still the forbidden area of the underground black market. Why can Qin Sheng be born here in silence? Master Pei woke up in a flash, and a chill spread from his spine. Are you Master Pei? Qin Sheng asked indifferently. I've heard that elder sister Yunlan said that you want her to accompany you all night before you are willing to help the dean. Qin Sheng strolls in the court and comes close. Help! Come on, Qin Sheng is here. Master Pei roars wildly. How can I enjoy Lu Yuan now? Qin Sheng shook his head and sneered, I've already set up the array. It's useless for you to shout, to break your throat. Sure enough, there was no movement between the two guards outside. Master Pei's fat face suddenly turned gray and said, Young Xia Qin, I misunderstood you. How could I be such a person? It doesn't matter. Anyway, people like you may be covered with blood debts, and you will be caught in fire after going to hell. Qin Sheng shrugged and said, You're on your way. Qin Sheng's body flickered with fierce sword spirit and gradually approached. No. Master Pei cried for mercy. Qin Sheng raised his hand, and the mighty sword spirit flashed away with a puff. Air. Master Pei's head soared high. He was only a spiritual cultivation, and could not resist Qin Sheng's random sword. 3 products alchemist, death. Qin Sheng looked on coldly. Master Pei, who had not seen death, walked directly to Lu Ruyan. Chong. The sword started to shine and fell to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan closed her eyes tightly. After a long time, she found that she could breathe naturally. You don't kill me? Lu Yuan's eyes were wide open, her body trembled, rolled like the waves, and she was very dazzling. In addition, Lu Yuan's sweet heart from the bottom of his heart, even Qin Sheng, who has a firm will like a rock, is also moved. This woman, Mei Gong, really goes deep into the marrow and the spirit. Qin Sheng couldn't help exclaiming, if we cultivate it, maybe it can be an important help. Lu Ruyan is a natural beauty, but she is not a libertine woman. Even when she is alive or dead, she is as good as jade. It can be seen that Lu Ruyan's heart is not bad. Therefore, Qin Sheng Kai moved the idea of cultivating Lu Ruyan. Ah! Lu Ruyan suddenly saw Qin Sheng's eyes, screamed, turned his hand, and took out a new robe from the ring to cover the spring light. Lu Yuan took a deep breath and looked at Qin Sheng carefully. He deliberately restrained his flattery and said, You killed Zui Hang, and you are the mysterious man who came to sell the box charms that day. It's worthy of being in the underground black market with a mixture of dragon and snake for several years. He is talented and thoughtful. It's easy to calculate Qin Sheng's identity and origin. What's more, the life and death of An Luhai and Sheriff Huelinger are not clear. Does it have much to do with you? Qin Sheng nodded and admitted very simply. A woman of good stature knows how to flatter herself, and she is so smart. Qin Sheng said with a smile, Can you guess my purpose of exploring the underground black market today? The underground black market is very deep, and with Shui Heihu and Haihui coming, this powerful force, for several nearby cities, is definitely quite remarkable. That is to say, today's underground black market, equivalent to the Dragon Pond and Tiger Cave, is extremely dangerous. And Qin Sheng even chose to explore the underground black market at this moment, and he was able to sneak into the forbidden area of the underground black market unconsciously. Others don't know, Lu Yuan is the most clear, the forbidden area of the underground black market, but a 4-level array is arranged. No way is from the sky or from the underground, it is impossible to sneak in silently and colorless. Smell speech, Lu Yuan thought for a while, shook her head, then, she looked at Qin Sheng in amazement, voice with do not want to believe, you do not want to come over to the whole underground black market in one pot? Qin Sheng beheaded Master Pei in such a big way, which is undoubtedly to tear Shuaihu's face, and in all likelihood he killed his son. If Qin Sheng has no base card, it is absolutely impossible. Smell speech, Qin Sheng nodded, smile way, really is ice snow, clever. I have completely changed the 4-level array in the underground black market forbidden area, and upgraded it to 5-level array. Qin Sheng said quietly. What did you say? Have you changed the level 4 array to level 5 array? Lu Yuhan's pretty face is full of astonishment. That's the 4th level array. It took a lot of Yuanjing's treasures to arrange this array at the beginning. Only when many experts in the northern Qin kingdom were invited can they cultivate it. Now, Qin Sheng even said that it would be changed, and 100 feet pull further, upgraded to a 5-level array. The original 4-level array can suppress the strong people who have passed through a heavy storm and thunder, and even the life-saving experts who have passed through multiple storm and thunder can resist a time of incense. If it is a 5-level array, even the strong people who have gone through multiple storms and thunderstorms will be suppressed alive. Lu Ruyan doesn't want to believe Qin Sheng, but Qin Sheng is so unbridled and doesn't want to lie. Finally, Lu Yuan still chose to believe. There are 2 main reasons. First, Lu Ruyan has no way back at this time. Besides believing in Qin Sheng, maybe there is still a way to live. Besides, Qin Sheng is handsome and talented, 100 times better than Master Pei, who has a greasy head and a pink face. Even making Lu Ruyan a concubine of Qin Sheng is a good choice. Second, she has been exposed to the information about Qin Sheng. Even Ling Yu, the ancestor of Ling Yunhao, was severely humiliated in front of the public, and Qin Sheng was the 9th-level guest of Shendanzong. Shendanzong was a huge thing in Dian dynasty. Qin Sheng was so young that he could become his 9th-level guest Qin. In time, who knows how high Qin Sheng's achievements are. Moreover, it is absolutely remarkable to be appreciated by Shendanzong. I would like to see you as the main. Lu Yuan suddenly kneels down on one knee, she has no way out. Qin Sheng looked at Lu Ruyan in surprise, and felt that this woman was very not simple, decisive, and had a good eye. Well, take me to the treasure house of the underground black market to collect the blood and meat of the big demon. Qin Sheng is not polite. Lu Yuan nodded, without any hesitation, and hurriedly led the way. Wait a minute. Qin Sheng turned his hand, poured a drop of golden dragon blood from the jade bottle, and put it on Lu Yuan's pretty face. Sniff. The golden liquid mixed into her face, there was a feeling of electric shock. Lu Yuan's face was puzzled, but she didn't dare to move. It was only the first time that she was touched by a strange man, and she suddenly rose to a blush of shyness. Qin Sheng said with a smile, it's dragon blood. It can cut off the breath. Even the strong people who have gone through the 9 heavy thunderstorms can't find us. Smell speech, Lu Yuan suddenly showed a startling color. Dragon blood can isolate the breath, she knows, but it can isolate the exploration of the powerful people who have been through the 9 heavy storms and thunderstorms. The level of dragon blood is absolutely frightening. Lu Ruyan finds that the dragon blood is actually golden, and it is not as violent as ordinary dragon blood. Is it true dragon blood? She looked at Qin Sheng deeply. Her eyes changed again. Absolutely, this new master is as simple as she imagined. With the mask breath of golden dragon blood, Lu Ruyan escaped all the secret sentries and prohibitions. After many prohibitions, he finally took Qin Sheng to the treasure house of the underground black market. This is a huge temple, covered with dense runes, covering all the breath. As soon as he stepped into the treasure house, Qin Sheng could smell a strong smell of blood. Several huge corpses appeared out of nowhere, and Qin Sheng's face suddenly showed a look of horror. The golden dragon lion, the red flame roars the sky tiger, two giant beasts lie quietly in the palace. The golden dragon lion, the dragon head lion body, is nearly 100 meters long. It's covered with golden armor. It's golden. Although it's dead, it still exudes a sharp breath. The huge dragon head is pierced with a huge blood hole, which is fatal. The red flame roars the sky tiger, which is also more than 100 meters long. It is as huge as a hill. Its face is ferocious, and its tiger gas is frightening. Although it has been dead for a long time, its tail is still burning with fire. This is animal fire. Its temperature is no less than that of Dan fire. In fact, whether it is Dan fire or beast fire, it is also called different fire in 9 days and 10 lands. No matter what kind of fire, its temperature is terrible. Qin Sheng looked up at the two mountain-like monsters and felt their fierce breath. He couldn't help but ask, these two big monsters, at the lowest level, are also 7 big monsters. Even those who have gone through multiple thunderstorms are hard to kill. Do you have a strong man who can pass the 9 robbers in the underground black market? Lu Yuan shook his head and said with a wry smile, how could it be that the underground black market can be killed? It's just like you. Qin Sheng stared and said, picked it up? It's true and false. These 2 big men, but the 7-level demon, can't have such a good thing. Lu Yuan looked serious and said, it's really picked up. A few days ago, there was a riot in the Magic Dragon Wasteland. The 2 7-level demons were fighting so hard that the sun and the moon would be eclipsed. At last, they all died together. All right. Qin Sheng also felt that Lu Ruyan could not deceive himself, because just now, he had made a soul pact with Lu Ruyan. It was absolutely impossible for him to betray himself by collecting a drop of soul blood from her. Bang! Qin Sheng throws Long Wei, who has been sleeping on his shoulder and occasionally drips disgusting saliva, to the ground. Long Wei rolled several times and ran into the golden dragon lion. Who dares to disturb his dream? Long Wei dried his mouth. He had just fallen into a deep sleep and had many dreams. He dreamed that he had found a nest of eggs of phoenixes, which were all roasted and full of food.